Chapter 1. The Transformation of the Celestial Sword. In the year 3019 of the Yonla calendar, within the chamber of a female disciple of the Celestial Sword sect, a young maiden gradually shed her white robes, revealing a slender arm and shoulder of porcelain-like fairness, enhancing her already enchanting beauty. Thank you, senior brother, for your companionship and assistance over the years. Today, Linger has come of age, and if you do not mind, I wish to present you with a grand gift, she purred, her eyes glimmering with seduction as she pressed close to Li Dong, her breath fragrant like orchids. Li Dong could not help but swallow hard. He was the senior brother of the Celestial Sword sect, having been brought here by the sect's master a decade ago due to his exceptional martial soul. Arriving at the age of 9, he had no recollection of his life prior, a blank slate navigating through the world alone. In just 5 years, he rose to the rank of senior brother among the innate disciples, renowned for his talents and strength. Initially, he believed his path was smooth, yet he found himself stagnant in the innate realm for 5 long years. Though undefeated within this level, he was unable to advance, gradually overtaken by junior disciples, becoming a subject of ridicule and neglect. Before him stood the owner of the room, Bai Linger, whose beauty was unparalleled within the sect, a veritable gem. She also possessed a high-grade martial soul and extraordinary martial talent, attracting the attention of countless admirers, Li Dong included. However, Bai Linger's martial soul bore a flaw, often afflicted by the pain of Xianbing, requiring the essence of a superior fire-type martial soul to suppress it. Thus, she had summoned Li Dong for 5 consecutive years to alleviate her suffering. As their interactions deepened, their bond flourished, leading to the current situation that felt almost inevitable. Yet, Li Dong could not shake the feeling of unreality. Senior brother, Bai Linger said, her body twisting gracefully as she leaped into his embrace. The softness of her form ignited a tempest of emotions within Li Dong. After 5 years of devotion to Bai Linger, even a stone would have melted. Her action seemed entirely reasonable, especially as he now felt like a half-broken man, devoid of anything others might covet. What more was there to consider? Today was the day he would finally unite with Bai Linger. In the midst of his thoughts, without warning, a dagger materialized in Bai Linger's hand, sharp and merciless. Thud! The sound of flesh tearing and blood splattering filled the air. Vile wench! Li Dong roared in shock, forcefully pushing Bai Linger away. As he looked up, he was taken aback to find no trace of shyness in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with cold indifference and malice. This woman was indeed a treacherous one. His heart aflame with anger, Li Dong sprang to his feet, but was immediately beset by dizziness, his body devoid of strength. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide with horror as he examined his wound, then glared at Bai Linger. The dagger is poisoned. You have a lot of audacity. Fool, Bai Linger replied, rising to her full height, looking down on him with disdain. After you drained your energy to heal me, you're no different from a corpse now that I have wounded you. What is there for me to fear? Li Dong's heart sank. She spoke the truth. He was nearly incapacitated, utterly defenseless, a mere lamb waiting for slaughter. It was over. But why? In a moment of anguished clarity, Li Dong glared at Bai Linger. Bai Linger, your heart is as venomous as it is treacherous. I have treated you well, yet you repay me with such betrayal. What gain do you seek from this? You will know soon enough, Bai Linger retorted coldly, securing his bindings to ensure he could not move. Then, with a chilling hand, she placed it upon his head, her expression growing fervent as a torrent of devouring energy surged into Li Dong's body. Damn it! Li Dong gasped in astonishment, sensing his superior martial soul being gradually stripped away by Bai Linger's power. She intended to destroy his martial soul. How could this be allowed? Losing his martial soul would not only strip him of his exceptional talent, but also sever his path as a martial artist, rendering him a true cripple for life. Stop! Li Dong's eyes turned crimson as he struggled desperately. Despite the humiliation he had faced over the years, as long as he retained his superior martial soul, there was still hope. To obliterate that hope was a fate worse than death. This was utterly unforgivable. Bai Linger, however, laughed triumphantly, her previously enchanting visage now consumed by excitement. Senior brother, cease your futile struggles. Do you not know that I have coveted your martial soul for a long time? Once I devour it, my martial soul shall awaken into an unparalleled supreme martial soul. This was impossible. Li Dong's pupils constricted. Above superior martial souls lay the realm of supreme martial souls, an exceptional talent so rare that few existed in the world. Such brilliance was innate, it belonged to whom it belonged. How could Bai Linger hope to obtain it through such nefarious means? I understand your disbelief. Bai Linger continued, her composure regained. As she absorbed Li Dong's martial soul, she produced a pearl, laughing. In truth, I was not born with a supreme martial soul. I started as an ordinary low-grade martial soul. However, I possess this treasure that allows me to devour the martial souls of others to enhance my own. Yet there is a downside. The more I consume, the greater the backlash. Fortunately, I encountered you. I know not how your martial soul can suppress my backlash, but with its power, I can assure that once I consume your martial soul, not only will I transform into a supreme martial soul, but all these flaws will be eradicated. Li Dong's eyes darkened further. No wonder Bai Linger's martial soul had flaws. It was clear now that she possessed such a defiant treasure. Yet, her heart was unreasonably cruel. To ascend from a low-grade martial soul to a superior one, how many lives had she ruined? And him? For all these years, every time Bai Linger suffered from the pain of Xianbing, he had been there to suppress it, only for her to repay him with this betrayal. Cursed be this woman, she truly deserved death. Enough! Bai Linger suddenly ceased her actions, standing in rapturous anticipation as a formidable aura began to emanate from her being. Thud! Li Dong coughed up blood, acutely aware of the vital essence he had lost. He understood that his martial soul was gone. In stark contrast, Bai Linger appeared reborn, radiant as jade, her beauty transcendent. Vile creature! Li Dong seethed, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Bai Linger. I am the chief disciple of the innate realm. Do you not fear the consequences of harming me? Senior brother, Bai Linger replied, opening her eyes to regard him with disdain. You may be formidable within the innate realm, but you have stagnated for 5 years. Those who were once beneath you have long since left this domain, while you remain trapped. Do you think Master still cares about you? Li Dong fell silent. After 5 years of becoming a laughingstock, it was indeed true that the sect master no longer regarded him with favor. Before he could respond, Bai Linger brandished a jade seal. Moreover, I have planned everything meticulously. Behold what I possess. Li Dong's expression turned frosty. The sect master's jade seal that went missing 7 days ago was stolen by you. You are mistaken, Bai Linger replied with a cold smile, her once enchanting eyes now filled with malice. She tossed the jade seal onto Li Dong's lap, coldly stating, Now, it is you who has stolen the jade seal. You seek to frame me, Li Dong exclaimed, rage boiling within him, his heart constricted with an almost unbearable hatred. Correct, Bai Linger said, fixing her gaze on him, then suddenly smiling coyly. If I do not do this, how can I maintain my flawless reputation as the world's unparalleled beauty? As she laughed, Bai Linger began to dishevel her garments, her expression shifting to one of panic and despair as she cried out, Help! Help! Senior brother is attempting to assault me. Save me! Upon her words, Li Dong's face paled. He felt a deep sense of dread. This woman was determined to ruin him utterly. Before long, bang! The door burst open, and an elder rushed into the room, his eyes blazing with fury as they fell upon Li Dong. Beast! How dare you commit such despicable acts? Master! Li Dong gasped in shock upon recognizing the figure before him. It was his master. Without granting him a moment to explain, the sect master approached with thunderous strides, pointing an accusatory finger that immobilized Li Dong, leaving him able to see and hear, yet powerless to speak or move. Li Dong's heart trembled. He longed to clarify that he had done no such thing, yet found himself utterly voiceless. Li Dong! The sect master retrieved the jade seal from Li Dong's possession, his voice booming. I never imagined that you would be the thief of the jade seal. From this day forth, I shall expel you from the sect and execute you on the spot. His voice thundered through the night, echoing in all directions. executed on the spot. Li Dong could hardly believe his ears as he gazed at his former master. Why had it come to this? Why was his master so merciless? Even if he had stolen it, there should be an opportunity for explanation. Why was this happening? Why was he denied even a chance to defend himself? Die! With a resounding shout, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect struck down upon Li Dong's head. Witnessing this unhesitating lethal move, Li Dong spat blood, enveloped in utter despair. Bang! The hand descended. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Li Dong collapsed to the ground, his vision swallowed by an endless darkness, consciousness drifting away, life fading. Suddenly, a flicker of purple spiritual light ignited within his awareness. Chapter 2: The Purple Coffin. In the depths of his stupor, Li Dong perceived the enveloping darkness, yet his consciousness gradually awakened, even allowing him to hear all the commotion around him. What is happening? Am I not dead? Before Li Dong could comprehend his bodily condition, he heard Bai Linger's voice approaching. Thank you, Master. Linger has successfully ascended to an unparalleled level. Good. Very good. After waiting for so many years, there is finally some progress. This Li Dong has proven to be of some use. Not in vain have I nurtured him all these years. Master is wise. Even if Li Dong possesses innate talent, what can he do as a waste who cannot break through? He should have been eliminated long ago. By the way, Master, you always say that my ascension to an unparalleled martial soul is of great benefit to you. May I ask what you intend for Linger to do? This matter is not urgent. First, stabilize your cultivation. In a few days, I will impart the Heavenly Sword Art to you, and then you will understand. Heavenly Sword Art. Very well, Linger will follow Master's arrangements. Also, ensure that this boy's corpse is disposed of promptly. You should know how to handle this publicly. Master need not worry. Linger is most experienced in this. As the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, he stole the sect leader's jade seal and violated a junior sister. Upon your discovery, he was directly executed. Excellent. A series of footsteps echoed, indicating that the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect had departed. Li Dong lay quietly on the ground, his heart struck like thunder. So that is the case. No wonder his master was so ruthless. It turned out that Bai Linger's actions were all part of a premeditated scheme with his master, who orchestrated it all. He was merely an inconsequential sacrifice. The human heart is treacherous, yet this seemed exceedingly unfair to him. Xiaolu, Komin. Bai Linger's voice rang out once more, accompanied by the sound of a door opening. She coolly instructed, throw Li Dong's corpse into the cliff at the back mountain and feed him to the beasts. The cliff at the back mountain. Li Dong's heart trembled with fear. The cliff plunged 1,000 fathoms deep, teeming with ferocious beasts. If he were to be cast down, he would either be lost forever or devoured by the beasts, leading to his ultimate demise. Understood, senior sister. As Xiao Lu responded, Li Dong felt himself lifted effortlessly by a single hand. Though he could hear everything, his body felt as if it no longer belonged to him, filled with an overwhelming sense of weakness, akin to a corpse, unable to move a muscle, even incapable of struggling, which birthed despair within him. Do not let go of me. I'm not dead. Not dead. As Xiao Lu carried him outside, feeling the rush of wind, Li Dong could not help but scream with all his might. But it was all in vain when the sound of the wind faded. Xiao Lu said, Eldest senior brother, I am truly sorry. I have no choice in this. May you rest in peace. As the words fell, Li Dong felt himself hurled into the air, the wind roaring in his ears, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of falling. He was cast off the cliff. No! Despair reached its zenith in that moment. Li Dong's heart surged with boundless hatred. Bai Linger, Heavenly Sword sect leader. No matter how grand your schemes, it is utterly unjust to conspire against me so. You treacherous pair shall not meet a good end, but suffer endless torment. Bang! Li Dong's body crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Yet his spirit remained clear. Although he felt excruciating pain, his consciousness did not disperse. Soon, he noticed a purple light emerging from his spirit. Following this purple light, he beheld his own corpse and saw the light enveloping his entire body. When the radiance faded, only an ancient, majestic purple coffin remained, while he lay quietly within it. What is this? Li Dong felt astonished, suddenly overwhelmed by intense pain, and fainted. 3 days later, golden clouds quietly enveloped the sky, and upon these clouds, a phantom of a golden palace seemed to rest atop the heavens. Heavenly Sword Sect. Countless high-ranking powers turned their gazes toward the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky, their faces reflecting astonishment. The Golden Palace stood tall. This was an omen that only a genius with an unparalleled martial soul would manifest upon breaking through to the true martial realm. Why is there an unparalleled phenomenon at the back mountain? There are only two unparalleled disciples in our Heavenly Sword Sect aside from the newly ascended by Linger. The other broke through to true martial many years prior. Who could this person be? The sect leader's eyes sparkled with divine light, as if piercing through the void, quickly scanning the cliff, only to frown. His strength was insufficient to discern the current happenings within the cliff. Someone swiftly investigate the situation at the back mountain cliff, as the sun began to set, casting the world into twilight. The purple coffin spontaneously opened its lid. Vile creature! Li Dong abruptly awoke from his stupor, sitting upright in the coffin. His gaze met with desolation. He found himself deep within the cliff he had fallen into, and he could not help but feel astonished. I was dead. How am I alive again? In an instant, Li Dong sensed something unusual. The martial soul that by Linger had devoured had reemerged, its fluctuations now even more potent. As he quietly absorbed the sensations, he realized that his former upper-tier Crimson Flame martial soul had transformed into an immense crimson sun floating above his spirit, its aura thick and pure, leading to a significant refinement of his entire true essence, with power surging through him. This was clearly a transformation of his former upper-tier martial soul into an unparalleled martial soul, which meant he had also become an unparalleled genius. Not only that, as he focused his thoughts, Li Dong's consciousness delved into his Dantian, only to find that the once solid barrier of his realm had vanished, and the innate stage that had stymied him for 5 years had now ascended to the true martial realm. He had even surpassed the first and second layers of true martial, reaching the third layer. I have broken through to true martial. Clearly sensing the unprecedented, formidable strength within him, Li Dong felt a mix of astonishment and joy. The joy stemmed from breaking free from the 5-year bottleneck, a hurdle he had exhausted all means to overcome, now finally shattered, and he had jumped straight to the third layer of true martial, akin to lifting a great mountain off his shoulders, filled with uncontainable delight. The astonishment arose from the bewildering, inexplicable nature of it all. I clearly died, yet now I am alive, and I have gained an unparalleled martial soul, and this elevation in realm. What is going on? Li Dong could not make sense of it. Could it be related to the coffin phenomenon he witnessed before his death? Buzz! As if his thoughts had touched upon something, a resonating hum echoed, and the purple coffin that bore him erupted with divine light, bursting forth and casting him out of the coffin, then shrinking at a visible rate until it became the size of a palm. Immediately after, the coffin flew towards his face, and in the blink of an eye, it dove into the sea of his consciousness, vanishing without a trace. There truly is this coffin. Li Dong was startled. Previously, he thought the coffin was merely a hallucination induced by his near-death experience. But now, upon witnessing it in reality, he felt an uncanny familiarity, yet could not recall from where it stemmed. Chapter 3. The unparalleled true martial. He possessed no memories prior to the age of 9, utterly unaware of his own identity or the circumstances surrounding his amnesia, let alone the origins of this coffin. However, it appeared that this coffin held significant importance. It was likely the reason he could be reborn after death and receive these two remarkable gifts. Yet, the coffin remained silent, its specific powers uncertain, leaving him to ponder whether it could indeed grant him resurrection once more, a thought that stirred unease within him. The terrifying nature of life and death made him wary of further attempts at such a precarious endeavor. Regardless, the fact that he had returned to life was a blessing in itself. The mysteries of the coffin could wait. For now, the priority was simply to continue living. Casting a glance at the sheer cliff, Li Dong settled into a meditative posture, assessing his own conditioned I in this world. Martial arts were categorized from lower to higher realms: postnatal, innate, True Martial, Nirvana, Transformation, Grandmaster, Void Realm, Dharma Aspect, and Land Immortal. Postnatal cultivation focused on refining the body, while innate cultivation involved refining one's chi. The next step was the fusion and transformation of body and true energy, culminating in the establishment of the true martial hall within the Dantian, where divine abilities could be birthed. Reaching this stage meant transcending the mundane entirely. Martial artists could unleash flames or wield ice based on the characteristics of their martial souls, manifesting various divine abilities. This was the so-called true martial realm. At this moment, Li Dong's Dantian housed a magnificent true martial hall, entirely composed of condensed true energy. This hall boasted 3 stories, each exquisitely crafted, with a height of 9 inches and 9/10. In both scale and quality, it radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Typically, a hall formed by an inferior martial soul would measure only 3 inches and 3/10, crude in bronze. A hall from a medium martial soul would stand 6 inches and 6/10. Ordinary and black ironed, an upper-tier martial soul's hall would reach 8 inches and 8/10, sturdy in silver. Only a hall forged by a peerless martial soul could attain the height of 9 inches and 9/10. Crafted from flawless gold, legends spoke of a divine-level martial soul capable of creating a hall of white jade and glass, though its authenticity remained uncertain in any case. Upon entering the true martial realm, Li Dong had achieved the pinnacle of the mundane world with his golden hall, a rarity indeed. Above this golden hall, a strand of crimson light hung like a great sun, illuminating the entire structure. Outside the hall, dense red true energy billowed like mist, slowly ascending. Indeed, it was a phenomenon of unparalleled wonder. The 3rd layer of true martial. Satisfied, Li Dong opened his eyes and smiled, gazing toward the impenetrable cliff of the Tianjin sect. This place had once confined him, but now, with his newfound strength, he was far from being ensnared by a mere precipice in the night. He moved like a startled swan, leaping back to the cliff's edge in a few bounds. "Master, junior sister," he called, turning back, his eyes narrowing into slits. There was no way he could remain within the Tianjin sect. The Land Immortal master of the sect was beyond his current means to confront. He had to escape this den of tigers as swiftly as possible. They would never expect that I would rise from the dead, he mused, reflecting on the theft of his martial soul and the end of his life. Today, I may retreat from the spotlight, but one day I shall return to settle the scores, even if it means facing a Land Immortal. Suddenly, Li Dong's attention sharpened as he spotted several figures rapidly approaching from the opposite cliff. Without hesitation, they leapt off the edge. His expression shifted, and he thought to himself, "This is bad." The phenomenon of unparalleled wonder. I nearly forgot that extraordinary talents produce such signs upon breaking through to true martial. It was clear that his recent breakthrough had alerted the Tianjin sect, prompting them to send individuals to investigate. If they discovered his disappearance, the sect would soon be aware of the situation. He needed to depart quickly. Fortunately, the back mountain was not within the sect's jurisdiction, making escape relatively easy, provided these individuals did not uncover anything unusual. With that thought in mind, he patiently concealed himself. Refraining from any rash actions in his line of sight, several patrolling disciples were meticulously searching for any clues. 5 individuals, all possessing true martial cultivation. Li Dong furrowed his brow slightly. The number was a bit excessive. Although the highest among them was merely at the 5th layer of true martial, with his unparalleled talents, he could handle them. His concern lay in the possibility of an inconclusive encounter. If he attracted the attention of others, it could lead to significant trouble. There are traces here. They've gone up the back mountain. Investigate. The 5 disciples of the Tianjin sect suddenly converged, racing toward the mountainside. This is problematic, Li Dong thought, narrowing his eyes as he concealed himself among the rocks. Diligently suppressing his aura and silently observing their movements, as the 5 approached, tracking the trail, it became inevitable that they would discover him. He sighed. Evasion was no longer an option. Direct flight felt unreliable. For if even one of them returned to report, it would lead to endless trouble. He had to seek a swift resolution. He did not wish for his identity as a dead man to be revealed to the Tianjin sect so soon. "Brothers," he called out as the 5 drew within 7 steps, their awareness peaked. Li Dong slowly emerged from behind the stone, smiling calmly. "Were you looking for me, huh?" The 5 instantly tensed. their expressions shifting as they recognized him. Halting in their tracks. Li Dong, is that you? Li Dong narrowed his eyes and inquired with a smile. Is there a problem with my presence here? 3 days ago, the sect master announced your betrayal of the Tianjin sect and declared that you had been personally executed. How can you possibly still be alive? The five's expressions were a mix of astonishment and suspicion. The sect master was a land immortal. How many could withstand a direct confrontation with such a being? Perhaps the renowned sword god, Lu Sanchuan, and the blood-clad divine general could endure a few blows. But that would be the extent of it. Li Dong had been merely a junior disciple of the innate realm before his death. How could he have survived the hands of the sect master? It was utterly impossible. Yet, here stood Li Dong before them, alive and well. Was the sect master deliberately sparing him? Did some secret exist between the sect master and Li Dong that they were unaware of? This uncertainty caused them to momentarily forget their purpose for coming to the back mountain. Turns out I have been dead for 3 days and acquired the label of a traitor. Li Dong mused, his thoughts complex. He then offered the five a gentle smile before suddenly making his move. With a swift draw of his sword, he struck with such speed that he pierced one disciple's throat before they could utter a sound. Eliminating a target without a struggle, damn! You truly have betrayed the sect, one shouted. Seize him! The remaining disciples, startled, set aside all other thoughts and collectively attacked Li Dong. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of their weapons clashing echoed. The 4 Tianjin disciples staggered back, clutching their wrists, horrified by the blood seeping from their hands. You've broken through to the true martial realm and possess an unparalleled martial soul. The extraordinary phenomenon just now was caused by you. In a situation where their realms were comparable, the 4 found themselves unable to contend with Li Dong alone. It seemed he had indeed become an extraordinary talent. Not only had he survived, but he had also transcended to an unparalleled level, even breaking through the innate realm he had been unable to surpass before. What kind of fortuitous encounter must he have experienced to achieve such a feat? It was simply unbelievable. No wonder the sect master had instructed them to investigate the phenomenon of the back mountain. This matter needed to be reported to the sect, for otherwise, Li Dong, this unparalleled talent, would undoubtedly become a grave threat. You've all guessed correctly. Noticing their thoughts, a glimmer of red light flashed in Li Dong's eyes. Ignoring his unfamiliarity, he unleashed the extraordinary divine ability born from his breakthrough for the first time. The air warped as flames erupted from the void, coalescing into a flaming red lotus that enveloped the 4 within. It resembled a sealed furnace of flames. Despite their desperate attempts to wield their divine abilities, they could not escape its grasp. As their true energy dwindled, the 4 wore expressions of sheer terror. How can your divine ability be so powerful? They were not weaklings. They were either upper-tier or middle-tier martial souls, each capable of stirring up storms in the outside world. Even if an unparalleled martial soul could overpower them, it was illogical for it to possess such overwhelming strength as Li Dong displayed. The pressure he exuded far surpassed the ordinary. I'm sorry. Li Dong glanced at the 4 with a firm grip. He watched as the fire lotus in midair contracted at his command, the flames surging like a tidal wave. No! The horrified screams barely escaped their lips before the 4 were reduced to ashes. Li Dong stared at his hand in astonishment. Not only were the 4 shocked, but he too was taken aback by the overwhelming potency of this divine ability. It was indeed far superior to others of its kind. With this, the crisis was easily averted. Time to leave. As he contemplated his next move, Li Dong's complexion suddenly paled, a sharp and intense pain escalating within him. Chapter 4. The living dead. This excruciating sensation felt as though his flesh and soul were repelling each other. Penetrating to the very marrow, Li Dong hurriedly seated himself to examine his condition, and soon his expression grew grave. There were no visible injuries on him. Even his foundational state appeared intact. The sole issue was that he sensed a thread of death energy within himself. A significant problem, for only the deceased bore such energy. This rebirth was far from the perfection I had envisioned. Tio put it simply, while I am alive, it feels akin to borrowing a body to return to life. Despite this body being my own, so, what exactly am I now? A living dead? Li Dong's gaze was tinged with melancholy. Given the rapid proliferation of this deathly aura, if the issue remained unresolved, not only would he be unable to seek vengeance or recover his memories, but he might not even survive a year. The encroaching death energy threatened to consume him entirely, and should that occur, he would truly meet his end, utterly and completely. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Li Dong's heart. Having witnessed countless trials during his time at the Tianjin sect, he had heard numerous tales of borrowing corpses for resurrection, yet a genuine method for reviving the dead remained an unprecedented enigma. After all, the concept of resurrection was merely a legend. Even if such a method existed, it was unlikely that a mere disciple of the true martial realm could accomplish it. To achieve such a defiance of fate was no trivial endeavor. The solution must be sought from its origin. He recalled the purple coffin that had granted him a temporary revival. Since it possessed such extraordinary powers, perhaps it could facilitate his true resurrection. Once safety was assured, his foremost task would be to thoroughly examine this coffin, for it represented his only glimmer of hope at present. However, the immediate priority remained his survival. Upon opening his eyes, a hint of resignation crossed Li Dong's face. His memories were fragmented. He had been betrayed, and despite the arduous journey back to life, he was still incomplete. To make matters worse, he faced the constant threat of pursuit from the Tianjin sect. From the very beginning of his life, he had harbored no grand ideals, nor did he possess any particular ambitions. He merely wished to live a tranquil existence. Yet, why was it so difficult? Shaking his head, Li Dong recognized that the crux of the matter lay in his insufficient strength. If he had attained the realm of an earthly immortal, how could he have encountered such troubles? If he were to survive in the future, he must strive for that level of power. However, enhancing one's abilities was not an overnight task. During this period, he needed to learn from his experiences. The most significant lesson he learned this time was to maintain a low profile. As he had revealed the advantages of his martial soul too early, drawing the unwanted attention of Bai Linger and the sect's leader. Had he conducted himself more inconspicuously, avoiding the spotlight, he would not have found himself embroiled in such a series of misfortunes. Therefore, he resolved to keep his cards close to his chest, preserving as much of his strength as possible in public, while remaining vigilant in private. To live discreetly and quietly grow stronger was his new mantra. Only upon reaching the master realm could he afford to be ostentatious, or perhaps even the venerable law realm. No, he would aim for the earthly immortal realm first. After all, until he had matured, the world was fraught with peril, teeming with formidable figures and influential elites. Any attention drawn to him could lead to a fate akin to that of the Tianjin sect. The excruciating pain within him began to subside. Li Dong rose, brushing off his garments. Departing from this place marked the beginning of a new life, a fresh start. He felt a sense of anticipation regarding his plans for a low-profile existence and, upon further reflection, even greater excitement for the prospect of a grand return to enact vengeance. However, he reminded himself to focus on finding a sanctuary and dispelling the deathly aura before entertaining such lofty ambitions. Without resolving these pressing matters, he might not even live to see that day. With that thought, he moved swiftly, leaving the back mountain and heading directly toward the Great Yin Imperial City. Shortly after Li Dong's departure, disciples soon ventured to the back mountain to investigate. Upon discovering the traces of the previous group of Tianjin sect disciples who had met their demise, their expressions turned grim. The back mountain had indeed witnessed calamity. Uncertain of who the perpetrator might be, they understood that anyone bold enough to commit murder within the Tianjin sect must be brought to justice. A few disciples began to search the vicinity, but aside from the corpse, they could find no additional clues. Reluctantly, they returned to the Tianjin sect late at night to report, "Master Uncle, someone has harmed our disciples in the back mountain." But the identity of the assailant remains unknown. The official responsible for conveying this news to the sect leader frowned immediately. "So you found nothing? How am I to report this to the leader?" "Investigate further. If you fail to uncover anything, do not return." "Understood." At that moment, Li Dong was sprinting away, having already left the jurisdiction of the Tianjin sect. Warriors moved with the swiftness of a gale. And with Li Dong's significant advancements in strength, traversing 100 miles at night was merely routine. After 3 consecutive days and nights of relentless travel, he successfully reached a straight thoroughfare leading to the imperial city. Bustling with merchants and cultivators, marking his escape. Blending into the crowd, Li Dong concealed his aura, appearing no different from an ordinary citizen, save for his handsome features. Passers-by offered him nary a glance, and this unremarkable state brought him a peculiar sense of comfort. "The prince is departing," Please make way. As Li Dong neared the imperial city, a sudden shout rang out from the direction of the city gates, causing pedestrians to part and clear a wide path. Imitating the crowd, Li Dong positioned himself at the back, lifting his gaze to see a dark carriage slowly exiting the imperial city, heading in the opposite direction. A corner of the carriage's curtain was lifted from within, revealing a peculiar young woman who discreetly surveyed the pedestrians outside. When her gaze fell upon Li Dong, she abruptly halted, seemingly captivated for reasons unknown, before hastily lowering the curtain. Li Dong furrowed his brow. The sensation of being so keenly observed unsettled him greatly. Those who could ride in a prince's carriage were either direct descendants of the royal family or high-ranking officials, individuals of no ordinary status. He had never encountered such people before and could not fathom why this particular person had taken a second glance at him. If it had been an ordinary individual, he would not have thought much of it. But a person of such prominence. Taking a step back, he reasoned that such figures were always the focus of attention wherever they went. Any interaction would inevitably draw more eyes upon him. And he could not predict whether any of those eyes belonged to someone with ulterior motives or even members of the Tianjin sect. The first rule of his hard-earned lessons: never display anything out of the ordinary in public, lest he jeopardize his safety. Thus, regardless of the reason for the carriage occupant's interest, he needed to vanish immediately. Hopefully, it was merely a fleeting infatuation. This incident was not particularly significant, just a passing glance. And it seemed trivial. Yet, for someone like Li Dong, who had just barely escaped death, caution was paramount. Accelerating his pace without utilizing his cultivation, Li Dong soon left the area, entering the imperial city. Outside the city, within the carriage, the young girl lowered the curtain and turned to her middle-aged father with a hint of surprise. "Father, I just saw someone who startled me. For a moment, I thought it was the emperor. But upon closer inspection, it was merely a resemblance." Initially, her father, the Prince Feng, had resolved to ignore her whimsical remarks, but suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and pulled back the curtain, scanning the crowd with an unusual seriousness. "Where is the person you just saw?" The girl, perplexed, pointed in the direction of her memory. "Over there. Is there a problem?" The middle-aged man scrutinized the area she indicated several times, frowning. "Look again carefully. Where is the person?" "Where? Huh? Where did he go?" The crowd yielded no trace of Li Dong, causing the girl to exclaim in surprise. "He was just standing there, and now he has vanished." The middle-aged man swiftly lowered the curtain, focusing intently on his daughter, and spoke in a hushed tone. "Ying, are you certain you did not missee? That person truly resembled the emperor. I would not mistake it. I saw clearly." The girl met her father's gaze, sensing an unusual intensity, and quietly asked, "Father, why are you so anxious?" Prince Feng, being the emperor's uncle, held a position of great power and influence, and his demeanor was typically composed. Even matters of significance would only provoke internal contemplation without betraying his emotions outwardly. To see him exhibit such visible anxiety indicated the importance of the individual she had just glimpsed. Could it be? The girl pondered numerous possibilities. Was the similarity between that man and the emperor merely coincidental? Or did it suggest a deeper connection? To delve further, both individuals were of similar age. Could they be brothers? Yet, she had never heard of the emperor having siblings, though half-siblings were not uncommon. Turn back? "We must go to the palace." Without providing an explanation, Prince Feng called out to the carriage driver and then shook his head. "This matter must be handled with utmost precision. The old king is not going to the palace. We shall return to the manor. Your Highness, is there some urgent matter? Are we not addressing the incident involving the young prince?" The driver could not help but inquire. "Let that rascal suffer a little." Prince Feng scoffed, then pondered. "Do not concern yourself with other matters. Once we return, you will remain in the manor. No one is to disturb me today, understood?" "Yes." The driver was taken aback, realizing that the prince intended to handle a matter personally. As one of Prince Feng's most trusted confidants, it was rare for him to be excluded from important affairs, indicating the gravity of the situation. "I understand," he affirmed, knowing he must also ensure the elimination of any prying eyes. "Indeed." Prince Feng nodded, then turned to his daughter, saying, "Ying, you must not mention the person you saw to anyone for the time being. Should any slip arise and this matter be leaked from your lips, it could lead to a death sentence. Do you comprehend this?" Feng Ying nodded repeatedly. Her father's strong reaction was evident, and she could discern the gravity of the situation. Yet, her curiosity only deepened. Could it be that the matter involved the Emperor's brother? What secrets lay beneath this shroud of mystery? Nodding her head, she cautiously inquired, "Father, is there a story behind this?" Prince Feng shot her a stern glance. As of now, only 3 individuals are privy to this matter, including the Emperor himself. Do you dare to be the 4th? Feng Yingying quickly stuck out her tongue and shook her head. Then I shall remain ignorant. Although intrigued, the significance of such a secret was somewhat intimidating. She knew how to maintain her composure. As they spoke, the carriage returned to the royal residence. After donning disguises, the father and daughter stealthily departed the estate, embarking on a covert investigation through the bustling streets in search of Li Dong. After a thorough exploration of the imperial city, the duo found themselves empty-handed. "Let us cease the search, father. I am utterly exhausted." Feng Yingying panted, her teeth clenched in frustration. After all, she was a princess. When had she ever endured such tribulations? By the end of the day, her shoes were worn thin. "You've seen him. How can I search alone?" If it weren't for the sensitivity of this matter, there would be no need for a princess and a prince to toil so hard. Restraint, we must locate him. Do you still remember your status as a prince? Feng Yingying shot her father an exasperated look and grumbled softly, "Where can one find a prince running amok in the streets? If word of this spreads, how will the Feng residents bear the ridicule? It is all that man's fault. He has driven this princess to the brink of insanity." Stamping her foot, they continued their search for Li Dong. The imposing walls of the palace indeed instilled a sense of security. Meanwhile, in a second-floor room of a tavern named Fumin Inn, Li Dong luxuriated in a hot bath, washing away the dust of his journey. After indulging in a sumptuous feast of fine wines and delicacies, he stood by the window, stretching lazily, his gaze drifting towards the towering red walls of the imperial palace at the city's heart. Having escaped from the Tianjin sect, he had already contemplated how to establish himself in the imperial city and seek refuge with the royal family. Chapter 6. I wish to be a minor soldier. The royal family was not a trifling matter, and the emperor was not someone one could approach or become intimate with casually. Even achieving the rank of a first-grade official merely rendered one a subject, still an outsider. Moreover, becoming a first-grade official was not something just anyone could accomplish. Li Dong's ambition was simple: to serve as a blade-bearing bodyguard or even as a lowly member of the Imperial Guards. Do not underestimate the significance of a mere guard. Within the Daiyin dynasty, they resided within the lofty red walls of the palace, which alone granted them unparalleled safety during this critical period. Far surpassing that of numerous high-ranking officials, the palace was the emperor's residence, the most heavily guarded place in the realm. Countless formidable warriors safeguarded its perimeters. It was conceivable that a terrestrial deity was concealed within its confines, a true zone of life and death. Even if the Tianjin sect harbored grand ambitions and a deep-seated hatred for him, they would never dare to recklessly invade the palace or jeopardize themselves for a mere true martial disciple. As long as Li Dong became part of the Imperial Guards, he would effectively become a component of this vast secure zone, thus enjoying the same level of protection as the emperor, freeing himself from the lurking threats posed by the Tianjin sect while ensuring his own safety. The Imperial Guards are splendid, Li Dong mused, gripping the window railing and contemplating deeply comparing the roles of blade-bearing bodyguards and Imperial Guards. He found the latter more aligned with his aspirations. A blade-bearing bodyguard was at least a 6th-grade official, possessing at minimum the strength of Nirvana or even the divine transformation realm. Should one inadvertently rise to the position of chief bodyguard, they would attain the rank of a 3rd-grade official, an existence surpassing that of a master. Such power and status were excessively conspicuous in Li Dong's eyes, drawing unwarranted attention that he wished to avoid. In contrast, the Imperial Guards were much simpler. Not only were the requirements less stringent, but they also offered the advantage of discretion. The palace housed a total of 3,000 guards, typically holding no higher than a 9th or 8th grade nominal rank, with the only requirement being to reach the true martial realm. Unless one acted recklessly or harbored ulterior motives, it would be difficult to attract attention. Once he became a guard, he could blend in, steadily develop his strength, and ultimately seek revenge in silence. Moreover, he could exploit his position to eliminate some disciples of the Tianjin sect, thus mitigating any potential dangers. With such thoughts, a faint smile graced Li Dong's lips. Although the primary duty of the imperial guards was to ensure the palace's security, recent tensions between the Tianjin sect and the royal family had led to frequent deployments of the guards to confront the disciples of the sect, resulting in regular conflicts, thus ensuring ample opportunities to confront members of the Tianjin sect. In summary, there was no better path for him. Li Dong withdrew his gaze, closed the window, and descended to inquire about the situation. Meanwhile, at a corner of the long street, Feng Yingying, glancing around, suddenly exclaimed, "Father!" As she tugged at Prince Feng's sleeve, she pointed toward Li Dong standing by the window. There he is." "Hush!" Prince Feng quickly silenced her. Following her gaze to the window, gasping, upon catching sight of Li Dong from a distance, Prince Feng's expression wavered. After a long sigh, he remarked, "He resembles him greatly. The contours are strikingly similar, especially that aura. It's highly probable." "Is he really so similar?" Feng Yingying pouted. "You wouldn't understand." Prince Feng shook his head. "Although his appearance bears only a slight resemblance to the emperor, those unaware would not think much of it. However, those who know of his existence will see the undeniable likeness. Yet, we must proceed with caution and observe further." "Observe further?" Feng Yingying's dissatisfaction was palpable as she rolled her eyes. "Father, why not you continue to observe? Now that we've located him, there's no need for me to complicate matters. I shall return home." After a day of exhausting search, Feng Yingying had lost interest in Li Dong's identity. All she desired was to return home for a bowl of chilled bayberries, followed by a deep slumber. "Stay right there." Prince Feng shot her an admonishing glare, then with a cheerful demeanor added, "If we are to continue observing, it cannot be solely my endeavor. I must inform the emperor. You shall remain here and assist me in watching him, and we will discuss it upon my return." "What?" Just as Feng Yingying was about to protest, she saw Prince Feng's figure shift, vanishing in an instant. She was left with her father's last words ringing in her ears. "Remember, do not startle the snake before we have gathered more information." Feng Yingying felt a weight in her chest. And at that moment, she spotted Li Dong closing the window and shortly thereafter exiting the inn, causing her to feel both anxious and furious. "He always bullies me." Yet, she wasted no time, quietly trailing behind him. Li Dong walked ahead, and after a short while, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Though he did not collide with anyone, he could feel the unmistakable gaze of someone watching him from behind. "I am being followed." He maintained his composure, continuing to walk while furrowing his brow. "This shouldn't be happening. I've just arrived in town, kept a low profile, and had no interaction with anyone. There's no reason for someone to track me. Yet, here he was, under scrutiny. Who was this person watching him?" He pondered as he meandered through the streets, leading his pursuer on a winding chase, attempting to gauge their strength. Their speed was inferior to his, and their aura was weaker. They were likely merely a novice at the true martial realm. If he wished, he could easily shake off this follower and change ins, thereby eliminating a potential nuisance. However, he needed to ascertain this person's intentions and origins. Being followed without understanding the reason was an unsettling uncertainty. With this thought, he slipped into a narrow alley. Feng Yingying hurried after him. But as she entered the long, empty alley, she realized Li Dong's figure had vanished. "Oh no, I lost him." Panic surged within her. Suddenly, a long sword was pressed against her neck from behind, sending a shiver down her spine. She hadn't merely lost him. She had been discovered. "This is bad. I've startled the snake." "What now?" "Turn around." Li Dong's voice was hoarse, deliberately altered. With stiffened legs, Feng Yingying turned to face him, forcing a strained smile. "What is the meaning of this?" "Young sir?" Her poor acting did not escape Li Dong's notice. However, the woman seemed oddly familiar. His gaze flickered momentarily. "It's her." He recalled that this woman had been in the prince's carriage upon entering the city. Having looked at him curiously then and now, she was covertly following him, an undeniable sign of trouble. Moreover, she was affiliated with the royal household, suggesting a significant status. How to handle this situation was indeed a dilemma, a considerable hassle. Inside the palace, Prince Feng hurriedly entered the Yangxin Hall after receiving a summons to meet with the current emperor. Chapter 7. A major dilemma in the Yangxin Hall, a sanctuary for the emperor's repose. Privacy was paramount. Few dared to tread within its confines. Upon the throne sat the reigning emperor, Li Chong, clad in a dragon robe, his posture rigid. He bore a slight resemblance to Li Dong, appearing merely 3 to 5 years older, a youthful visage. Behind the emperor stood a pale, bearded old eunuch, motionless, his eyes half closed, as though caught in a state of drowsiness. At this moment, Prince Feng entered the hall, bowing deeply. "Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty." "Please rise." Li Chongi regarded Prince Feng with an enigmatic smile. Although Prince Feng was an alien prince, he was a sworn brother of the late emperor, known for his unwavering loyalty and deep trust from both the new and old emperors. He was one of the few who dared to enter the Yangxin Hall, often referring to the current emperor as his nephew. "Why has Uncle Wang sought me in such haste?" Li Chongi inquired. Rubbing his brow, "Do not fret, your majesty," Prince Feng replied, observing Li Chongi's gesture and guessing he was concerned about some impending trouble. With a smile, he continued, "This time, it is good news." "Oh, do enlighten me." Li Chongi chuckled lightly. Prince Feng, however, hesitated, glancing around as if contemplating his words. "Virtue," Li Chongi remarked with a playful reprimand, gesturing for the palace maids to leave. They retreated, leaving only the elderly eunuch behind. Prince Feng began, "Your Majesty, please do not blame this old minister for being overly concerned. This matter is rather special and must not reach the ears of others." Li Chongi furrowed his brow, pondering the situation but failing to recall anything significant. Merely nodding in acknowledgement. "I shall not keep you in suspense any longer," Prince Feng continued. "Perhaps fortune smiles upon your majesty. Today, while I was out, intending to deal with some troubles concerning my wayward son, I unexpectedly encountered something remarkable just outside the city." Li Chongi laughed lightly. What kind of remarkable occurrence could make Uncle Wang neglect his own son? Prince Feng's expression suddenly turned grave as he pondered. "I may be old and my eyesight failing, but I suspect I may have seen the Eastern Prince." Upon hearing this, the elderly eunuch, previously motionless as if in a stupor, abruptly opened his eyes. "The Eastern Prince?" Li Chongi frowned. "What?" Moments later, Li Chongi rose from his seat, his eyes sharp and bright, resembling two suns as they fixed upon Prince Feng. "Are you referring to Little Dong?" In a secluded, dilapidated temple within the imperial city, Li Dong sat while Feng Yingying leaned against the wall. "I know you are from the Wang residence, but there are some questions that I need you to answer in your own words. Now, I will ask, and you shall respond." Li Dong's expression was impassive, his brow furrowed with authority. "What is your surname, and what is your name?" Feng Yingying surveyed the eerie surroundings where Li Dong had brought her, feeling a sense of dread at the potential consequences of any misstep. "Resigned," she replied. "My name is Feng Yingying." Li Dong narrowed his eyes. The surname Feng signified a connection to the Prince Feng's residence. Among the noble families in the capital, only 4 wielded significant power, with the Feng family being notably favored by the emperor, an undeniable fact known even to the common folk. This woman's background is indeed substantial. Li Dong thought. "What is your relationship with Prince Feng?" "He is my father," Feng Yingying answered, clenching her teeth. She had fallen into this predicament because of her father. Sometimes she pondered whether her foolish brother was sent to undermine their father, while she was born merely to be a pawn in her father's schemes. Despite her implications, the answer gave Li Dong a headache. He could not fathom why a princess would concern herself with him, someone seemingly unrelated to her. Trouble, immense trouble, he mused. The underlying reasons must be unveiled. Upon scrutinizing Feng Yingying, he noted her clever demeanor. If he directly inquired about her intentions, he feared he would glean nothing substantial. Thus, he abruptly shifted the conversation. "The capital has been peaceful, or perhaps not." Yes." Feng Yingying nodded, looking puzzled at his sudden query. Li Dong tapped her forehead lightly with his sword. "I expect straightforward answers." "Ouch," Feng Yingying winced. Clutching her head, "The capital has always been peaceful. Did Prince Feng have any pressing matters today?" "Not particularly." "Please be specific." Prior to this, Emperor Li Chongi, the elderly eunuch, and Prince Feng had discreetly ventured out, following Prince Feng's lead to locate Feng Yingying and Li Dong. Soon, guided by Feng Yingying's token, Prince Feng discovered the dilapidated temple and spotted the two within. "Your Majesty has found them." I clearly instructed her to follow discreetly, lest we alert the enemy. "This girl is far too careless," Prince Feng remarked, bemused, as he observed his daughter being interrogated. Emperor Li Chongi, upon seeing Li Dong, had momentarily overlooked the two beside him. His gaze was fixed intently on Li Dong for an extended moment. "It is him," he murmured after a while. "He is Little Dong." There is no mistake. After 10 years apart, I have finally found you. As he spoke, Li Chongyi's eyes appeared distant, as if lost in a sea of memories. Prince Feng and the elderly eunuch exchanged glances, both sighing quietly, standing still, careful not to intrude. Had it not been for the emperor's secretive search for Li Dong, they would have remained oblivious to the fact that the current emperor had a younger brother, with whom he shared a profound bond. Due to the upheaval in the palace years prior, Li Dong and Li Chongyi had been separated in their youth, only to be summoned back to the palace by the late emperor during adolescence. However, only Li Chongyi returned, while Li Dong vanished, leaving no trace of what transpired in those intervening years. The only ones privy to the truth were likely these two blood brothers before him. "Bring him back to the palace with me," Li Chongyi declared, snapping back to reality and taking a step forward. Prince Feng and the elderly eunuch were taken aback, hastily advising, "Your Majesty, please do not act rashly. The current circumstances are tumultuous. Caution is paramount." Li Chongyi frowned, turning to meet their gazes. Prince Feng felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, exchanging frantic looks with the elderly eunuch, breathing deeply. The elderly eunuch spoke, "Your Majesty, summoning a prince back to the palace is a grave matter. Given the present turmoil, and considering your recent ascension, every action could provoke a multitude of reactions. Moreover, we are unaware of what Li Dong has endured over the past decade. To bring him back without understanding the full picture could lead to unforeseen consequences detrimental to the court, the realm, and even to yourself. Your Majesty, since we have located the Eastern Prince, it is inevitable that there will be a day for you both to reunite. Why not wait a while longer? Once the situation is clearer and properly handled, it would not be too late to acknowledge him then." The emperor paused, his gaze shifting to Li Dong in the temple. Studying him for a long while, suddenly, he felt a twinge of trepidation. 10 years had altered everything. Would there still be a bond between them? Would things have changed? The uncertainty loomed heavy. After a moment's reflection, he sighed, his gaze drifting to the distant, imposing walls of the palace, revealing an expression of restraint. "I understand your concerns. It is merely suspicion regarding little Dong's identity and integrity. Very well, I shall grant you time. However, regardless of the outcome, I wish for him to remain unscathed. Should anything happen to him, I shall hold you accountable." His tone softened slightly. "After all, from the beginning, I have only recognized this one relative." Prince Feng and the elderly eunuch were visibly moved, but relieved as well. "We shall adhere to your Majesty's decree. This matter shall be handled personally by Prince Feng. Old Wu, you will serve as my eyes, overseeing the situation and reporting diligently. Remember, no detail is too trivial." Li Chongyi fixed his gaze upon them. "Your Majesty is wise." With a swift flourish of his sleeve, Li Chongyi vanished from the spot. "If we cannot meet, then perhaps it is better not to meet at all." Chapter 8. Enlightenment. What is your true purpose in following me? In the dilapidated temple, Li Dong continued to interrogate Feng Yingying. The questioning had been extensive, filled with many twists and turns, yet whenever he inquired about her ultimate aim, Feng Yingying would avert her gaze, refusing to provide a direct answer. Given her unique status, Li Dong hesitated to press too harshly. He was wary of the potential complications that could arise from taking drastic measures against her. "I am not following you," Feng Yingying insisted, her eyes wide. "These are merely coincidences. Truly, just coincidences." Li Dong sighed in resignation, sheathing his sword and producing a dagger instead. "If you will not speak, then I have no choice. I had hoped to avoid this." Panic surged within Feng Yingying. "What are you planning to do?" "I do not seek your life," Li Dong replied, narrowing his eyes. "I only intend to draw a line upon your face. Do you prefer a slice from left to right? Or right to left? Perhaps a diagonal cut? I warn you, do not act recklessly." Feng Yingying's complexion paled, as she pressed herself against the wall, her voice trembling. "As a princess, if I had any ulterior motives, would I personally follow you? You are overthinking this." The logic was sound, yet the peculiarities of the situation were not fully clarified, so I must regretfully proceed, Li Dong thought, as he firmly grasped Feng Yingying's delicate face. Noting her smooth complexion, it would indeed be a pity to mar it with a blade. "No, I, Feng Yingying stammered, her cries cut short. Li Dong's eyes gleamed with determination. He sensed he was on the brink of breaking through her defenses. "Speak," he commanded, brandishing the dagger. Suddenly, the winds shifted dramatically. The clouds above hastened their pace, and the atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming presence, as if a deity were about to descend. Li Dong, taken aback, turned around. This unfathomable aura was a rarity in his life, second only to the master of the Heavenly Sword sect. Was a figure of such magnitude from the Wang family approaching? No, if such a person had the intent to appear, they would have manifested already. Their current absence was evidently a warning to him to desist. Casting a glance at Feng Yingying, Li Dong gritted his teeth and whispered, "Speak quickly. What do you want?" "What do you mean? What do I want?" Feng Yingying, upon witnessing the phenomenon, felt relieved. Recognizing her father's return, and no longer restrained, she glared at Li Dong and declared, "This princess has taken a liking to you. Is it so wrong to want to follow you?" Sighing, Li Dong lamented that he would get no answers today. He sheathed his dagger, unwilling to delay further, and with a slight bow, swiftly departed from the dilapidated temple. Seeing Li Dong vanish, Feng Yingying immediately shouted, "Where do you think you're going? If you have the guts, don't leave and keep asking." With a swift motion, Li Dong glanced back at her. Feng Yingying instinctively pressed herself against the wall, silencing herself. Only after Li Dong had completely disappeared did she feel reassured enough to emerge from her hiding spot, huffing in the direction he had taken. At that moment, Prince Feng and the matriarch stepped forth from the void into the dilapidated temple. The prince approached with genuine concern. "Yingying, are you all right?" Feng Yingying rolled her eyes and ignored him, turning instead to the old eunuch and respectfully greeting. Yingying pays her respects to Eunuch Wu. "Thank you for your timely rescue." The old eunuch shook his head. "Alas, I cannot take credit. It was your father who intervened to save you." Feng Yingying, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "Oh really? Then I must thank father." The prince chuckled awkwardly. All right. It was my oversight today to leave you alone. I will make it up to you when we return." "That sounds more like it." Feng Yingying smiled in satisfaction. The prince then rubbed his hands together. "However, you must assist us moving forward. We cannot reveal ourselves. And you are already in the open. You should interact with him more." The old eunuch nodded in agreement. Very good, very good." Feng Yingying widened her eyes. "What? You want me to see him again? Father, am I not your biological child?" At the Fumin Inn, Li Dong ordered 3 plates of appetizers and pondered deeply. Although he had yet to ascertain Feng Yingying's motives for following him, this encounter had granted him a measure of relief. At least from the demeanor of both Feng Yingying and the prominent figures of the Feng family, he sensed little malice. If there was any, it did not seem severe. Of course, one must never be overly complacent. And it would be prudent to distance himself from the troublesome Feng Yingying as much as possible. This inn would no longer suffice for his stay. That day, he packed his belongings and vacated his room. Taking a detour to select a new inn, with the windows sealed and the doors shut, Li Dong cleared his mind of all distractions, sitting cross-legged to cultivate his inner peace. Dwelling on the matter of Feng Yingying was futile. For now, he had to focus on enhancing his strength. Although he had not extracted the central purpose from Feng Yingying, he had acquired a wealth of miscellaneous information, including a thorough understanding of the Imperial Guard's review process. Every year, the Imperial Guard undergoes a review, both to eliminate underperforming or problematic veterans and to recruit new members. This assessment occurs at a fixed date, the beginning of December, which was still a month away. To qualify as a member of the Imperial Guard, one must generally possess a foundational strength at the 5th level of the true martial realm or higher. Therefore, Li Dong resolved to use this month wisely to elevate his cultivation. As he entered a meditative state, his mind became serene, and he suddenly felt a refreshing coolness within his spiritual realm. More precisely, the violet coffin within his spiritual realm provided him immense comfort, compelling him to concentrate entirely on it. The more he focused, the more intense this feeling of comfort became, leading to a complete relaxation of his body. In this state, he quickly forgot everything else. Immersed in visions of ancient trees of the Tao, the interplay of sun and moon, and the transformation of landscapes through time, unable to extricate himself from this captivating experience. Meanwhile, the air around him warped, and ethereal energies swirled like stars around his form, floating like sand in an hourglass above his head and converging into his being. Remarkably, the wooden chair beneath him sprouted green shoots within moments. Days passed unnoticed, accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. 10 days later, Li Dong was awakened by a gnawing hunger. As he opened his eyes, the ethereal visions gradually dissipated. Observing the remnants of the phenomena, A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Li Dong's gaze. He had indeed attained enlightenment. Achieving enlightenment is a state coveted by cultivators, wherein one's comprehension of realms, including swordsmanship, blade techniques, and various mystical skills, progresses exponentially. This state is rare and often elusive, with few individuals encountering it even once in their lifetime. Yet, Li Dong had stumbled upon it amidst the mundane. Regrettably, his cultivation was still too shallow. He had yet to reach the stage of fasting. With a sigh, Li Dong lamented that for a seasoned cultivator who had mastered fasting, a single moment of enlightenment could yield advancements spanning months or even years. His awakening from hunger indicated that his time in this enlightened state was brief, at most no longer than 10 days, leaving him feeling as though he had squandered a rare opportunity for profound insight. Chapter 9. Mastery of Swordplay. True Martial Realm. Level 4. Li Dong blinked in disbelief. Others who achieve enlightenment often soar to new heights, frequently leaping entire realms. Even if his enlightenment was brief, it should not have resulted in such a modest increase in strength. This was abnormal. Something must be amiss. Suppressing his hunger, Li Dong conducted a self-examination. He felt like a living corpse, with a lingering deathly aura within him. He suspected this might be the cause, but upon investigation, he found that his body absorbed spiritual energy without issue. With a thought, he focused on the violet coffin and soon discerned its transformation. The character for life etched in the center of the coffin's lid glowed more brightly, with a tenth of its stroke now illuminated. Bringing the total to 2-tenths, as expected, Li Dong sighed. It was evident that the immense spiritual energy generated during his enlightenment had mostly been absorbed by the coffin, leaving him with a mere fraction. He was uncertain whether to feel pleased or disheartened. The increased power concentrated within the character on the coffin was undoubtedly beneficial, as it pertained to his very existence, yet it also robbed him of his enlightenment opportunity. Provoking a sense of regret, however, he consoled himself, for the coffin had only claimed spiritual energy, while the invaluable state of enlightenment had granted him profound insights into the Tao and the entirety of martial techniques, including swordsmanship and blade techniques. In other words, although his strength had yet to catch up, his understanding had already advanced. With sufficient resources, he could swiftly elevate his cultivation, and importantly, he had comprehended all martial techniques he practiced. In the realm of martial arts, one's strength is not solely defined by depth of cultivation. Martial techniques are also a crucial manifestation of power. The enhancement of martial techniques is far more profound than that of cultivation realms. Mastering a martial technique to its pinnacle can yield extraordinary transformations in strength. For instance, the southern sword god, Lu Sanchuan, once defeated a respected one of the law realm with his mastery of the ethereal realm, astonishing the world with his swordsmanship. It seemed that my mastery of the true Yang sword technique had significantly advanced. Li Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The true Yang sword technique is a superior sword art of the heavenly sword sect, and when cultivated to its zenith, it wields tremendous power. All martial techniques correspond to similar realms: initial comprehension, mastery, pure comprehension, transformation, pinnacle, absolute zenith, and unparalleled. Li Dong, possessing remarkable talent, had already attained a proficient level in the true Yang sword technique. With few peers in the same realm, this sudden enlightenment should have propelled him into the transformation realm. The mastery of swordplay in the transformation realm is extraordinary, and reaching this level at his age is a feat accomplished by very few. All who achieve it are renowned as prodigies. I must seize the opportunity to test my swordplay. The limited space within the inn would not suffice for practice. Contemplating this, Li Dong rose and exited the inn. First, I need to eat. After 10 days of enlightenment, he was ravenous, and nothing was more pressing than satisfying his hunger. The inn's top floor housed a dining hall. Li Dong devoured an astonishing amount of food, equivalent to an entire cow, finally liberating himself from the grip of starvation. It was only then that he noticed several patrons in the dining hall staring and whispering about him, with a nonchalant smile. He concealed his eating habits, inwardly sighing at having inadvertently drawn attention once more. He would need to exercise more caution in the future. Hastily clearing away the remnants of his meal, Li Dong prepared to leave when he overheard some news. The date for the emperor's banquet had been set for early next month. Coinciding with the Imperial Guards Review. At last, the date was confirmed. This grand occasion was one that cultivators like them could not afford to miss. Indeed, the scale of the emperor's banquet was beyond imagination. Virtually every notable prodigy and powerful individual from across the realm would converge upon the imperial city. Miss, it would mean a lifetime of regret, the beginning of next month. The Emperor's banquet will take place, and it will be conducted alongside an inspection by the Imperial Guards. Li Dong, moving with deliberate slowness, settled back into his previous position, a hint of hesitation gracing his features. He had been aware of the Emperor's banquet for some time. The current Emperor, having ascended the throne not long ago, found his foundation precarious in response to the predatory ambitions of the Tianjin sect. He decided to host a grand banquet to summon martial artists from across the realm to discuss strategies for confronting this formidable foe. There are numerous benefits associated with this event. For instance, the banquet will be held in the Imperial Palace's Zijin secret realm. Provided one passes the scrutiny, any eligible participant can enter the mystical domain. Historically, this Zijin secret realm has been exclusively reserved for the royal family, teeming with abundant spiritual energy and housing an ancient enlightenment tree. Merely stepping inside offers significant opportunities, even without any active engagement. Most notably, the current emperor has designated 1 dragon general position and 10 young dragon positions. Those who can distinguish themselves during the banquet will be granted these coveted titles, which come with immense advantages. The singular dragon general position is reserved for renowned martial arts titans, bestowing a rank equivalent to a first-class official. With the honor of nobility and a ministerial position, placing them on par with the white-clad divine general stationed in the imperial city. The 10 young dragon positions are tailored for the realm's young prodigies, offering ranks from 5th to 3rd class, along with numerous rewards and a wealth of cultivation resources, including the opportunity to select a supreme martial technique. The temptation is overwhelming, Li Dong pondered, despite his current cultivation level not being particularly high. He possessed an unparalleled martial spirit and had just recently achieved a breakthrough in his swordsmanship. While he could not claim superiority over his peers, he certainly had a chance to secure a spot among the top 10. Moreover, the Emperor's banquet aligned perfectly with his aspirations to join the royal family. Achieving the status of a young dragon would allow him to remain within the Zijin secret realm for cultivation, a place not only located within the palace but also heavily guarded, accessible only to the royal family, thus providing unparalleled safety. Besides, the benefits are manifold. An influx of cultivation resources would undoubtedly propel his strength to new heights in a short span. The only issue, however, is that this endeavor infringes upon his reservations. Securing a young dragon position and gaining fame through battle is exceedingly conspicuous. The crux of the matter is that he had once been resurrected at the hands of the Tianjin sect's leader, harboring secrets that, if revealed due to his ostentatious behavior, would attract considerable attention, including from powerful martial artists and even the royal family. Therefore, participating in the emperor's banquet felt akin to courting death. It would be wiser to remain content as a humble member of the Imperial Guards, where he could operate discreetly and securely. There is no better alternative. With his thoughts settled, Li Dong listened to the crowd's enthusiastic discussions about the emperor's banquet, a faint smile playing upon his lips, embodying a sense of detachment as if he had transcended the worldly affairs surrounding him. Yet, as he observed those around him, he became aware that others were scrutinizing him as well. At a nearby corner table, 2 veiled women gazed at Li Dong for an extended period, one of them occasionally glancing down at a jade pendant in her hand. Within the pendant, a flicker of red light shimmered, pulsating restlessly as if guiding her towards something. After a prolonged examination of Li Dong, the woman seemed to reach a conclusion and nodded to her companion. Binger, the pendant indeed points to him. However, to be safe, we should test him. Understood. I shall assess him as always. I will withdraw immediately after the trial. Lingering is unwise. Rest assured, sister. Chapter 10. My sister, my right arm is broken. Li Dong was intently listening to the information revealed through the crowd's discussions when he suddenly spotted a veiled woman rising and making her way directly towards him. A sense of vigilance surged within him. He scrutinized the woman, questioning what could have drawn her attention to him. Aside from having consumed a bit more during the meal, he had done nothing to warrant such notice. If that were the case, they were merely passing acquaintances, so what could her intentions be? Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Despite his efforts to remain cautious, it seemed he was perpetually attracting unwanted attention. What could possibly be the reason? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Dong's eyes narrowed. The woman approaching him possessed a graceful figure, but as she reached his side, she appeared to slip, stumbling and falling directly into his embrace. Just as it seemed she would collapse, Li Dong swiftly rose and took a step back, perfectly evading her touch. With a thud, she landed heavily on the ground. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Li Dong. What just happened? Her tactic was usually foolproof, and any ordinary man would instinctively reach out to assist a woman who suddenly fell. Especially considering she had fallen right into his arms. How could he be so heartless? Was he even a man? Are you all right, my lady? The ground is slippery. Please take care. Li Dong spoke gently to the woman sprawled on the floor. Though his heart was shrouded in gloom, it was clear she had come for him. While he was uncertain of her motives, he was relieved his quick reflexes had thwarted her intentions. The woman silently gritted her teeth and, while slightly disheveled, quickly regained her composure and replied in a measured tone, "Thank you for your concern. Sir, I am unhurt, and I apologize for disturbing you. It is good that you are unharmed." Li Dong nodded slightly. "I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Regardless of her intentions, he preferred to avoid confrontation, denying her any opportunity. As he turned to depart, she called out, "Wait." Taken aback, he thought her caution excessive. As Li Dong continued to walk away without a glance back, she hastily followed, her hand darting out like lightning in an attempt to obstruct his path. Li Dong's ears perked up, and a surge of intense true essence coursed through him, forming a dominant force at his shoulder, mercilessly deflecting her grasp. With a thud, she gasped, stumbling backward, her internal energy roiling. Pain shot through her right arm, as if it had been shattered, leaving her unable to articulate her distress. At that moment, Li Dong coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he pointed accusingly at the woman. "We are mere strangers, with no enmity between us, yet you resort to such treachery against me. Very well, I cannot contend with you now, but rest assured, I shall repay this grievance in the future." With that, Li Dong leaped from the 7th floor, appearing to flee in panic. The woman stood there, dumbfounded, watching Li Dong vanish, her body trembling. She had exerted no force in her earlier attempt. Even against a child, it would not have caused harm. Yet, Li Dong had audibly bled. How absurd to place the blame on her. As if she had ambushed him and inflicted injury. The irony was palpable. She was the one who had been hurt. In that moment, the patrons of the tavern turned their attention toward her. "How ruthless this woman is," murmured one onlooker. She approached that young man with ill intentions, and to think her methods were so ruthless. Who would have expected such a display? Whispers of gossip quickly spread throughout the tavern. The woman felt a surge of frustration boiling within her, her anger simmering. "Binger, are you all right?" Another veiled woman, seated at a nearby table, rushed forward, sensing something amiss. "You wretch! You vile wretch!" Binger fumed, her face reddening with indignation. Her companion grasped Binger's hand, urging, "Binger, calm down. Your energy is in turmoil." Binger took a deep breath, turning to her companion with tears brimming in her eyes. "My right arm is broken." "What?" The clever companion immediately grasped the situation's gravity, her anger flaring. "That man is utterly despicable." However, Binger hesitated before continuing. "With that blow, I have discerned something crucial. He possesses a pure young martial spirit, and his true essence is exceptionally intense. Then it is settled. He is precisely the perfect furnace we seek." Her companion's eyes glinted with determination. "Initially, I was reluctant to engage in such nefarious acts, but in his case, it seems entirely appropriate." Binger nodded emphatically. "Indeed, he must become our furnace. Ideally drained to the point of death." "Shoo!" Her companion's face flushed crimson as she nudged Binger. "Lower your voice. Such words should not be uttered aloud." "Nobody will overhear," Binger retorted. "Enough. We must return to tend to your injuries." "But what about him?" "We will seek him out later. For now, your healing is of utmost importance." The two women departed hastily, leaving the tavern patrons to shift their focus elsewhere. Despite her ruthless tactics, the woman's aura was only that of a 5th-level true martial artist. The young man, by contrast, appeared weaker than her. If Li Dong was indeed at the 4th level of true martial, it was apparent he could not match her prowess. In the bustling capital, filled with prodigious talents, he seemed out of place, likely unable to even meet the qualifications for the Emperor's Banquet. Speaking of the Emperor's Banquet, I just spotted several prominent figures arriving in the Imperial City. How thrilling! Meanwhile, in his inn room on the lower floor, Li Dong circled back after taking a long detour. Closing the doors and windows, he sighed deeply. The issue of Feng Yingying's pursuit remained unresolved. And now 2 masked women had emerged. When had he become such a magnet for female attention? What on earth was happening? Shaking his head, Li Dong closed his eyes, reflecting on the recent encounter. Gradually furrowing his brow, he had exerted 50% of his strength, which had revealed quite a bit of his power, a rather precarious situation. Although that woman had provoked him, a mere 30% would have sufficed to teach her a lesson. To expose 50% of his strength was undeniably rash and lacked the necessary caution. The more one conceals their true abilities, the more confidence they possess. The concept of concealment is something he must ponder deeply in the future. Sighing, he opened his eyes, momentarily setting aside his concerns, adjusting his breath, and resumed his cultivation. The standard for the Forbidden Army was the 5th layer of the Zhenwu realm. Although his current strength far surpassed this level, he still aimed to meet this superficial standard. It was not out of fear of failing the assessment, but rather that passing strictly by the criteria would render him unremarkable, drawing no attention whatsoever. Otherwise, if he defeated a multitude of opponents above the 5th layer with his 4th layer strength, it would inadvertently validate his status as a genius, which was absolutely unacceptable in the eyes of others. He must remain an inconspicuous figure. The label of genius was something he shunned. Chapter 11. Pinnacle Achievement. Clearing away all distractions, Li Dong quickly immersed himself in his cultivation. As his thoughts sharpened, the purple coffin hovering in his spiritual platform emanated a refreshing coolness that relaxed his entire being. Soon, he forgot everything and once again beheld the ancient tree of the Tao, witnessing the cycles of day and night, the vastness of the ocean turning into mulberry fields, and other wondrous phenomena. Within the inn, the air surrounding Li Dong's physical form twisted as before. The invisible spiritual energy resembling an hourglass floated above his head, converging into his body as day turned into night. 10 days passed swiftly, and intense hunger jolted Li Dong awake. Enlightenment struck him once more. Gazing at the dissipating spiritual energy, his pupils trembled with an overwhelming sense of incredulity. How could this be? Such rare moments of enlightenment were happening one after another. What extraordinary fortune was this? His mind involuntarily focused on the purple coffin. Though cautious, he was not foolish if the first moment of enlightenment was a coincidence. The second was undoubtedly suspect. This coffin, he had to test it once more. Closing his eyes, Li Dong entered a state of cultivation. As his focus sharpened, the familiar refreshing sensation from the purple coffin returned, and he felt an overwhelming urge to attain enlightenment once again. He suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment passing through him. Indeed, it was the coffin's influence. Such a monumental opportunity for enlightenment, and the coffin could facilitate it at any time. It was astounding, a divine artifact. With this continual cycle of enlightenment, he would likely reach the realm of terrestrial immortality before long, becoming the youngest terrestrial immortal in history. The chance for vengeance was just around the corner. What on earth was this coffin? Li Dong exhaled a breath of foul air. The origins of the coffin piqued his curiosity more and more. After a long period of contemplating the coffin's astonishing properties, Li Dong gradually calmed himself and began to assess the gains from this moment of enlightenment. Firstly, in terms of cultivation, although the coffin allowed him to attain enlightenment at will, it also absorbed a substantial amount of the spiritual energy he gained, making the improvement in his cultivation rather subtle. This time, his cultivation had only advanced by a small realm, breaking through to the 5th layer of the Zhenwu realm. Secondly, regarding his swordsmanship, the recently perfected Zhenyang sword technique seemed to have elevated once more. With a swift motion, Li Dong drew his sword, executing a simple yet profound initial stance. Instantly, the room erupted in extraordinary phenomena. A brilliant crimson light surging forth as if a sun were about to emerge from his chamber. With a clang, Li Dong quickly sheathed his sword, his eyebrows raised. Pinnacle achievement. His sword technique had genuinely reached this level. Pinnacle achievement, the utmost limit attainable by ordinary individuals. Only those with prodigious talent could hope to reach such heights without dedicating a century to the mastery of the sword. Yet here he was at just 19 years of age. With this realization, his first thought was concealment. Such a level must not be revealed before others. Just imagine, at 19, achieving pinnacle mastery. If he were to showcase this prowess, it would not only astonish the world but also draw countless gazes upon him. A shiver ran down his spine, his scalp tingling with apprehension. Not only must he conceal his pinnacle achievement, but even the realm of profound understanding must remain hidden. Mastery of upper-tier swordsmanship at his age was exceedingly rare and must also be kept secret. Sighing, Li Dong summoned the innkeeper and indulged in a hearty feast, alleviating his hunger before his complex emotions settled. With still over 10 days until the Forbidden Army assessment, he had ample time to cultivate once more. However, with such rapid advancement in his swordsmanship, he hesitated to continue training. What if he were to break through again and reach the absolute zenith of his sword technique? It was well known that even the famed swordsman Liu Sanchuan only comprehended the peak after reaching the Void Realm at a century of age. If he were to reach such heights so easily, even he would find it hard to accept. Yet, if it truly happened, it would undoubtedly be for the best. With a mix of complex anticipation, Li Dong seized the moment to commence his cultivation anew. No, to be precise, he embarked on another journey of enlightenment. As day turned into night, 10 days slipped by. During Li Dong's cultivation, 2 veiled women lingered beneath the inn, holding a glowing jade pendant. The flickering red light on the pendant confirmed that Li Dong remained within the inn. The woman known as Binger expressed her dissatisfaction. Sister, he has stayed up there for a month. We have waited for a month. How long must we wait? Let us storm in directly? Absolutely not. During the Emperor's banquet, the capital is under strict surveillance, and this location is perilously close to the palace. Any disturbance will attract the Forbidden Army. We cannot take that risk. The woman referred to as sister glanced at the inn, contemplating. We shall not wait any longer. This person, who has caused the jade pendant to react, must be a genius, and geniuses are destined to participate in the Emperor's banquet. We shall find our opportunity to deal with him then. Very well, I shall heed your words. Binger cast a glance back at the room where Li Dong resided, gritting her teeth before following her sister away. Feng Wangfu Prince Feng approached Feng Yingying, holding 2 boxes of pastries, and greeted her with a smile. My dear daughter, I have brought your favorite flour cakes. Would you care to try some? Upon seeing the pastries, Feng Yingying's eyes narrowed, a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. You have no good intentions. Oh dear. Prince Feng's expression turned serious as he set down the pastries. How could you say such a thing about your father? However, I do have a small matter to discuss with you. Feng Yingying feigned ignorance, picking up a piece of cake. Speak then, what is it? The Emperor's banquet is about to commence, is it not? With a beaming smile, Prince Feng replied, I wish to know if the young hero Li from the East Pavilion has any intentions of attending. After much contemplation, I believe my dear daughter is the most suitable person to approach this matter. What do you think? Pfft. Feng Yingying spat out the piece of cake she had just bitten into, exclaiming, Father, you truly want me to seek him out? I have said time and again that I would rather die than meet him. Oh, come now. There is nothing wrong with meeting him. I assure you of your safety. You need not worry that as long as you agree to go, I will grant you any condition you desire. I have no interest in your so-called benefits. Is that so? Prince Feng slowly produced a bracelet, fiddling with it in front of Feng Yingying. What a pity. This pendant of love was originally intended for you. But since you refuse it, I shall give it to your younger brother, Xiaobing. Wait. Feng Yingying's eyes lit up at the sight of the bracelet, attempting to snatch it, but failed to grasp it. Prince Feng tucked the bracelet away, gazing at Feng Yingying with a smile at so. What do you say? Feng Yingying paused, then coldly snorted. Time and place. 3 days prior to the Emperor's banquet, within the 7 Treasures Inn, Li Dong was awakened by hunger. After satisfying his appetite with a hearty meal, he began to organize the insights gained from his recent enlightenment. His cultivation had reached the 6th layer of the Zhenwu realm. As expected, it was merely a small realm improvement. Yet this pace was not slow. Within a month, he had broken through 3 small realms, averaging a small realm every 10 days, far surpassing ordinary individuals. The Zhenyang sword technique, however, saw little enhancement. This was to be expected. After reaching the pinnacle, further advancement to the absolute zenith became exceedingly difficult, a challenge that could not be achieved through mere 10-day periods of enlightenment. Yet, a previously studied intermediate palm technique had unexpectedly reached the realm of profound understanding, which indeed pleased him greatly. Before practicing swordsmanship, he had also trained in a technique known as the fire palm, which belongs to a widely circulated and common form of knife technique. This technique can be learned by various schools and sects, allowing for its application without revealing his origins. Even in dire circumstances, he could unleash the profound power of this technique. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a clear hierarchy: inferior, intermediate, superior, and top tier. The difficulty and power of each level vary significantly. The cultivation of intermediate martial skills is relatively straightforward, unlike the esoteric and unfathomable upper and top-tier techniques. Few individuals his age manage to comprehend intermediate skills to their fullest potential. Yet it is not an uncommon feat. Thus, while he may appear impressive, he does not stand out excessively. Furthermore, mastering an intermediate skill to such a degree reveals a narrative of humble beginnings, rendering his persona more authentic. Only those without significant backgrounds would devote themselves to mastering an intermediate skill, while those with a modicum of prestige tend to focus solely on superior techniques, dismissing intermediate skills as unworthy of their time. With this palm technique, the true Yang sword technique can remain concealed as a complete trump card, ensuring that even if he ascends to the pinnacle of power in the future, others will remain oblivious to his true capabilities. Reflecting on this, Li Dong lamented the inadequacy of his greatest trump card, the true Yang sword technique, wishing it were a top-tier skill rather than merely superior, for the potential of the latter ultimately falls short. He resolved to seek out a top-tier technique for cultivation when the opportunity arose. Calculating the time, it was now appropriate to register at the military affairs office. After a hearty meal, Li Dong stepped outside. Downstairs, Feng Yingying lingered at the inn's entrance, pacing with a perplexed expression. Approaching Li Dong without a suitable excuse felt too abrupt, especially since they were not well acquainted. Just as she pondered her predicament, Li Dong emerged from the inn. With a sigh, Feng Yingying realized she had yet to devise a proper excuse, leaving her with no choice but to resort to her previous tactic. She hesitated momentarily before trailing behind Li Dong, mirroring their last encounter. After a few steps, Li Dong suddenly turned around, and upon seeing Feng Yingying's familiar visage, he felt a headache coming on. "Why are you here again?" he questioned, perplexed by her persistent attention. Despite being a princess, her constant following was indeed baffling. The fact that she had powerful allies backing her only added to his frustrations. Feng Yingying looked up and waved. "Yes, it's me again." "What a coincidence." Li Dong paused briefly, then, with a hint of resignation, asked, "What is your purpose in following me?" "If I can accommodate your request, I will." "Really?" Feng Yingying's eyes brightened. "Well, I just wanted to," before she could finish. A voice echoed in her ear. "Young Master Qin is suspicious. Do not reveal the truth. Simply follow him." Instantly, the light in Feng Yingying's eyes dimmed. She was prohibited from directly inquiring? How was she supposed to respond? As a woman and the renowned first beauty of the realm, trailing a man without cause would be quite embarrassing. Perhaps it would be best to solidify the previous lie. That seemed the only option. With a shift in demeanor, Feng Yingying's eyes sparkled with an enchanting brilliance as she fixated on Li Dong, stating, "Actually, I wasn't lying when I said that from the first moment I saw you." "I?" stopped. Li Dong interjected, feeling his scalp prickle at her opening words. He raised a hand to interrupt her. "If you truly lack an excuse, do not burden yourself." Noticing the forlorn look on Feng Yingying's face, he sighed. He found himself at a loss with this woman. He could not extract the truth, could not act against her, and could not shake her off. After all, given Feng Yingying's status, finding someone in the royal city would be exceedingly simple for her. Once he became part of the Imperial Guard, evasion would become nearly impossible. "I won't ask anymore. If you enjoy following me, then do so," Li Dong said, resigned, to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. He felt compelled to yield to this unwelcome presence. For the moment, he sensed no malice from her and could only acquiesce. Feng Yingying rolled her eyes, as if to say that she, a princess, would be keen on following him. "However, I have one condition," Li Dong replied. "You must cover your face." "What?" Feng Yingying exclaimed, eyes widening. "Is my presence causing you embarrassment?" "Do not misunderstand. I prefer to keep a low profile. Being followed by a princess is rather conspicuous and makes me uncomfortable." Li Dong shrugged. "I will cooperate with you. I hope you do the same. Otherwise, if I wish to evade attention, your pursuit would become troublesome." "Would it not?" His words left Feng Yingying speechless. Taking a deep breath, she bit her lip. "Fine." She tapped her bracelet, conjuring a veil to cover her face. Afterward, she cast a fierce glance behind her. "Oh dear father." This situation cannot be resolved with just one bracelet. Understanding her gaze, Feng Wang responded telepathically, "Good daughter, when you return, I shall reward you." Nearby, Li Dong cast an envious glance at Feng Yingying's bracelet, a spatial bracelet. A rare spiritual artifact, its value rivaled that of an ordinary celestial item. Indeed, she hailed from a wealthy family. As they walked together, Feng Yingying couldn't help but inquire, "You are quite young. Why are you so cautious?" Her curiosity was genuine. After several encounters, she found Li Dong excessively sensitive, even requesting her to wear a veil. Was it truly merely for the sake of avoiding attention? "You wouldn't understand," Li Dong replied dismissively, having learned through experience that it was difficult to comprehend the mindset of someone who had been spared from harm. Feng Yingying pressed further, "If you do not share, how can I understand?" "Let me put it this way," Li Dong paused. "There are countless skilled individuals in this world. A moment's negligence could invite calamity. The best approach to avert disaster is to remain unnoticed and minimize one's presence in the eyes of others." His reasoning was sound, yet it felt peculiar to her. Feng Yingying blinked and pointed at her veil. "But you need not go to such extremes, right? Why shouldn't I?" Li Dong shot her a sidelong glance. "To avoid misfortune, the most critical point is to steer clear of any sordid matters or special individuals, especially someone like you. Otherwise, trouble will only follow." Feng Yingying was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, her status as a princess and the first beauty of the royal city made her widely known, which could certainly pose a challenge for Li Dong. But could she help it if she was exceptional? However, Li Dong's response seemed even stranger. Others might exercise caution, but did he truly need to? Although she was yet unaware of the specifics, she had gleaned enough from her father to suspect Li Dong's identity as the emperor's brother and future prince. To be so cautious in his own territory was perplexing. Contemplating this, Feng Yingying blinked and asked, "Since we have met twice now, may I be so bold as to inquire your name and origins?" Upon her inquiry, she felt the two older figures shadowing her focus intently. "Li Dawi," Li Dong replied blandly, "a resident of Nanshan Chitsuan." This was the false identity the Tiantian sect had arranged for him, as he possessed no memories prior to the age of 9, leaving his origins unclear. The sect required a concrete identity for specific missions, hence they crafted this persona for him. Li Dong intended to use this identity for the Imperial Guard assessment. Beyond the requirements of strength, identity was crucial, as one would reside within the Imperial Palace, and any discrepancies in identity would lead to disqualification. Since he had no prior memories and had once been a disciple of the Tiantian sect, the stakes were high, making it imperative to utilize this false identity to pass the assessment. Li Dawi. Feng Yingying raised an eyebrow. "From Nanshan Chitsuan? What a jest. You are clearly the emperor's brother, Li Dong. Why conceal your identity? What of it?" Li Dong frowned, regarding Feng Yingying with suspicion. Her reaction seemed oddly exaggerated for a mere name. Could it be that she knew something? It was certainly a possibility. And Li Dong's eyes gleamed with caution. If she were aware of his past as a disciple of the Tiantian sect, would he need to eliminate her? That seemed unwise, as she had powerful protectors. The consequences of such actions would be too burdensome. Nothing. Feng Yingying quickly shook her head. "Are you here in the capital for the emperor's banquet?" "Not at all," Li Dong replied, shaking his head. "I am here for the Imperial Guard assessment." Since it was not a secret, and Feng Yingying would soon discover his purpose, there was no need for concealment. "Tio joined the Imperial Guard?" Feng Yingying was taken aback. "Why not attend the emperor's banquet? How many martial artists come to the capital at this time solely for the banquet? You must be the only one seeking the Imperial Guard assessment." "As I mentioned, I prefer to keep a low profile. Do you think I would partake in an event that draws attention from all corners of the world?" Li Dong cast a sidelong glance at Feng Yingying, deciding to refrain from further discourse, and quickened his pace toward the military affairs office. Feng Yingying kept close behind him, and before long, the two emerged from the office. Under her attentive company, she witnessed firsthand that Li Dong had indeed opted for the Imperial Guard's examination, rather than the banquet with the Emperor. Due to the peculiar timing, both the Emperor's banquet and the Imperial Guard's examination were conducted simultaneously. Thus, they were essentially the same assessment, yet the subsequent destinations varied. Allowing for only one choice, by selecting the Imperial Guards, Li Dong forfeited his chance at the Emperor's banquet. Trailing beside Li Dong, her gaze was clouded with confusion as she cast a glance back towards a certain direction. She was utterly bewildered by Li Dong's intentions. Not only her, but also Prince Feng and the old eunuch exchanged puzzled glances. their expressions inscrutable. What does His Highness mean by this? Could it be that we have mistaken the person? Prince Feng could not help but voice his inner doubts. That cannot be the case. The old eunuch shook his head. The emperor has attained a level of cultivation that allows for bloodline resonance. Having observed personally, he would never mistake the individual. Then what do you think His Highness intends to accomplish by returning to the capital? Prince Feng inquired with a furrowed brow. I am at a loss as well. The old eunuch lamented. His Highness returns to the capital not only without seeking recognition from the emperor, but also declines to attend the banquet, all while behaving with such caution. What could this signify? Prince Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that he is deliberately avoiding the emperor? The old eunuch hesitated before responding. That is your assertion. I have made no such claim. Look at your demeanor. Prince Feng retorted. The old eunuch let out a derisive laugh and continued. But it makes no sense. I truly cannot fathom what His Highness has experienced over these years. Prince Feng nodded thoughtfully. It seems we must seek the reasons for this matter within His Highness's past. So how has your investigation fared this month? The old eunuch inquired. Prince Feng chuckled sheepishly. Did we not just uncover a lead? Let us begin our inquiries from Nanshan Chitsuan. The old eunuch snorted coldly, gesturing toward the direction of the palace. So, you have accomplished nothing in the past month? I must report this to the emperor. Please, my lord, not that, Prince Feng implored. How about a pound of Shizi green tea? The old eunuch remained unresponsive, merely stating, let me ask you again. Have you identified the two women who attempted to approach His Highness at the tavern? At this, Prince Feng's expression grew complex, and he nodded slowly. What is their origin? They should be from the Yi family. Oh? The old eunuch raised an eyebrow. The same Yi family that was once renowned as land deities? Indeed, Prince Feng confirmed. The old eunuch clicked his tongue. This is quite peculiar. How could His Highness possibly be entangled with someone from the Yi family? What could their intentions be in approaching him? That remains unclear for now, Prince Feng replied, shaking his head. The old eunuch nodded in agreement. It is indeed a challenging situation. The current leads are minimal. We shall observe further. However, I fear that for His Highness to succeed in this examination will not be an easy feat. Prince Feng glanced at the old eunuch. What do you mean? The old eunuch elaborated. Although His Highness did injure that woman from the Yi family previously, her strength is rather lacking. Moreover, the prowess His Highness has displayed is barely on par with an upper-tier martial soul at the 5th level of true martial arts. Such ability, while considered commendable in ordinary circumstances, pales in comparison to the multitude of extraordinary talents present today. You said that, not me, Prince Feng interjected immediately. The old eunuch continued, you claim to be a prince of the realm, a significant pillar of the nation, yet your courage seems woefully lacking. If it were someone else, I would have no reservations. But who is His Highness? The emperor has cherished him for many years, even declaring him the only recognized kin. This situation is not comparable. Furthermore, the phrase one person beneath thousands should now be amended to two beneath thousands. Prince Feng shook his head in response. The old eunuch chuckled. You are quite cunning. Prince Feng smiled slightly and remarked, nevertheless, His Highness's martial aptitude is indeed unremarkable. I shall discreetly lend my support during this examination and focus on enhancing His Highness's strength in the future. You have shown consideration, the old eunuch replied coolly. Prince Feng shot him a glance and smiled. This statement had reached the old eunuch's ears, and thus would surely find its way to the emperor, sufficing to mitigate the repercussions of his inadequate performance this month. Outside the military affairs office, Li Dong turned to Feng Yingying, saying, I have completed my business. I must return to my cultivation. Why do you linger? Upon hearing this, Feng Yingying, still deep in thought, removed her veil and replied, Oh, I too must return home for dinner. As she unveiled her face, a multitude of gazes from the crowd gathered around the military affairs office suddenly shifted toward her, with one individual displaying evident delight as they approached. Princess Inger, I have been searching for you and did not expect to encounter you here. Chapter 14. The little divine general before the words had fully escaped his lips. A group of elegantly dressed individuals, led by a strikingly handsome young man, materialized in front of Li Dong and Feng Yingying. This assembly was unmistakably comprised of the most distinguished families in the capital, and their convergence caused a notable stir among the onlookers. Li Dong shot a glare at Feng Yingying, realizing that the moment she removed her veil, trouble ensued. Why did she choose to unveil herself in front of such a crowd? Was it a deliberate act? I did not do it intentionally. Feng Yingying, realizing her faux pas, flashed a sheepish smile at Li Dong before turning to the newcomer, Chen Tianzong. What brings you here? Chen Tianzong? Li Dong's brows furrowed slightly. This name carried significant weight. He was a celebrated figure in the capital, one of the most elite geniuses of the age and notably, the only son of the blood-clad divine general, commonly referred to as the Little Divine General. His status was such that only Feng Yingying could be considered his equal. This was indeed a predicament. It was best to avoid entanglements with individuals of such caliber and to make a swift exit. As if by coincidence, at the very moment Li Dong made to depart, Chen Tianzong, who had been exchanging pleasantries with Feng Yingying, suddenly turned and fixed his striking gaze upon Li Dong, asking, "And who might this be?" Feng Yingying began to speak, casting a glance at Li Dong, who subtly signaled with his eyes, indicating a desire to distance himself. Feeling increasingly embarrassed, Feng Yingying offered Li Dong an apologetic look before addressing Chen Tianzong. "This is my benefactor, the person I admire most. His name is Li Daoidato?" The Little Divine General narrowed his eyes. Li Dong felt a wave of hostility envelop him. His expression stiffened. This was it. He was about to be ensnared by Feng Yingying's machinations. The reason was clear. Feng Yingying, unable to withstand the Little Divine General's advances, sought to use him as a shield. "Misunderstanding," Li Dong quickly interjected. Shaking his head at "I am but a commoner, and my acquaintance with Princess Yingying is merely a fleeting encounter. Little Divine General, you need not take it to heart." As he spoke, he shot a glance at Feng Yingying, silently warning her that if she intended to pull him into this mess, she should not blame him for exposing her intentions. He continued, "I have urgent matters to attend to. Please, carry on with your conversation." "Wait!" Both Chen Tianzong and Feng Yingying exclaimed in unison. They exchanged glances, and Chen Tianzong graciously gestured, "Princess, please, go ahead." Without hesitation, Feng Yingying hurried after Li Dong, grasping his arm and exclaiming, "We agreed you would escort me home. Why are you trying to leave me halfway? I do not permit you to go." In that instant, the eyes of the entire street seemed to converge upon them. Countless pairs of eyes watched in disbelief as Feng Yingying, the cherished daughter of Prince Feng and the emperor's beloved younger sister, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital, one whom even the Little Divine General coveted, displayed such affection for a man in plain sight. This Chen Tianzong's entourage of wealthy young heirs erupted into chaos, glancing between Li Dong and the Little Divine General, their expressions fraught with anxiety. It was over. Feng Yingying, in her desperate attempt to entangle him, had gone too far. Unable to articulate a proper response, Li Dong felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the previously diminished hostility from Chen Tianzong surging back to life. As he struggled to extricate himself from Feng Yingying's grasp, he turned to Chen Tianzong with a smile and remarked, "Little Divine General, you are astute. Surely, you can see through her ruse?" "A ruse?" Chen Tianzong glared at Li Dong, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. "I have known the princess for 18 years, and I have never witnessed her exhibit such familiarity with any man. It is evident she harbors genuine affection for you. Yet you dare dismiss it as mere trickery? Very well with that." Chen Tianzong drew his sword in public, pointing it at Li Dong. "The world knows my heart lies with the princess, but I, Chen, am not one to be easily dissuaded. If the princess truly loves you, I shall have no words to say and will cease to intrude. But you disregard her feelings. Draw your sword. Today, even if I must face imprisonment, I shall take your head." The entire long street erupted in a frenzy, as a multitude of eager eyes fixated upon Chen Tianzong. The crowd intermittently burst into cheers of encouragement, exclaiming words of praise. "Look at the Little Divine General. This is true character, a real man. He is filled with righteous indignation for his beloved, while that insipid Li Daoyi has proven to be utterly despicable." Li Dong gazed at Chen Tianzong in disbelief. Is this truly happening? Does he genuinely harbor such deep feelings? Could it be mere theatrics, a ploy to leverage his so-called authenticity and overwhelming prowess, only to eliminate himself in public, and perhaps to serve as a warning to others, dissuading them from approaching Feng Yingying? Surely that must be the case, for Feng Yingying's contrived antics are evident to anyone with sense, and how could someone of the Little Divine General's caliber fail to see through it? This man is indeed cunning, and he has unwittingly offended a formidable presence. This could spell trouble. He cast a venomous glare at Feng Yingying, then suddenly stepped forth, standing beneath the little divine general's sword. Sighing, I am but a passerby, newly arrived in the imperial city, having journeyed from a humble mountain village without any affiliations. How could I possibly earn the princess's favor? In truth, I have been coerced by the princess to gauge the little divine general's affections for her. Yet, I am aware of the peril. Becoming ensnared in the affairs of such illustrious figures could prove fatal. Thus, I hesitate to comply. Nevertheless, the little divine general's ardor remains fervent, and I trust the princess has discerned this. My mission is thereby fulfilled. Should the little divine general wish to take my life, then let him proceed. Feng Yingying was instantly rendered speechless. She had cultivated the atmosphere to this extent, and yet Li Dong remained unyielding. Portraying himself as the victim, even digging a pit for her. Was he not being utterly cowardly? What harm could it do to confront the little divine general, even if his prowess fell short? Could he not leverage his status as a future prince, a brother to the emperor, to assert dominance? How could he so shamelessly forsake his dignity? The onlookers began to shift their sentiments, murmuring amongst themselves, expressing sympathy for Li Dong and acknowledging his words with approval. For ordinary folk such as themselves, being entangled in the games of such powerful figures was indeed a matter of life and death. It appeared Li Dong was merely an innocent victim, rather than the heartless scoundrel depicted by the little divine general. Conversely, the little divine general and Feng Yingying, both of high standing, seemed to be callously toying with lives for their personal affairs. In a moment, many began to point fingers at the little divine general. Is that so? The little divine general furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze at Li Dong. If that is the case, I extend my apologies on behalf of Princess Yingying. However, if not, he turned to Feng Yingying. Pray tell, princess, is what this young man claims true? His eyes held a serious intensity. Should Feng Yingying utter a single falsehood, he would strike Li Dong down in an instant. Feng Yingying glanced at Li Dong, exhaling deeply. Given Li Dong's apparent cowardice, it seemed she would have to resort to her ultimate technique. As her thoughts raced, her eyes reddened, tears brimming as she gazed at Li Dong, her expression evoking pity in all who beheld it. You clearly promised to be with me for a lifetime, yet now you display such treachery. You scoundrel! With hands covering her face, Feng Yingying wept inconsolably, her heart shattered. With a stomp of her foot, she abandoned Li Dong, fleeing without a backward glance. Humph! To leave in such a manner only solidifies the truth of the matter. Let us see how you will wriggle out of this. As for whether Li Dong would find himself in peril, how could that be? If the little divine general truly dared to strike, the unfortunate one would undoubtedly be him, not Li Dong. Li Dong felt as though he had been stabbed deeply in the heart. How had this woman's performance, previously so lackluster, suddenly erupted into such brilliance? Her acting was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Yet, how ruthless she was, to feign such betrayal to ensnare him. Was she not a princess? Had she no pride left? If this were to solidify, and the world learned he had spurned a princess, how could he maintain his low profile? You dare lie. Prepare to meet your end. A fierce, overwhelming intent surged forth, leaving Li Dong no chance for explanation, as it enveloped him in an instant. The little divine general's killing intent was palpable, his blade striking like thunder, unleashing a spectacle upon the long street. The clouds parted, as the blade's aura descended from the heavens, cleaving through the tempest, traveling vast distances, its pure black energy infused with millennia of malice. Charging toward Li Dong in a display of unparalleled ferocity, gasp! The surrounding crowd gasped in horror, scattering in panic. The blade of the immortal, the pinnacle technique of the Chen family, it appeared to surpass the initial glimpse and exquisite state. Having reached a realm of consummate mastery, the little divine general, Chan Tianzong, was indeed worthy of his reputation, yet his ruthlessness was alarming. He unleashed a blow of sheer peak power. Who among his peers could withstand such an onslaught? He truly harbored murderous intent. Li Dong, confronted by this oncoming strike, felt a wave of trepidation. The little divine general was undeniably formidable, his cultivation likely at the pinnacle of the true martial ninth layer. Coupled with this consummate blade technique, he feared he would have to unveil the full extent of his top-tier martial soul and employ the transcendent true yang sword technique to fend it off. Yet therein lay the dilemma. He could not allow that to transpire. This was merely a matter concerning Feng Yingying, and he still needed room to maneuver for future explanations. However, should he successfully block the little divine general's strike without a scratch, such extraordinary prowess would be revealed, compounded by the recent events orchestrated by Feng Yingying. The intricacies would become inextricable, and his days of peace would be eternally shattered. What to do? Gritting his teeth, Li Dong made the resolute decision to unleash the transcendent technique of the fire-wielding palm to absorb the blow. This was the greatest extent to which he could expose himself. Yet, doing so would inevitably result in injury. Sigh, Feng Yingying, your machinations are truly insidious. I knew one should never engage with such individuals. At that moment, just as he prepared to act, a woman suddenly appeared. With a swift motion, she drew her sword. The azure blade radiated like a rainbow, embodying the spirit of 1,000 obliterations, and in an instant, she stood before Li Dong, colliding with the little divine general's black blade energy. Bang! The energies of blade and sword erupted, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept through the vicinity, sending countless spectators reeling. Those who remained standing winced and gasped in astonishment. Who was this person? Few among their generation could withstand the full force of a strike from the little divine general. And today, yet another had emerged, this time a woman. This revelation ignited a sense of wonder among the gathered crowd. Remarkable swordsmanship, in the midst of the chaos, the little divine general pressed his blade down, squinting at the newcomer. Might I ask for your name, fair maiden? The woman, clad in white and veiled, cast a cold glance at the little divine general before her form exploded into motion, grasping Li Dong's hand like a white specter. Swiftly retreating, disregarding the little divine general's inquiry in the blink of an eye, she had whisked Li Dong away, vanishing from sight. Damn it! The little divine general's brow furrowed, his murderous intent toward Li Dong intensifying. This wretched brat had just driven away one princess, and now another woman had come to his rescue. One who rivaled his own caliber as a top-tier genius. What an extravagant fate. Zhao, my brother. He turned to the wealthy young men beside him. Uncover the identities of these two individuals at once. His audacity to betray the princess undoubtedly stems from this woman. This heartless wretch must die. He proclaimed this before the public, his image seemingly aggrandized once more. As the events unfolded, the onlookers began to harbor doubts about their earlier assumptions. However, beneath the surface, they could not help but envy Li Dong. What a charmed existence he led, entangled with both a princess and a top-tier genius, both of whom were coveted treasures. Even the little divine general struggled to win the affection of a princess. Yet Li Dong had managed to capture the hearts of both. Truly, it was excessive, and he deserved to be condemned for it. In the dilapidated temple where Li Dong had once bound Feng Yingying, he now found himself similarly ensnared by the white-clad woman. Upon their return, another veiled woman awaited him outside, engaged in hushed conversation. Upon seeing these two women, both masked, Li Dong immediately recognized them as the very ones who had previously sought to trouble him at the tavern. Yet, while the younger sister's prowess was lacking, the elder sister's strength was astonishing. How could there be such a disparity between two siblings? Nevertheless, he was grateful for her timely intervention. Had she not come to his aid, he truly would have been at a loss for how to conclude today's events. Yet, even more perplexing was their sudden shift from adversaries to rescuers. What could these two women possibly want from him? Li Dong's mind was whirring. He wasn't in a rush to break free and escape, but rather, he intended to observe the machinations of these two women. After all, once he entered this dilapidated temple, he had little to fear. If these two women truly had nefarious intentions towards him, he could effortlessly employ the pinnacle of the true Yang sword technique to deal with them, especially since no one would witness the act. And the deceased would pose no threat to his prowess. While he pondered, a sudden bang echoed as the two women kicked open the temple door and strode inside. Stupid man, at last, we've caught you. One of them, named Binger, exclaimed furiously, advancing on Li Dong and seizing his collar. How could you be so despicable? Last time, it was you who injured me, yet you pretended to be the victim, subjecting me to public scorn. Binger, let's focus on the matter at hand. The woman who had come to Li Dong's aid interjected. Binger glanced back at her sister, shot Li Dong a fierce glare, and demanded, Now, tell me, who exactly are you? And what is your connection to that Princess Yingying? Li Dong raised an eyebrow. You seek to trouble me, yet you inquire about my identity? Shouldn't that question be posed by me? This woman clearly has some issues. I am Li Daoyi, hailing from Nanshan, and I have no acquaintance with any so-called princess. I am, in fact, the victim here. Though he thought this, Li Dong chose to play along. Victim? Upon hearing this, Binger recalled her previous encounter and gritted her teeth. I see you as nothing but a scoundrel who abandons his partners. Speak honestly. Who are you really? Unjustly accused. I am merely an ordinary person who has just arrived in the capital. First, I encountered you. Then the princess. I have no idea why I am so unfortunate, Li Dong retorted, casting a glance at the sister beside Binga. By the way, who are you two, and what do you intend to do by capturing me? Binger scoffed at Li Dong's evasive arguments. Fine, if you refuse to speak, we shan't press you further. Regardless of who you are, once you fall into our hands, you belong to us sisters. Excuse me? Li Dong tilted his head. Perplexed by her statement, at that moment, Binger and her sister exchanged glances. The sister nodded slowly and began to remove her veil. As the true visage of Lu Shan revealed itself, the temple seemed to brighten slightly. Her fair, smooth face, adorned with exquisitely proportioned features, was breathtakingly beautiful. A kind of beauty that was both unique and elegant, evoking in Li Dong a sense of awe that there was no other like her in the world. He had encountered many beautiful women before, not to mention Feng Yingying, who was strikingly pretty, but this woman seemed to radiate light, rendering all others dim in comparison. Li Dong's first thought was that he must not allow himself to be entangled with this woman in any way. It was imperative he did not. I am Yi Yushue, and this is my sister, Yi Yubing. The exquisite woman spoke, her voice as gentle as a breeze. Beside her, Binger also removed her veil, equally beautiful, resembling Yi Yushue closely. Though she lacked the same stunning presence. We are members of the Yi family, Yi Yushue continued. Li Dong's eyes flickered. The Yi family, once renowned alongside the Heavenly Sword Sect, was a family of terrestrial immortals? No wonder this woman was so formidable. She was a descendant of those legendary figures. But why would such a person seek him out? Due to a grave vendetta, we require a rare alchemical furnace for our family's secret technique known as the Stealing Heaven method. After a long search, we have finally found you, Yi Yushue concluded, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks. What? Li Dong gasped, realizing they intended to capture him as a furnace. Such a role was associated with the intimate rites of yin and yang. It was both shocking and embarrassing for him. In an instant, he found himself at a loss for how to feel. Should he escape or stay, and see how it unfolded? Though this may seem unfair to you. We have no other options. Thus, we must impose upon you. Before your demise, we shall take good care of you, Yi Yushue said. Li Dong shook his head, lamenting, what a pity, a woman of the Yi family should be a figure of great renown. Yet here you are, reduced to such a state. It is indeed unfortunate. However, it is entirely unthinkable for me to become a furnace. With his thoughts settled, Li Dong surveyed the surroundings, chaotic and devoid of any other presence, still an ideal locale for silencing witnesses. Binger, Yi Yushue instructed, ignoring Li Dong's contemplation as she turned to Yi Yubing, her face flushed. You go first. Why? Yi Yubing's face reddened as she glanced at Li Dong, hastily shaking her head. No, sister, you should go first. This is of greater significance to you. I am not ready. Seeing her sister's hesitance, Yi Yushue seemed to summon her courage, nodding. Very well, I shall go first. You keep watch? Understood. Yi Yubing's ears flushed as she quickly exited. Closing the door behind her, now, only Li Dong and Yi Yushue remained in the room. Why? Yi Yushue hesitated, glancing at Li Dong, before falling silent and beginning to loosen her garments. What a pity, Li Dong mused to himself. As he watched the unparalleled beauty of Yi Yushue shed her white attire, revealing skin as flawless as white jade, he was momentarily entranced. This truly was a stunning sight. No, I must force myself to look away. Li Dong inhaled deeply. If he did not act soon, he feared he would willingly succumb, becoming this woman's furnace. And such a fate bore no good end. He could not afford such a blessing. Young Master Li Yi Yushue, now clad only in a close-fitting undershirt, suddenly spoke, her cheeks flushed as she approached him. For safety's sake, I must bind you here. Allow me to release your restraints first. Li Dong lifted his gaze, and merely meeting her eyes left him parched and despondent. How could his fate be so cruel? The first woman in his presence loosened her garments to seize his martial soul, and now this second one did so to claim his foundation. Would he never experience a normal relationship? With a swift motion, the bindings fell away, restoring his freedom. He flexed his limbs, directing his gaze towards Yi Yuxue, who extended her hand towards him with gentle intent. Wishing to disrobe him, "Why apologies, Miss Yi," Li Dong said. Why Yi Yuxue paused, taken aback. In the midst of this situation, she could not comprehend his meaning. Was he attempting to refuse her? Li Dong smiled softly. Your kindness is appreciated, but I am unworthy of such a fortune. Might you seek another for the role of furnace? Yi Yuxue smiled, clearly aware of his refusal. However, having made her decision, she possessed the means to ensure Li Dong could not back down. A furnace of his caliber was rare and precious. Thus, his refusal was not easily entertained. Young Master Li, with your remarkable cultivation at the 9th level of true martial, your swordsmanship is peerless, and you practice the Yi family's top-tier techniques. Indeed, your prowess is among the finest of your generation, and Yi Yuxue's brow furrowed. Since he recognized her capabilities, why persist in his refusal? Did he truly prefer death over submission? What a pity you encountered me, she remarked as her right hand rested upon the hilt of her sword. Yi Yuxue's expression shifted, her gaze sharpening as she assessed Li Dong. I prefer to remain low-key, disinclined to engage unless necessary, and I would never wish to ruin two exquisite gems. However, you leave me no recourse. Thus, I am compelled to act, Li Dong stated. Why must it come to this? Upon hearing his words, Yi Yuxue sighed. She could discern that Li Dong had merely attained the 6th level of true martial. Not to mention the disparity in swordplay, even his cultivation fell significantly short. There was no way he could match her. In her view, Li Dong was merely courting death, and his words might simply be a ploy to retain some semblance of dignity in his demise. Yet if he wished to test his limits, then so be it. With a swift motion, she donned her white attire once more, drawing her long sword, and an intense sword intent enveloped the room. Though she had not intended to fight, a furnace must be trained if it were to obey. In the dilapidated temple, Yi Yuxue's sword was sharp and cold, her beautiful eyes glinting with a piercing intent that rendered her an entirely different person from moments before. What a remarkably exquisite individual, Li Dong mused, sighing inwardly. The tip of her sword ignited with a crimson glow, and no matter how captivating, none could obstruct his path. Only the dead could compel him to reveal his true strength. His expression turned impassive, a unique aura emanating from him, stirring and magnificent, as if he were poised to ascend to the apex of the world, gazing down at the diminutive mountains below. Yi Yuxue raised an eyebrow, sensing something extraordinary about him. Could it be that Li Dong possessed some hidden brilliance? As their thoughts churned, the sword intent surged, reaching a volatile threshold where the slightest disturbance could spark a fierce battle. Suddenly, the heavens darkened. A wave of oppressive energy surged from all directions, converging within the temple. The expressions of the three individuals, both inside and outside the temple, shifted dramatically, a presence of a revered one. Yi Yuxue's gaze shot up in astonishment before she shot Li Dong an accusing glare. Your status is indeed extraordinary. You have a revered one shielding you. Li Dong remained silent as he sheathed his sword, a contemplative expression gracing his face. The intervention of the esteemed elder meant he need not reveal his true prowess, which was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Yet, who was this elder? Their sudden involvement suggested a clear intent to prevent his demise at the hands of Yi Yuxue. But what motivated their assistant's sister? At that moment, Yi Yubing rushed into the temple in a flurry. This is the esteemed elder. We must leave. Why? Yi Yuxue cast a fleeting glance at Li Dong. Young Master Li. Until we meet again. With that, she wasted no time, grasping Yi Yubing's hand and swiftly departing. The warning from the elder was not to be taken lightly. Her only option was to abandon Li Dong. Li Dong watched the two women leave, then turned his gaze back to the window. Were those individuals from Feng Yingying's side? The only person he knew who possessed the influence to summon an elder was indeed Feng Yingying. Thank you for your timely rescue, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now. Performing a respectful bow towards the window, Li Dong noted that the elder showed no inclination to reveal themselves, prompting him to rise and exit the dilapidated temple. As Li Dong departed, Prince Feng and the old eunuch, who had been observing him from the shadows, exchanged knowing glances. His Highness seemed to be concealing something just now. Why the urgency to act? The prince inquired. The old eunuch shook his head. It's he, the sixth level of true martial. Even if he is hiding something, how significant could it be? It would be wiser to spare him from a beating. Your loyalty is commendable, the prince remarked with a chuckle. I never anticipated that a descendant of the Yi family would approach his highness with intentions regarding a furnace. Quite intriguing, the old eunuch replied. For a descendant of the Yi family to have their sights set on a furnace, his highness's martial spirit foundation must be extraordinary. The prince nodded. Perhaps this is the hidden card his highness is playing. However, possessing only a martial spirit still leaves him lacking. Given the disturbance he caused today, he lacks the strength to quell those with ulterior motives. The old eunuch advised, this matter now falls upon your shoulders. Prince.it is my duty, the prince affirmed in the divine general's residence. The minor General Chen Tianzong returned home and smashed a cup in frustration. These wretches have humiliated me at every turn. Investigate those two women and find out who they really are. And eliminate that boy. Haven't you already ordered an investigation? If they are unreliable, what use do I have for you? Understood. A black armored soldier turned to leave. The minor general furiously added, Wait, do you want everyone to know I sent you to capture someone with that outfit? I will change at once, the black armored man mumbled. Furthermore, the minor general continued, do not kill that boy just yet. Bring him to me. I want to see what makes him so special that these women are so enthralled by him. Understood. In a secluded chamber deep within a certain manor, the maid Xiao Lu hurried to the door and knocked. Senior Sister Linger, there's been new developments today. Come in and speak, came the response. Upon entering, Xiao Lu found Bai Linger of the Heavenly Sword sect lazily reclining on her bed. Speak. What news do you bring? It concerns the incident in the streets today involving Li Dong, Xiao Lu explained. Bai Linger frowned. He was able to withstand a strike from the minor general. Does this mean another top-tier prodigy has emerged? Indeed. There are only 10 spots for the chosen dragon, and with this woman's appearance, that number has now diminished. Along with the minor general, the sword goddess Erli Yifei, and the two prodigies from the east and west, we are left with only 5 spots. I wonder if senior sister has confidence in securing one? Xiao Lu queried. Bai Linger coldly scoffed. Are you suggesting I cannot compete with them? Xiao Lu panicked. That's not what I meant. Enough, Bai Linger interjected, her tone indifferent. These individuals are indeed formidable, yet my supreme martial spirit may hold its own. Moreover, I do not merely seek one of the 10 spots. I aim for the top 3. Xiao Lu nodded vigorously. But who is that man involved in this matter? To have entangled a princess and a top prodigy? He must be extraordinary as well. It is said he is quite ordinary, only possessing the 6th level of true martial. His name seems to be Li Daoyi, Xiao Lu replied. Li Daoyi? Bai Linger furrowed her brow. Why does that name sound familiar? Investigate him. He must possess some remarkable qualities to have stirred such chaos. Understood. Is there anything else? Xiao Lu continued. Additionally, another individual has entered the capital today. Who? Bai Linger inquired. It's Zhao Zixio. That one? Bai Linger's expression hardened. This will surely cause unrest in the imperial city. Among the young prodigies, the minor general may have potential, as could the sword goddess heir. But the one most likely to claim the title of the strongest is this wandering scholar, Zhao Zixio. With his mastery of true martial, he wields a fragmentary sword technique that leaves countless prodigies hesitant to claim the title of number 1. Yet, he has always shunned confrontation. I never expected him to arrive here. In the imperial city, Li Dong had relocated to a different inn, feeling thoroughly tormented by Feng Yingying's meddling. He sheathed his sword. A pensive look crossed his face. Given the events of the day, he was acutely aware that many would seek to uncover his identity. While most were inconsequential, the minor general seemed particularly vindictive. It was imperative he changed inns to avoid any unwarranted trouble. Yet, what were Feng Yingying's true intentions? Was she the one causing trouble for him? Or was she also sending people for his protection? Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Such thoughts were perplexing, and he decided to set them aside. The matters of the day required immediate resolution. Li Dong paced his room. He contemplated his future as a quiet member of the Imperial Guard, seeking neither fame nor power, wishing to avoid drawing undue attention to himself. He needed to diminish the curiosity surrounding him. The solution lay in performing exceptionally during the upcoming evaluations, ensuring that others would see him as nothing more than an ordinary individual. Chapter 18. Heir of the Sword God. Li Yifei Li Dong meticulously replayed the scenarios in which he could perform well during the assessments. A satisfied smile spreading across his face. After the evaluations, if others were left utterly disappointed, believing him to be merely mediocre, their curiosity would surely wane. However, the lingering issues with Feng Yingying and the minor general posed significant challenges. While he could avoid Feng Yingying with caution, finding a way to placate the minor general was a more pressing concern. How could he persuade the minor general to spare him? Pleading for mercy was out of the question. Such tactics would only provoke further ire from someone so easily offended. Li Dong's eyes glinted with a hint of malice as a thought crossed his mind. What if he seized an opportunity to eliminate the threat? If executed flawlessly and without attracting the attention of the blood-clothed divine general, it could indeed be a permanent solution. Although the minor general had yet to commit any grave offenses against him, it was prudent to eliminate any uncertainties for the sake of his future peace in the imperial palace. Just then, the door creaked open as Li Dong stepped out to dine, contemplating how best to resolve the issue with the minor general. He knew he must not take the initiative. Any overt action would leave behind traces likely to draw the blood-clothed divine general's scrutiny. Timing was crucial. As he sat down, his meal arrived, and he noticed a figure nearby pouring wine into their cup. The person seemed reluctant to stop until the last drop was extracted from the bottle. With a disheveled appearance and a weary expression, the individual, dressed in tattered blue robes, looked over at the innkeeper and asked, "How much for the cheapest wine here?" The innkeeper shook his head. "Our wine is not cheap. You might as well head to the tavern in the south of the city for a better price." "Very well," the man said, emptying his cup with a look of disappointment before preparing to leave. Li Dong, glancing at the wine jug on his table, saw nothing particularly remarkable about the man and concluded he would not pose a threat. "Brother, please wait," he called out. The blue-clad man turned, his expression neutral. "What is it?" Li Dong gestured. "If you don't mind, would you care to join me for a drink?" The man's face revealed no excitement. But after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Very well. I'll grant you this opportunity." Li Dong chuckled. "You are quite the character. Please, take a seat." "All right," the blue-clad man said, sitting down without acknowledging Li Dong further. He then lifted the wine jug and began to drink deeply, showing no intention of sharing. Observing this behavior, Li Dong shook his head, losing interest in further conversation. He called over the innkeeper, "Bring me 2 more jugs of wine. This will cover my meal." Leaving behind the coins, he stood to depart. "Wait," the blue-clad man suddenly spoke, setting down the jug and looking intently at Li Dong. "You don't recognize me?" Li Dong narrowed his eyes. Had he misjudged this individual, who was clearly not an ordinary person but someone of considerable significance? It seems that one must possess an influential background. Otherwise, such odd behavior would not arise. Yet, what sort of person could be reduced to such poverty? Never mind who they are. As long as they are not ordinary, I must refrain from forming any associations. It is best to depart. It is merely a few jugs of wine. It bears no relevance to your esteemed self. Nor do I wish to know your identity. Let us part ways here with that." Li Dong turned and walked away. The figure in blue remained motionless, merely shrugging and lifting the wine jug once more. "Very well, but I, Chao Zixio, never owe anyone anything. I shall repay you tenfold for this wine on another day." "Chao Zixio?" The patrons of the tavern abruptly turned their heads, all eyes converging on the figure in blue. "Chao Zixio!" Li Dong's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He had heard this name before. Though a wandering cultivator, it was renowned throughout the land, and none from the younger generation dared to claim superiority in the presence of such a figure. Indeed, this is quite a significant person. What fortune is this? How is it that I encounter such individuals upon stepping outside? None here are ordinary. With these thoughts, Li Dong did not look back but quickened his pace. It is wise to avoid entanglements with such a person. How intriguing! Observing Li Dong's hasty retreat, Chao Zixio chuckled softly. "It appears he is not of ill intent. If that were the case, it may indeed be worth establishing a connection. Let us observe further." He turned his gaze back to the now bustling tavern, shaking his head in discontent. With a grand gesture, he embraced 3 wine jugs and exited, his demeanor somewhat weary, as Chao Zixio stepped outside. A carriage came to a halt. The curtain was lifted, revealing a young woman with a frost-like complexion and exquisite features, who then positioned herself in front of Chao Zixio. With her arrival, the tavern, already abuzz due to Chao Zixio, erupted into further chaos. Li Fei, the heir of the sword god, has also arrived. What? The sword goddess heir is a woman? And such a beauty at that. Countless gazes converged upon the two figures. The commotion caught the attention of Li Dong above, who peered down from the window. So, you have come. The woman who descended from the carriage spoke with a chilling tone, yet a hint of concern was discernible in her brow. Yes, I cannot remain passive regarding the death of my junior apprentice, Chao Zixio replied, nodding. Li Dong, overhearing from above, raised an eyebrow. Junior apprentice? This suggests the rumors were mistaken. Chao Zixio is not merely a wandering cultivator. The sect that nurtured such a talent must possess extraordinary lineage, for only a sect of great renown could produce someone like Chao Zixio. Given his unparalleled swordsmanship, it is evident that this sect has, either in the past or present, harbored a terrestrial deity. Do you truly intend to confront the minor divine general? The woman grew increasingly anxious upon hearing this. Chao Zixio smiled. I have already arrived. It would be unthinkable to return empty-handed. The divine general's estate wields great power. What if you cannot return? Then I shall not return. Chao Zixio waved his hand nonchalantly, clutching the wine jugs as he sidestepped to leave. Shall I assist you? No need. Then I shall summon my master. The woman, somewhat flustered, called after Chao Zixio's retreating figure. At the very least, I cannot allow them to bully you. That is unnecessary. Chao Zixio gestured dismissively. With my master's decree, none above the spirit transformation stage would dare bully me. And what of those at the spirit transformation stage? The woman sought to inquire further, but Chao Zixio had already turned the corner and vanished, leaving her with a worried expression. Though someone at the true martial realm, an individual at the spirit transformation stage would be akin to a towering mountain, and within the divine general's estate. There is more than one at that level. Meanwhile, Li Dong, observing from above, furrowed his brow. Chao Zixio has entered the capital with the intent to kill the minor divine general. This certainly clashes with my own plans. What a fortunate turn of events. Li Dong soon found himself smiling. Having drunk 3 jugs of wine, it is only fair for you to bear a burden, is it not? Chapter 19. The examination commences. As for Chao Zixio's intent to slay the minor divine general, Li Dong held no expectations. It was not a matter of doubting Chao Zixio's strength. Rather, the act of killing is not so simple. This is the capital, the very foundation of the divine general's estate. Though Chao Zixio is exceptionally gifted, he lacks the strength to storm the divine general's estate and commit murder outright. A direct assault would be futile. Moreover, with Chao Zixio's brazen entry into the capital to kill, the divine general's estate would undoubtedly be prepared, rendering any form of assassination ineffective. Li Dong speculated that Chao Zixio's intent was to eliminate the minor divine general amidst the scramble for the emperor's banquet. That is the only avenue available to him. However, the divine general's estate, being so influential here, would never grant Chao Zixio such an opportunity. Even if Chao Zixio made ample preparations to create an opportunity for a direct encounter with the minor divine general, who could ensure that the divine general's estate would not intervene to protect the minor divine general's life? In summary, attempting to kill the minor divine general in the presence of the blood-clad divine general is nearly impossible. Thus, Li Dong concluded that the likelihood of Chao Zixio succeeding in this endeavor is only 30%. The odds are exceedingly slim. Of course, he did not perceive any fault in Chao Zixio's actions. For if he were in Chao Zixio's position, he too would be left with no choice. After all, the name Chao Zixio shines like the sun, with every action and movement known far and wide. It is likely that by the time he reached the capital, news of his arrival had already spread. This illustrates the advantage of discretion. If only Chao Zixio were as understated as he, there would be at least 100 ways to eliminate a minor divine general. However, Chao Zixio had more concerns. He could not afford to act recklessly as he did. Therefore, the responsibility of dealing with the minor divine general would ultimately fall upon him. With Chao Zixio as a scapegoat, this matter becomes significantly simpler. Li Dong leaned back in his chair, propping his leg up. Previously, he had refrained from creating opportunities due to myriad concerns, but now it was different. He could take the initiative and no longer needed to wait passively for the right moment. However, preparation must come early, for arranging a scheme requires time. After contemplating, Li Dong rose and exited, returning to the dilapidated temple to make arrangements. In the entirety of the capital, This location was the most suitable for executing a plan of murder and silencing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the third day, with the sun rising high, the examination for the emperor's banquet commenced amidst a cacophony of voices. Li Dong strolled out of the tavern, yawning, and observed the throngs of people filling the streets. Uttering a curious remark. 3 days have passed, yet there has been no sign of disturbance. He had prepared himself for scrutiny from those with ulterior motives, as well as trouble from the minor divine general's associates. Yet 3 consecutive days had elapsed without incident. It was as if the affair he had orchestrated had faded into obscurity, drawing no attention from others. Though this outcome was favorable, it did seem peculiar. It would not be surprising if the minor divine general did not seek him out, yet it was improbable that not a single curious individual had approached him. This was simply inconceivable. Even if not directed at him, surely there would be those seeking him out due to Feng Yingying and the 2 daughters of the Yi family. Now that such occurrences had not transpired, Li Dong squinted thoughtfully. It must be that someone has discreetly resolved these issues on his behalf. As for who it may be, it is likely no one other than those from the Feng prince's estate. Perhaps it was Feng Yingying's directive, or perhaps the estate did not wish for her to encounter any mishaps due to him. What other considerations they may have, he could only speculate, yet the overall picture is unlikely to be far from the truth. It is not necessarily a bad thing. Li Dong sighed, yet felt increasingly entangled with the Feng prince's estate. What on earth do the Feng family intend to achieve? This question eludes him, no matter how hard he tries to unravel it. Li Dong? Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Feng Yingying's cunning smile appeared before him as she playfully patted his shoulder. The examination is about to begin. Why have you not gone yet? Upon seeing her face, Li Dong felt a twinge of frustration. Just as he was contemplating his next move, she appeared. No. Today is a day of great importance. The examination garners the attention of the masses, and nearly all eyes are focused here. Normally, she might accompany him, but today he could not allow that. Princess, Li Dong turned with a smile, suddenly raising an eyebrow. The minor divine general has arrived. What? Where? Feng Yingying gasped, turning swiftly, upon glancing behind her and seeing nothing but emptiness. She turned back, puzzled. There is no one there. You. At that moment, Li Dong had vanished from her side. This turtle dared to deceive me. Feng Yingying fumed, angrily waving her hand behind her. Where did he go? Find him immediately. Yes. A throng of attendants emerged from behind, ready to spring into action. Wait. Feng Yingying suddenly interjected, her ears catching a whisper from the shadows. Growing irritated, she declared, No need to search. You shall accompany this princess to the examination. She was unsure why, but her father, who usually urged her to find Li Dong, had today instructed her not to seek him out. In the shadows, the Feng prince and the elderly eunuch exchanged glances as they observed Li Dong disappearing into the crowd. My people have returned from Nanshan, the Feng prince stated. How did it go? The eunuch inquired. The identity of Li Daoyi poses no issues, the Feng prince replied, his expression turning grave. However, through various clues, we have discovered that this identity is connected to the Tianjin sect. The eunuch's expression shifted. Do you realize what you were saying? Sigh. Prince Feng shook his head. I later investigated further, and indeed, His Highness has spent the past decade at the Tianjin sect, and no wonder we could not find him. As he was hidden within their ranks, the elderly eunuch's fingers trembled slightly. Are you certain that His Highness is now a member of the Tianjin sect? If that is the case, it is no wonder that Li Dong returned to the capital so stealthily, deliberately avoiding the emperor. However, there is something quite strange. Prince Feng pondered. Speak. The eunuch urged. My informants have told me that His Highness was executed by the Tianjin sect a month ago. For the reason of betraying them, Prince Feng replied. The eunuch's eyes narrowed. Executed? Prince Feng nodded. It was the sect master of Tianjin himself who took action. Yet now His Highness reappears in the capital. Perhaps this is merely a smokescreen they have crafted to confuse us. However, it does not add up. They discovered this information only after finding Li Dong. Had they not located Li Dong, they would have had no reason to inquire about His Highness's fate. Thus, the execution seems unlikely to have been a deliberate display for our benefit. Furthermore, in Prince Feng's view, the ease with which these clues were obtained was perplexing, especially from a cunning figure like the Tianjin sect master. The eunuch suddenly interjected. Is it possible that the Tianjin sect is unaware of His Highness's true identity? That is a possibility, Prince Feng replied, narrowing his eyes. Considering His Highness's 10 years at the Tianjin sect, 5 years of glory followed by 5 years of obscurity, and then suddenly being executed, it appears he was treated as a discarded pawn by the sect. Moreover, I have discovered that a group from the Tianjin sect is searching for His Highness. Captured? The eunuch inquired. Indeed, Prince Feng confirmed, recapitulating the information obtained through interrogation. They are uncertain about the identity of the individual who escaped from the back mountain and are still in the investigative phase. However, based on the information I've gathered, it is highly probable that they are searching for His Highness. Nonetheless, for the sake of thoroughness, it is prudent to verify this. The eunuch mused. If this is true, it implies that His Highness has narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Tianjin sect. Why then does he not seek to reveal himself to the emperor? This matter certainly bears further scrutiny. Indeed, Prince Feng paused, contemplating. If this individual truly is His Highness, should we not allow this group from the Tianjin sect to carry back news of His Highness's survival? The eunuch frowned. Do you wish to observe the reaction of the Tianjin sect? Yes, everything is shrouded in mystery. Without clarity, we cannot ascertain the truth. Prince Feng hesitated. However, this course of action may be somewhat inappropriate. I shall defer to your judgment, eunuch. How can I decide? The eunuch shook his head. This matter must ultimately be decided by the emperor. Very well, in the meantime, let us first observe His Highness's examination. If he possesses an extraordinary martial soul, then the individual who escaped from the back mountain is undoubtedly him. The eunuch and Prince Feng exchanged glances, both their eyes glimmering with anticipation. In fact, based on Li Dong's previous performance, they were almost certain that he possessed an extraordinary martial soul, yet confirmation was necessary for peace of mind. His Highness is about to enter the examination hall, Prince Feng suddenly announced, rising from his seat. The eunuch followed closely behind. Examination hall, Li Dong followed the lengthy queue into the hall. Unlike the others, who appeared anxious, he remained vigilant while contemplating how many cards he should conceal during the examination. The examination had already included an identity check during registration, and only those who passed were allowed inside. His current presence indicated that he had successfully navigated this hurdle, leaving only the martial examination. The martial examination comprised 2 parts, the first involving a basic assessment, which was quite simple. One merely needed to touch the trial stone to reveal the results. Candidates would be directly eliminated if they did not possess a superior martial soul, were below the 5th level of true martial cultivation, or were over 30 years of age. These 3 criteria constituted the most fundamental thresholds. Once surmounted, candidates would proceed to the second part of the examination, actual combat. Each participant would draw lots to select an opponent, with the loser being eliminated and the winner passing the assessment, thereby earning a place in the elite military or an opportunity to attend the emperor's banquet. All of this seemed exceedingly simple to Li Dong. However, what mattered more to him at the moment was how to blend in, ensuring that those aware of his previous incident would lose interest in him, thereby lowering his profile and allowing him to lead an ordinary life. This was not a trivial task. He needed to strike the right balance. 8219, Li Daoyi, it is your turn. As the queue reached its end, Li Dong ascended the high platform of the examination hall. The hall was spacious, with a high platform constructed in the center to facilitate the proceedings. The platform was accessible from all sides, with orderly staircases leading up and down. As Li Dong took the stage, a murmur rippled through the crowd as many pointed and whispered about him. If one were to listen closely, they might hear comments such as, Li Daoyi? Isn't he the lad who stirred jealousy among the little deities over Princess Yingying? Wasn't he the one who forsook the princess for a top-tier female genius? How did he end up in a rivalry? Who knows? There are various versions circulating throughout the city. In any case, this lad is not to be underestimated. Let us see what he is truly capable of. He should be quite impressive. Otherwise, how could he be involved with 2 of the world's rarest women? A top-tier martial soul is likely inevitable. Countless gazes converged upon Li Dong. Meanwhile, in a high chamber within the hall, Prince Feng and the eunuch, who had been meditating, suddenly opened their eyes, rising to approach the window, their gazes fixed intently upon Li Dong, their expressions tinged with expectation. The chief examiner, a 3rd-rank official responsible for the examination, swiftly followed behind them, apprehensively glancing in the direction of Li Dong. The esteemed Duke of the Great Pillar Nation, the Emperor's most trusted and authoritative eunuch Wu, has come specifically for this lad? What is his true identity? The chief examiner pondered, committing Li Dong's appearance to memory. Regardless, anyone who could attract the attention of such prominent figures was someone he would treat with the utmost caution. On the platform, Li Dong surveyed the multitude of eyes fixated upon him, sighing inwardly. This is the downside of fame. The sensation made him exceedingly uncomfortable. He must resolve this potential hazard during the examination. Step by step, causing these individuals to lose interest in him. Shifting his gaze, he focused on the central pillar of the platform, upon which were embedded two luminous orbs that radiated a soft white light, resembling luminous pearls. This was the trial stone. One orb displayed cultivation level, while the other revealed martial soul. By infusing it with true essence, the orb would emit light of varying hues depending on the individual's true essence. Li Dong first directed his attention to the orb assessing cultivation level. He did not need to exert much effort to conceal it. He merely needed to suppress his true martial 6th level to the 5th. With a hum, as he infused his true essence, the orb began to glow, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. When the light stabilized, a collective gasp arose. Could it be? Only the 5th level of true martial cultivation? Just barely meeting the examination threshold? For someone of his stature, this level is far too low. The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet they were not entirely despondent, still watching Li Dong, considering that perhaps he merely had poor cultivation but remarkable potential. At that moment, Li Dong released the orb for cultivation level, placing his hand upon the orb for assessing potential. Simultaneously, on the platform, Prince Feng, observing Li Dong, narrowed his eyes. Clearly at the 6th level of true martial cultivation, yet deliberately concealing it at the 5th level to barely meet the threshold. Chief Examiner, Your Excellency? The Chief Examiner quickly bowed respectfully, leaning closer to Prince Feng. Prince Feng stated calmly, immediately adjust the detection method for this potential orb, ensuring he cannot conceal it. Understood. Below, Li Dong took a deep breath. The orb for potential was different from the cultivation orb. Potential was intrinsically linked to true essence, and to conceal it, he would need to dilute his true essence to a certain extent. Feeling it was sufficient, he placed his hand upon the orb. With a hum, the orb quickly illuminated, gradually reaching the brightness Li Dong had envisioned. When the light finally settled just at the boundary of superior martial soul, a satisfied smile crept upon Li Dong's face. Success. Now both his potential and cultivation appeared ordinary, and this crowd should be thoroughly disappointed in him. Suddenly, Li Dong's smile froze. The light from the potential orb erupted uncontrollably. The orb's brilliance exhibited 3 colors representing 3 tiers: green for average, blue for superior, and purple for extraordinary. Each color further subdivided into lighter shades for lower tiers, moderate shades, and deeper shades for higher tiers. Li Dong had initially aimed for a light blue hue, merely seeking to qualify as superior. However, the light now surged beyond his control, quickly transitioning to a moderate shade. By the time Li Dong reacted, attempting to adjust, the orb's light transformed into a deep blue. Trouble was imminent. A sense of dread washed over Li Dong as he hurriedly withdrew his hand, ceasing the flow of his true essence. Yet in that fleeting moment, the orb atop the platform shifted once more, now radiating a brilliant purple. Extraordinary. This lad truly possesses remarkable talent. The crowd below erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Indeed, he is extraordinary. In the upper echelons, Prince Feng and the old eunuch exchanged knowing smiles as they observed the unfolding events. Prince Feng remarked, though merely a talent of lesser distinction, he can still be considered a subpar genius. The old eunuch nodded in agreement. Even a subpar genius is still a remarkable talent. Once he is recognized as such, our burdens will lighten, and we shall not need to exert ourselves in this assessment. Prince Feng replied, indeed, he should be able to attend the imperial banquet and meet the sovereign. You have indeed altered his registration. The old eunuch chuckled. Ha ha. You might also revise his evaluation from unremarkable to a reasonably commendable subpar genius. I trust the emperor will be pleased. A subpar genius of exceptional caliber is not worthy of the emperor's delight. He still lacks the distinction required to stand out, Prince Feng remarked as Li Dong departed the platform. His heart heavy, he had indeed been overly cautious, yet a slip had occurred. Despite having withdrawn in time, merely revealing his subpar genius was still significant. Exceptional is exceptional, surpassing all others. Now, not only had he completely botched the issue he intended to resolve, But he also bore the title of genius, which he could not shake off. The situation had become troublesome. He returned to the inn, his mind clouded with concern. There must be something amiss with the transformation of the aptitude orb. Li Dong's expression darkened. During his testing, the orb's receptivity had undoubtedly been tampered with, far exceeding normal testing parameters. Someone was targeting him, seeking to uncover his true nature. Who could it be? Prince Feng or someone from the Divine General's manor? The only two entities capable of influencing the assessment and having ties to him were these two. The Divine General's manor likely held no interest in him. It was probably the work of Prince Feng's household. Narrowing his eyes, Li Dong tapped his fingers on the table. He had previously thought too simply, but it now appeared that Feng Yingying's presence beside him was not due to her personal motives, but rather because Prince Feng's household had set their sights on him. Otherwise, they would not be so concerned, providing covert assistance and secretly assessing his aptitude. There was a significant intrigue at play. Yet, it seemed unreasonable. They had merely encountered one another by chance. Why would such a formidable force take an interest in an ordinary commoner like him? It made no sense. Just as he was about to shake his head, a sudden spark of realization flashed in his mind. No, that cannot be right. In this world, there is no such thing as unwarranted attention. There must be a reason behind it. Could the perplexing matters he could not comprehend be related to his lost memories? And if Prince Feng's household was so concerned about him, could it indicate that his true identity was linked to them? Am I perhaps a scion of the royal household? Li Dong chuckled at the absurdity of his own thought. Having grown up as a discarded child without any backing for 10 years, now hardened by experiences, he found it amusing that he could entertain such whimsical notions. However, if he were indeed a scion of the royal household, that would be quite advantageous. The prince's household was a respected authority in martial arts and a pillar of the current regime, providing a robust background that could alleviate his burdens. He would need to keep a closer eye on Prince Feng's household. Regardless, this household must have some connection to his identity, and to uncover his lost memories, it would serve as a crucial lead. At present, Li Dong sighed, realizing he had mishandled the situation, inadvertently acquiring a title of genius, which would inevitably draw attention and complicate matters. Perhaps this could work in his favor, creating an illusion of transparency about him, leading to diminished interest over time. After all, a subpar genius is not particularly remarkable, especially in a metropolis teeming with prodigies. He could hardly be deemed noteworthy. Furthermore, assuming the identity of a subpar genius while mingling with the Imperial Guard might help him avoid unnecessary troubles. He resolved to solidify this label of subpar genius, ensuring no one harbored any doubts, lest he attract peculiar complications once more. As this thought settled in his mind, a lingering worry surfaced. He could not help but wonder if there were eyes from the Heavenly Sword sect among the crowd he had just encountered. It was likely. After having stirred up so much trouble, it was only a matter of time before they came knocking. The first incident could be brushed off as luck, but this time, he had to approach it with seriousness. He had no reason to believe the Heavenly Sword sect would not seek him out. The defenses at the temple needed to be reinforced. Perhaps it would be best to take refuge within the temple itself. Li Dong rose and made his way to the dilapidated temple, a secluded part of a mansion. Xiao Lu hurried along, her expression fraught with alarm as she called out from a distance. "Miss, what has happened now?" Bai Linger furrowed her brow at the sight of the flustered Xiao Lu, who barged in without ceremony. "Why are you so heedless of decorum?" "Miss," Xiao Lu exclaimed, her voice trembling. "He is alive. The senior brother is alive." "What do you mean alive?" Bai Linger scolded, but her expression quickly shifted. "Which senior brother?" "Li Dong," Xiao Lu replied anxiously. "The one who helped you become extraordinary. I saw him at the assessment hall. And he is also the Li Daoi who caused the previous uproar. He has changed his identity to Li Dong." Bai Linger's expression darkened immediately. "Are you certain you did not miss? I would not be mistaken. It is indeed him. Moreover, he possesses an extraordinary martial soul now," Xiao Lu insisted. "What?" Bai Linger exclaimed, her face reflecting shock. "How could this be possible? Not only has he survived, but he has also become extraordinary. What a bizarre turn of events. Thus, the person who fled from the back mountain must also be Li Dong. Indeed, he has come to attend the imperial banquet." Xiao Lu's demeanor turned grave at that time. "He will surely recognize you, and your identity will be exposed." "What a nuisance." Bai Linger felt a weight in her heart. She had come to the imperial banquet bearing a secret decree from the Heavenly Sword sect. With urgent matters to attend to, should her identity be revealed, not only would the plan be foiled, but her life would also be in jeopardy. He must die. Bai Linger spoke darkly. Report this matter to the sect and send someone to eliminate him. Yes, Xiao Lu complied hastily. Wait. Bai Linger's brow furrowed. Surviving a strike from the sect master and yet emerging extraordinary, Li Dong must possess some fortuitous opportunity. Such an opportunity cannot be overlooked. What is his current strength? Bai Linger's expression remained grim. She recalled having dispatched people to investigate the Li Daoi who had caused the previous disturbance, who was, in fact, Li Dong. However, none of her agents had returned, leaving the matter unresolved. Fortunately, he is only at the 5th layer of True Martial, Xiao Lu reported. The 5th layer of True Martial? Bai Linger chuckled lightly, her demeanor easing somewhat. Over the course of these days, under the meticulous training of the Heavenly Sword sect's esteemed leader, his strength had skyrocketed, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of True Martial, with his martial soul also attaining a mid-tier extraordinary level, easily surpassing Li Dong in all aspects. I shall handle this matter personally. Chapter 22. Bai Linger in the dilapidated temple of the Imperial City, Li Dong busied himself, ultimately dropping a copper coin that clattered to the ground, causing swords to hum in response, activating the formation he had set up. After spending 10 years in the Heavenly Sword sect, he had devoted the first 5 years to cultivation, and the latter 5 years to studying every book in the library due to stagnation in his progress. He had gained considerable insight into formations. While he did not dare claim expertise, he could certainly handle some Nirvana-level opponents, and even ensnare masters of the transformation realm. I hope I can endure for these next 2 days. Sitting atop the dilapidated temple's roof, Li Dong gazed out at the gradually darkening Imperial City, feeling far from assured. The second round of practical assessments was set for tomorrow, and the final results regarding entry into the palace would be announced the day after. If he could endure these 2 days, he would be able to enter the palace, allowing him to breathe a little easier. However, the troubles looming over these 2 days were indeed numerous. Firstly, he had to contend with the minor divine general. Secondly, remain vigilant against any individuals sent by the Heavenly Sword sect, and thirdly, guard against the scrutiny of Prince Feng's household. Given his previous experiences and speculations, he had no choice but to suspect whether his every move was being monitored by someone of high standing from the royal household. Although Prince Feng's household was a focal point in his search for his origins, he could not afford to expose his cards too easily. Hence, the arrangements within the temple were of paramount importance. What are you blabbering about? An enchanting voice suddenly pierced through the air. Huh? Li Dong frowned and turned around. What are you doing here again? To his surprise, a woman gracefully leaped onto the roof where he sat. It was none other than Princess Feng Yingying. Setting aside the reasons for her evening visit, Li Dong found it perplexing how silently she had appeared, a situation he could hardly tolerate. If this woman were to frequently appear by his side, trouble would surely follow. What is wrong with me? Feng Yingying glared at Li Dong. So many people yearn to see me, yet you dare to complain about my presence. Li Dong feigned ignorance to her prattling, lazily inquiring, what do you want? What do you mean, what do I want? This dilapidated temple is open to everyone. I can come and go as I please. Who are you to dictate my actions? Li Dong stifled the impulse to knock her unconscious to rid himself of her annoyance, reminding himself that finding out about his identity through Prince Feng's household made her a significant conduit. He needed to exercise restraint, since you refused to speak. May I pose a question? He glanced into the depths of the night before turning to face Feng Yingying. Did your family lose any offspring 10 years ago? Although the Feng family bore the surname Feng and he bore the surname Li, that did not preclude the possibility of misunderstandings. He felt he should still inquire. Huh? Feng Yingying looked at Li Dong in surprise. No, why would you ask such a question? Li Dong furrowed his brow, pondering the unfortunate demise of his aspirations to ascend as a noble heir. It truly was a pity. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, among the esteemed individuals and families with whom you are closely associated, might there be anyone bearing the surname Li? There are indeed numerous individuals with that surname, Feng Yingying replied, her confusion deepening. Li is a prevalent name. Many officials in the court share it, and even the emperor himself belongs to that lineage. What exactly are you inquiring about? Is there anyone among these individuals or families who lost a child a decade ago? Li Dong pressed on. Feng Yingying, initially poised to shake her head, suddenly brightened with realization. Certainly. The current emperor, our Feng family, has been preoccupied with this matter precisely because of you. A hint of suspicion flickered in Feng Yingying's eyes as she asked, "Are you truly unaware of your own lineage?" "What?" Li Dong's eyes gleamed with interest. It appeared that Feng Yingying possessed valuable information. After a brief pause, she whispered, "With all your questions, are you implying that the one who was lost is you?" "Princess," Li Dong interjected, furrowing his brow as he glanced around. "Since we have broached this topic, let us speak candidly. The lost individual is indeed me, and I am unaware of my own origins. However, I suspect your esteemed household has been watching me closely, so I wish to inquire if you possess any knowledge regarding this matter." "What?" Feng Yingying's eyes widened in astonishment. "You genuinely do not know your own background? Why is that?" "Sure," Li Dong cautioned, silencing her exclamations. His heart lightened slightly. He was increasingly convinced that the Feng prince's residence was indeed aware of his origins, and perhaps even his lost memories from the past 9 years. "Go be frank." Li Dong contemplated, but before he could finish, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted him. He immediately fell silent and turned to look. A solitary figure clad in a tattered blue robe entered the dilapidated temple. Cradling a jug of wine, "Chao Zixio." Li Dong's brows knitted together. "What brings you here?" "Ah, it's you," Chao Zixio remarked upon spotting Li Dong, casting a glance at Feng Yingying before breaking into a smile. "So, you enjoy frequenting such places? What exquisite taste, my brother. I shall take my leave." "Wait, hold on," both Li Dong and Feng Yingying exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances. Li Dong felt a sense of exasperation, while Feng Yingying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Ha ha," Chao Zixio turned back, grinning at them. "I was merely jesting. Do not take offense with that." He gracefully reclined atop the roof, crossing his legs, holding the jug of wine with an air of nonchalance. It seemed he had no intention of departing. Li Dong was taken aback, wondering what had drawn everyone to this decrepit temple today. "Chao Xiong, may I inquire if you have business here? If so, I can excuse myself." Chao Zixio waved his hand dismissively, shaking his leg. "No business at all. Staying at an inn is rather costly. I thought I might save some coin by spending the night here and enjoying a bit of wine." This explanation was refreshingly unpretentious and hard to dispute. Coupled with Chao Zixio's usual demeanor, Li Dong found it entirely believable. Yet, with both of them present, discussing certain matters became quite inconvenient, particularly the unfinished topic with Feng Yingying. "Shall we change locations?" Li Dong suggested, glancing at Feng Yingying. "Certainly, certainly." Feng Yingying nodded eagerly, still preoccupied with Li Dong's earlier half-spoken words. Suddenly, a series of light footsteps echoed through the night, and a figure clad in red appeared, indicating yet another arrival. Li Dong turned to face the newcomer, who, upon entering the temple, revealed a captivating visage. "Bai Linger." Li Dong's gaze sharpened at the sight of the woman who had deceived him for years and ultimately seized his martial spirit. He never anticipated that the person sent by the Heavenly Sword sect would be her. "Li Dong, is it truly you?" Bai Linger raised her gaze, her eyes locking onto his with a chilling smile that betrayed a hint of greed. "Goodness, tonight seems rather lively," Chao Zixia remarked, sitting up to glance at Bai Linger, then back at Li Dong. "Brother, if you find yourself in trouble, feel free to call on me." The atmosphere grew tense. Feng Yingying, sensing the animosity between Bai Linger and Li Dong, raised her voice, looking down at Bai Linger. "Who permitted your entry? Do you not see the princess is present?" Bai Linger regarded Feng Yingying and Chao Zixia with a furrowed brow. Perplexed, the information she had received indicated that Li Dong was alone. How had so many prominent figures suddenly gathered? She was further troubled by the fact that her identity could no longer remain concealed in this company, and attending the emperor's banquet afterward could lead to her demise. What to do? Her gaze darkened as she scrutinized the three on the roof. Setting aside her plans for the moment, she realized she could not act today. Otherwise, she might find herself ensnared. Instead, she resolved to leave and send someone to eliminate these three at the earliest opportunity. Only by silencing them could she protect her identity. However, given the unique status of Chao Zixio and Feng Yingying, the implications were complicated. The sect might hesitate to act against them. Nonetheless, for her future safety, she decided to report the situation and eliminate these individuals first. As these calculations flashed through her mind, Bai Linger felt a surge of retreat. "Please, do not take offense," she said with a smile, addressing Chao Zixio and Feng Yingying. "Tonight, I merely wish to reminisce with my senior brother. However, if it is inconvenient, I shall take my leave." Her words left Chao Zixio and Feng Yingying at a loss. After all, they were merely outsiders to Li Dong. Chao Zixio leisurely reclined back down, while Feng Yingying furrowed her brow, contemplating how to respond. Bai Linger, observing their reactions, smiled and focused her gaze on Li Dong. "Senior brother, I have missed you greatly since our last parting. How have you been?" "Well enough, eating and sleeping soundly," Li Dong replied in a measured tone, suppressing his emotions while a wave of murderous intent surged within him. Although he had not anticipated encountering Bai Linger so soon, now that their paths had crossed, he had no intention of letting her go. "Since you are well, I shall not intrude upon your gathering with friends." Bai Linger offered a gentle smile. "I bid you farewell for now with that." She turned to leave, her demeanor composed and graceful, confident that she could depart unscathed in the absence of assistance from Chao Zixio and Feng Yingying. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Li Dong's voice resonated, causing the air to feel momentarily suspended. Bai Linger halted, turning back with a smirk. "If I wished to depart, your current strength would hardly suffice to detain me." Chao Zixio glanced at Li Dong but then turned away. Though their bond of friendship could save Li Dong's life, it was not worth his intervention. Feng Yingying, dissatisfied, crinkled her nose, wanting to speak but was silenced by Li Dong. "Not necessarily," Li Dong replied, rising to his feet atop the dilapidated temple. His gaze cold as he regarded Bai Linger, he suddenly smiled. "In truth, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." "Indeed?" Bai Linger furrowed her brow, her demeanor turning icy. "I am curious to see what you are capable of." As she spoke, her figure darted away into the distance. "Stay?" Li Dong flicked a copper coin, and in an instant, a gust of wind erupted. The air around Bai Linger distorted, and red array patterns emerged, spreading from the surrounding formation to envelop her within a transparent barrier, akin to a box. "An array?" Bai Linger's expression shifted as she halted, drawing her sword with the swiftness of the wind, channeling her peak prowess to unleash a fierce attack upon the formation's patterns. With a sound reminiscent of rustling pines or rippling waters, the array trembled yet displayed remarkable resilience, showing no signs of fracture. "What?" Bai Linger was compelled to stop, her eyes wide with astonishment as she assessed her predicament. "I did not anticipate your skill in formation to have reached such heights." Chao Zixio and Feng Yingying also regarded Li Dong with surprise. Given his current level of cultivation, conjuring a formation capable of restraining a peak martial artist was no small feat. The mastery of formations reflected one's strength, indirectly indicating that Li Dong could contend with peak martial artists. Earning him the title of Formation Genius. "One cannot afford to squander time," Li Dong stated calmly, though a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Bai Linger, you are too hasty and greedy. These formations were not intended for you. Yet since you have arrived, I shall make use of this opportunity." Bai Linger's visit was undoubtedly motivated by her belief that Li Dong's survival against the Heavenly Sword Sect's master held immense potential. Therefore, she sought to capitalize on his fortune. Eliminating Bai Linger would not only assuage his resentment, but also alleviate numerous complications. Her mere existence was a source of trouble. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Li Dong waved his hand once more, opting not to act directly as he sent another copper coin soaring through the air. Brilliant beams of white light shimmered from all directions, guiding you on your journey. As Li Dong's voice faded, a chorus of sword chants resonated within the formation that ensnared Bai Linger. In the blink of an eye, these white lights transformed into vibrant sword lights, each infused with a potent elemental essence. Xiao Xian's 5 elements sword chi formation. The astonishment in Bai Linger's eyes deepened as she beheld the multitude of colorful sword lights, numbering no less than 100, clearly showcasing a mastery that had reached an extraordinary level. These sword energies could indeed sever the cycle of rebirth. In a swift motion, the sword energies pivoted, and a veritable storm of sword lights surged down upon Bai Linger, enveloping her like a torrent of blade-like waves, instantly submerging her within. Impressive. On the rooftop, Chao Zixio set down his wine jug and turned to Li Dong with a thumbs up. "Brother Li truly possesses a remarkable talent in the realm of formations. At the 6th level of true martial realm, to orchestrate a formation capable of slaying those in the nirvana stage. If such a formation were to be presented before them, the outcome of any confrontation would indeed be uncertain." Beside them, Feng Yingying, equally astonished by the formation, turned to Li Dong. I never expected you to have such talent in this area. Li Dong, however, remained focused solely on the grand formation, paying little heed to their comments. His prowess in formations had indeed been bolstered by the 5 years of neglect, but more significantly, it had surged from his recent moments of enlightenment. After all, such epiphanies are capricious. What is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals can be resolved in a single moment of clarity. But that is a matter for another time. At this moment, Li Dong's gaze sharpened. Break! Suddenly, a delicate voice cried out. Bai Linger burst forth from the Sword Chi massacre, her hair adorned with a wooden hairpin that radiated light, enveloping her in a shimmering aura akin to a golden veil. This protective golden light caused the encroaching sword lights to falter, rendering them ineffective against her. Nevertheless, she was not unscathed, despite the golden barrier. Bai Linger sustained internal injuries, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her attire disheveled. More critically, as the Sword Chi formation was shattered, the protective pin cracked with a resounding snap, causing Bai Linger to feel both anguish and fury. Her eyes, filled with resentment, bore into Li Dong. This was a trump card prepared by my master for me to seize a spot at the Heavenly Prince banquet, and now you have allowed it to be destroyed. Li Dong, I hope I do not encounter you at the banquet with that. Bai Linger, heart aching, removed the pin and made a sweeping motion toward the trapping formation. When the time comes, I will show you that the strength of formations means little. Beyond formations, you are utterly devoid of merit in my presence. Chapter 24. Exquisite splendor. With a crack, the hairpin shattered completely, and the formation that had ensnared Bai Linger parted like a curtain of water, creating a gap wide enough for her to escape. The true essence of martial combat lies in one's own strength, not in these devious arts. After casting one last fierce glance at Li Dong, Bai Linger dashed through the breach, finally evading the confines of his formation. Is that so? Li Dong observed Bai Linger's figure, nodding calmly. I fear you may not have that opportunity. As he spoke, a copper coin appeared at his fingertips, which he tossed lightly, causing the formation patterns to re-emerge around Bai Linger. What? Bai Linger gasped in horror, her gaze meeting an even larger formation that enveloped the entirety of the dilapidated temple. Flames roaring and illuminating the night sky, the Three Yang True Fire formation. Her voice was low, her face contorted in distress. This formation was even more formidable than the previous one. It not only ensnared but also inflicted harm. Its power sufficient to threaten even those at the divine transformation stage. As a true martial practitioner, if she dared to breach it, she would surely be incinerated to ashes. How many formations have you set up? Bai Linger, exasperated, turned to Li Dong, a hint of fear mingling with her anger. With such relentless formations emerging, it seemed this man was indeed capable of keeping her here today. On the rooftop, Chao Zixio sat upright, regarding the grand formation below with earnest attention. Feng Yingying gasped in astonishment. You can set up a formation at the divine transformation level? Li Dong's talent in formations was indeed terrifying. Given his youth and relatively low cultivation, to exhibit such proficiency in formations at this stage, what would he be capable of in the future? To discern how many formations exist, one must first gauge your own capabilities. Li Dong chuckled lightly, his gaze indifferent. Had it not been for the presence of outsiders today, and the possibility of hidden experts watching, he would have been tempted to simply slay this woman at first sight. You are quite impressive, truly remarkable. A complex expression flickered in Bai Linger's eyes. For the past 5 years, everyone had assumed Li Dong had transformed from a genius into a wastrel, but it turned out he had not been idle. He had merely chosen a different path, mastering the astonishing art of formations, undoubtedly a prodigy in this domain. If the sect leader were to learn of this, one could only wonder if he would regret having cast Li Dong aside as a pawn. Had he not been deemed a discarded piece, she would not have found herself in this predicament today. How infuriating! With a pang of regret, Bai Linger retrieved a pill. This elixir, translucent and radiant, shimmered with a brilliance that outshone the surrounding flames. Easily catching the Li Dong, you have ruined my trump card. At the Heavenly Prince banquet, you shall meet a most unfortunate fate. She swallowed the pill whole, and her aura suddenly surged, as if a tremendous force was being birthed within her. Her gaze filled with resentment as it locked onto Li Dong through the flames. That the transformation pill? Feng Yingying exclaimed in disbelief. Chao Zixio shook his head in astonishment. What a wealthy family. Meanwhile, Li Dong's expression darkened slightly. The transformation pill could dramatically elevate one's strength in an instant. Given by Linger's current cultivation, it could elevate her at least 2 realms, truly a precious item. With the aid of this pill, capturing Bai Linger would prove challenging. Break. Within the formation, a red and blue sword light flashed like a shooting star, cleaving the engulfing flames asunder, rendering the formation incapable of sustaining itself. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Linger surged towards the formation's periphery. Although her strength had increased, it was fleeting. Under the watchful eyes of Chao Zixio and Feng Yingying, she could not ascertain whether she could eliminate Li Dong in such a short span. Moreover, the pill bore severe side effects. Once its efficacy waned, she would be rendered powerless, leaving her fate at Li Dong's mercy. Thus, Bai Linger fled without hesitation. But it's not over. Li Dong's voice echoed once more. To Bai Linger's ears, it was akin to the voice of a demon, sending chills down her spine. There's more? In an instant, the ground beneath her feet rippled like water, the surrounding air thickening, ensnaring her as though she were mired in a quagmire. The reversal earth formation? Bai Linger gritted her teeth. This formation could also entrap ordinary divine transformation practitioners. Had she not possessed this secret weapon, escape would have been utterly impossible, leaving her both alarmed and terrified. However, she swung her sword down upon the ground, and with a resounding crash, the anomaly dissipated as she forcibly shattered the formation. Again, Li Dong's voice reverberated anew. He flicked a series of copper coins from his hand, and beneath his feet, new formations sprang forth, each conjuring forth phenomena, rippling waters and thunderous roars. Within these formations, Bai Linger's complexion paled as she continued to exert brute force to break free. This fierce confrontation left Chao Zixio and Feng Yingying, who were spectating, increasingly wide-eyed, marveling at the sheer brilliance of the formations Li Dong had established. Ah, Li Dong, I shall no longer indulge your games. I swear, if you do not perish, I shall never be human again. Suddenly, after an uncountable number of formations had been shattered, as if the effects of the pill were nearing their end, Bai Linger gritted her teeth, enduring her grievous wounds as she charged headlong into the formation. With a splattering sound, a spray of blood illuminated the scene, leaving behind a severed arm as Bai Linger fled, her form resembling that of a stray dog, desperately escaping into the distance. Li Dong could not help but draw a deep breath. She has still managed to escape. His heart ached. The formations he had meticulously arranged over the past 3 days had been thoroughly dismantled by Bai Linger. And in the end, he had failed to eliminate her. Not only had he failed to slay her, but he had also exposed the depth of his formation prowess to outsiders. What a tremendous loss. Chao Zixio, still in shock, turned to Li Dong and remarked, "Brotherly, that woman's strength could be considered half a master. You have pushed a half-step master to this extent. What more could you desire?" As he spoke, Chao Zixio felt a pang of regret for Bai Linger. A woman with such potential and so many hidden cards would undoubtedly shine at the Emperor's banquet. Even he, who was suspected to be the strongest in the world, might not have prevailed against her. Yet today, she had fallen victim to Li Dong, which was truly a pity. Contemplating this, Chao Zixio shook his head and smiled, saying, "People say I, Chao Zixio, am the one most likely to become the strongest in the world. But in this dilapidated temple, you are the undisputed champion, as you said." "It is only in this broken temple," Li Dong replied casually, his keen eyes fixating on the severed arm left by Bai Linger, specifically on the ring adorning one of her fingers. Chapter 25. Storage ring? Li Dong pondered, suppressing the turmoil within him. He stepped down from the eaves and picked up the ring, examining it closely, and indeed, it was a storage ring. He couldn't help but chuckle. Although he had failed to eliminate Bai Linger, acquiring a storage ring was a small consolation. In the presence of others, he refrained from inspecting the contents of the ring, stowing it away instead as he turned to repair the great formation. While mending the formation, he lamented Bai Linger's escape. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of Chao Zixio and his companion, with the formation he had set up and his exceptional swordsmanship, there was no way she could have fled. Unfortunately, the sudden intrusion had thwarted his plans, preventing him from revealing too much. Even the exposure of his talent and formations left him feeling somewhat regretful. Had he known earlier that formations would be ineffective against Bai Linger, he would have refrained from engaging her today. However, that was a matter for later consideration. The moment Bai Linger appeared, he had already resolved to reveal his talent in formations to capture her. But he never anticipated that she would possess so many hidden cards. If even Bai Linger had such a multitude of hidden strengths, then his own were comparatively scant. He needed to conceal more. To hide additional cards, the only solace he found in the present was that he had only exposed his talent in formations. He still had some cards left unplayed. Moreover, the art of formations had always been underestimated by the world. Regarded as a passive and minor path, limited to confining a small area. Therefore, even if he showcased his talent in this regard, others would not harbor deep-seated apprehensions toward him, as Bai Linger had said. The most revered in this world remained the martial prowess of warriors. In the shadows, watching Li Dong diligently repair the formation, Prince Feng and the old eunuch exchanged glances, their expressions complex. His Highness conceals himself deeply, remarked Prince Feng. Indeed, I never expected him to possess such mastery in formations at such a young age. It is truly remarkable, the old eunuch replied, a prodigy in formations. The Emperor will surely be pleased. What do you think the Emperor will say? Prince Feng inquired, glancing at the old eunuch. The old eunuch paused before saying, it is a pity that it concerns formations and not martial arts. Haha, you certainly understand the Emperor well, Prince Feng chuckled. After discussing Li Dong, their gazes shifted toward the direction Bai Linger had departed. The old eunuch questioned, what shall we do about the woman from the Tianjin sect? Prince Feng shook his head, it is best not to take any action. She is a pawn that can help us understand His Highness better. We should keep her for now. Agreed, the old eunuch mused. Tonight, she attempted to assassinate His Highness, which at least informs us that the Tianjin sect likely has an 80% chance of being unaware of His Highness's identity. That is certainly the case. Prince Feng nodded. Even His Highness himself does not know his identity. How could outsiders possibly know? Indeed, the old eunuch's expression was complex. I never anticipated that the crux of our investigation would rest here. With His Highness unaware of his own identity, no wonder he did not seek out the Emperor upon entering the capital. However, there was something peculiar about this matter. Why was His Highness oblivious to his own identity? This needed to be clarified promptly to relieve the Emperor's worries, Prince Feng remarked. The old eunuch smiled. You certainly consider the Emperor's concerns, but more than that, I am curious whether the Emperor will allow us to disclose His Highness's identity to him. Prince Feng pondered. I hope you will keep this information from the Emperor for the time being. Everything is still unclear. Revealing it now would only burden the Emperor without any benefits. It is better to clarify everything first and then inform him. Agreed. After their conversation, they continued to observe Li Dong in the courtyard. After a while, as the night deepened and weariness overcame him, Li Dong paused his repairs and returned to the dilapidated temple. Inside, Chao Zixio had already built a fire and was sound asleep, leaning against the base of the temple statue. Beside the fire sat Feng Yingying, who intermittently lowered her head before suddenly waking. Glancing at Li Dong, then gradually lowering her head once more to resume her slumber, Li Dong added some firewood to the flames, which may have startled Feng Yingying awake. Only then did she realize Li Dong had returned, her eyes widening as she roused herself. Aren't you going to continue repairing the formations? Feeling tired, Li Dong replied, lying down on the ground, resting his head on his hands, and crossing his legs like Chao Zixio. As a proper princess, why are you still here in this dilapidated temple so late? Any matters can wait until tomorrow. Huh? Feng Yingying was taken aback. I was waiting to discuss your origins. Well, Li Dong shook his head, turning away from her. Let's talk about this tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. You may do as you wish. What? Feng Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of person is this, not caring about something as important as his origins? Tired, Li Dong replied nonchalantly, sleeping. For 10 years, he had longed to uncover the truth of his origins, and now that the moment was at hand, he felt a flutter of anxiety. After so many years, now that his identity was about to be revealed, it made him feel as though his fate was somewhat trivialized, leading to a sense of doubt. The complexity of these emotions required time to process. Feng Yingying huffed in dissatisfaction. You must finish what you started saying earlier. What are you referring to? The words you spoke after saying to be honest, that. Li Dong suddenly sat up, lowering his voice as he looked at Feng Yingying. Perhaps I will tell you, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Feng Yingying asked curiously. Li Dong replied coolly. Stay with me in this dilapidated temple for a few days. What? Feng Yingying sprang to her feet, hands on her hips, pointing at Li Dong. You want this princess to sleep with you? How shameless. Chao Zixiu, leaning against the statue, burst into laughter. Li Dong's expression darkened as he looked at Feng Yingying with exasperation. What are you talking about? I merely asked you to stay here for a few days. However, if you desire, I could also accommodate some outrageous requests. Feng Yingying's face turned crimson as she realized the implication. If you wish to leverage my status for protection, just say so. Don't use such roundabout methods. Just answer whether you agree or not. Fine. Feng Yingying glanced at Li Dong, raising her chin proudly. Seeing you in such a pitiful state? This princess will protect you for a few days. Thank you. Li Dong nodded with a smile. This was what he had wanted to say from the beginning, and now he finally had the opportunity to make the request. There was no way around it. Bai Linger had escaped, and she would undoubtedly not let him off easily. It was likely she would soon send someone to silence him. He could not trust her words about waiting until the emperor's banquet to act against him. That woman was insidiously cunning and required vigilance. This urgency was the reason he had hurriedly repaired the formations earlier. Yet, he still felt that relying solely on formations was insufficient. Thus he needed to borrow the protection of the formidable figures behind Feng Yingying. Now you can speak. Feng Yingying urged. Li Dong nodded. Extend your hand. Chapter 26. Not just a gain, but a prophet. Li Dong began to write in the palm of Feng Yingying's hand. She soon glared at him in disbelief. You? Shu? Li Dong interjected, halting her words. After all, the loss of memory was a vulnerability of his that could be exploited by others. But how could this happen? Feng Yingying looked at him in confusion. How could one lose their memory so innocently? What had Li Dong experienced in the past? Li Dong shrugged, indicating he did not know. After a moment, he hesitated. Regarding my origins, Feng Yingying also hesitated, glancing behind her. Upon hearing the resolute warning delivered to her in secret not to disclose anything, she wore an apologetic expression. I suppose I cannot say. Li Dong couldn't help but chuckle. Just moments ago, she had been unwilling to share. Now that he was eager to know, she suddenly clammed up. Forget it, he sighed, looking at Feng Yingying's back, shaking his head. I will find out sooner or later. The Feng family forbade Feng Yingying from speaking, and he had no recourse as for why the Feng family did not reveal his identity. That was a matter with many implications that could not be unraveled in a short time. Rather than entangle himself in confusion, he would rather let go. After all, he had grown accustomed to this over the years. Now that he finally had a lead, a little more waiting was inconsequential. I'm sorry. As Feng Yingying turned her gaze towards Li Dong once more, a pang of sympathy welled up within her. He was, after all, a noble scion of royal lineage. Yet he had wandered aimlessly throughout his life, enduring untold hardships. Now, standing at the threshold of his home, he was still unable to reveal his identity, living in a state of trepidation that compelled him to rely on her status as a princess for a semblance of safety. Reflecting upon Li Dong's previous cautious demeanor only deepened her concern. It was evident that he had suffered greatly, which had shaped his overly wary nature. This thought stirred a sense of unrest within Feng Yingying. She longed to defy her father's wishes and tell Li Dong the truth, that he was the younger brother of the current emperor, a figure of immense power, above all yet beneath none, and that no one in this world would dare to harm him. However, the words stuck in her throat, not for fear of the repercussions it might have on her, but because she felt it was inappropriate. Such revelations should ideally come from the emperor himself. With a scoff, she tossed another log onto the fire. Li Dong, now wide awake, chuckled softly. I am already quite content that you have chosen to stay. Let us leave these matters for another time. In truth, Feng Yingying hesitated, yearning to reassure Li Dong that even in her absence, no harm could befall him in the capital. After all, two formidable protectors watched over him from the shadows. There was no one safer than Li Dong in all the realm. Yet, she refrained from voicing this sentiment, deeming it unsuitable. With a sigh of frustration, Feng Yingying cast a log into the flames and leaped onto the roof, declaring, I shan't say any more. You may rest. Li Dong replied absent-mindedly, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed his noble heritage had endowed him with a peculiar situation, one that made Feng Yingying feel deeply for him. A foe of the Feng family? Unlikely. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he chuckled. Interestingly enough, the current emperor also bears the surname Alidati this moment. Chao Zixio, who had been feigning sleep, opened his eyes and regarded Li Dong intently. It seems your identity is not to be taken lightly, Li brother. My apologies for causing you to laugh. Chao brother. Li Dong replied coolly. I merely fear I have overheard matters not meant for me. Chao Zixio could not help but smile wryly. Truly, I should not have chosen to save a few coins by staying here. You do not intend to silence me, do you? Given the potential implications regarding the royal family, such matters were undeniably unsettling. In this dilapidated temple, Li Dong's threats were no less formidable than those posed by a master of the second rank. Chao Zixio resolved to keep his concerns to himself. Li Dong shook his head. If I have allowed you to hear this, I harbor no ulterior motives. Besides, how could I bring myself to harm you now? You are to bear the blame on my behalf. Then shall I change our location? Chao Zixio suggested. His unease palpable. It was peculiar that a figure of such extraordinary talent, likely the foremost among the younger generation, felt a sense of discomfort in this shabby temple. This place is unclaimed. We may come and go as we please, Li Dong remarked. Yet, it is rather refreshing to share the company of someone who understands me, he added with a smile. Haha. Chao Zixio settled back down, saying, to be honest, I find myself rather impressed by you. If you do not mind, I would like to consider you a friend. But by all means, Li Dong replied warmly, his demeanor instantly putting Chao Zixio at ease. Dispelling any lingering disquiet? Splendid, Chao Zixio reclined, casually tossing Li Dong a jug of wine. Li brother, I do not have many friends. I would like to count you among them. What say you? How fortuitous, for I, too, have few friends. Li Dong accepted, taking a swig from the jug. Today, you shall be counted as one. Haha, agreed. Chao Zixio closed his eyes, quickly succumbing to slumber. Li Dong observed him, noting that he had truly fallen asleep. There was a certain straightforwardness to his character. Was it wise to manipulate someone like him? Perhaps not. Friends were indeed meant to share burdens, and given that Chao Zixio had intended to commit acts of violence, assisting him could be seen as a favor. I am truly a villain. Am I not? Li Dong mused with a self-deprecating smile, his gaze drifting to the night sky as he sought no further excuses to assuage his conscience. The night stretched on, and Li Dong remained wide awake, in a fit of boredom. He retrieved the storage ring left by Linger. Upon channeling some true essence into it, he was met with a trove of items concealed within. 3 heaps of gold and silver, 18 spirit stones for cultivation, and even a transcendent elixir. His spirits soared at this discovery. It was a remarkable windfall. The storage ring, coupled with the elixir, more than compensated for his previous losses. As he rummaged through other miscellaneous items, his attention was captured by a particular tome. The Heavenly Sword Art? He extracted the manual, flipping through its pages with growing excitement. A complete, top-tier swordsmanship technique. Not only had he not suffered a loss, but he had also gained significantly. Such supreme sword arts were exceedingly rare, each serving as a formidable trump card. The average individual would never encounter one in their lifetime. Even Li Dong had been bereft of such advanced techniques until now. To unexpectedly acquire it was, without a doubt, a considerable stroke of fortune. His arsenal of trump cards had just expanded. Linger had truly suffered a great loss. After meticulously organizing his newfound treasures, Li Dong cast his gaze into the distance. Losing so many valuable items must have been more painful for Linger than death itself. In high spirits, he soon felt drowsiness wash over him. Meanwhile, Linger, in a disheveled state, met up with Xiao Lu at their rendezvous point after a harrowing escape. Senior sister, Xiao Lu gasped in shock, taken aback by Linger's disfigured appearance. Her arms severed and clothing tattered, her pallor ghostly. She could scarcely fathom how Li Dong had managed to reduce Linger to such a pitiful state. Send for help, Linger stumbled, gripping Xiao Lu's shoulder tightly. Her eyes reddened with urgency. Immediately summon a master to eliminate everyone in that temple. Leave no one alive. What? Summon people? There's more than just Li Dong in that temple, Xiao Lu exclaimed, astonished. Li Dong is not dead? Linger looked up, her hair disheveled, her eyes cold and menacing. He is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Are you suggesting that you were injured by those he summoned? Xiao Lu inquired again. Not at all, then. Was it their combined effort? Neither. Was it solely the work of Li Dong? Linger narrowed her eyes like a venomous serpent. What? Xiao Lu gasped, incredulous at the revelation that Li Dong had managed to inflict such harm upon Bai Linger. Enough with the chatter. Dispatch someone immediately, preferably a master, Bai Linger insisted. Xiao Lu was taken aback. What did this mean? Did Bai Linger believe that only a master could contend with the current Li Dong? What absurdity! How could a mere stray dog possess such strength? What are you dawdling for? Bai Linger barked, her expression fierce. Go now. But Xiao Lu hesitated, recollecting, during the emperor's banquet, the masters we sent cannot act recklessly. With your current authority, you cannot summon a master. Bai Linger inhaled deeply. Then send forth the transformation realm cultivators. The more, the better, understood. I do not wish to hear any unfavorable news. Why tonight? I want to hear of Li Dong's demise. Do you comprehend? Understood. That very night, 8 transformation realm experts advanced towards the dilapidated temple. Inside, Li Dong and his companions slept soundly. At the temple entrance, the aging eunuch on watch opened his eyes, scanning the night sky thick with murderous intent, and waved his hand as if brushing away dust. In an instant, a gust of refreshing wind surged from the temple, and once it had dispersed into the distance, it transformed into a roaring tempest, sweeping through the trees like the sharpest of blades. When the wind subsided, 8 bodies lay upon the ground, as though pierced by 1,000 arrows. As dawn broke, Li Dong glanced at Feng Yingying, who had curled up by the fire and fallen asleep, a smile breaking across his face. A night without storm or strife. This woman truly served her purpose. Eli brother, you are awake. Chao Zixio stepped in from outside, carrying an assortment of blades and axes. This morning, while gathering firewood, I stumbled upon 8 corpses, leaving behind quite a haul of valuables. Shall we divide it? Indeed, Li Dong responded. Feeling reassured, it was clear that a powerful guardian was watching over him. Smiling, he added, you should keep it to buy us some wine. How can that be? This windfall is, after all, due to you. I would feel remiss to claim it all for myself. Chao Zixio chuckled before adding, however, since you insist, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept it. Li Dong regarded Chao Zixio thoughtfully for a moment before saying, you certainly find yourself in a predicament, Chao brother. Once the trio had gathered their belongings, they made their way to the emperor's city, specifically to the Qilin Square. Today marked the second step of their assessment, which involved combat, and the designated arena was set up in Qilin Square. 10 battle platforms had been arranged, and the continuous duels would take over 10 days to complete the evaluations of all participants. As they approached, they would draw lots to determine their matchups. Keeping a respectful distance from Chao Zixio and Feng Yingying, Li Dong felt the weight of their illustrious reputations and dared not encroach. After a long wait, he finally drew his lot and shook his head in dismay. I've drawn the last day, he lamented, realizing he would have to remain in the dilapidated temple, filled with anxiety, for another 10 days. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Upon looking up, his brows furrowed in surprise as he encountered 2 masked women, their elegance unmistakable. They were none other than the 2 ladies from the Yi family who had sought to capture him as a furnace. Esteemed ladies, what a coincidence, Li Dong chuckled as he remarked. Ever since his last defeat, these 2 women had not troubled him again. It seemed they were wary of the protector he had last time and dared not act against him within the city. Humph! This time, not only did Yi Yubing huff coldly at him, but Yi Yushua also let out a disdainful sound. Particularly, Yi Yushua's gaze towards him contained even more ire than Yi Yubing's, mingled with a hint of shyness, likely recalling the incident when Li Dong had seen her unclothed. Sister, let us go. Without further ado, the 2 women swiftly turned to leave. Once they reached a secluded spot, Yi Yubing, in exasperation, exclaimed, after days of investigation, we still cannot ascertain who he truly is. Why don't we simply eliminate him and find another furnace? Absolutely not. Yi Yushua interjected hastily, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yi Yubing glanced at Yi Yushua in surprise, then nodded thoughtfully, continuing, indeed, killing him is not an option. A furnace like him is exceedingly rare. We cannot predict when we might find another, and doing so here could invite considerable trouble. Very well, I shall heed my sister's advice, ma'am. Yi Yushua nodded, feeling relieved. Having already been seen by Li Dong, she was determined to have him as her sole furnace and had no desire to seek another. Let us proceed to draw lots, Yi Yushua suggested. Yi Yubing quickly tugged at her, exclaiming excitedly, wait, sister. Look, that little divine general has arrived. It seems he is here to trouble Li Daoyi again. You must not assist him this time. The two turned to see the little divine general riding a tall steed, striding toward Li Dong amidst the crowd's attention, his expression icy. None of the individuals he had sent to trouble Li Dong had returned, including one of his trusted subordinates. This was a fresh grievance, and he intended to settle it today. Watching the crowd disperse around Li Dong, he sighed inwardly, recognizing that the little divine general was indeed a nuisance. Today, escaping would prove challenging. Clomp! The horse came to a halt 10 paces from Li Dong. From his elevated position, the little divine general scrutinized Li Dong, squinting as he stated, I come with no ulterior motive today. A few days ago, I sent someone to invite young Master Li to my residence, yet none have returned. I believe it is only fair that you provide me with an explanation. Li Dong regarded the little divine general on horseback, nodding and replying, I have neither seen nor heard of them. This explanation does not satisfy me. The little divine general's eyes narrowed. Thus, I must personally invite you to my residence today. Li Dong sighed. What if I refuse? He certainly did not dare to step lightly into the divine general's abode. That is no longer your choice, the little divine general sneered, waving his hand. Bring him, at his command. A figure suddenly appeared beneath his horse, exuding the aura of a master, sweeping through the crowd like a tempest. At your service. The man bowed respectfully to the little divine general, awaiting orders. The little divine general pointed at Li Dong. His voice frosty, take him away. Let us see who dares to rescue him today. Yes, the master below the horse responded, advancing, causing the crowd to scatter once more. Master? Li Dong's expression shifted slightly. The little divine general truly regarded him highly, directly sending a master to deal with him. This was troublesome. Chapter 28. The Forbidden Army. Li Dong's cultivation was far from that of a master. To escape unscathed, he feared he would have to reveal all his secrets, or perhaps rely on the Feng family to intervene again. Yet, he was uncertain if they would show up, and he was reluctant to stake his life on such a fragile hope. Was he to take action? Just as Li Dong's thoughts raced, a voice suddenly resonated. Qian Tianzong, you wield quite the influence. With that, a figure leisurely approached from the side. Upon seeing the newcomer, the master halted. Chao Zixio. On horseback, the little divine general's pupils constricted slightly. While the world knew of Chao Zixio's numerous impressive feats, only he understood that one wooden sword could slay a master. Chao Zixio had come to the capital with the intent to claim his head. At this moment, Qian Tianzong fell silent, his muscles tense, spine straight as a rod. I can see you're quite nervous, Chao Zixio remarked, his gaze fixed coldly on the little divine general, suddenly breaking into a light laugh. Do not worry, I have no intention of taking your life today. Nor could he. Chao Zixio had traversed with an unseen pressure from numerous masters, making it far from simple to claim the little divine general's head. The little divine general frowned. If he wasn't attacking him, then what was Chao Zixio doing here? I am here for my friend. Chao Zixio reached Li Dong's side, patting his shoulder before squinting at the little divine general. I hear you intend to trouble him? The surrounding crowd gasped, all eyes converging on Li Dong, their expressions shifting to astonishment. Who exactly was this Li Daoyi? Though his strength appeared lacking, his connections were indeed perplexing. The crowd buzzed with excitement that a top-tier female prodigy had intervened for Li Dong, and now even Chao Zixio, the foremost figure of the younger generation, was stepping forward on his behalf, not to mention being the rumored partner of Princess Feng Yingying. With ties to so many influential figures, who would dare to underestimate him? This in itself was a form of strength. Li Dong sighed inwardly, feeling that his goal of maintaining a low profile was slipping further away. Yet, it was a relief that with Chao Zixio's intervention, he would not have to expose his own strength. After all, strength was the fundamental trump card in this world. You two are defending him? Why? The little divine general's brow furrowed deeply as he looked at Chao Zixio, then cast a puzzled glance at Li Dong. I have stated, he is my friend. Chao Zixio tilted his head at the little divine general, his demeanor cold, as if ready to draw his sword at any moment. This aura caused the little divine general's expression to shift repeatedly. Li Dong, meanwhile, marveled at Chao Zixio's character, realizing he was indeed a good person. Yesterday's words had been taken seriously, while he himself had thought to let Chao Zixio take the blame. Someone had to bear it, and no one else was suitable. it was only right for him to take the fall. "You are quite impressive." Suddenly, the little divine general chuckled darkly, "but you can protect him for a time, not for a lifetime. For instance, the upcoming Emperor's Banquet is a perfect opportunity. You intend to act against him at the Emperor's Banquet?" Chao Zixio raised an eyebrow, surprised that Chen Tianzong shared the audacity to kill at such an event. If that were the case, he would have to regard Chen Tianzong with newfound respect. "Of course not. My point is that he will not qualify to attend the Emperor's Banquet." The little divine general replied coldly. "By then, his people will be outside, and Chao Zixio, you wouldn't abandon attending the Emperor's Banquet for Li Dong, would you? If you did, that would be quite the favor." Chao Zixio let out a cold laugh. "Indeed. You little divine general seem to believe you can carry out such petty schemes in the capital without issue." "But," Chao Zixio turned to Li Dong, "Brother Li, he claims you will not be able to attend the Emperor's Banquet." "I had no intention of attending the Emperor's Banquet anyway," Li Dong replied nonchalantly. Chao Zixio was taken aback. He had meant to inquire if Li Dong felt capable of countering the little divine general's schemes. Yet he did not expect such a response. "And my preference is to serve in the Forbidden Army," Li Dong stated with a smile. Chao Zixio burst into laughter. He never imagined that while everyone else was vying for a chance to attend the Emperor's Banquet, Li Dong would choose instead to join the Forbidden Army, deliberately swimming against the current. This singular act of individuality propelled him into a higher regard, especially since Li Dong was also a genius in formations. "Li Dong, you are truly remarkable," Chao Zixio remarked with a grin. Then turned to the little divine general. "Did you hear that? My brother had no intention of attending the Emperor's Banquet at all. Your efforts were in vain." The little divine general's expression darkened. Suddenly, he forcefully waved his sleeve, turning his horse around. "I will ensure you cannot even join the Forbidden Army." With that command, the little divine general departed with his entourage, leaving a crowd murmuring in awe. Casting glances at Li Dong and Chao Zixio, nearby, witnessing this scene, Yi Yuxue sighed in relief. Why Yi Yubing stamped her foot in frustration. Once again, he has escaped a calamity. "This is quite favorable," Yi Yuxue gently remarked. "Looking at Yi Yubing, you seem eager for his demise. Should he perish, our furnace would be lost. But he is such a rogue. Even if he doesn't die, he ought to face some retribution." Yi Yubing replied, casting a displeased glance at Li Dong before shaking her sister's arm. "Why not, sister? Go teach him a lesson. Do not act recklessly," Yi Yuxue cautioned, pausing to ponder. I wonder if he was truthful about not attending the Emperor's Banquet and instead opting to join the Forbidden Army. What significance does that hold? If he becomes part of the Forbidden Army, it will be even more challenging for us to act against him. Indeed. Why Yi Yubing mused before suddenly exclaiming, "Why not just kill him and be done with it?" "You only know how to kill. Yi Yuxue gently tapped Yi Yubing's head and said, "We'll leave first. Determine whether he will attend the Emperor's Banquet. If he truly will not attend, then we shall also refrain from going." "But why?" Yi Yubing replied, "I've been looking forward to the Emperor's Banquet for quite some time. During the period of the Emperor's Banquet, many formidable individuals will enter the secret realm, leaving the imperial city vulnerable. This may indeed be our opportune moment to seize him," Yi Yuxue explained. Very well. In the dilapidated temple, the recently returned Li Dong sat pensively atop the roof. However, after being disturbed by the minor deity and Chao Zixio, he found himself in a position of notoriety, which made him reconsider his intention of maintaining a low profile as a member of the Imperial Guard. After all, during the Emperor's Banquet, the palace's martial forces would inevitably lean towards the secret realm, leaving it vulnerable to those with ulterior motives. Even Bai Linger, this woman, sought to infiltrate the Emperor's Banquet. Thus, it was essential for him to ponder whether the Tianjin sect would orchestrate some schemes during this time. In such a situation, remaining outside would not be safe. Chapter 29. The seventh layer of true martial arts. Of course, the Emperor must have made arrangements. The martial forces of the palace could not be deemed empty, but they would certainly diminish due to the secret realm's influence. Relatively speaking, the secret realm would remain the safer option. At that moment, Li Dong shook his head, reflecting on how he never anticipated events would transpire in such a manner. It was futile to dwell on the past. The direction of his registration was immutable, and his intention to join the Imperial Guard had become unavoidable. Therefore, he must focus on his training to adequately address the challenges posed by the minor deity during the assessment. At a certain residence, Xiao Lu lingered anxiously at Bai Linger's door. "Come in," Bai Linger's voice beckoned. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Lu pushed the door open. "Greetings, senior sister." Bai Linger replied, her expression neutral as she reclined on the bed. "Today I heard that Li Dong has resurfaced?" "Yes," Xiao Lu responded, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Bai Linger abruptly sat up, her voice low and intense. "How is it that he is still alive?" "Senior sister, please calm down," Xiao Lu pleaded, kneeling down. "I do not know. All I am aware of is that none of the 8 people we sent out last night have returned. I fear." "Fear what?" Bai Linger interrupted, her pupils narrowing. "That not a single one of the 8 transformation experts has returned?" Xiao Lu hastily nodded. "Indeed. 8 transformation experts." Bai Linger inhaled deeply. "They should have been more than adequate to handle those 3. Yet not one has returned. This can only mean that someone is indeed protecting them in the shadows," she added. "It must be the people from the Feng Prince's residence." Silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged moment, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, Xiao Lu hesitantly asked, "Senior sister, what shall we do now?" Bai Linger paused before responding. "We must prevent Li Dong from attending the emperor's banquet, ensuring he cannot enter the secret realm." "Oh?" Xiao Lu exclaimed joyfully, "Senior sister, your foresight is remarkable." "How do you know?" Bai Linger inquired. "That minor deity also mentioned today that he intends to prevent Li Dong from attending the emperor's banquet." Xiao Lu quickly replied. "The minor deity is also planning to act against Li Dong." Bai Linger pondered for a moment before chuckling softly. "This aligns perfectly with my intentions. If he intervenes, Li Dong will undoubtedly be unable to attend the emperor's banquet. As long as Li Dong does not go, there is still room for negotiation." "Rest assured, senior sister," Xiao Lu assured her. Li Dong himself stated that he never intended to attend the emperor's banquet. His aim in participating in the assessment is to become a member of the Imperial Guard. "Precisely," Bai Linger sighed in relief. "He wishes to hide within the palace, seeking refuge. Consequently, our plans for the emperor's banquet may continue unimpeded." "But," Xiao Lu hesitated. Bai Linger glanced at her severed arm, her expression growing colder. "Send someone to keep watch. He must not be allowed to enter the emperor's banquet. Once the banquet commences, others will take care of him. To rely on the palace for protection is rather naive." "Understood." Outside the dilapidated temple, Feng Prince and the old eunuch summoned Feng Yingying. Upon learning of all Li Dong's conversations with Feng Yingying, both their expressions changed. The old eunuch immediately took his leave, leaving Feng Prince to return to the palace alone. Inside the Yangxin Hall, the Emperor of Dian rested quietly. "Your Majesty." A hurried sound of footsteps approached. Upon seeing the old eunuch Wu Gonggong, the Emperor's expression darkened. "Has something happened with Xiao Dong?" Wu Gonggong felt a jolt of anxiety and quickly knelt. "Your Majesty, do not worry. His Highness is safe and in good health." The Emperor's demeanor softened slightly. "So, there is good news?" "Well," Wu Gonggong's facial muscles twitched as he nodded. "Indeed, last night, His Highness displayed extraordinary talent in formations, nearly defeating a top-tier genius who had consumed the transformation elixir." "Oh?" The Emperor leaned forward, his eyes sparkling. "Xiao Dong possesses such prowess in formations?" "A genius who has consumed the transformation elixir should possess strength comparable to a half-step grandmaster. For Li Dong to exhibit such abilities at his current cultivation level is indeed remarkable." "Absolutely," Wu Gonggong affirmed, nodding vigorously. "Your Majesty, you may not know, but last night, the array illuminated the skies, and wind, fire, and thunder were effortlessly controlled by His Highness. Such grandeur is unmatched in the present world. Even I was deeply moved." "Ha ha," the Emperor could not help but laugh heartily. "Wu Gonggong, you, a figure of the Dharma aspect, are excessively flattering a junior in the true martial realm, are you not?" Wu Gonggong chuckled, his eyes narrowing. "I merely speak the truth. If I were to be in His Highness's position, I would certainly be unable to escape his grand array." The Emperor's laughter faded, and he spoke lightly. "Let us discuss serious matters. Your sudden visit must not solely concern this." "Your Majesty is wise." Wu Gonggong hesitated before continuing. "From my understanding over the past 2 days, His Highness has not approached you because he is unaware of his true lineage." "Nonsense," the Emperor of Dian suddenly exclaimed. "Xiao Dong grew up alongside me. He was already cognizant of his background at that time. How could he not know?" "Your Majesty, please calm your anger," Wu Gonggong interjected, pausing momentarily. "It is because His Highness has lost his previous memories." "What?" The Emperor's pupils constricted, and he abruptly fell silent. I, too, am unaware of the specific reasons. This matter likely requires tracing back to the past to uncover. Hence, I hurried back to inform you, Dai, in the past. The Emperor of Daiyan pressed his fingers against his brow. What on earth happened to Xiaodong back then? Wu Gonggong hesitated. I plan to meet him at the Emperor's banquet. You may arrange it. The Emperor waved his hand. Very well. Within the dilapidated temple, Li Dong found a secluded room and set up a layer of formations outside. He needed to cultivate without revealing any unusual phenomena, compelling him to prepare the room accordingly. Once everything was in order, he gradually immersed himself in his training, and once again, signs of enlightenment began to manifest around him. This bout of cultivation lasted for more than 10 days. On the 10th day, the 7th layer of true martial arts. His cultivation had, unsurprisingly, progressed by 1 layer. However, reaching the 7th layer placed him firmly within the late true martial stage, significantly enhancing the power of his swordsmanship. Although the true Yang sword technique had not improved, he had mastered the pinnacle-level Tianjian technique to an extraordinary degree. Progress was swift. If this sword technique could reach the zenith of perfection, it would undoubtedly become his strongest trump card. However, time was running short, with less than 2 days remaining until his assessment, and such a brief period was clearly insufficient for another bout of enlightenment. Nonetheless, the gains from this cultivation session would suffice to deal with the minor deity's forthcoming troubles. Gulyalu, his stomach, having rebelled after 10 days of hunger, prompted Li Dong to rise and leave. Chapter 30. The alteration of the furnace method. It was Li Daoyi. As Li Dong stepped into an inn, whispers surrounded him. The minor deity intends to act against him. Trouble has indeed arisen recently. What trouble? 2 individuals have recently died. Is it related to Li Daoyi? Yes, each person's opponent for the assessment was determined during the drawing of lots. Unless someone from above suddenly dies, it cannot be altered. Among the 2 recent fatalities, one was Li Daoyi's original opponent, and the other was a genius from the Divine General's residence. IC. With these 2 dead, Li Daoyi must now battle the genius from the Divine General's residence. Is the minor deity's approach not a bit too blatant? Without evidence, no one can touch the minor deity. The Divine General's residence is powerful. Even with evidence, it may still be ineffective. So who was assigned to Li Daoyi as his opponent? It is one of the minor deity's confidants. Wang Junyi. Wang Junyi? In the bustling restaurant, many individuals visibly paled upon hearing the name Wang Junyi. As one of the prodigies of the Divine General's manor, he had already reached the pinnacle of the true martial 9th layer at a remarkably young age. Possessing a supreme martial soul and renowned for his extraordinary spear technique, he had mastered the Blood War spear technique to an exceptional level, with prospects of reaching an ethereal state within the next decade. His overall prowess was only a hair's breadth inferior to that of the top talents who practiced the highest level cultivation methods. In stark contrast, Li Dong, who was merely at the true martial 5th layer, was evidently lacking by several degrees. It seemed inevitable that Li Daoyi would face defeat. The only question was how severe the loss would be. If Wang Junyi were ruthless enough, it was entirely possible that Li Daoyi could lose his life on the spot. A collective gaze converged on Li Dong, who was voraciously devouring his meal. These onlookers shook their heads in pity, lamenting, what a shame. Here was a living individual, yet in a few days, he might perish on the stage. Li Dong had stirred up a bit of a storm in the capital, and individuals like him, boasting a supreme martial soul and a modicum of fame, were indeed figures of prominence. However, during the imperial banquet, which gathered the nation's finest, Li Dong's life and death seemed to hold little significance. Should he perish, it would simply be another occurrence. While he continued to eat heartily, Li Dong raised an eyebrow. Not in surprise at the news, but because he caught sight of 2 veiled figures striding towards his table with a thud. A long sword was placed on the table as the 2 women from the Yi family took their seats before him. Yi Yubing cast a glance at Li Dong and coldly remarked, once again, with that manner of eating, aren't you afraid of choking? Inger, Yi Yushue chided, directing an irritated look at her sister before turning to Li Dong. Young Master Li, I trust you have heard about Wang Junyi. Do you have any plans in response? None, Li Dong replied, tossing aside the bone in his hand. Wiping his mouth, he smiled at the 2 women. What, are the 2 ladies concerned for me? Yi Yubing immediately retorted, spare me your delusions. Who would concern themselves with you? Li Dong chuckled, unfazed. It was clear that their concern stemmed from the potential loss of a suitable furnace if he were to die. Prompting them to seek him out, Did the two of you come to discuss something? Li Dong inquired after a brief pause. Yi Yushue frowned, saying, You seem rather unconcerned about your life, young master. Are you unaware of Wang Junyi's formidable nature? With your current strength, you are undoubtedly no match for him. I urge you to proceed with caution. Indeed, Li Dong merely nodded in acknowledgement. Sighing, Yi Yushue continued, At this juncture, you have only two courses of action. Either seek someone to eliminate Wang Junyi in advance, or concede defeat voluntarily. Which will you choose? Conceding defeat is out of the question. Li Dong shook his head. Although he was currently embroiled in a chaotic situation, being in a precarious position was still preferable to languishing in a dilapidated temple. Hence conceding was not an option. Then you have no choice but to eliminate Wang Junyi beforehand. If you require assistance, I can intervene on your behalf, provided you agree to one condition, Yi Yushue proposed. Ha! Li Dong couldn't help but laugh before lowering his voice. Kyo become your two furnaces? Yi Yushue flushed, then nodded. Yes, I have considered it. Theo evade the interference of the formidable individual behind you. The only method is for you to willingly agree. Are you jesting, my lady? Li Dong asked. Is there truly such a thing as voluntary participation in such matters? In the end, all furnaces meet a tragic fate. Who would willingly embrace such a destiny? You may not be aware, Yi Yushue hesitated, but our Yi family's method can allow both parties to become furnaces, thus not only averting your impending doom but also enhancing your cultivation. Is that so? Li Dong blinked in surprise. A method of dual cultivation? Something akin to that. Yi Yushue blushed deeply. However, it is considerably more potent than ordinary methods of dual cultivation, especially effective for the women of our Yi family. Well, Li Dong raised his head, tapping the table thoughtfully. This certainly warrants further consideration. Theo avoid death, engage in dual cultivation, and gain the company of two exquisite beauties. This seems quite advantageous. What more is there to ponder? Yi Yubing exploded. With such an offer on the table, do you not believe that my sister could gather a line of suitors stretching to Nanshan with just a word? I believe. Li Dong nodded with a smile. However, regarding the dual cultivation aspect, it does give one pause. After all, understanding one's appearance does not equate to knowing their heart. Who could ascertain the truth behind the words of these two women? What if they were deceiving him? He certainly would not allow himself to be easily entranced by beauty alone. What do you mean by Yi Yubing retorted, exasperated. Do you have any idea what the consequences of altering this method would be? Once changed, you two would share a profound bond. If you were to injure me, my sister would also suffer grievously. Our fates would be intertwined. My sister is putting her very life on the line for you. Inger, Yi Yushue interjected, unable to restrain herself as she tugged at her sister's sleeve. Li Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why is it only your sister who is involved? What about you? Yi Yubing's cheeks flushed as she turned away, refusing to speak. Well, Li Dong nodded, contemplating. If that is the case, I must consider this even more carefully. What? Yi Yubing turned back, puzzled. Your sister is a formidable master, yet you are considerably lacking, Li Dong stated seriously. Moreover, you must temper your temperament for the future. Before he could finish, a plate hurtled towards Li Dong's face. Hey! Li Dong quickly dodged, observing Yi Yubing readying several plates to throw. He raised his hands in surrender. Look! How can one expect to achieve anything with such a temperament? Forget it. I shall avoid conflict. Chapter 31. Not your home, young master. As Li Dong leapt through the window, Yi Yushue turned to Yi Yubing. Sir, look what you've done. We haven't even discussed the main issue. Sister, Yi Yubing protested, feeling aggrieved. He spoke to me in such a manner, and you still defend him? Yi Yushue shook her head. You have yet to mature. We have endured significant hardships. This minor grievance pales in comparison, I understand, but why must I bear his grievances? Yi Yubing retorted. We are not obligated to seek him out. Yi Yushue paused, pulling her sister closer. Sir, do you not realize that suitable furnaces are exceedingly rare in this world? After all that has transpired, I believe this young master is no ordinary individual. It may not be a bad idea for us to align ourselves with him. Yi Yubing remained unconvinced. Just because he has someone powerful backing him does not make him exceptional. If not for that, he would have long been dealt with. There is more to it than just protection. Yi Yushue countered. Prince Feng, the foremost authority in Dian, allows Feng Yingying to follow this young master without restraint. Do you not find that suspicious? Indeed. Yi Yubing hesitated before responding. If he were an ordinary person, he might have already been eliminated by Prince Feng. Even with the might of the divine general's manner, few dare to oppose the young generals, yet young Master Li remains unharmed. Do you not think the forces behind him warrant further scrutiny? Yi Yushue argued. Yi Yubing nodded, albeit hesitantly. Yi Yushue continued, the key figure is Chao Zixio. He is a most extraordinary individual. While the world remains ignorant, we are not. He is the disciple of the land god from the north. If young Master Li can elicit his assistance, do you not find that remarkable? Well, Yi Yubing pondered, her brow furrowed in thought before shaking her head. Even if Li Daoyi possesses some background, what does it matter if he himself lacks merit? I cannot find him appealing. Foolish girl, Yi Yushue chuckled lightly. I am not seeking a husband for you. Our circumstances have driven us to this state. Seeking strength and revenge aside, our immediate priority is to find a refuge. If that refuge also allows us to grow stronger, it is a win-win situation. As for the merits of young Master Li, Yi Yushue's gaze dimmed considerably. What does it matter to us? After losing everything, I have long since ceased to harbor any aspirations regarding such matters, sister. Yi Yubing grasped Yi Yushue's hand. Do not feel this way. I was wronged. I will endure him from now on. It is I who was mistaken. Yi Yushue shook her head, gently ruffling Yi Yubing's hair. I should not have allowed you to act recklessly. One furnace is sufficient for me. You need not involve yourself. Sister, why do you keep returning to this issue? Yi Yubing exclaimed anxiously. Did we not agree to stand united as sisters, no matter what? Yi Yushue sighed, falling silent. To alter the method of becoming a furnace and submit to another is akin to marrying. It would forever leave one nameless and without status. This is a burden she could bear alone. She would not drag her sister into such depths. Once she secured a sanctuary, she would ensure her sister's safety as well. Let us go. As she pondered, Yi Yushue rose, urging, keep up with young Master Li. Yi Yubing reluctantly got to her feet. Her curiosity piqued, yet she held her tongue. When Li Dong returned to the dilapidated temple, he found Feng Yingying perched on the steps, propping her chin with one hand, fighting off drowsiness. Beside her, Chao Zixio squatted on the ground, observing ants. Upon seeing him return, Feng Yingying instantly perked up, brushing off her rear and declaring, Uve finally returned. Li Dong handed her a chicken leg and casually tossed a flask of fine wine to Chao Zixio, smiling as he said, Are you here to discuss Wang Junyi? Indeed, Feng Yingying replied, taking the chicken leg, sniffing it with a hint of disdain before tossing it to Chao Zixio. I've encountered Wang Junyi before. He is formidable. How do you intend to confront him in the arena? Ive heard he has received a reward from the minor divine general, and he aims to kill you. Did he say that himself? Li Dong asked, glancing sideways. Should be so. He mentioned that if he doesn't kill you, he'll have trouble explaining. Feng Yingying remarked that Li Dong nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Chao Zixio, with a chicken leg in one hand and a wine flask in the other, polished off the leg in 3 bites. Wiped his mouth and leisurely spoke. Li Xiong, are you prepared and have a strategy in mind? Sort of, Li Dong acknowledged with a nod. Then I shan't pry further. Chao Zixio leapt to the rooftop, refraining from asking any more questions. Feng Yingying cast a glance at the two and couldn't help but press Li Dong. What's your plan? In terms of martial prowess, you cannot possibly be his match. You intend to eliminate him before ascending the stage? As she spoke, she made a gesture across her throat. Before Li Dong could respond, a commotion of footsteps announced the arrival of the 2 sisters from the Yi family, who stepped into the ruined temple. If young master requires assistance, I can act tonight, Yi Yushue declared as she entered. Li Dong looked at the 2 sisters in surprise. They had indeed followed him, resolutely determined to have him as their furnace. From the rooftop, Chao Zixio rose, smiling at the 2 sisters in the distance. It's been a while since I've seen you both. What brings you here? Feng Yingying's gaze immediately fell upon the 2, scrutinizing them with suspicion, and she poked Li Dong, asking, Who are these 2? People from the Yi family, Li Dong replied quietly. Just then, the Yi sisters turned their attention to Chao Zixio, gracefully bowing. Schwer greet senior brother Chao. We have come for young Master Li Dong. Chao Zixio nodded, not probing further, merely smiling. Indeed, Li Xiong is a rare talent. Understanding the sisters' predicament, his words served as a reassurance. His words, Yi Yushue smiled gently, then turned to Li Dong, asking, Young master, May I have a chance? Li Dong shook his head at their conversation, stepping back with a smile. Please do not trouble yourself over Wang Junyi. Ye Yushua frowned slightly. Has young master found other assistants? Not at all. Li Dong shook his head. Then does young master plan to concede? Ye Yushua inquired again. Neither, Li Dong reiterated, shaking his head once more. Then how does young master intend to deal with this predicament? Ye Yushua hesitated. Wang Junyi should not be underestimated. You are no match for him, and it would be unwise to take risks. Li Dong smiled and gestured. I have my own plans. It would be best for the young lady to return. This left Ye Yushua in a quandary. Unable to bear the situation, Ye Yubing stepped forward, glaring at Li Dong. Return? Why should we? This dilapidated temple is not yours. If you can stay, so can we. Sister, don't mind him. Let us find a room of our own. Are they trying to impose? Li Dong mused, stroking his chin, realizing the trouble he was in. Chapter 32. A temper too fiery, surveying his current surroundings within the crumbling temple. Princess Feng Yingying, the world's foremost individual Chao Zixiu, and two stunning sisters. Each of these figures could cause a stir on their own, and having them all gathered around him was a monumental headache. If this continued, peace would be a distant memory. Just contemplating such a life made Li Dong's head spin. No, he decided. Once the assessment concluded, he would hastily leave this place and distance himself from these individuals. As long as he kept his distance, time would gradually fade him from the public's memory. With the possession of the purple coffin, a treasure of unparalleled worth, given sufficient time, becoming a terrestrial deity was all but a certainty. He hoped that once he joined the elite military, life would be more stable. With a deep sigh, Li Dong returned to his chamber, declining visitors. On the third day, the day of the assessment arrived. Early in the morning, Feng Yingying was already causing a ruckus in the courtyard. Li Daoyi, it's time to go. Li Daoyi, if you don't come out soon, I'll come in. As Li Dong stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of three women standing vivaciously at his door, with Chao Zixiu also present, indicating a collective intention to accompany him. What is this about? Li Dong felt a surge of anxiety at their determined demeanor. Surely they weren't planning to accompany him on his journey? Such a spectacle would be quite alarming. We're here to see how you deal with Wang Junyi, Feng Yingying stated, now seemingly quite close with the Yi sisters. Their hands intertwined as they spoke. I too wish to see Li Xiong's methods. Chao Zixiu chimed in from the doorway with a grin. Li Dong furrowed his brow. Was his minor skirmish truly of such interest? Let us move along, he urged. Feng Yingying nudged him. You're unaware that the minor divine general has been stirring things up, betting that you won't dare to show your face today. There's no telling how many are gathered near the arena awaiting your appearance, my lord. He likely aims to provoke you into revealing yourself. Caution is advised, Ye Yushua added. Li Dong's heart tightened. This minor divine general was indeed a menace, orchestrating events to ensure everyone knew who he was. Li Dong felt as though the situation was spiraling out of control. Fine. Let us go, he relented, shaking his head as he stepped out. Regardless, he could not afford to miss the elite military. Near the square, due to the minor divine general's influence, throngs of people had gathered, their murmurs creating a cacophony akin to a bustling marketplace. At this hour, still no sign of him. I wager Li Daoyi won't show up, someone remarked. Only a fool would appear. Wang Junyi is not an opponent to take lightly. One misstep could lead to death on the stage. I certainly wouldn't attend. Though their reasoning was sound, should Li Daoyi fail to appear today, he would forever bear the stain of cowardice, a cruel tactic by the minor divine general. Amidst the clamoring crowd, suddenly, a commotion erupted. He is here. Li Daoyi has arrived. Make way, the man is coming. As the clamor rose, countless gazes converged. The crowd parted, revealing Li Dong, accompanied by the three women and Chao Zixiu, as he made his entrance. He truly came. Was he courting disaster? Laughter erupted. Ha! Regardless of anything else, Li Daoyi possesses considerable audacity. No wonder he walks alongside Chao Zixiu. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Li Dong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. With so many eyes upon him, this battle would undoubtedly echo far and wide, making it increasingly challenging to suppress his name. The memories of the Tianjin sect lingered vividly in his mind. Hey! Feng Yingying exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the sea of faces, turning to Li Dong. What's your strategy? If you lose today, your reputation will be in tatters. Lose? Li Dong pondered. Perhaps losing wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. Yet, there was no need for that. He must secure victory to pursue the elite military. Are you truly lacking confidence? Feng Yingying inquired, noticing his troubled expression. Don't worry. You won't lose, she reassured him. The two esteemed masters are watching. It's impossible for you to falter. Li Dong sensed something amiss in her words, glancing at her. I trust you. Feng Yingying quickly retreated, not daring to divulge further. My lord, the minor divine general approaches, Yi Yushue suddenly announced. As the group looked up, they saw the minor divine general, Chan Tianzong, making his way through the throng, halting just before Li Dong. Color me surprised, he remarked, his tone indifferent as he scrutinized Li Dong, then scoffed. Have you perhaps acquired a life-saving trump card? What do you mean? Li Dong regarded this haughty minor divine general with a calculating gaze. For some time, he had been contemplating how to deal with this individual, yet each strategy felt flawed, always leaving him vulnerable. Additionally, the potential involvement of the esteemed masters protecting Feng Yingying complicated matters. The minor divine general's associates had never crossed paths with him, creating an obstruction that hindered his attempts. But today, facing him, he discerned a glimmer of opportunity. Without a life-saving card, do you intend to walk to your own demise? The minor divine general coldly mocked, lowering his voice. I might as well inform you that I've recently altered the rules. Aside from your personal abilities, external aids such as transformation pills are strictly prohibited. As he spoke, the minor deity gently patted Li Dong's shoulder and wished him good luck. Observing the minor deity weaving past him, Li Dong, shedding his usual low profile, suddenly stated, what would you do if those who perish in battle today were from the divine general's estate? The minor deity abruptly halted, then chuckled. If one of my divine generals were to fall, I would indulge any wish you may have. How about this? Li Dong replied unperturbed. If I emerge victorious, you shall henceforth keep your distance from me. Wherever I am, you shall not show your face, and you will perform a grand ceremony of 3 kneels and 9 prostrations right here in this square. What did you say? The minor deity suddenly turned, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he moved to seize Li Dong by the throat. If you seek death, I shall grant it to you now. Stop. With a swift motion, Yi Yushue drew her sword, positioning it before Li Dong. Beside them, Chao Zixio raised his gaze towards the minor deity. The presence of these 3 young prodigies pulsated through the street, an indescribable pressure intensifying the atmosphere to its breaking point. Your temper is too volatile. Li Dong chuckled lightly, disregarding the minor deity, and turned to walk away with an air of nonchalance. The minor deity, watching his retreating figure, felt an unprecedented sense of disdain. As if a hand were tearing at his pride, causing his gaze to momentarily flush crimson. You are doomed. The minor deity narrowed his eyes, fixating on Li Dong's silhouette, as if to etch it into his memory. Chapter 33. Ascending the stage. Wang Junyi. The minor deity turned to see a robust man emerging from behind him. Not everyone can be so brazen in my presence. The minor deity caressed the hilt of his sword and replied coolly, I do not wish for him to leave the stage alive. Understood. Wang Junyi's voice was calm yet resolute. He had observed the previous encounter clearly. Li Dong's cultivation was far beneath his own. To eliminate Li Dong would be a mere flick of his wrist, a waste of effort. That would be for the best. The minor deity cast another cold glance at Li Dong's back, then suddenly scoffed. He is just a foolhardy commoner. Why concern ourselves? Let us wait for the outcome. As they watched Li Dong and the minor deity part ways, the onlookers exchanged glances. Li Daoyi has truly lost his mind. One murmured, challenging the minor deity like that. Does he not value his life? The minor deity had never intended to spare Li Dong, and now, with Li Dong inciting his wrath, it was undoubtedly a death wish. Among the crowd, Bai Linger observed from a corner, her gaze fixed on Li Dong's retreating figure, then chuckled lightly. What a fool. Just provoking the Tianjin sect is enough to bring him misfortune. Now he dares to oppose the divine general's estate. In my eyes, he is already a dead man. Beyond saving. It seems Li Dong no longer requires my sister's concern. Xiao Lu glanced at Bai Linger, lowering his head to say, Sister, you need not worry. His demise is certain. Bai Linger spoke with unshakable conviction, then furrowed her brow slightly. However, whether he dies today remains to be seen. She had previously left Li Dong with numerous treasures, including a transformative elixir. which introduced an uncertain variable. Moreover, Li Dong's audacious demeanor suggested he might possess some hidden cards. Sister is worried he might use the transformative elixir, correct? Xiao Lu chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I have learned that the minor deity has arranged everything meticulously. From now on, no one is permitted to use transformative elixirs during the competition. Oh? Bai Linger raised an eyebrow, smiling. Who would have thought the minor deity would be so thorough? In that case, Li Dong must die today. Xiao Lu nodded. That is a certainty. In terms of personal strength, he is no match for Wang Junyi. Let us await the spectacle. Bai Linger's eyes turned cold. After his death, find a way to deliver his body to me. Li Dong's previous brush with fate still left her unsatisfied. She yearned for closure. Below the stage, Feng Yingying and her companions surrounded Li Dong as the time for his match drew near. Unable to contain herself, Yi Yushue finally spoke up. Young Master Li, why did you provoke the minor deity earlier? As she spoke, Feng Yingying, Chao Zixio, and the others turned their attention to Li Dong, perplexed by his actions. What's wrong? Li Dong glanced at Yi Yushue and smiled. There's something amiss. Indeed, it is concerning. Why? Yi Yushue hesitated before nodding. After your encounter, you have forced Wang Junyi into a position where he must kill you. Once on stage, it will be a fight to the death, which is highly disadvantageous for you. What does that have to do with my battle against Wang Junyi? Li Dong smiled. Even without my earlier remarks, would he not desire my death? There is still some influence. Yi Yushue furrowed her brow, sighed, and fell silent, unable to comprehend Li Dong's reasoning. Li Dong, too, chose silence, for all eyes were upon him in anticipation of his confrontation with Wang Junyi. While his mind was preoccupied with the schemes following this battle. It seems you are quite confident about this match, Li brother. Chao Zixio regarded Li Dong thoughtfully. However, I cannot fathom how you plan to contend with Wang Junyi without the use of elixirs. With Li Dong's cultivation at the 5th level of Jinwu, even if he concealed his abilities, he would barely reach the 7th level, a significant disparity in foundation, i.e. in terms of martial spirit and other attributes. He was not particularly remarkable, making it exceedingly difficult to overcome a top-tier genius. After all, Wang Junyi was no mere fool with a bit of cultivation. He was a genuine prodigy, superior to Li Dong in both cultivation and martial spirit, and his spear technique was exceptional. We shall see soon enough. Li Dong surveyed the crowd, shaking his head without further explanation. Go him, this battle was exceedingly dull. What truly concerned him was dealing with the minor deity Chan Tianzong, a considerable nuisance that must be eliminated swiftly for him to find peace. Moreover, with the Emperor's banquet approaching, any further attempts would leave him without opportunity, due to the urgency of the situation. Many trivial matters were set aside. He planned to lure the minor deity to an abandoned temple and join forces with Chao Zixio to eliminate him, afterward extricating himself and placing the blame squarely on Chao Zixio. After all, he had been growing closer to Chao Zixio, which simplified his calculations and alleviated much of his burden. It could be said that Chao Zixio was unwittingly offering himself as a scapegoat, and failing to seize this opportunity would be a disservice to Chao Zixio's goodwill. Clang! With the conclusion of a match on stage, the gong sounded, and the referee's voice rang out. Next up, Li Daoyi versus Wang Junyi. Please both parties take the stage promptly. Failure to do so will result in a forfeiture. It had begun. Feng Yingying suddenly jolted, urging Li Dong to ascend the stage. The surrounding crowd turned their eyes towards Li Dong. Will he go up? There is still time. But if he does, he will surely meet his end. Shouldn't he go up? Should he? Amid the spectators' gazes, Wang Junyi leapt gracefully onto the stage, then turned, his cold eyes fixing on Li Dong as he sneered. You wouldn't dare to flee now, would you? Li Dong dismissed the thoughts in his mind, raised his head to glance at Wang Junyi, and smiled. I'm coming now. Before Yi Yushue and the others could voice their concerns, Li Dong had already stepped onto the arena. He truly went up. This lad has some audacity. Wang Junyi is no easy opponent to deal with. Foolhardy, indeed. For the sake of a little pride, he risks his life. It hardly seems worth it. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they expressed their disbelief. I genuinely feared you might flee. Wang Junyi raised an eyebrow. For your courage, I shall ensure you have a complete corpse by the end of this. Li Dong turned to size up Wang Junyi, smiling that I'm still waiting for your master to offer me 3 kneels and 9 prostrations. Why would I escape? It's you who is serving him. I find that rather unworthy. All you have left is bravado. Wang Junyi's gaze turned icy as he suddenly thrust his spear forward, his aura as the pinnacle of the 9th level of Jinwu unfurling entirely. With a swift motion, the spear tip glinted with cold brilliance. Racing towards Li Dong like a tempest. Chapter 34. Fatal Strike. Wang Junyi was formidable. This man was not only exceptionally gifted in cultivation, but also wielded a spear technique that was ruthlessly precise. As he moved, it was as if thunder had erupted, causing the air to tremble, and the spear's speed rendered it nearly indistinguishable, instilling a sense of dread among the onlookers. Such strength made it seem as though he could effortlessly dispatch any opponent. Ordinary individuals found it nearly impossible to summon any will to resist, as the very act of striking had already shattered their psychological defenses. Don't let him land even a single hit. As Li Dong stood in the path of the spear's deadly gleam, Wang Junyi scoffed inwardly, underestimating Li Dong. Yet his strike was merciless. Such speed! Li Dong opened his mouth to offer a word of praise, and the tip of the gun in his pupils rapidly magnified. The speed and force of the attack were such that if he refrained from drawing his sword, he would undoubtedly be unable to evade it. Once struck, there would be no escape from death. However, drawing his sword was out of the question. He would never reveal his swordsmanship unless faced with a life-or-death situation. Fortunately, having attained enlightenment multiple times, he had mastered a technique known as concealing the wind to an extraordinary degree. This was a form of evasion, a superior martial art, emphasizing speed. Apart from his swordsmanship, this evasion technique was what he had diligently cultivated. For in the quest for survival, swift escape was paramount. Whoosh! The long spear swept past, and Li Dong deftly tilted his head to avoid it with precision, his figure already behind Wang Junyi. In Wang Junyi's eyes, it seemed as if Li Dong had merely moved to evade him, so swiftly that it caused him to hesitate momentarily. What remarkable agility! No wonder you dared to step onto the stage. Turning around, Wang Junyi squinted at Li Dong, realizing he had evaded. What incredible speed! This appears to be a masterful evasion technique, revealing his hidden trump card. The crowd that had gathered below erupted in astonishment, their expressions shifting to one of realization. Amongst the throng, Bai Linger furrowed her brow. When did his evasion technique reach such a profound level? Apart from formations, his agility is also quite impressive. This fellow has concealed his abilities well. Various thoughts flashed through Bai Linger's mind, as if their previous acquaintance had been a fade, and only today did she truly see through Li Dong's capabilities. Soon, Bai Linger let out a cold laugh. However, agility alone may serve to save one's life, but to triumph over a genius like Wang Junyi is nothing short of wishful thinking. What you say is absolutely true, senior sister. Xiao Lu promptly nodded in agreement. Evasion and formations are merely lowly techniques, unworthy of great esteem. You speak too freely, seemingly reminded of the disgrace of the broken formation. Bai Linger shot a cold glance at Xiao Lu. Meanwhile, others like Xiao Xinjiang held similar sentiments as Bai Linger. After a moment of surprise, they resumed their focus on the battle above, on stage. Wang Junyi, having found his target, was unfazed. The long spear moved with grand gestures, its momentum growing fiercer, forcing Li Dong to evade repeatedly. The long spear, a weapon designed for mounted combat, had an expansive reach. And coupled with Wang Junyi's extraordinary strength, even a glancing blow could inflict severe injury. He merely needed to wield his spear, while Li Dong had to move his entire body, an enormous drain of energy. In such circumstances, it wouldn't be long before he caught Li Dong off guard, delivering a fatal blow. This was his thought, and indeed the thought of all present. The outcome seemed predetermined, the only question being how long Li Dong could endure. Sigh. Below the stage, watching Li Dong being forced to flee left and right, Yushu sighed. Alas, the disparity in cultivation levels is too great. Even with a speed advantage, it is difficult for young Master Li to see a path to victory. Indeed, seeing him so confident earlier, I thought there would be a surprise, but I did not expect him to end up in such a pitiful state. Why Yubing pouted, then suddenly asked, why doesn't he fight back? Having observed the battle, she noted several opportunities for Li Dong to counterattack, yet he refrained, choosing instead to retreat further. Chao Zixio also noticed this and hesitated. Perhaps Li brother feels he lacks confidence. In such a battle, even a slight misstep could lead to utter ruin, so it is wise for him to be cautious. Wai Yubing scoffed. Why not just say he is timid beside her? Feng Yingying couldn't help but frown at Yi Yubing, but seeing Li Dong's excessive caution, completely focused on fleeing without any intention to attack, she felt it was not her place to defend him and remain silent. On the other side, Xiao Shunjiang, who had been watching thus far, finally spoke, his expression calm as he said, "The battle has only just begun, and this fellow is already flustered. I am thoroughly disappointed." Xiao Shunjiang's words resonated with many. Just moments ago, he had boasted grandly, and now he flounders about like a monkey, utterly disgraceful. He is nothing more than a buffoon, destined to die. Xiao Shunjiang can rest easy. A throng of followers surrounding Xiao Shunjiang showered him with flattery, then turned to gaze at the unstoppable Wang Junyi, all expressing their admiration. If I may say, it was indeed a stroke of brilliance for Xiao Shunjiang to select Wang Junyi for battle. Had he chosen someone wielding a sword or knife, we might not have witnessed this spectacle. Indeed, Lord Wang Junyi truly lives up to his reputation as an unparalleled genius. Despite numerous rounds of combat, his momentum and strength remain undiminished, truly formidable. Xiao Shunjiang nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he remarked, "Wang Junyi's prowess is indeed remarkable." Just as he was speaking, his expression suddenly shifted. On the stage, Li Dong moved his feet, suddenly halting in a corner, raising his head to reveal a smile to Wang Junyi. "Brother Wang, you must be weary from your relentless strikes. Do take a moment to rest." Wang Junyi frowned, lowly exclaiming, "What trickery are you attempting?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than, bang! Li Dong flicked a copper coin from his hand, and immediately a blinding white light erupted on the stage. It was as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. The brilliance enveloped the entire arena, and in an instant, as the light faded, a torrent of dense sword light burst forth. "What?" Wang Junyi's expression shifted in shock, and in the next moment, he found himself engulfed by the overwhelming sword light. It was a formation. Below, countless spectators gasped in astonishment, their gazes locked onto the stage. Unbeknownst to them, a complex sword formation composed of copper coins had been meticulously arranged on the ground. In the span of mere moments, he had set up an 81 mysterious light sword formation. What level of formation mastery is this? Most astonishingly, he had assembled this formation silently amidst the battle. Such skill is worthy of a formation master. Wait! Amidst the crowd's uproar, the sword light on stage began to dissipate. In the center of the arena, the once mighty Wang Junyi was now covered in blood, his body trembling as he turned toward Li Dong, opening his mouth to speak, but instead spewing a mouthful of blood. Bang! With a resounding crash, Wang Junyi fell backward, lifeless. Hiss! A true kill. This formation not only boasts incredible speed but also devastating power. His mastery transcends that of a mere formation master, verging on that of a formation grandmaster. Countless astonished gazes converged upon Li Dong, and for a moment, the vast arena fell silent. Chapter 35. Xiao Shunjiang's Fury. The great Yin Kingdom reveres martial prowess, where martial souls reign supreme and strength is paramount. All other schools of thought languish in mediocrity, particularly in the realm of formations, due to their passive nature. They have long been criticized. Despite many formations possessing formidable power, the public's perception remains unchanged. Thus, few dedicate themselves to the study of formations, and even fewer achieve success. Often, these are seasoned veterans who delve into city defense formations, with hardly anyone applying formations in combat, especially in life-and-death scenarios. Until today, when Li Dong's instantaneous reversal illuminated the hearts of countless spectators, dispelling their doubts about formations. It turns out that combining agility with formations can yield such miraculous results. It was as if a great door had suddenly swung open. Countless individuals, once deemed mediocre due to their lackluster martial souls, now found light shining through the cracks of their perceived limitations. Martial souls are innate, akin to a predetermined path to martial achievement. From birth, they have accepted the reality of a lifetime of mediocrity, as if a great mountain weighed upon them, rendering them unable to rise. Yet, gazing at the fallen genius Wang Junyi, that great mountain appeared to crack, allowing myriad beams of light to shine through. Both agility and formations are unrelated to martial souls. If I too were to diligently cultivate formations alongside my agility. A multitude of gazes turned towards Li Dong. Even if I fall short of his prowess, I would surely surpass my current self. No? Undoubtedly, The potential of this path far exceeds their present capabilities. This is a road unobstructed by destiny, where even those labeled as mediocrities can attain the ability to contend with first-rate geniuses through hard work and perseverance. In truth, this theory had been proposed before. Yet no one had ever realized it until Li Dong did today, effectively kicking open this door. Bravo! The arena erupted in fervor after a brief silence. Thank you, Brother Li, for opening a door for us mediocre individuals. We shall forever remember this battle. If, in the future, we can achieve accomplishments in the realm of formations, we shall never forget the enlightenment bestowed upon us by Brother Li today. Brother Li is indeed a prodigy. No wonder he merely evaded without attacking. He was biding his time to set up the formation. Countless faces gleamed with excitement. Impressive. Below the stage, Chao Zixio could not contain a chuckle. He had contemplated various strategies Li Dong might employ, even considering whether he would rely on formations, but quickly dismissed the thought. Who would have imagined that Li Dong would indeed bring formations to the arena? In mere moments, amidst the chaos of battle, he had arranged a formation to kill his opponent. What immense confidence must one possess to undertake such a bold maneuver? I had said it all along. This fellow is so cautious, he cannot be as foolish as he appears. Feng Yingying turned with a beaming smile, looking at the jubilant crowd, feeling inexplicably delighted. It turns out Brother Li is a genius in formations. The two sisters of the Yi family exchanged astonished glances. Utterly taken aback by the outcome of the battle, it was indeed unexpected. Li Dong proved to be remarkably talented. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Linger widened her eyes in disbelief, holding her breath. How could this be possible? She had never anticipated that Li Dong would bring the formation onto the arena, achieving a miraculous victory in this duel. It was not merely a matter of winning or losing. He had paved a new path in martial arts. Was this still the Li Dong she once knew? Her senior sister, Xiao Lu, opened her mouth in surprise. When did he become this formidable? The former Li Dong had remained dormant for 5 years, with nothing to commend him aside from a superior martial soul. Now, merely a few months after leaving the Tianjin sect, he seemed like a completely different person. Surely, those 5 years of neglect had been spent diligently mastering formations. Bai Linger slowly exhaled, her eyes growing cold once more. He must die. If he survives, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Xiao Lu hesitated for a moment. Sister, are you planning to take action against him again? There's no need for me to intervene, Bai Linger suddenly sneered. His decision to forego the imperial banquet is the most foolish choice he could have made. Someone will surely take action against him. Not to mention that the little divine general will not let him off easily. Her gaze shifted toward the crowd, landing on the little divine general, Chen Tianzong. That moment, Chen Tianzong's expression mirrored hers. A glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes, but more prominently, an ominous fury and murderous intent. The throng surrounding the little divine general fell silent, some trembling with fear, daring not to breathe loudly. We won, the little divine general rasped, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. He actually managed to win. No wonder he dared to act so brazenly before me. What a masterful counterattack from a desperate situation, truly splendid. Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to murmur in concern. The little divine general need not take it too hard. Oh, not let this disturb your peace, little divine general. This youth merely secured victory through a formation. Had Wang Junyi been prepared, he would not have met such an end. Indeed, he is far inferior to the little divine general. Do not allow him to spoil your mood. The little divine general cast a cold glance at those nearby. Speaking indifferently, do not let him spoil my mood. How much have I invested to ensure his death on that stage? How much influence have I exerted? Now, in front of everyone, he has killed Wang Junyi. He suddenly roared in fury. Where shall I hide my face? How can you expect me to be in good spirits? Calm down, little divine general, a chorus of voices urged in sheer terror. At this moment, Li Dong surveyed the crowd, first sighing softly before his gaze fixed upon the raging little divine general. A smile broke across his face as he called out, "The little divine general truly possesses great authority. However, your subordinates are lacking, allowing me to genuinely secure a victory by mere chance." His words. Chen Tianzong's shoulders stiffened, his face turning ashen as he turned to glare at Li Dong, his eyes brimming with barely contained murderous intent. Observing this, Li Dong continued to smile. According to our previous agreement, it seems you are obligated to fulfill any request of mine. So come now, it would be most convenient for you to pay me your respects right here." As his words echoed, the arena fell into an abrupt silence, stunned faces gazing at him as if his declaration was even more shocking than his earlier miraculous counterattack. After all, the little divine general was the scion of the Blood Garment General. And for Li Dong to confront him thus was an act fraught with peril. Li Dowie. The little divine general's face twitched, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he ground out, "Do you even realize what you are saying?" "What is wrong?" Li Dong frowned. Could it be that the little divine general intends to go back on his word? The little divine general suddenly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before finally opening them again. "Very well. You are certainly impressive. Enjoy today's glory while you can. We shall settle accounts later. Let us go." The little divine general turned with his entourage, leaving the crowd in a state of icy dread. Staring at Li Dong in disbelief, this Li Dowie is finished. Seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, Li Dong waved at the little divine general as he departed. "You're leaving already? When do you plan to settle things? Will you provide me with a definitive answer?" Chapter 36. No longer a member of the Forbidden Army, the little divine general paid no heed to Li Dong. His group swiftly vanishing into the crowd, Li Dong shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. It appeared that the little divine general had taken the bait. The best way to deal with such a headstrong individual was to exacerbate the conflict by reflecting their own tactics back upon them. The little divine general's usual attitude towards others would surely be intolerable when directed at himself. Given the circumstances, Li Dong was certain that the little divine general would soon risk everything to eliminate him, which would make things easier. As long as the little divine general dared to appear in the dilapidated temple, he and Chao Zixio could ensure the other's demise. However, he had handled the situation somewhat clumsily. His provocations had been too overt, even though he had attempted to restrain himself. Once the little divine general was dead, it would be difficult to avoid suspicion. Fortunately, with Chao Zixio to shoulder the blame, any doubts that arose would not pose a significant threat. He soon felt a sense of relief. A bit of suspicion was far preferable to having the little divine general constantly monitoring him for trouble. After all, his actions were entirely aimed at helping Chao Zixio fulfill his ambitions, with no personal stakes involved. Once the deed was done, he would need to persuade Chao Zixio to take responsibility, ensuring his own peace of mind. Thereafter, he would merely need to keep an eye on the members of the Tianjin sect. "My lord, it is time for the next match," a referee urged quietly from the edge of the arena. "Oh, very well." Li Dong turned back with a smile, stepping down to vacate the space. "Does this mean I have passed the assessment?" "Indeed," the referee nodded. "Congratulations, my lord. You have earned the right to attend the imperial banquet." Li Dong shook his head with a smile. "You are mistaken, esteemed elder. I am not attending the imperial banquet. I am set on joining the Forbidden Army." "Ha ha," the referee chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "No, my lord, you are indeed meant to participate in the imperial banquet. If you do not believe me, you may verify with the assessment hall." Li Dong cast a suspicious glance at the referee. "Are you certain you are not mistaken?" "Li Dowie, there is no error." "Very well, I shall investigate." With a furrowed brow, Li Dong made his way toward the assessment hall. Upon checking his own information, he found that his originally stated intention to join the Forbidden Army had been altered to attending the imperial banquet. What is happening here? Someone had tampered with his registration. Who could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, he formed a hypothesis. Those harboring animosity toward him would not wish for him to attend the imperial banquet, leaving only the Feng Royal Mansion, potentially connected to his background, as the party interested in seeing him there. As for why the Feng Royal Mansion would do this, could it be, as he had previously speculated, that he had some connection to the royal family? If that were the case, it would be easy to deduce that they intended for him to meet the emperor, or perhaps the current emperor wished to see him, prompting the alteration of his destination. After all, in the imperial city, only significant figures could change one's path without their consent. This was one possibility, albeit the most improbable one. After all, the notion of being connected to the current emperor was too startling to accept without concrete evidence. Nevertheless, regardless of the motives behind the change to his destination, it ultimately served as a boon for him. Previously, his rising fame had drawn the attention of the Tianjin sect, making his original plan to join the Forbidden Army less than ideal. At that time, he had been at a loss to change his path, resigned to follow the course laid before him. Now, Someone had assisted him in altering his destination, which proved to be a significant favor. Given his current circumstances, attending the imperial banquet would be considerably safer, and ultimately becoming a member of the fledgling dragon army would offer greater security than being an ordinary member of the Forbidden Army. As for what encounters awaited him at the imperial banquet, he could only remain vigilant. Primarily, Li Dong felt that this opportunity might be related to his heritage, which left him with little resistance to the idea. In fact, he was rather curious to see what lay ahead. For safety's sake, he decided to inquire with Feng Yingying about the situation. Li Dong exited the assessment hall and, after attempting to subtly probe Feng Yingying for information without yielding any results, he abandoned the idea of extracting news from her. Instead, he brought Chao Zixio into the discussion to strategize about dealing with the little divine general. You wish to confront the little divine general? Chao Zixio raised an eyebrow, beginning to understand Li Dong's relentless provocations toward the little divine general today. This was an attempt to draw him to the dilapidated temple. Not me. I am assisting you in dealing with him. Li Dong quickly rectified the principle behind this misunderstanding. He then inquired, what do you think your chances of eliminating him at the imperial banquet are? Chao Zixio pondered for a moment. As long as the Blood Garment General does not intervene, I am 90% confident. Li Dong cut short his naivety. Brother Chao, how likely do you think it is that the Blood Garment General will refrain from intervening? Chao Zixio fell silent. Beyond that, I have no other options. Wherever I am, he will not easily tread. Even if he does, he will be surrounded by numerous powerful protectors. Rest assured on that front, Brother Cao. Li Dong lowered his voice. Aside from Chao Zixio, leave the others to me, as long as they are not above the Grandmaster level. My arrangements in the dilapidated temple should be sufficient to buy you some time. Chao Zixio felt a fleeting stir in his heart, but hesitated, saying, Brother Li, you may not be aware that true Grandmasters are not so easily dealt with, and he has at least 3 Grandmasters by his side. No worries, I have made significant progress in formations recently. Li Dong casually remarked. To deal with the minor deity, his preparations in the ruined temple were far from mere formations. Moreover, his aim was not simply to eliminate the minor deity but to silence everyone. For otherwise, he could not escape culpability. As long as Brother Chao follows my lead, we shall surely claim the minor deity's head. Li Dong patted Chao Zixio's shoulder. Chao Zixio hesitated. May I ask why you are helping me? Brother Li, you are my friend. This is but a trivial matter, Li Dong replied with a smile. Just ensure you do not reveal my involvement once the deed is done. Rest assured, Chao Zixio solemnly declared. I alone will bear the consequences of my actions. Then we have an accord. Li Dong grinned and whispered something in Chao Zixio's ear. After a brief exchange of knowing glances and nods, they understood each other's intentions. I will proceed as you instructed, Chao Zixio said before turning to leave. Li Dong then glanced back at the curious Feng Yingying. Princess, I trust your recent days of hardship have not been too arduous? Oh, it's been manageable, Feng Yingying replied, eyeing Li Dong with suspicion. What's the matter? Nothing much, Li Dong smiled. Our agreement concludes here. You need not accompany me in the ruined temple any longer, to be honest. Feng Yingying murmured. Are you trying to set me up? Li Dong was taken aback. Had she already discerned his nature after just a few days? Chapter 37. Unfavorable predictions. Are you planning to deal with the minor deity? If so, I can assist you. Feng Yingying's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, I wish to be involved. Watching is also acceptable, Li Dong pondered. He was concerned that the minor deity might harbor doubts, which was why he wanted to send Feng Yingying and her companions away. Should she join in, unforeseen complications could arise. Very well, he finally said, raising his head and smiling. If you wish to participate, return to the royal residence and keep an eye on the blood-robe deity's movements. Ah? Feng Yingying looked at Li Dong with disdain. Aren't you trying to send me away? This is particularly crucial, Li Dong replied earnestly, looking directly at her. If the blood-robe deity takes action, I cannot afford to act. Additionally, I need to ascertain the number of men accompanying the minor deity. This information is vital. Feng Yingying frowned but nodded reluctantly. That makes sense, but I also wish to see how you confront him. How about this? You must tell me all the details after the incident. Agreed. Li Dong nodded cheerfully. Then I shall return now. Feng Yingying inquired. Yes. With a sense of regret, she turned, glancing back multiple times as she walked away. Once she was finally out of sight, Li Dong chuckled, satisfied that he had eliminated any source of concern. The minor deity would undoubtedly come after him, and he surmised that the proud minor deity would not let the matter of his humiliation linger for long, likely seeking to resolve it that very night. Tonight would be sleepless. Li Dong turned to the Yi sisters behind him. You too must have guessed that danger looms tonight. I suggest you find a place to take refuge. We are willing to lend our aid to you, young master, Yi Yushue said without hesitation. Li Dong looked at her quizzically. Even if you assist me, you should know I cannot promise you any excessive demands. We understand, Yi Yushue replied, nodding. Very well. Li Dong shrugged. If they were willing to help, so be it. After all, the two women did not pose a significant threat. Their presence was inconsequential in the divine general's residence. Three cloaked figures knelt before the minor deity. Young master, Li Dong has gone to the dilapidated temple, accompanied only by two masked women, one on the left reported. The minor deity nodded and turned his gaze to the one in the middle. I have followed Princess Feng Yingying and confirmed that she has returned to the royal residence, the middle figure stated. The minor deity's eyes narrowed slightly. As long as Feng Yingying is out of the picture, it will be much easier. Without the interference of the Feng royal residence, this brat is doomed. And you? What have you discovered? The last cloaked figure clasped his fists. I have learned that Chao Zixio has also parted ways with Li Daoyi and has gone to the residence of the sword goddess Air. Li Yifan. After sharing a meal, they appeared quite intimate while enjoying a lakeside outing, suggesting they may spend the night together. Oh? The minor deity raised an eyebrow. Chao Zixio has left as well? It is said that he was invited multiple times by Li Yifan. This was indeed the case. The minor deity snorted coldly. It is well known that Li Yifan is infatuated with Chao Zixio, but has Chao Zixio truly abandoned Li Daoyi? The subordinate clarified. I have confirmed that there is little affection between Chao Zixio and Li Daoyi. He likely only assisted Li Daoyi to target you. The minor deity nodded, sneering. Makes sense. If he cannot kill me, he can only seek to annoy me with such trivialities enough. Rising, the minor deity remarked indifferently. As long as Feng Yingying is out of the way, it matters not whether Chao Zixio is present. Prepare my three masters. Tonight, I will personally sever Li Daoyi's head. Yes. As night fell, the dilapidated temple lay in silence. Li Dong inspected the arrangements while contemplating the situation. The minor deity must be eliminated, but even if Chao Zixio took the blame, he needed to devise a way to clear all suspicion, leaving no room for trouble. Young Master Li, noticing Li Dong appeared momentarily idle. Yi Yushue stepped forward. I have been pondering why you wish to confront the minor deity. Wouldn't it be better to leave him to Chao Zixio? The minor deity has a powerful background, making it difficult for ordinary people to intervene without facing dire consequences. Chao Zixio, on the other hand, has the support of a terrestrial immortal. Even if he were to kill the minor deity, there would be no repercussions, merely a clash among the youth. It's akin to celestial beings battling, where mere mortals often face disastrous ends. If I do not confront him, he will come for me. Li Dong replied with a smile. It is a matter of necessity. That is not entirely accurate, Yi Yushue observed, giving Li Dong a penetrating look. Before today, your conflict with the minor deity had not escalated to this extent. There was still time to seek alternatives. Yet today, you seem resolute in your intention to confront him, which has brought us to this juncture. Li Dong chuckled, shaking his head helplessly. If Chao Zixio were truly reliable, he would not need to take such risks. The problem was, Chao Zixio was unreliable. If he did not take the initiative, it would lead to endless troubles. However, he could not share this with Yi Yushue. He could not reveal that he intended to use Chao Zixio's convenience to eliminate the minor deity. Could he? He could only say that young Master Li was audacious as Yi Yushue spoke. Her expression turned worried. However, I do not have high hopes for your actions tonight. The minor deity's residence is filled with experts, and there may very well be grandmasters among them. It is unlikely that you alone can overcome them. What are you trying to say? Li Dong inquired. Yi Yushue glanced at Li Dong, reluctantly saying, if it were anyone else, I would advise you to retreat and avoid the spotlight. But given your position, I wonder if this is a struggle between the forces behind you and the divine general's residence? If so, I can only hope you remain exceedingly cautious. Li Dong seized the opportunity to laugh. You have misjudged this time. There are no convoluted schemes involved. It is simply that he wishes me dead and thus, I must ensure his demise. Nothing more. Yi Yushue was momentarily confounded. If that is the case, I am no longer worried for your life. But if you act tonight, do you not seal your own fate? That is not so certain, Li Dong replied with a calm smile. I can roughly anticipate the situation. I believe the minor deity is also aware that Chao Zixia will return tonight. Even so, should the minor deity be adequately prepared, you two alone have little chance of victory. Ye Yushua lamented. He has 3 Grandmaster-level masters. If they all arrive today, even with me and Chao Zixia each holding 1 Grandmaster off. And even if we manage to detain all 3, you would still face the minor deity and his forces alone, making defeat inevitable. Eh? Li Dong cast a sidelong glance at Ye Yushua. Who said I would leave the Grandmasters for you? Wait, what do you mean? Ye Yushua exclaimed in astonishment. Are you suggesting you intend to face 3 Grandmasters alone? Li Dong surveyed the seemingly unremarkable dilapidated temple and replied slowly, in addition to all the others the minor deity brings along. This, Ye Yushua frowned. You are perhaps being overly confident in your formations. The existence of a master is not so easily dealt with. If it were truly that simple, the minor deities would not need to intervene. Li Dong chuckled lightly. What lies here is not merely a formation. Ye Yushua cast a puzzled glance at the dilapidated temple, wondering, not just a formation. What other means could a mere Jinwu realm cultivator like Li Dong possess that could threaten a master-level powerhouse? Such bravado! Beside her, Yi Yubing let out a cold snort. I believe you are quite delusional. Sister, pay him no heed. Li Dong shot an irritated glance at Yi Yubing, only to find her eyes glaring back. Even wider than his, meanwhile, hidden from view, Prince Feng and the old eunuch, both venerable figures, observed Li Dong's every action. The prince turned to glance outside the temple and inquired, So, will we intervene or hold back? The old eunuch chuckled. Aren't you merely curious to see how much prowess His Highness truly possesses? Why ask me? Aren't you curious as well? Prince Feng retorted, then continued, I must admit, I did not anticipate His Highness's prowess in formations to surpass what was displayed previously. Now that he is intent on facilitating tonight's duel, I am eager to see how far he can go. The old eunuch still smiled. If a Jinwu can hold off 3 masters, if he truly accomplishes that, His Highness's name will surely echo throughout the realm. It is not so simple. Prince Feng shook his head. He is still quite young and unaware of the might of masters. Especially 3 at once. Indeed, the old eunuch nodded. If need be, we could discreetly eliminate 2 and leave 1 for His Highness to test his mettle. That would not be wise. His Highness is rather suspicious by nature. Let us observe for now, Prince Feng replied. Very well, the old eunuch said, lowering his gaze toward the dilapidated temple. Inside the temple, Li Dong intended to engage with Yi Yubing further, but suddenly his ears perked up. He could hear the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from outside the temple. They are coming, he declared, turning to the 2 women, to the rooftops. Sister. The Yi sisters exchanged glances before obediently making their way to the roof. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the already crumbling gate of the temple was smashed to the ground, flattened underfoot. Accompanying this commotion, the minor deity strode into the temple, flanked by around 15 or 16 followers. Their presence swirling like a tempest, instantly suffusing the once tranquil temple with a palpable tension. Among them, 3 formidable presences trailed closely behind the minor deity, far beyond what Li Dong could gauge. What are you surrounding me for? The minor deity stood surrounded by the throng, pointing a finger at Li Dong, commanding, surround this dilapidated temple. Do not let him escape. The group sprang into action, a total of 12 individuals sealing off every conceivable escape route. All 12 were high-ranking martial artists, none below the transformation stage. Such an arrangement spelled certain doom for a Jinwu realm individual. Once the preparations were complete, the minor deity turned his gaze upon Li Dong. Snarling, lowly peasant. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he glared at Li Dong. Have you decided how you wish to die? Li Dong, amidst the crowd, calmly took a step back and replied with a smile. Is everyone here now? Humph, the minor deity sneered, squinting. I knew you would set up your so-called formations here, but today, I care not for your formations. I will simply take your life, without waiting for Li Dong to respond. He swiftly drew a long sword, charging at Li Dong with reckless abandon, confident in the support of his 3 masters and 12 transformation stage warriors. Such arrogance indeed matched the minor deity's nature. Li Dong chuckled softly, activating the hidden wind technique beneath his feet, deftly evading the minor deity's strike before retreating another 3 steps. However, your opponent is not me. With that, a flash of sword light erupted from behind him, fierce as thunder, rushing toward the minor deity. Chen Tianzong, Chao Zixio, you have indeed returned. The minor deity's eyes narrowed, yet he met the challenge head-on, parrying Chao Zixio's sword tip with a clang. Indeed, Chao Zixio praised. Then turned to Li Dong, saying, brotherly, leave him to me. The rest is up to you. Rest assured, Li Dong replied with a smile. The minor deity turned to Li Dong, mocking, you think you can stop me with just this? Li Dong retorted mercilessly, do you wish to wager against me again, minor deity? Let us see what you are truly capable of. The minor deity, Chen Tianzong, snorted coldly, then commanded the 12 transformation stage warriors surrounding them. Seize him! With a single command, the 12 warriors charged at Li Dong in unison. Do not kill him. Leave the last breath for me, the minor deity cautioned mid-charge. Just then, Chao Zixio drew his sword. You have no time to be distracted now. Protect the young master. The 3 masters prepared to intervene. Do not approach. Chen Tianzong warned, blocking the 3 masters while engaging Chao Zixio. They say you are the strongest in the world, even claiming you once defeated a master. Today, I shall see just how strong you truly are. Clang. The 2 top-tier prodigies clashed, their swords intertwining in a furious dance. The 3 masters exchanged tense glances, nervously observing Chen Tianzong, ready to spring into action at any moment. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted within the temple courtyard, as countless blades of gold and iron surged from the ground, launching a surprise attack on all present. Be cautious, masters. You have entered the formation. From the center of the courtyard, Li Dong retreated to the rooftop, proclaiming loudly. Looking down, he saw the 12 transformation stage warriors and the 3 master-level powerhouses engulfed by the formation. In an instant, 3 of the transformation stage warriors screamed as they were pierced through the heart by the emerging blades from below. You arrogant brat! The 3 masters erupted in fury, ignoring Li Dong, who dared to provoke them, launching an assault on all 3 masters at once, a display of unparalleled audacity. The crucial point was that their distraction left no one to protect the minor deity, Chen Tianzong. Destroy this formation and escape swiftly. Chapter 39. The formation awakens within the dilapidated temple. The battle commenced in the night sky. Prince Feng and the old eunuch turned their gazes toward the temple, noting the commotion. Tonight is quite lively, Prince Feng remarked, squinting, as he sensed the eyes of various factions converging from all directions. A mere glance sufficed for him to recognize several noble families and military leaders among the crowd. Alongside numerous other forces, including some grassroots factions, as these individuals approached the temple, they halted, observing from a distance. The stir caused by the minor deity's entrance naturally drew attention. The old eunuch cast a glance at the onlookers and chuckled softly. However, the outer perimeter of the temple has been cloaked in illusions by His Highness. They see nothing of substance. I meant to ask if we should stoke the flames for His Highness. Lifting the illusion to allow these onlookers a clearer view, Prince Feng suggested. The old eunuch hesitated. That may not be wise. Despite his own desire to do so, it was evident that Li Dong had meticulously crafted the setup to prevent outsiders from discerning his true abilities. Should he dismantle the grand formation, it would contradict His Highness's intentions. You wish to do so yourself, Prince Feng scoffed at the old eunuch. Previously, during Li Dong's encounter with Bai Linger in the temple, his mastery of formations had already surprised many, yet these ignorant individuals remained oblivious to his prowess, underestimating him at every turn. Now, with Li Dong poised to act again, Prince Feng was unwilling to miss the opportunity for everyone to witness the true strength of Li Dong's formations. The old eunuch watched intently, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle within the temple, seemingly oblivious to all else. Inside the temple, the 3 masters, hindered by the formations, displayed their might. One stepped forward, breaking the encirclement of the Sand River formation with ease. Shattering the arrangement, their ease in dismantling the formation elicited hearty laughter from the 3 masters. That young fool is unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Dismantling your formation is but a mere gesture. On the rooftop, Li Dong remained unfazed. He had encountered many formidable masters during his time at the Tianjian sect and was well aware of their specific powers, thus he could hardly be surprised by their strength. However, his own cultivation was too low, and the formations he devised had their limitations, making it entirely normal for them to be broken with relative ease. But this did not imply that his formations were ineffective against these individuals. To trap them required not a singular formation's might but an unbroken series of interconnected formations. "Dear elders, please remain calm," Li Dong remarked with a smile, flipping his palm. "This is merely the beginning." As the final words echoed, it was as if the heavens and earth had turned upside down. The once ordinary dilapidated temple was suddenly beset by a myriad of extraordinary phenomena. The pentagram of the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, manifested in succession, followed closely by a storm of thunder and fury. Vines of perpetual greenness intertwined with the Earth's confinement array, creating an intricate web of energy. Boom! The sound of the formations reverberated deafeningly. These formations, when isolated, were merely rudimentary arrays, yet their combined might had undergone a qualitative transformation, akin to a calamity descending upon the land. At a glance, within the dilapidated temple, the ground would suddenly crack open. Golden blades would sprout and then be enveloped by frost, while green vines danced in unison with flames, as if the seasons were shifting within the blink of an eye. Among these formations, the 12 transformation deities and the 3 grand masters found themselves ensnared. Unable to extricate themselves, oblivious to all else. "This fellow's formations are astonishingly powerful," murmured Yi Yubing, astonished as she gazed at the dazzling array of formations above the roof, her eyes wide with wonder. "I dare say, is this the esteemed masterly Dowie that Chao Zixio spoke of?" Suddenly, a voice echoed behind the 2 daughters of the Yi family. They turned to see a stunningly beautiful woman standing alongside them on the rooftop. Her gaze fixed curiously on Li Dong. The sword goddess heir, Li Yifan. Yi Yushua's eyes flickered with realization. After deducing the woman's identity and purpose, she nodded. "Indeed. This is the esteemed master Li. Yifan slowly nodded, observing the 3 grand masters ensnared in the courtyard, and remarked with a sigh, "Such mastery of formations. Truly, a prodigious talent in the art of arrays. No wonder Chao Zixio heeds his instructions." "Indeed," Yi Yushua replied. Gazing at the various formations that had ensnared the 3 grand masters, the might of these arrays is far more formidable than what Li Dong displayed in the arena. We should not linger idly. Li Yifan suddenly grasped the hilt of his sword. Even with his prodigious talent, Master Li cannot afford to be entangled with the 3 grand masters for too long. This fleeting opportunity is rare. We must assist Chao Zixio in subduing Qintanzhong. Yi Yushua cast a glance at Li Dong. Her heart stirred. It indeed seemed as if Li Dong's assertion held true. They sought only the minor deity, while the others were left to Li Dong's prowess alone. Such ability was truly remarkable. "Let us proceed," she said, reaching for her sword, her gaze fixed on the minor deity. Though the minor deity stood on equal footing with any of them, perhaps even weaker than Chao Zixio in a one-on-one confrontation, he was far from insignificant. It would not be easy for Chao Zixio to slay him in such a short time. With a swift motion, Yi Yushua declared, "If Master Li can turn the tide single-handedly, then the 3 of us must ensure we can slay this minor deity. Otherwise, we would have no face to present to Master Li in the future." "Let us do our utmost," Li Yifan replied as he soared forth with his sword. In an instant, the minor deity found himself besieged by the 3 top talents. A profound sense of peril surged within him. The minor deity, flustered, cried out, "Quickly, save me!" As he shouted, he glanced back and was taken aback. How could this be? All the individuals he had dispatched were ensnared by Li Dong alone, and even the 3 grand masters were too preoccupied to extend their aid. This lowly commoner, Li Dong, truly possessed such capabilities. The minor deity staggered, his heart shaken. "Master." Within the endless array, the 3 grand masters, noticing the minor deity's plight, felt anxious. Yet, the formations beneath their feet continued to manifest. One after another, every time they broke one, another would immediately take its place. Though these formations posed no life-threatening danger to them as grand masters, they remained an incessant nuisance. "Damn that brat." The 3 grand masters gritted their teeth. "Stop dawdling. Unleash all your abilities and flatten this place." The 3 grand masters joined forces, their astonishing might seemingly capable of shifting the very heavens. The formations surrounding them shattered like soap bubbles with each passing moment. Boom! Simultaneously, as they unleashed their might against the formations, a thunderous sound erupted. though it was unclear whether it resulted from their overwhelming power or from Prince Feng's covert intervention. The outermost layer of the illusion array surrounding the dilapidated temple shattered with a loud crash. Chapter 40. The illusion array shatters. As the illusion array crumbled, all eyes outside the dilapidated temple were granted a clear view of the unfolding events. The three Grand Masters were demonstrating their formidable prowess, their full strength on display, as if they could move mountains and fill seas with a mere gesture. The formations surrounding them dissolved like ephemeral dreams, effortlessly destroyed by their might. However, with the destruction of the formations came clarity. On the rooftop, Li Dong, with a mere flick of his hand, conjured another array from thin air, blocking the path of the three Grand Masters as they attempted to rush to the minor deity's aid. Damnable brat! The three Grand Masters bellowed in frustration, compelled to break yet another formation. Yet, no matter how many they destroyed, Li Dong always conjured new ones to ensnare them. Simultaneously, the 12 transformation deities remained trapped. How could this be? All parties observing this scene near the dilapidated temple were left astounded, their pupils trembling in disbelief. The minor deity's assault tonight had been anticipated to be an unstoppable force, obliterating Li Dong as per usual. Even if Li Dong possessed some means, it was presumed he would merely struggle in vain, facing utter humiliation. But what were they witnessing now? Li Dong, single-handedly, had halted 12 transformation deities and rendered the three Grand Masters incapable of advancing. Merely a true martial realm cultivator. Yet what astonishing prowess was this? Meanwhile, on the other side, Chao Zixiu, Li Yifan, and the descendants of the Yi family besieged the minor deity. The once formidable minor deity, who had been so brazen in the capital, now found himself cornered, teetering on the brink of demise. All of this transpired due to Li Dong, this mere junior of the true martial realm. Such extraordinary talent, such unparalleled potential. This innate skill in formations was nothing short of astonishing. Who would dare to claim themselves a genius in the presence of this young man in the future? The onlookers gazed intensely at Li Dong. Previously, when Li Dong had slain Wang Junyi in the arena, his performance had indeed stood out, astonishing many who were otherwise mediocre in talent. Yet, in the eyes of other martial geniuses and influential figures, it had failed to generate significant ripples, still viewed with condescension. After all, he had merely slain a single Wang Junyi. His accomplishments and formations were deemed limited. However, it was not until this night, during this battle, that Li Dong's extraordinary talents and formations deeply pierced the hearts of all present, inflicting pain upon every so-called martial genius and powerful individual. If he could wield such abilities in the true martial realm, just how formidable would he become when he matures into a Grand Master or even a revered elder? His potential is immeasurable. No wonder he exhibited no fear towards the minor deity earlier. It was not arrogance, but rather genuine capability. Gradually suppressing their astonishment, members of the crowd inhaled deeply. They could not fathom where this prodigious genius had emerged from, yet the situation had escalated beyond control. It seemed inevitable that the minor deity would perish. His death would undoubtedly lead to significant turmoil within the blood-robed divine general's estate. All eyes were now grave and solemn. However, their expressions soon shifted. Within the fray surrounding Chao Zixiu and the other top talents, the minor deity suddenly tore off his outer cloak, revealing a layer of resplendent silver armor before the gathered assembly. This armor radiated a brilliant white light, coalescing into a phantom of a divine general, which astonishingly repelled the combined assault of Chao Zixiu and the other three top talents. For a moment, Chao Zixiu and his companions found themselves unable to breach this protective illusion. This is a top-tier treasure, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Truly, the minor deity of the divine general's estate is wealthy. He possesses a top-tier treasure for protection. It seemed that the minor deity was unlikely to perish now. Indeed, this top-tier treasure can withstand a good half an incense stick's worth of time, and with that time, many gazes turned towards the three Grand Masters within the formations. Even if Li Dong's formations appeared dazzling at this moment, such a state could not last long. After all, formations ultimately have their limits, and with the relentless bombardment from the three Grand Masters, it would take no more than half an incense stick to obliterate all formations. Once the three Grand Masters broke free from the arrays, the outcome would be entirely different. After all, a Grand Master is still a Grand Master. It is truly unfortunate for Master Li. Countless gazes shifted. filled with regret as they looked towards Li Dong. Oh, think he could hold grand masters like this for an extended period was ultimately unrealistic. In the end, it would likely be Li Dong who would face death. Within the dilapidated temple, how did the illusion array shatter? As Li Dong, who had repeatedly ensnared the three grand masters with a mere flick of his hand, felt a sudden weight in his heart. He needn't even glance up. He could sense countless gazes from outside the dilapidated temple scrutinizing his battle. It was all exposed. His prowess in formations was laid bare for all to see. Along with his plan to eliminate the minor deity in the face of such scrutiny, even if he had 100 excuses, he could not escape responsibility. What should he do now? Upon contemplating this matter, Li Dong's heart surged with anxiety. Initially, he had aimed to eliminate the troublesome Xiao Shunjiang, yet unexpectedly, this predicament could very well evolve into an even greater calamity. After all, although he could manage the entanglement with Xiao Xinjiang, the formidable blood-robed divine general, the most powerful sovereign of the Great Yin, was not an adversary he could contend with. No, Xiao Xinjiang must not perish tonight. In a swift moment, Li Dong's pupils constricted, and he made a resolute decision. Regardless of how rare the opportunity may be, even if he could not rid himself of Xiao Xinjiang in the future, this operation must not proceed any further. After all, he was not like Chao Zixio, who had influential figures shielding him. He was utterly alone, and moreover, under the watchful eye of the Heavenly Sword sect. If he were to provoke the divine general's manner completely, he could hardly fathom how he would survive thereafter. Therefore, Brother Chao, I apologize. Stand down, release him. Just as Li Dong's thoughts settled, an unforeseen change erupted within the grand formation. The 6 remaining transformation realm experts, who had already suffered losses within the array, suddenly let out anguished cries as they collapsed to the ground, their bodies frail and pallid. Upon their downfall, these transformation realm experts cried out in despair, "Beware! There is poison concealed within this formation." With their warning barely dissipating, a newly formed Golden Blade array mercilessly struck down the 6 vulnerable individuals. Thus, all 12 transformation realm experts brought by Xiao Shunjiang met a tragic demise. Within the grand formation, only 3 grandmasters remained. Following this upheaval, the 3 grandmasters now appeared as pale as specters, their imposing presence greatly diminished, their bodies swaying unsteadily. "He has laid down the snow cry powder." "Despicable, despicable!" The 3 grandmasters roared, their voices trembling. The snow cry powder, initially silent, becomes lethally potent after prolonged exposure, draining a person's true essence and vitality, rendering martial artists utterly incapable of resistance. Even grandmaster-level warriors, once poisoned, would succumb to extreme weakness, rendering any hopes of breaking the formation distant or worse, leading to their untimely demise. Chapter 41. The unveiling of strategies. What a ruthless scheme. All those witnessing this scene trembled in shock as they turned their gazes towards Li Dong. Li Dong's arrangement was not merely to obstruct the 3 grandmasters. He even sought to eliminate them. Such a method was astoundingly ruthless and truly astonishing. Under normal circumstances, if one were to claim a true martial artist aimed to eradicate 3 grandmasters, it would surely invite scorn and ridicule, deemed a foolish fantasy. The disparity between them was unimaginable. Even Chao Zixio, the legendary swordsman who had compelled all the younger generation to bow in deference, was rumored to have slain but a single grandmaster. Yet tonight, Li Dong was poised to achieve this utterly absurd feat before all eyes. Indeed. In the night sky, Prince Feng and the elder eunuch, who had been observing the battle, were both visibly moved, exchanging knowing glances and nodding in approval. "You just said that His Highness would not be able to hold out for long and even intended to assist him from the shadows. What do you have to say now?" Prince Feng chuckled, delivering his words without mercy. The elder eunuch laughed heartily. "Did you not also underestimate His Highness's capabilities?" Prince Feng nodded deeply, stroking his beard, and remarked, "I truly did not expect this. Perhaps even the Emperor would not have foreseen that His Highness could achieve such a level of prowess tonight." "Indeed." The elder eunuch nodded, then pondered. "However, given the situation thus far, it seems the conclusion may not be favorable." Just as Prince Feng was about to respond, an upheaval transpired below. "Good." In the midst of the battlefield, as Chao Zixio struggled to wield his protective artifact, He suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "The poison concealed within the formation is truly a brilliant move. Brother Li has indeed not disappointed me." Xiao Shunjiang had sought to buy time with his artifact, anxiously awaiting the Grandmaster's aid. Initially, he had been worried that Li Dong would not be able to contain the Grandmasters for long. Yet now, with the poison erupting within the formation, the situation had drastically shifted. The three Grandmasters were unlikely to come to Xiao Shunjiang's rescue and might even find themselves in peril. With such an abundance of time, Xiao Shunjiang was undeniably doomed. Though somewhat treacherous, Yi Yuxue glanced back at Li Dong, her eyes radiating brilliance. Yet this tactic indeed inspires confidence. The sword god's heir, Li Yifan, also exhibited a change in expression, letting out a slow sigh. The events had unfolded in a manner beyond their wildest expectations, and their astonishment was evident. Even Yi Yubing, who had always held a disdain for Li Dong, blinked in surprise and cast a deep glance at him, thinking, "This little rascal is truly formidable. Now that Brother Li has achieved such a feat, I cannot lag behind him." Amidst the crowd's reflections, Chao Zixio suddenly retreated a step, a glimmer of sword light flickering in his eyes, rendering his gaze razor-sharp. Sword drawn, Chao Zixio sat cross-legged, forming a hand seal, and flung his sword into the air. With a melodious chime, his wooden sword soared into the sky, voraciously drawing in the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. Its brilliance dazzling as if a mighty river hung in the firmament. Controlling the sword from thin air, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, as the notion emerged that such sword control typically required mastery at the Grandmaster level. How could Chao Zixio, so young and merely a true martial artist, wield such a technique? This is not mere sword control, someone in the crowd pondered. This is clearly the pinnacle state of the heavenly river sword technique. Pinnacle state? The mere mention sent ripples through the crowd. To achieve the pinnacle of swordsmanship, what an extraordinary talent for the sword. No wonder there were rumors of Chao Zixio having slain a Grandmaster. The pinnacle of swordsmanship far surpassed any ordinary sword control technique. Buzz! The starry sky trembled in the darkness of the night. Chao Zixio's sword, akin to the rolling heavenly river, descended upon Xiao Shunjiang with unyielding force. The wooden sword, imbued with immense power, exuded an overwhelming presence. What a jest! Beneath this impending strike, Xiao Shunjiang's heart quaked. He was engulfed by terror, seeking to flee, yet his path was obstructed by Yi Yuxue and her companion. Desperate for assistance, he found all avenues blocked by Li Dongdai in that moment. Despair blossomed within him in the fleeting instant of thought. Chao Zixio's sword had been unleashed, unstoppable and radiant with an awe-inspiring brilliance. Enveloping Xiao Shunjiang in a tidal wave of power, the sword's light shone fiercely, completely submerging Xiao Shunjiang. "Young master!" The three Grandmasters cried out in alarm. "No?" Li Dong's heart trembled, silently exclaiming that it was a disaster. Why had Chao Zixio chosen this moment to unleash his hidden card? If he were to kill Xiao Shunjiang now, Chao Zixio may emerge unscathed, but Li Dong would face dire consequences. He needed to devise a countermeasure. With a surge of thought, Li Dong waved his hand, dispelling all formations, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked towards the three Grandmasters within the formation. "Do not just stand there. The formation has collapsed. Hurry and rescue your young master. The formation is broken. Quickly save the young master." The three Grandmasters, indeed, did not let Li Dong down. They immediately sprang into action, rushing towards Xiao Shunjiang in this moment of crisis. They disregarded everything else and leaped over the incense burner situated in the middle of the dilapidated temple. No! A surge of alarm coursed through Li Dong, but it was too late. Crack! As the three Grandmasters soared past the incense burner, they inadvertently triggered a mechanism, snapping a copper wire that would have been easily noticed in calmer circumstances. It's over. A chill ran down Li Dong's spine. Not only had he set up formations and poison within this decrepit temple, but he had also laid down a final deadly trap. This trap was rather conspicuous, and ordinarily, no one would fall for it. It was meant to be activated by him. Yet now, in their panic, the three Grandmasters had completely overlooked it, triggering it unwittingly. Click, click, click. Suddenly, all the doors around the dilapidated temple swung open, revealing rows upon rows of crossbows brimming with bolts. Buzz! The crossbows released. The sheer volume of bolts soaring into the air produced a thunderous sound. "Not good, damn it! Watch out!" The three grandmasters turned back, their eyes wide with horror, as they beheld a dark tide of bolts raining down upon them, densely packed like a torrential downpour, likely exceeding 10,000. 10,000 bolts piercing through. Such a spectacle would be difficult to evade even at their peak grandmaster state, let alone in their current weakened condition. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows embedding into flesh echoed in rapid succession, and as the barrage concluded, each of the three grandmasters was left riddled with arrows, transformed into three living pincushions. Hiss! The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. How ruthless! You deliberately released the formation to ensnare us in arrows. At that moment, the three grandmasters, trembling, turned to face Li Dong, their faces etched with disbelief. Did he truly anticipate which path they would take in their moment of desperation? Chapter 42. The fall of the master. Li Dong looked helplessly at the three men before him. He had genuinely hoped they would rescue the little divine general, but alas, it was unfortunate that they encountered a trap. Suddenly, one of the masters coughed up blood, his lips turning black, writhing in agony. He curled up on the ground, his voice hoarse and despairing. Even the arrows are poisoned, infused with the deadly witheredwood powder. How cruel you are! Although the snow-weeping powder was toxic, it was not lethal. It merely incapacitated the victim. The witheredwood powder was also non-fatal, but when these two poisons merged, they became an exceptionally potent toxin, infiltrating the heart and lungs. The lethal strike prepared by Li Dong was indeed a ruthless one. If the three masters were at their peak, they might have survived the poison long enough to seek treatment. However, they were each pierced by countless arrows, severely wounded, if it were only the arrows. Their mastery would have allowed them to endure until help arrived, but the added poison, especially in its more violent fusion, made their situation dire. With a thud, the other two masters soon succumbed to the poison, collapsing to the ground, convulsing and screaming in agony, until their bodies trembled one last time before they breathed their last. Thus, all three masters and 12 powerful beings at the transformation stage met a tragic end on the spot. Gasp! Everyone present who witnessed this scene inhaled sharply in disbelief. They truly had all been killed, as they murmured to themselves and glanced at Li Dong. They felt a chilling sensation run down their spines. What a ruthless individual! Not only was Li Dong's mastery of formations astonishing, but his seemingly endless array of tactics also instilled deep fear within their hearts. Considering his calculations, today, not only three masters, but perhaps even two more would have met a similar fate. Had it been anyone below the master level, they would have undoubtedly perished countless times by now. At this moment, no one doubted Li Dong's ability to slay masters. Some even entertained thoughts of whether he could kill a few more. This young man was far too terrifying. The spies from various factions instinctively shrank back, feeling that this seemingly insignificant true martial realm cultivator was more fearsome than the masters themselves. Gulp. On the rooftop, Yu Bing swallowed hard, staring dumbfounded at the corpses of the three masters in the courtyard, then glanced back at Li Dong, a thought of how fortunate she was to still be alive flickering in her mind. This fellow is truly terrifying when it comes to scheming against others. It would be wise to tread carefully around him from now on. Eye in the night sky. The old eunuch nodded in disbelief. What does the prince think? First, the shocking array, then the debilitating poison, followed by the desperate activation of the trap, resulting in arrows piercing their hearts. It seemed he was so intent on ensuring their demise that he even coated the arrows with poison to complement the previous one. Prince Feng shook his head slightly, visibly moved. Our young lord has a deeply intricate mind. Indeed, even we were deceived before, underestimating him. The old eunuch suddenly smiled. With such skills and such a mindset, who among his peers can compare? There is indeed one person who can be mentioned in the same breath. Prince Feng glanced over at Chao Zixio in the dilapidated temple. The old eunuch nodded in agreement. Indeed? At such a young age, his swordsmanship has reached an unparalleled peak in the world today. Only he can be compared to our young lord. As they turned their gazes to Chao Zixio, the brilliance of his sword finally faded. Everyone could not help but look on. Now that the three masters were dead, the last remaining little divine general was likely to have perished as well, right? A pair of eyes widened slightly. Beneath the wooden sword, the little divine general's high-grade magical artifact had been shattered. However, Beside him floated a jade pendant, radiating a gentle glow. This jade pendant was translucent and intricately patterned, clearly another high-grade magical artifact. Yet it was now riddled with cracks, shattering and falling to the ground as the wooden sword withdrew. In contrast, the little divine general had survived under the protection of 2 high-grade magical artifacts. You destroyed 2 of my high-grade magical artifacts with a single sword. The little divine general lifted his head, his gaze as dark as water. Chao Zixio, I will remember this sword strike. Magical artifacts are extremely precious. Even as the scion of the divine general's mansion, he had expended considerable resources to acquire these 2 artifacts. The key point was that high-grade magical artifacts were far rarer than ordinary ones. In the hands of someone above the master level, they would not be so easily destroyed, and they would provide immense utility in the future. However, his current low strength diminished the power of the artifacts, leading to their destruction by Chao Zixio's sword. Such a loss was unbearable for the little divine general, and you. As he spoke, the little divine general turned, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Li Dong. Had it not been for Li Dong, he would never have suffered such heavy losses. Calculating the toll, 3 masters, 12 transformation stage experts, and 2 high-grade magical artifacts. This loss was simply insufferable, Li Dong exhaled. Then faced the little divine general's hatred with composure. Given the current situation, as long as this fellow was not dead, it was acceptable. As for any potential revenge in the future, it was certainly preferable to being dealt with directly by the blood-robed divine general. Right? Do you think you still have a chance to negotiate for the future? Chao Zixio suddenly spoke up, his brow furrowed, sighing in regret that the little divine general's vast resources had allowed him to survive beneath his sword. A surprise to him, but it mattered not. With the little divine general stripped of his trump cards and the others slain by Li Dong, it was now much simpler for their 4 to besiege one. Brotherly, to avoid prolonged dreams, please take action and kill him. Chao Zixio looked at Li Dong. That last sword took a great toll on me. I fear I may find it difficult to strike again. Before he finished speaking, Chao Zixio spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite grasping the pinnacle of swordsmanship, his cultivation was still shallow, and forcing himself to exert it was quite taxing. Li Dong managed a weak smile. Having him assist in killing the little divine general was already insufficient, let alone expecting him to deliver the final blow. What a joke! His mind raced, considering how to suppress this issue. Young Master Li has surely exhausted himself after slaying 3 masters. At that moment, Li Yifan suddenly spoke up, turning to Yi Yuxue. How about the rest is left to the 2 of us? Sure. Yi Yuxue nodded. Li Dong sighed in relief. It was best if he did not have to take action. However, he worried that these 2 women might also be unable to strike. After such a fierce battle, the little divine general was likely more injured than Chao Zixio and would definitely not withstand the combined efforts of the 2 talented women, Yi Yuxue and her companion. What to do? As he pondered, Li Yifan and the 2 women had already locked their sights on the little divine general. The little divine general's expression tightened. Li Dong's heart raced with anxiety. Just then, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from the darkness of the night, its presence even more profound than the night itself, gazing from afar with a voice that was both indifferent and grand. This ends here. Chapter 43. The emergence of the revered one. All eyes turned as they faced the distant shadow, revealing expressions of shock. The 2 women in the dilapidated temple abruptly halted, and everyone's expressions turned tense as they looked back. The blood-robed divine general Li Dong raised his gaze to the looming figure with a hint of gravity, feeling a chill run down his spine, his heart filled with trepidation. Such a person was a mountain to anyone. Had he insisted on killing the little divine general, the consequences would have been dire. Chao Zixio and the others might not have faced much danger, as each of them had substantial backgrounds. They were either disciples of sword gods or terrestrial immortals. But Li Dong was different. He had no support, and if matters escalated, he would suffer the worst fate. Simultaneously, gazing at the blood-robed divine general's overshadowing presence, Li Dong experienced an epiphany, realizing his earlier thoughts had been somewhat naive. He had believed that with meticulous planning, he could eliminate the little divine general. However, it was clear that as long as the blood-robed divine general remained in the capital, they would have no opportunity to assassinate the little divine general. In the courtyard, Chao Zixio shared the same solemn expression as everyone else, intently observing the figure of the blood-robed divine general. Though a flicker of hesitation crossed his face, today presented a prime opportunity to assassinate the little divine general. Missing it would make future attempts exceedingly difficult. Thus, he contemplated risking his injuries for another strike, feeling less fear of the blood-robed divine general than anyone else. Yet, upon seeing the shadow of the blood-robed divine general, he despondently abandoned that thought. Before a revered one, he would have no chance. And even attempting to strike would only lead to his own suffering. Greetings, divine general. After a brief silence, Chao Zixio rose nonchalantly, as the scapegoat of this incident, and respectfully bowed to the blood-robed divine general. Seeing this, the others followed suit, bowing as well. Li Dong edged closer to Chao Zixio and the others, blending in as he bowed. Greetings, divine general. As he bowed, he silently prayed. Do not notice me. Do not see me. I am merely an accessory. Who is the mastermind behind tonight's scheme? The blood-robed divine general's indifferent voice resounded. Li Dong quickly looked at Chao Zixio, hoping to signal him to continue taking the blame. To his surprise, Chao Zixio and the two women pointed directly at Li Dong. It was him? Huh? Li Dong's expression froze. This was not what they had agreed upon. Was it necessary to be so honest? Indeed, it was you. The shadow in the sky turned to face him, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Li Dong. This is the capital, beneath the emperor's feet. You publicly took lives, causing 15 deaths in one night. What punishment do you deserve? Li Dong's pupils trembled. Good heavens, the blood-clad general truly deserves his reputation in the court. Despite this being a personal vendetta, and it being his own people who instigated trouble, he chooses to suppress them under the guise of official business, doing so with such audacity. Would it not be better to part ways amicably? To immediately seek to defend the young deity in question is utterly shameless. However, the mere lightness of a single remark from the blood-clad general surpasses the young deity's prowess by far. If this were to fall into the hands of the opposing party, would it not spell certain doom? This blood-clad general is indeed no ordinary figure. The onlookers were in an uproar. Today, it was the young deity who sought trouble, and when his provocation backfired, he was met with death. The blood-clad general disregards the former's actions, placing blame solely on the latter, yet has the audacity to invoke the laws of the Great Yin. This is patently unjust. Yet, the act of killing transpired before the eyes of many, and with the blood-clad general's esteemed position and peak strength, even a blatant falsehood could not be refuted. What he said would be accepted as truth, and even if others dared to contradict him, it would hold no significance. Such cunning, in light of this. Li Dong found himself in a perilous situation. The words of the deity were misguided. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a figure pierced through the void, appearing atop the dilapidated temple. This evening's incident was clearly instigated by Lord Ling's men, while young Master Li acted in self-defense out of desperation. Justice has its rightful place. If one were to pursue accountability, it should indeed be Lord Ling who faces judgment. The crowd instantly turned their gaze. It was Prince Feng. A wave of realization swept through the onlookers. Prince Feng, the foremost power in the realm and a confidant of the emperor, though perhaps slightly less formidable than the general, held a higher status. No wonder Li Dong had been so assertive. He had the backing of Prince Feng. Now that the situation escalated to a standoff between these two prominent figures, it was clear that matters had grown serious. Li Dong cast a deep glance at Prince Feng, feeling both relieved and surprised. Although recent entanglements had led him to believe that the prince might offer him protection, he had not anticipated that Prince Feng would personally step in on his behalf. Curiously, Li Dong observed Prince Feng, the father of Feng Yingying. Stout and bearded, it was hard to believe he could father such a beautiful daughter. He must have a remarkably attractive wife. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Prince Feng glancing at him and winking. Li Dong was momentarily taken aback. What did the wink signify? It was their first meeting, and he was not quite sure how to interpret it. Meanwhile, the blood-clad general pondered for a moment before choosing not to pursue the topic further, instead directing his attention to the young deity in the temple. Rebellious child, have you not yet greeted His Highness? The young deity froze for a moment, then hurriedly bowed and said, I greet your highness. Very well. Prince Feng cast a sidelong glance at him, then turned to the blood-clad general. What are your thoughts on tonight's events? General? The crowd stirred, their attention shifting to the blood-clad general. Prince Feng's meaning was clear. Either disperse or pursue the matter to its conclusion. Now was the time to press the general on his intentions regarding the situation. His stance was decidedly assertive in order to safeguard Li Dong. The blood-clad general remained silent for a moment before responding coolly. I merely spoke in passing. Tonight was simply a bout of youthful folly. I believe it would be best to conclude this matter here. Indeed, he dared not complicate things further. The crowd exhibited a slight stir of agitation. Prince Feng nodded, then suddenly proclaimed, "However, the 15 lives lost tonight shall be dealt with at my discretion." The blood-clad general responded with a measured tone. Prince Feng squinted and remarked, "They appear to be traitors of the Heavenly Sword sect." The blood-clad general's pupils momentarily constricted. If his men were so easily labeled as traitors, it would be a grave injustice, not to mention it would sow discord among the ranks. This matter was utterly unacceptable, even if it meant escalating the situation. "Your Highness speaks wisely." Suddenly, the young deity interjected. "I too was coerced by these traitors into appearing in this dilapidated temple. Tonight's events have nothing to do with me. I implore your Highness to discern the truth." "Ha ha!" Prince Feng burst into laughter, casting a disinterested glance at the young deity before turning his attention back to the blood-clad general. The blood-clad general's anger flared, yet he found himself at a loss for words, finally bellowing, "Rebellious child, all you do is stir up trouble. Return to me at once." Chapter 44. A great gain upon hearing this. The young deity promptly exited the dilapidated temple. Li Dong watched him depart, shaking his head. It was hardly worth the trouble caused by such a fool. With this matter settled, I shall take my leave. The blood-clad general addressed Prince Feng coldly before turning to Li Dong with a piercing gaze. "You have impressed me." As these words fell, both the young and the blood-clad generals vanished. Chao Zixiu and the others expressed their regrets, while Li Dong felt a tightening in his chest. Despite his best efforts to avoid trouble, it seemed to be escalating beyond control. What a dilemma! Li Dong gazed up at Prince Feng in the sky, bowing deeply with clasped fists. "Thank you, your Highness." "Not at all," Prince Feng replied with a smile. "Tonight, your act of slaying the traitors of the Heavenly Sword sect has earned you a token of commendation from the Supervisory Institute. Henceforth, should you encounter any traitors, you may strike first and report later." "A token from the Supervisory Institute?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Supervisory Institute, overseen by Prince Feng, wielded tremendous power and commanded great respect among officials. Its members were no less than 7th-rank officials, and the team leaders even held 6th-rank status. Gaining entry to the Supervisory Institute was notoriously challenging, with stringent requirements. For Prince Feng to so readily grant Li Dong a position there, especially as a team leader, indicated an extraordinary level of favor. What connection could exist between Prince Feng and Li Dong? "Thank you, your Highness." Li Dong accepted the token, feeling a bit bewildered. It was their first encounter. Yet he was met with a wink and presented with such a significant gift. What was the prince truly thinking? Nevertheless, this token would prove invaluable, as the status of the Supervisory Institute would shield him from potential harm by other influential figures in the capital. In essence, this identity would free him from fear of the general's residence, unless the blood-clad general were to personally resort to force against him. An unlikely scenario. "Well-deserved," Prince Feng remarked, stroking his beard with a smile. He then surveyed the crowd with a cold snort. "It is late. Those who should sleep ought to do so in an instant." The crowd dispersed entirely. Prince Feng nodded in satisfaction and vanished from sight. In the deep of night, only Li Dong and his companions remained, finding solace in their mutual company. "It seems Brother Li has an impressive background," Chao Zixiu commented with a grin. "I can't help but feel you might be the favored son-in-law of Prince Feng." "What?" The two daughters of the Yi family frowned. They had yet to subdue Li Dong, and his potential engagement would be detrimental to their plans. Li Dong's expression darkened as he turned to Chao Zixiu. "You promised to take the blame. What just happened? Why are you all pointing fingers at me?" "Well," Chao Zixiu chuckled awkwardly, "if I take the blame, no one would believe me. But rest assured, if anything happens to you, I will enlist my master to rescue you." Li Dong's expression softened slightly as he glanced at Yi Yuxue and Li Yifan, only to see the two women hastily pointing at Chao Zixiu. "We only pointed because he did." All of them were individuals of stature, yet it was surprising to see them act so timidly. Li Dong shook his head, choosing to ignore them as he ventured into the courtyard to inspect the corpses. "Huh? What is this?" Upon turning, Li Dong was taken aback and scrutinized the bodies in the courtyard. he had not noticed before, but the 15 individuals he had slain had now, in a short span, transformed into desiccated corpses, dark and shriveled, as if they had been sun-dried for years. Ugh! Chao Zixio and the others soon noticed this bizarre phenomenon and gathered around. Brotherly, what kind of poison is this? How could it be so ruthless? Even in death, they cannot remain whole. I did not administer any poison, Li Dong replied, perplexed. Yet soon, his brow furrowed as he closed his eyes. At that moment, the purple coffin that had been silent within his consciousness opened a crack, emitting a ghostly glow, reminiscent of a mouth suckling at a teat, as an extraordinarily pure force surged from the lifeless bodies, draining them as if they were being siphoned. It was this purple coffin within his consciousness that had caused the corpses to decay in such a manner. Steadying himself, Li Dong observed once more. After the corpse was drained, it appeared as though veins had emerged on the coffin, with purple patterns illuminating and coursing within, dazzlingly radiant. Before long, the light converged at the center of the coffin's base, revealing a faintly glowing character. Life? Life? Li Dong focused intently as his gaze flickered. The character, Life, with its 5 strokes, was primarily dull and lifeless, except for the last stroke, which had come alive and shone brightly due to the absorption of these 15 individuals. Now vibrant and captivating, and from this singular stroke, Li Dong felt a profound vitality emanating. Life. In an instant, Li Dong contemplated the ominous threat posed by the death aura that lingered in his resurrected body. He was even certain that illuminating the character for Life in its entirety would completely eradicate this peril. This conviction arose from a profound intuition deep within his heart, a certainty as strong as if it were conveyed directly by a coffin. A feeling so intense that it was undeniable, in essence. Did this imply that he needed to eliminate more individuals in the future? If that were the case, Li Dong cast a malevolent glance towards the direction of the Tianjin sect. For it was they who had brought him to this plight. Thus, the responsibility of resolving this issue would naturally fall upon them. This debt was one that needed settling. Various thoughts whirled through his mind. With the grudges surrounding the minor divine general now settled, his greatest nuisance remained the Tianjin sect. Moreover, with the emperor's banquet approaching, it was certain that the Tianjin sect would encounter some troubles, allowing him, under the guise of the leader of the Inspection Institute, to conduct a massacre in broad daylight. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune. The burden of the death aura had weighed heavily on his heart. And now, by a twist of fate, after eliminating 15 individuals, he had suddenly discovered a solution. This revelation lightened Li Dong's spirit immensely, as if a great mountain had been lifted from his heart. Slowly opening his eyes, he smiled at Chao Zixio and the others, saying, "Indeed, I was the one who deployed this poison, but I shan't disclose any further details." With that, he waved them away. "If there's nothing urgent, you may leave. Can't you see I'm quite busy? Why cause such a disturbance?" As he spoke, he rifled through the bodies of the 15 corpses and retrieved 4 storage rings. Upon inspecting them one by one, his eyebrows lifted in surprise. Within these 4 rings lay 3 mid-grade magical artifacts, akin to the treasure that Bai Linger had adorned herself with last time, each possessing considerable value. Among them were a jade pendant, a silken pouch, and a wooden blade, the specific functionalities of which would require further contemplation. Additionally, these rings contained a substantial amount of wealth, including over 100 spirit stones, and most importantly, numerous martial arts manuals, over 40 sets in total, covering various disciplines such as swordsmanship, unarmed combat, formations, alchemy, and assassination techniques. This was indeed a significant haul. Chapter 45. Rising fame. During the 5 years of neglect at the Tianjin sect, Li Dong had developed a fondness for reading, particularly those detailed manuals. Each one could potentially become a means of survival in the future, and perusal was always beneficial. Most astonishing to him was the discovery of a fragment of a top-tier martial arts manual among them. With an Inspection Institute token for storage rings brimming with wealth, and the acquisition of a method to resolve the death aura issue, it could be said that he had struck gold that night. Feeling relieved, he casually ignited a flame formation to incinerate all the corpses into ashes. Li Dong, invigorated and thoroughly satisfied, strolled back to his room. Chao Zixio had been waiting anxiously nearby, and upon seeing Li Dong leave without a backward glance, he shook his head in utter disappointment. All that wealth had been taken by Li Dong without so much as a word of sharing. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Li Yifan couldn't help but chuckle, while the two sisters from the Yi family appeared more serene, unconcerned with such matters as they gazed up at the night sky outside the dilapidated temple. Tonight's commotion has been rather large. Peace will be hard to come by from now on, Yi Yushue remarked, shaking her head. I wonder if our choices were indeed wise. Fear not, sister. We shall embrace whatever comes our way. Yi Yubing reassured her, gripping her sister's hand comfortingly. Yi Yushue smiled faintly. Without Li Dong's presence, they might have managed to remain concealed in the shadows, but now, due to their association with him, their identities had been exposed to the world. Their adversaries at the Tianjian sect would inevitably become aware of who they were. However, with the emperor's banquet imminent, the Tianjian sect would be too preoccupied to seek trouble with them. So for the time being, they had little to fear. Yi Yushue exchanged a smile with Yi Yubing, and then inwardly resolved that after the emperor's banquet concluded, before the Tianjian sect found the time to pursue them, they must secure Li Dong's protection. Observing Li Dong retreating to his chamber, Yi Yushue felt a profound sense of helplessness. Why was he so cautious by nature? Why wouldn't he accept a beauty like herself? What would it take to win him over? Did she need to be more proactive? Her cheeks flushed momentarily. With their own thoughts occupying their minds, the group dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Notably, Li Yifan, in a fit of curiosity, joined in the commotion and set up a room for herself in the dilapidated temple. Thus, 5 individuals resided within the temple, fortunate that it was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Inside his room, Li Dong, with leisure at hand, layered an additional formation outside his chamber. He had lost track of how many formations he had created by now. Once finished, he took out the top-tier martial arts manual, Xianyu Yunju, a manual for body movement techniques. Li Dong's eyes brightened. He preferred such evasion skills over combative techniques, not for any other reason but for the ability to escape and preserve his life. Moreover, top-tier body movement manuals were exceedingly rare in the world, and his acquisition of one was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Indeed, engaging in murder and theft proved to be the most lucrative means of earning wealth. And tonight's elimination of those 3 masters was not in vain. Putting aside his musings, he diligently studied the manual, and soon after perusing it, he sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, it was merely a fragment, lacking the latter half, which meant he could only aspire to reach the pinnacle of mastery without any further advancement. Nevertheless, for the time being, even the peak-level body movement technique would suffice for his training. Setting the manual aside, Li Dong turned his attention to the 3 mid-grade magical artifacts. The jade pendant served as a protective charm, capable of withstanding a single strike from a master if used wisely. The wooden blade was intended for combat, its full force comparable to a master's strongest attack. The silken pouch had a rather unique function. It could summon snow, capable of generating heavy snowfall in a localized area regardless of the weather. Though it served no other purpose, it was likely crafted in conjunction with a specific type of martial arts technique, so he decided to keep it for now. After securely stowing away the 3 artifacts, Li Dong, feeling content, embraced the Xianyu Yunju and drifted into slumber. The following day, the vast imperial city was stirred into a frenzy over the events of the previous night at the dilapidated temple. Countless individuals were shocked and incredulous, their reactions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Most notably, those who had been inspired by Li Dong's performance in the arena, previously of mediocre talent, were ecstatic, as if witnessing the rise of a sacred ground in their hearts, filled with a sense of vindication, naturally leading to an increase in their reverence for Li Dong. Consequently, Li Dong's name echoed throughout the imperial city, becoming a topic of fervent discussion. Within a mansion deep in the city, Bai Linger smashed her desk with a resounding crash, her lips twitching in disbelief. Li Dong is not only alive but has also become a monstrous figure alongside Chao Zixio? What a ridiculous claim of the unrivaled pair. Having stripped her of a martial soul, he should have been utterly reduced to a state of uselessness, yet he seemed to grow increasingly formidable, even attaining the status of the so-called unrivaled pair. How could such a thing be justifiable? Sister, it's true. The rumors outside are spreading like wildfire, Xiao Lu said nervously, glancing at Bai Linger. Bai Linger took a deep breath, narrowing her eyes as she gazed towards the direction of the dilapidated temple. After a long pause, she instructed, relate every specific detail to me. Yes, Xiao Lu pondered before recounting, Li Dong single-handedly held back 3 masters and 12 experts of the transformation realm using an unending array of formations. It is said that his formations are not particularly strong, but his comprehension of them is astonishing, allowing him to combine various basic formations into a formidable array. Indeed, I am aware of how powerful his formations are. Bai Linger retorted angrily, enough of his formations. Tell me how those 3 masters met their demise, and no matter how impressive his formations may be, it is impossible for him to kill a master. Sister is insightful, Xiao Lu timidly praised before continuing. His formations can indeed only hinder masters, not slay them. However, he concealed poison within the array, a type called, what was it again? That detail is of little importance. Just proceed, Bai Linger interrupted, her brow furrowing. However, he cleverly devised a poison within the array. It's truly insidious. Did those 3 masters perish because of his poison? Of course not. Xiao Lu quickly shook her head, then paused before adding, the poison is indeed significant. When those 3 masters were afflicted, they were powerless to break the formation. At that moment, Chao Zixio suddenly displayed his remarkable talents and shattered 2 of the minor divine General's top-grade artifacts with a single strike. Throwing the 3 masters into disarray. One strike shattered 2 top-grade artifacts. Bai Linger's expression shifted. This Chao Zixio is indeed a prodigy. He must have cultivated the Tianhe sword technique to an extraordinary level. What happened next? Sister is astute. Xiao Lu casually remarked. At that moment, Li Dong disbanded the formation. As the 3 grandmasters frantically attempted to rescue the little divine general, they triggered the last mechanism left by Li Dong, becoming ensnared by a hail of arrows. These arrows were not only deadly but also coated in a venom that, when merged with the previous toxin, would become even more potent. Bai Linger's pupils immediately constricted, a chill running down her spine. Chapter 46. A dramatic shift in power. A surge of intense dread washed over her. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's words, Bai Linger's first thought was one of immense fortune. She had not stepped into the dilapidated temple but had merely fought outside its doors. Otherwise, given Li Dong's cunning setup, there was no way she would have survived. The following thought was one of profound trepidation. Li Dong had changed dramatically, to an extent that astonished her and even evoked fear. Senior sister, what shall we do next? Should we still confront him? Xiao Lu inquired, visibly apprehensive. Even grandmasters could be annihilated. They were clearly no match for him now. Do you believe my past actions against him are worthy of forgiveness? Bai Linger shot a cold glance at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu's expression stiffened. Deceiving Li Dong, exploiting him, ultimately seizing his martial soul, and nearly killing him. Such animosity ran too deep. It was plainly impossible for Li Dong to forgive her. If it is not worth it, then if we do not eliminate him now, will he come for me in the future? Bai Linger snorted dismissively. Stop asking such foolish questions. But how do we deal with him? Xiao Lu expressed her concerns, truly wanting to voice that they were currently unable to provoke Li Dong, let alone kill him. We have faced defeat before. Have you been rendered speechless by fear of him? Bai Linger replied sternly. No matter how formidable his formations or how astonishing his achievements, they are merely reliant on that decrepit temple. Once he departs from there, what is he? He has killed Wang Junyi, Xiao Lu whispered. And so what? Bai Linger's pupils narrowed. He is nothing more than an inferior, third-rate genius. Even with the aid of his formations, he could only slay a first-rate genius. Once he leaves that temple, what does he have to compare with me? Xiao Lu dared not speak further. Bai Linger coldly asserted, do you believe he can match me once he leaves the temple? Naturally, he is not a match for you, senior sister. Xiao Lu shook her head, though doubt lingered in her heart. Was it truly so? Why did she feel so unsettled? Then it is settled, Bai Linger said indifferently. But rest assured, the imperial banquet is about to commence, and I cannot afford to deal with him. Hence, I will not actively seek trouble with him. During this period, I shall delegate others to keep a close watch on him. That would be for the best, Xiao Lu sighed in relief. Enough, Bai Linger glanced at Xiao Lu and shook her head. You may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. Understood. Watching Xiao Lu depart, Bai Linger revealed a hint of fear. Li Dong, I never anticipated you would emerge in such a manner. Yet, regrettably, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. You have revealed yourself too soon. With the imperial banquet approaching, the Tianjin sex agents in the capital would soon spring into action. contemplating the personnel arranged by the Tianjin sect in the imperial city. Bai Linger let slip a cold smile. A genius of formations, a peerless prodigy? In the end, you will find yourself with no escape. Senior sister. Suddenly, Xiao Lu returned. What is it now? Bai Linger frowned at her. Xiao Lu, panting heavily, exclaimed, the imperial banquet has been postponed. What? Bai Linger immediately rose. How could this be? Such a significant affair concerning the realm could be so abruptly delayed. Yes, indeed. Once Xiao Lu caught her breath. She continued, it is said that in response to public sentiment, 10 additional potential dragon spots have been added, to be filled by warriors from Nirvana to Grandmaster level, necessitating a thorough re-evaluation of all those from Nirvana to Grandmaster level. Previously, the Imperial Banquet only had 10 fledgling dragon spots and 1 dragon general spot, which indeed lacked fairness for those at the Grandmaster level. Now, with the increase of potential dragon spots, it seems reasonable. But this will disrupt our plans. Bai Linger furrowed her brow, looking at Xiao Lu. What does the sect say? Xiao Lu's expression was fraught with anxiety. The sect believes this is a deliberate ploy by the Emperor of Dian, merely an excuse to disrupt our Tianjin sect's plans, and even what? A bad premonition crossed Bai Linger's face. Xiao Lu replied solemnly, even to take this opportunity to eliminate our forces stationed in the imperial city. Just before this news broke, the Emperor of Dian had already made a move, capturing many of our Tianjin sect's members. What a cunning emperor! Bai Linger was taken aback, her heart suddenly enlightened. The previously fervent discussions surrounding the imperial banquet were merely bait, waiting for their Tianjin sect members to take the hook, and just as the banquet was about to commence, they would suddenly close the net and strike back. What else does the sect say? Bai Linger asked in a grave tone. The sect advises us to refrain from making any rash moves, to remain patient, and to stay hidden. Xiao Lu hesitated. If anything seems amiss, we should escape immediately. Senior sister, I think you ought to hide for a while. Have we been exposed here? Bai Linger asked anxiously. Xiao Lu shook her head. I do not know, but you have been spotted by Li Dong, and I fear he may leak information about you. That is true. Bai Linger frowned. To be safe, we must indeed lay low. Prepare yourself. Tonight we shall leave under the cover of darkness. All right. Xiao Lu hurriedly began to pack. Bai Linger, meanwhile, sat alone, her expression troubled as she gazed towards the dilapidated temple, her heart filled with resentment. How could this happen? Damned thing, truly infuriating. This has thrown my plans into disarray. Not only will my people be unable to confront Li Dong, but I may also face danger myself. Simultaneously, news of the postponement of the imperial banquet spread throughout the entire capital. It finally somewhat subdued the uproar surrounding Li Dong's battle last night. Within the dilapidated temple, Li Dong and his companions reacted differently to the news of the postponed banquet. Chao Zixio and the others appeared indifferent, while the sisters Yi Yuxue displayed some concern. Only Li Dong's expression shifted slightly. At such a critical juncture, the sudden postponement of the banquet was certainly not as simple as it seemed. It was likely the current emperor's strategy to disrupt the plans of the Tianjin sect. After all, the imperial banquet was a significant event aimed at countering the Tianjin sect, and they could not possibly remain passive. They must have some preparations in place. Moreover, as the Emperor of Dian, he undoubtedly knew more than the average person, so this sudden postponement must carry deeper implications. However, such machinations of high-ranking figures had little to do with him. He was not yet at that level. At that moment, footsteps were heard from outside the dilapidated temple. May I inquire if Lord Li Daoyi is present? A group of 6 appeared at the entrance of the temple, dressed in uniform and imposing black attire. Their gazes sweeping over Li Dong and the others within. Li Dong and his companions scrutinized them in return. Among them, Feng Yingying frowned slightly and immediately stepped forward upon hearing they were looking for Li Dong. You are from the Inspection Institute? Upon seeing this princess, you ought to kneel. The 6 black-clad individuals were initially taken aback, but upon recognizing Feng Yingying, they quickly knelt. We did not expect the princess to be here. Please forgive us. We pay our respects to the princess. Feng Yingying nodded in satisfaction before saying coolly, Rise. Now tell me, what business do you have with Lord Li Daoyi? I must remind you, he is my friend. So you had best choose your words carefully. Chapter 47. All talents. The 6 individuals from the Inspection Institute exchanged wry smiles, helplessly glancing at one another before the leader clasped his fists. Princess, you misunderstand. Lord Li became the leader of the Inspection Institute yesterday.
and our squad has been assigned as his subordinates. We are here to report to Lord Li today." The others in the courtyard suddenly understood. Feng Yingying looked at Li Dong in astonishment. "You have become the leader of the Inspection Institute?" "Indeed." Li Dong nodded, rising to address the six. "So, we shall be working together from now on." "Yes, my lord." The leader, with a square face and a serious demeanor, suddenly looked up and smiled. "From now on, we shall follow your lead." My lord. Li Dong could not help but glance over the six individuals. All six were at the peak of the transformation realm. Although warriors of that level were not uncommon in the imperial city, such prowess was rare in the world. Did the Inspection Institute have ordinary subordinates with such strength? Clearly not. They seemed to be specially assigned guards from Prince Feng. As he pondered, Li Dong hesitated. "Why have you come to find me instead of heading to the Inspection Institute?" "Yes, my lord," the leader quickly replied earnestly. "In addition to reporting, we also have urgent matters to inform you of. To facilitate our actions, we came directly here." Li Dong nodded for him to continue. The man looked around at the others in the courtyard. Hesitating, "This is a matter of official business. Would it not be better for the lord to speak privately?" "Unnecessary." Li Dong casually produced a copper coin, and a formation enveloped the group in an instant. This formation can obstruct the ears and eyes of outsiders. "Speak freely." The leader's eyes lit up, and he quickly exclaimed, "Such a magnificent formation, summoned at your command. My lord, you truly possess extraordinary talent. Your mastery of formations is unparalleled. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons." Li Dong regarded the man with surprise. "What is your name?" Replying to my lord, "My name is Zhao Zihu," the man said, his demeanor respectful. "Zhao Zihu." Li Dong nodded, bemused by the insincerity of the words that flowed so effortlessly from Zhang's lips. Articulated with such fervor, truly a remarkable talent. He then turned his gaze towards the five individuals closely trailing Zhao Zihu. "Your Excellency," one unremarkable-looking man spoke up, "I am Gao Yi, I am Chao Shanjia," declared a stout, somewhat wooden fellow. "Jiao Qi," introduced a shorter individual. "Du Feiqi," said a man whose eyes sparkled with cunning. "Kai Han Yong," announced another plain-looking person. Li Dong nodded in acknowledgement, taking the trouble to memorize their names. "Let us discuss serious matters." "Yes," Zhao Zihu responded with solemnity. "The prince has commanded that during the postponement of the imperial banquet, our inspection bureau must cooperate as much as possible with the imperial guards to root out the traitors of the Tianjin sect within the city and eliminate them thoroughly." "Oh?" Li Dong's eyes lit up. Such an order indicated that the emperor had secured considerable intelligence regarding the traitors. The postponement of the imperial banquet indeed held significant implications. "Please elaborate." "Certainly," Zhao Zihu continued. "Today a large contingent of imperial guards, along with our colleagues from the Inspection Bureau, have already apprehended several notable figures. However, the waters remain murky, and it is inevitable that some slippery fish will evade capture, necessitating our involvement in their identification and apprehension." As he spoke, Zhao Zihu produced a letter, stating, "This document allocates 3 targets for our team to investigate." Li Dong glanced down at the paper, which bore 3 scrawled illustrations that he could not decipher. Zhao Zihu pointed to the first drawing on the left. "This represents the residence of Deputy Commander Zhou, who has had dealings with the Tianjin sect and may very well be a traitor himself. We must investigate." The second is a merchant family, the Wu household. It is rumored that a woman named Bai Linger is hiding there, and she is indeed a traitor of the Tianjin sect. The Wu family is suspected of sheltering her, so we must look into that. The third— Wait, Li Dong interrupted, squinting as he pointed at the Wu household. "Are you certain Bai Linger is hiding there?" "Yes," Zhao Zihu replied, lifting his gaze to smile at Li Dong. "This lead is connected to you, my lord. It was because she caused you trouble that we took notice and traced her to the Wu household." "Oh?" Li Dong cast a glance at Feng Yingying before nodding. It made sense. Feng Yingying would undoubtedly have attracted attention from the prince's household while at the dilapidated temple, and given that Prince Feng oversees the inspection bureau, it was only natural for such leads to emerge. "Are all 3 targets for us to pursue, or is it otherwise?" Li Dong inquired. "I fear we can only select one. Once we complete one, the remaining 2 leads will likely be snatched away by others. These 3 leads were fortunate to be presented to me in advance for your consideration," Zhao Zihu explained, winking. "It ultimately depends on your convenience." "My lord." Li Dong regarded Zhao Zihu, smiling. This fellow was indeed a talent. He gestured towards the residence of Bai Linger. Let us choose the Wu household. Understood, my lord. Zhao Zihu immediately turned to Du Feiqi. Lao Lu, inform the Imperial Guards to be ready for joint operations. Yes, Lao Wu, he continued, looking at the short and agile Zhao Qi. You go to keep watch at the Wu household. Yes, the two departed with remarkable speed. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, Dalai Dong raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Such agility bordered on the extraordinary, my lord. That is indeed the case, Zhao Zihu chuckled. Among us 6 brothers, Lao Wu and Lao Lu excel in tracking. Their skills primarily lie in their swift movements. Remarkable, Li Dong nodded. And the rest of you? Your Excellency, Zhao Zihu pointed to the burly man, Lao San, Chao Shanjia, is adept in external martial arts, with a physique as tough as iron. In times of danger, you can surely rely on him. He gestured to himself and the other 2. The 3 of us are all skilled with blades and axes, primarily assisting you in combat. All are exceptional talents, Li Dong remarked with a smile. When do you think it is appropriate to set off? We await your command, my lord. Zhao Zihu promptly replied, when you say the word, we shall depart. Li Dong chuckled and patted Zhao Zihu on the shoulder. This fellow was indeed astute, and having him as a subordinate felt almost like underutilizing his talents. He then asked, in that case, please provide me with a brief overview of the Wu household. Certainly, Zhao Zihu flipped the letter over to reveal a detailed map of the Wu household. Enlarged for clarity. It seemed he had anticipated Li Dong's choice to investigate there. Li Dong smiled, not minding the foresight. Zhao Zihu pointed to the grand hall at the center of the Wu household. Though the master of this residence is merely a merchant, it is said that he possesses considerable martial talent. Already at the level of a master. Additionally, he has employed 30 guards, all skilled fighters. These are the known strengths. However, in the shadows. How so? Li Dong inquired, glancing toward the Wu household's direction. A merchant with substantial wealth could easily afford to hire 1 or 2 masters for protection. The presence of Tianjin sect members complicates matters, making it difficult to ascertain the full extent of their arrangements. We have already dispatched individuals to investigate the situation in secret, Zhao Zihu replied. Blinking. You are indeed commendable, Li Dong praised him, satisfied with Zhao Zihu's initiative. Continue. Your Excellency, Zhao Zihu resumed, adopting a serious demeanor. For reasons unknown, the Wu household appears to be a mere facade. There are no personnel present. And even the Wu family members have vanished, leaving only a distant branch residing there. However, in the rear courtyard, over 10 traders from the Tianjin sect have gathered. Li Dong's eyes narrowed. The Wu household has been eliminated by the Tianjin sect? Zhao Zihu hesitated. They may have fled. Li Dong shook his head. The Tianjin sect's modus operandi was typically to act decisively, leaving no opportunity for escape or warning. No. Such a straightforward conclusion seemed beyond Zhao Zihu's understanding. It was as if he were subtly demonstrating how astute he could be. Very well. Patting Zhao Zihu's shoulder, Li Dong waved his hand to dismantle the barrier isolating them from the outside world. Let us proceed. Yes. Zhao Zihu and his companions promptly followed Li Dong, who was approached by Chao Zixio and others from the dilapidated temple. Hey, brotherly, are you off to handle some business? Might it be convenient to include us? After glancing at them, Li Dong pondered for a moment. Although they had not spent an extended time together, the likelihood of these individuals being traitors of the Tianjin sect was minimal. Moreover, they were all top-tier talents who could prove useful if included. He gestured for them to join him, saying, your legs are your own. Feel free to dictate your destination. Chao Zixio and the others exchanged glances before following suit. Noting their evident enthusiasm, Li Dong inquired during the journey, what prompted you to involve yourselves in such affairs today? Given their exceptional talents, it was unusual for them to show interest in such trivial matters. With the imperial banquet recently postponed, the inspection bureau has taken action. And the commotion is significant. Anyone with discernment can see that this is aimed at the traitors of the Tianjin sect, Chao Zixio remarked, giving Li Dong a knowing look. In times of unrest, casualties are inevitable, and we are both adept at navigating the murky waters of violence. Surely, we can share some of the spoils. Li Dong found himself at a loss for words. Chao Zixio's character seemed genuinely motivated by the prospect of gain. He then turned to Li Yifan, pondering whether she too was simply interested in such trivial rewards. Without hesitation, Li Yifan replied, I follow Zixio. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Li Dong nodded in understanding, quickly averting his gaze from the 2 daughters of the Yi family, who also seemed intent on trailing him for reasons of their own. As for Feng Yingying, her penchant for excitement was well known. Wherever there was commotion, she was sure to be found. Brotherly, should you need any assistance? Do not hesitate to ask. As Li Dong scanned the group, Chao Zisho smiled. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for me to extend my hand, would it not? If you have such reservations, why not seek a position within the Inspection Bureau? It would be far easier for us to collaborate on official matters, Li Dong suggested, noting that for someone of Chao Zisho's caliber, securing a role would be relatively simple. Chao Zisho chuckled, shaking his head. I am a free spirit. How could I confine myself to the halls of power? Li Dong nodded, refraining from pressing further. Individuals like them, standing at the pinnacle of excellence, were often averse to being shackled by rules. It was an enviable state of existence, one that Li Dong longed for but found himself unable to attain. My lord, we have arrived at the Wu household. Zhao Zihu, leading the way, suddenly announced. The group halted across the street from a grand residence. Li Dong assessed the gates and walls of the estate before turning to Zhao Zihu. Are there still people inside? Your Excellency, the watchful Zhao Qi returned to report, they remain. The Tianjin sect members are all accounted for in the rear courtyard. Li Dong nodded. At the same time, the individual named Feiqi, the sixth member, rejoined the group. Reporting to you, my lord, 100 Imperial Guards are already in position, waiting in the shadows. Zhao Zihu cast a glance at the Wu residence before turning to Li Dongdao. My lord, what are your plans? Shall we storm in directly, or what do you think? Li Dong looked at Zhao Zihu, who clasped his fists and replied, in my humble opinion, with our numbers and might, we should simply crush through and enter without hesitation. That is indeed a reasonable approach, but it may not be entirely prudent. Li Dong shook his head. What do you think of this dilapidated temple? Dilapidated temple? Zhao Zihu blinked. Wherever my lord resides is naturally a den of dragons and tigers. Fraught with peril, yet how could these traitors possibly be compared to you? Better to be overly cautious than to be caught unawares, Li Dong countered, knowing that any traps within the residence could lead to substantial losses. He would not take risks lightly. Zhao Zihu looked up, studying Li Dong intently, then asked, So, my lord's intention is? To wait it out. Li Dong indicated a nearby tea house, instructing everyone to take their seats. As you have mentioned, the Imperial Guard is already preparing in the shadows. Once I set my plans in motion, they will be like fish in a barrel. Anyone who shows themselves will be caught. Why take unnecessary risks? When will we have to wait? Zhao Zihu frowned. Li Dong smiled. Soon. Once I have arranged everything, you will lead a few men under the guise of the inspection court to conduct a search. Merely to create a FAAD. They will naturally reveal themselves. Hearing this, Zhao Zihu clapped his hands in delight. Brilliant. The traitors of the Tianjin sect are like startled birds. A mere fright will send them fleeing in all directions. Falling into their own traps. Truly, my lord possesses remarkable insight. My admiration is akin to boiling water, unable to cool. Nearby, Yi Yubing could no longer contain herself and sprayed her tea all over Li Dong. Li Dong glared at her in silent indignation and waved his hand at Zhao Zihu. Enough, enough. Ensure they remain discreet while I make my preparations. I too wish to witness my lord's miraculous techniques. Zhao Zihu's 6 brothers immediately stood up to follow Li Dong. Li Dong glanced at them and shook his head, realizing they were not merely colleagues from the inspection court, but rather were clearly assigned to ensure his safety. He wondered what Prince Feng was thinking, showing him such care. Let us go, let us go. Accepting the presence of these protectors, he led them to the 3 grand entrances of the Wu residence, setting up a containment formation at one and a lethal formation at another, hastily laying out a simple array along the lengthy courtyard walls, in less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. The arrangements were complete. To set up such an expansive estate in such a brief time, my lord is indeed extraordinary. Enough, Li Dong interjected, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Zhao Zihu's flattery. He pointed to the surroundings of the residence. I merely established a gentle breeze formation along the courtyard walls. It serves only to alert us if someone passes by, lacking any offensive or trapping capabilities, hence the quick setup. Upon returning to the tea house, Li Dong did not give Zhao Zihu a chance to retort. Casting a glance at the men from the inspection court, be sharp when you enter shortly. You are not to capture anyone, just to serve as a deterrent, not risk your lives. Thank you for your concern, my lord. The 6 men expressed their gratitude, clasping their fists earnestly. Rest assured, we will not encounter any mishaps. You stay here. We will return shortly. Very well, Li Dong waved them off, feeling a strange sense of relief as they departed. Nearby, Chao Zixio and others watched the 6 men with keen interest before turning to Li Dong with a smile. Li brother, these 6 men are quite remarkable. Why do they hold you in such high regard? That is what I wish to know. Li Dong shook his head. Logically, even if he had some connection to the Prince Feng's residence, these men should not be so attentive towards him. Especially Zhao Zihu, whose enthusiasm seemed even more fervent than when they were in the presence of Princess Feng Yingying. Throughout the journey, the princess had been beside them, yet their displays of enthusiasm had waned in her presence, almost overshadowing her. Seeing him shake his head, Chao Zixio teased, perhaps it is merely a case of admiration. After all, your reputation has soared, and you are extolled from all corners, like the sun at its zenith. Why does that sound so familiar? Li Dong grinned, turning to the women. Has Zhao Zihu expressed such sentiments? The women stifled smiles, while Li Yifan shot Li Dong a disapproving glance, choosing not to respond. Within the Wu residence, Bai Linger awaited the onset of night. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, accompanied by the familiar voice of Xiao Lu. Senior sister, trouble has arisen. The inspection court has come to our residence. What? Bai Linger's eyes widened in shock, her complexion paling momentarily. It was hard to believe that they had found her residence so swiftly. This could not simply be a coincidence. What is the situation in the front courtyard? Bai Linger cast a cold glance at the main courtyard. If the Wu family dared to betray her, none of them would be spared. Xiao Lu replied, the Wu family is stalling them, still entangled with the men from the inspection court. Bai Linger narrowed her eyes. How is your packing coming along? Most of the Wu family's wealth has been secured, and it is all here. Xiao Lu presented a storage ring. Bai Linger took the storage ring, contemplating for a moment. After casting a deep glance towards the main entrance, she resolutely instructed, inform the others in the court to leave through the back gate immediately, and then return to escort me. Understood. Xiao Lu dashed out to relay the message. Before long, she returned, and the two made their way to a smaller door on the left side. Just as they were about to move, a sudden flash of light erupted from the back gate. Not good, we cannot leave through the gate. Bai Linger quickly seized Xiao Lu, her expression darkening. They have set up formations at the entrance. The inspection court was indeed prepared. Follow me. Meanwhile, at the tea house, Li Dong, who had been patiently awaiting developments, noticed the light from the back gate and smiled. Here comes the action. As they rushed towards the back gate, Zhao Zihu and his men also hurried over. The black-armored imperial guards, having been lying in wait, surged forth in a frenzy, swiftly apprehending all 10 members of the Tianjin sect. Wai Lord's foresight is truly remarkable. They have indeed walked into their own trap. Congratulations, my lord, for achieving such a significant victory so soon after your appointment. Zhao Zihu eagerly approached Li Dong, showering him with flattery. Li Dong had no time for pleasantries, scanning the captured Tianjin sect disciples and furrowing his brow. Bai Linger is not among them. At that moment, the wall on the left, devoid of any door, suddenly glowed, accompanied by a piercing gust of wind. They fled to the left. Pursue them, Li Dong commanded, prompting his men to give chase. The imperial guards who had been holding the 10 Tianjin sect disciples shouted in confusion, My lord? What about them? Execute them, Li Dong replied without looking back, but then suddenly recalled the incident with the purple coffin devouring vitality and turned around. Leave them for now. I will deal with them later. At the end of the long street, Bai Linger had not managed to escape far and was soon cornered by the imperial guards and Zhao Zihu. Upon seeing Li Dong part the crowd and emerge, Bai Linger's already tense expression darkened further. It's you? No wonder the inspection court found her so quickly. Formations had been set at both the entrance and the walls. It turned out that all of this had been orchestrated by Li Dong. But how could this be? They had been the ones hunting Li Dong, and now the tables had turned. Surprised? Li Dong's gaze was icy as he studied Bai Linger, noticing the miraculous regeneration of her severed arm, an act that could only be achieved with high-grade spirit pills. The Tianjin sect had certainly spared no expense. It was evident that Bai Linger possessed considerable knowledge, including the sect's specific plans. However, equally, this woman was privy to much about him as well. Rather than interrogating her regarding the sect's schemes, he found himself far more interested in eliminating Bai Linger directly. Quite unexpected to meet you again so soon. Bai Linger glared at Li Dong, her pride shattered after being defeated twice by him. leaving her with a sense of indignation. After all, Li Dong was clearly much weaker than she. Humph. Li Dong stepped closer to Bai Linger, lowering his voice. You are surprised by the manner of our meeting? Aren't you? Rest assured, there will not be a next time. As he spoke, he suddenly drew his sword. In that instant, there was a thunderous crash as the wall behind Bai Linger crumbled, and a large hand reached through the debris, seizing her and dragging her back. Who goes there? My lord, be careful. Zhao Zihu and the others cried out in alarm. Li Dong's expression shifted as he swiftly hurled his sword through the air, aiming directly for Bai Linger's heart. Yet, Bai Linger was no weakling. Even while airborne, she managed to twist her body, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, with a sickening thud, the blade still found its mark, severing her entire right arm, once again the same arm that had bled before, causing it to fall to the ground. Bai Linger screamed in agony, her voice filled with vengeful fury. Li Dong, the next time we meet, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Li Dong stood still, watching the silhouette of a person departing with Bai Linger, his expression as frigid as ice. A peak 9th-level master would not casually linger here. He must have been covertly protecting Bai Linger all along. The significance that Tianjin sect placed upon this woman far exceeded his expectations. How unfortunate! She managed to escape. Cursing under his breath, Li Dong's attention was drawn to a ring on Bai Linger's severed arm. Upon noticing where Li Dong's gaze was fixed, Zhao Zihu, with earnestness, took the ring off and hurriedly delivered it to him. My lord, there is no need for distress. If the monk runs away, the temple cannot escape. One day, the emperor will lead us to strike at Tianjin sect, and then you may decide who lives and who dies. As Zhao Zihu spoke, he handed the storage ring to Li Dong. You are rather optimistic, Li Dong replied. Accepting the ring and shaking his head, he gazed into the direction where Bai Linger had vanished, pondering that this woman's departure might mean a long wait until their next meeting, and such a favorable opportunity may not arise again. With that thought, Li Dong turned his focus to the contents of the ring. Upon a cursory glance, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. A substantial fortune lay within. There were at least 10 chests of gold and an astonishing 80 chests of silver, amounting to no less than 1,000,000 taels. Had Bai Linger completely emptied the Wu household? This sudden influx of wealth effectively transformed him overnight into a man of considerable means. It is known that forming arrays requires substantial funds for materials, and the meager savings he had accumulated over a decade at Tianjin sect had long been spent in the dilapidated temple. Now, with such a windfall, his dissatisfaction dissipated entirely. Bai Linger was truly a fortune-bringer. Li Dong could not help but smile. During their first encounter, Bai Linger had bestowed upon him numerous valuable items, such as the critically important top-tier sword technique. Tianjin Jue.in their second meeting, she had gifted him 1,000,000 taels of silver and 100,000 taels of gold. Such generosity made him hesitate to take her life. Turning to Zhao Zihu, he remarked, while there are some shortcomings in this matter, we did capture over a dozen traitors. That should suffice for a report. Naturally, it is sufficient, Zhao Zihu affirmed. However, if these dozen or so were to resist and inadvertently meet their demise at my hands, that would still be justifiable. Good. A satisfied smile spread across Li Dong's face as he turned around and executed all the captured Tianjin sect disciples before dismissing the Imperial Guard. As for the belongings of these individuals, Li Dong took not a single coin, allowing Zhao Zihu and Chao Zixio to divide the spoils among themselves. Everyone was in high spirits as they made their way back to the dilapidated temple. Contemplating the events of this journey, Li Dong arrived at a singular conclusion. Such matters were the simplest and most brazen means to rise in status and wealth, and they must not be overlooked. In these times of rampant rebellion, the higher-ups likely faced a shortage of personnel, and they must not delay in offering assistance. Would you not agree? Li Dong said to Zhao Zhum, "Why Lord speaks wisely." Zhao Zihu replied earnestly, "As loyal subjects, we are fed by the Emperor's grace, and thus we must do our utmost to alleviate his burdens. You need not worry. I shall inform you immediately upon receiving any news." "Indeed, I trust your abilities," Li Dong smiled as he patted Zhao Zihu's shoulder. Upon returning to the dilapidated temple, Zhao Zihu and the others took their leave. Once they had departed, Li Dong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although the ambush on the minor divine generals had thoroughly angered the divine general's manner, acquiring the status of an inspector seemed to have widened his path. At the very least, It offered ample opportunities for profit. However, a sudden realization jolted him, and he scolded himself. How had his path widened? It was evidently narrowing. His greatest reliance was the purple coffin, and what he truly needed was not these material gains, but time, and time could only be obtained through discretion. If he spent his days meddling with the inspectorate, there would be no time left for cultivation. He needed to exercise caution, lest he lose sight of the big picture due to trifling gains. With that thought, Li Dong hurried back to his room, setting up an array to quell his unease before gradually immersing himself in cultivation. As time proved, Li Dong had overthought the situation. A month passed in a flash. He experienced 2 enlightening moments and deliberately reserved over 10 days to await Zhao Zihu's good news, only to find that all 10 days had been squandered. Aside from the matter concerning Bai Linger, the inspectorate had not assigned him any tasks, and even his attempts to solicit work were met with silence. The exact reasons remained unknown to both Zhao Zihu and Li Dong. He felt as if he had become a mere idler maintained by the inspectorate, spending his days in idleness, without even the necessity to report to the inspectorate, merely collecting his salary. Zhao Zihu and his companions acted as his personal guards, vigilantly watching over the dilapidated temple. With no other engagements. One evening, Li Dong lay on the rooftop alongside Zhao Zihu and 5 others. The night sky was resplendent with stars, and the dilapidated temple was tranquil. Still no tasks assigned? Li Dong inquired, gazing at the luminous sky, propping his legs up casually. None, my lord, Zhao Zihu replied, lying beside him and raising his hand in salute. Li Dong shook his head, reminding himself to be cautious and not to invest too much thought into the inspectorate. Yet it was unreasonable for him to be entirely deprived of opportunities for profit. If this continued, even vast riches would eventually dwindle. My lord, I believe the higher-ups are merely safeguarding your safety, not wishing for you to engage in these affairs. You are unaware of the numerous dangers the Imperial Guard faced during the past month of captures and purges. The casualties were significant? Zhao Zihu explained. The most perilous incident occurred while capturing a peak master. This master fought fiercely, slaying 300 Imperial Guards. Terrifying indeed. Hence, the higher-ups' actions are for your own good. Li Dong had little to say in response. However, a thought occurred to him. What of the harvest this month? Reporting to my lord, Zhao Zihu chuckled. Thanks to the Emperor's brilliant strategies, we captured a total of 800 traitors this month and uncovered 13 factions with ties to Tianjin sect, including 3 formidable figures at the virtual realm and 17 master-level experts. It has been a fruitful endeavor, delivering a heavy blow to Tianjin sect. Li Dong raised an eyebrow. Over 800 individuals captured, and even virtual realm experts fell. That is indeed a significant achievement. However, compared to the intricate web of power within Tianjin sect, this loss seems rather trivial. Thus, it was difficult to ascertain whether this operation had been beneficial or detrimental. After all, following such upheaval, if Tianjin sect remained unscathed, their retaliation would likely be even more ferocious. As this thought arose, Li Dong felt a pang of anxiety. The time for the Emperor's banquet has been confirmed, I presume. With a month having passed, the additional assessments had concluded, and there was no reason for further delays. Indeed, it is set for 3 days hence, Zhao Zihu replied. Li Dong nodded, gazing towards the horizon where Tianjin sect resided, sensing the once clear night sky becoming somewhat hazy. Unbeknownst to him, Tianjin sect had positioned numerous personnel within the imperial city. Should they choose to act, what would the outcome be? Yet, such matters were not particularly relevant to him. This was a contest between the current emperor and the leader of Tianjin sect, a celestial being on land, a level too elevated for him to concern himself with. His only obligation was to ensure his own survival amidst the tumult. Chapter 51. This woman, I shall have. Casting a glance at Chao Zixio and the others, who were all engaged in their respective rooms, Li Dong rose and dusted off his trousers. With the emperor's banquet approaching, he needed to organize the fruits of his cultivation over the past month. Though he had only experienced 2 moments of enlightenment, his gains were still considerable. Most notably, his cultivation had finally reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Zhenwu. Attaining the level expected of a young prodigy, beyond his cultivation, his greatest improvements lay in his swordsmanship, agility, and array formations. The understanding he gained in array formations was profound. If he had previously been a novice compared to a master, he was now a true master of formations. His agility also saw significant enhancement. He had reached a superb level of comprehension in the top-tier technique, Zainian Ju, which was still in a growth phase, and he was at least nearing the point of exceptional application. Conversely, his understanding of Songfeng Ju had attained the peak level, allowing him to move like the wind, greatly increasing his chances of escape. As for his strongest trump card, the sword technique, it had not seen much improvement. The superior Xinjiang sword technique remained at its pinnacle, failing to reach the absolute peak level, which left him somewhat disappointed. The only consolation was that Tianjin Ju, this top-tier sword technique, had transcended into the realm of mastery, elevating him to a level comparable to the minor divine generals and Yi Yuxue, among other top talents. Overall, after a month of cultivation, his overall strength had significantly improved, granting him the capability to contend for his life against masters. Everyone disperse. Li Dong waved his hand at Zhao Zihu and the others, lightly returning to his room to begin organizing and practicing the applications of his newfound abilities. As the night deepened, just as Li Dong began to feel drowsy in the latter half of the night, he suddenly heard a commotion at the door of his room. Startled, he inwardly cursed, "Who dares trespass into my room? Do they not know the meaning of death?" As he prepared to activate the formation, he suddenly caught sight of a white figure slipping through the door, none other than Yi Yuxue, the woman he had spent over a month with in the dilapidated temple. What could she possibly want? Slowly lowering the copper coin in his hand, Li Dong closed his eyes, feigning sleep, his heart fluttering. "Yo, speak truthfully. The past month spent with Yi Yuxue had been exceptionally pleasant. She was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, and her gentle nature was particularly endearing. Throughout this month, Yi Yuxue had been quite proactive, caring for him in almost every aspect of daily life, cooking delicious meals, speaking sweetly, and her beauty was such that few men could resist the allure of her gracefulness. As their familiarity grew, he could truly appreciate her virtuous qualities. She was indeed a lady of refinement, knowledgeable and well-mannered, with no faults to find. However, there was a tinge of pity in her circumstances. Her family had perished, and had the celestial being in her family still been alive, she would undoubtedly be the most unattainable woman in the world. Yet, it was clear that her intentions in seeking him were not entirely pure. Why would she suddenly appear in his room tonight? Was it merely to indulge in his company? Did she wish to solidify their relationship in an inappropriate manner? If that were the case, Li Dong hesitated. Should he refuse? Perhaps it would be wiser to remain cautious, for the world was fraught with treachery, and he should consider his own life. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, he suddenly heard Yi Yuxue softly call his name by the bedside. Noticing his silence, she sat down beside him and sighed gently. "Young master, having spent this month together, Yuxue has come to know you as a cautious person. Although Binger often criticizes your timidity, I find that very quality provides a sense of security. To be honest, when I first arrived at this temple, my sole desire was to seek refuge with you. Even if I harbored thoughts of yielding to you, it was primarily for my own and my sister's sake. I trust you have perceived this, which has perhaps caused some misunderstanding in your heart." With a soft smile, Yi Yuxue continued, "However, as time has passed, I have genuinely come to regard you with fondness. It is only when we lose something that we realize its value. This ordinary month has been the most stable and beautiful period of my life since my downfall. The days spent cooking and chatting have been so tranquil that I often ponder how wonderful it would be if life could remain this way forever. Alas, my family has fallen into ruin and misfortune has befallen me. I can no longer afford to squander time here. After a month of companionship, I have discerned your feelings, and I know that it all stems from an initial misunderstanding, for which I hold no blame against you. Lately, I have often found myself in a daze, feeling that it is improper for us to continue like this. I do not wish to draw you into my personal grievances. So Yuxue has come to bid you farewell tonight." As she spoke, Yi Yuxue cast a glance at Li Dong, clearly noticing his eyelids flutter. She shook her head with a smile. "I believe your future will undoubtedly be extraordinary. I look forward to witnessing your ascent to greatness." With that, Yi Yuxue gazed deeply into Li Dong's eyes, as if contemplating their vastly different futures. A sorrowful smile graced her lips as she slowly bowed and turned to leave. "Wait!" Li Dong suddenly opened his eyes, grasping her wrist and pulling her onto the bed. "Where do you think you're going?" Though he was cautious by nature, he was still a man, and faced with such an unparalleled beauty daily, how could he remain unmoved? Yet, he had been restraining himself, troubled by inner conflict. Now, hearing that Yi Yushue intended to leave filled him with a myriad of unwillingness. "Young master," Yi Yushue gasped, then quietly lay beside him, her fair face flushing momentarily. "During this past month, I have found another suitable partner, someone of considerable standing, and I wish to become his concubine." This woman was still considering another partner, even willing to become someone else's concubine? Li Dong's eyes narrowed. "Who is it?" Yi Yushue hesitated. "It is Lord Sun, the prefect of the Nine Gates, a high-ranking official indeed." Li Dong tightened his grip around her waist, his voice low and firm. "What if I do not permit it?" Yi Yushue felt her body pressed against Li Dong's, her face reddening to the tips of her ears, her voice barely a whisper. "How can we even discuss this?" Before she could finish, she suddenly found her words stifled. After a long moment, Yi Yushue's heart raced, overwhelmed with emotion, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Li Dong's eyes. "Let me ask you this." Li Dong boldly lifted her chin with his hand. "Is the method you mentioned truly improvable?" Yi Yushue's eyes, misty and heated, trembled as she softly affirmed. "Then let us give it a try." He pulled the covers over them, enveloping the two in a cocoon. In the throes of passion, Li Dong's thoughts raced. Forget the methods of alchemy. With the legacy of the purple coffin, even the celestial being, the master of the heavenly sword, could not kill him. Why should he fear any alchemical technique? Even if he became an alchemical vessel, it mattered not, for this woman was one he desired. The moonlight that night was tinged with shyness. The following day, Li Dong awoke with a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. What alchemical method? Yi Yushue, that foolish woman, having just experienced intimacy, could hardly be expected to focus on anything else. The notion of alchemy was long forgotten. What remained from that night was only pure beauty. However, as he reached out beside him, he found the space empty. Li Dong suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 52. A visit to the prefect's mansion gone? The room was empty, save for the fallen petals on the bed. Yi Yushue was nowhere to be found. The wave of anxiety gripped Li Dong's heart as he hastily donned his clothes and strode out, disregarding the stares of Chao Zixio and Li Yifan in the courtyard. Pushing open the door to Yi Yushue and her sister's room, with a creak, the door swung open, revealing a clean and vacant interior. The two occupants had long since departed. Li Dong frowned and turned to Chao Zixio in the courtyard. "Chao, have you seen Yi Yushue and her sister?" Chao Zixio, taken aback, awkwardly gestured. "I only know that she seemed to have gone to your room last night. When dawn approached, she left your room and took her sister away." "They truly left? Why?" Li Dong felt a surge of impatience and anger. Had she gone to seek out the prefect of the Nine Gates? If so, why had she been so accommodating the night before? Why not refuse? What was going through her mind? Taking a deep breath, Li Dong called out, "Zhao Zihu, at your command." In an instant, Zhao Zihu appeared in the courtyard, bowing respectfully. "Gather everyone. We are going to the Nine Gates prefect's mansion." Li Dong's expression was grim. "What?" Zhao Zihu exclaimed, puzzled. "May I ask, my lord, what is the purpose of visiting the prefect's mansion?" After all, he was a high-ranking official, and the prefect held a significant position in the court. Moreover, the prefect of the Nine Gates was a formidable figure in the martial realm. Without a suitable reason, barging into the prefect's mansion could have dire consequences. "I received intelligence that the prefect of the Nine Gates is suspected of harboring traitors from the Heavenly Sword sect. As the leader of the supervisory court, it is my duty to investigate. Do you have any further questions?" Li Dong's gaze was cold as he looked at Zhao Zihu. "No, my lord, this is serious." Zhao Zihu shivered. "We cannot act recklessly at this time." "What do you intend to do?" Having followed Li Dong for so long, Zhao Zihu was well aware of his cautious nature. He would never act without careful consideration. If Li Dong was willing to do so, it must mean the prefect had crossed him in some way. "Rest assured, I will bear any consequences that arise from this. The blame will not fall on you." Li Dong frowned, then suddenly said, "Forget it. I do not wish for you to suffer any repercussions. Stay here and wait." With that, he moved swiftly, disappearing into the dilapidated temple. "My lord," Zhao Zihu exclaimed. "Wait, I did not say I wouldn't go." "Ah, follow him." In a flurry, the group gathered and hastily followed in Li Dong's wake. In the dilapidated temple, Li Yifan pointed at the disappearing figures of Li Dong and the others, turning to Chao Zixio with confusion. "What is happening?" Chao Zixio shook his head. "I'm not sure, but it likely concerns matters of the heart." Li Yifan raised an eyebrow. Let us follow them and see. This courtyard feels rather desolate without the Yi sisters. Why did they leave so suddenly? Chao Zixio stood up, brushing off his clothes. Li Yifan had no objections and followed him out. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Feng Yingying, who had just arrived. Where's Li Dong? Feng Yingying inquired. I just saw Zhao Zihu and the others leaving in a hurry. Has something happened? Chao Zixio pointed toward the direction of the prefect's mansion. You'll find out if you follow them. On the way to the admiral's residence, Li Dong wore a somber expression. With Yi Yushua's abrupt departure, leaving no words behind, he found it impossible to remain indifferent. Thus, he was determined to confront the admiral's residence. If Yi Yushua had indeed gone there, she needed to clarify her choices to him face to face, rather than leaving in such an ambiguous manner. Should she not be there, that would be a different matter. As for the consequences of storming into the admiral's residence, he had already offended the divine general's residence and bore the enormous trouble of the heavenly sword sect. He was no longer concerned about provoking another admiral's residence. After all, he possessed the inspectorate's token, which would likely prevent the admiral of the Nine Gates from personally taking his life. As long as this formidable entity did not kill him, no one else would be able to detain him. Ultimately, if matters escalated, he could simply relinquish his official status and refrain from attending the emperor's banquet. Given how chaotic things had already become, it might be wiser to seek a secluded place for quiet cultivation until he could return to the realm of earthly immortals. In the celestial void above, Prince Feng and the old eunuch exchanged glances. The old eunuch chuckled. It is indeed the first time I have witnessed His Highness act with such decisiveness, youthful fervor. Indeed. Prince Feng nodded in agreement. Moreover, that young lady is truly enchanting. Were I decades younger, I too might have been driven to madness for her sake, disregarding all else. Besides, our prince possesses genuine prowess. Shall we simply allow His Highness to proceed unchecked? The old eunuch hesitated. At this moment, would you dare to obstruct His Highness? Prince Feng replied with a smile, understanding Li Dong's sentiments. Anyone who dared to intervene would surely be marked in his heart. And he had no intention of doing such a thing. Let him create a commotion, he concluded. Then, stroking his beard, he added, however, you must return to the palace first. Very well, the old eunuch replied, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Prince Feng reached for a handful of sunflower seeds, gazing into the distance. My lord. Wait, my lord. At the entrance of the Nine Gates Admiral's residence, as Li Dong arrived, Zhao Zihu and the others hurriedly caught up. Panting, my lord, we wish to accompany you. Do not act alone. Li Dong glanced back at them. Aren't you afraid? If you are not afraid, what do we have to fear? Zhao Zihu asserted. After all, you are here to shield us. All right, Li Dong nodded, gesturing. Let us knock on the door. Understood, Zhao Zihu replied, loosening his neck and striding boldly to the entrance of the admiral's residence, banging on the door with vigor. Open the door. Hurry, creak. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a clerk-like figure who peered out at Zhao Zihu and the others in their inspectorate uniforms, chuckling lightly. What brings the esteemed officials of the inspectorate here today? Before Zhao Zihu could respond, Li Dong stepped forward, parting the crowd to present his inspectorate's leading token, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. I have received confidential reports alleging that the Nine Gates Admiral's residence is harboring traitors from the Heavenly Sword Sect. I am here to conduct an inspection. What? The clerk's expression shifted dramatically. The recent crackdown had not yet subsided, and the inspectorate's reputation was one that instilled dread. However, this particular crackdown had been measured. Avoiding the heads of first-rank officials until now, the Nine Gates Admiral's residence was the first to face such scrutiny. The clerk, regaining his composure, spoke sternly. Do you know where this is? Do you understand what you are saying? This is the Nine Gates Admiral's residence. The clerk's voice rose, a hint of arrogance flickering in his eyes as he fixed his stern gaze upon Li Dong. Enough with the idle chatter. Zhao Zihu, without waiting for Li Dong's cue, shoved the clerk aside, exclaiming, Stand aside. The inspectorate carries out its duties. Even the highest officials must comply. Having secured the entrance, Zhao Zihu turned to Li Dong, extending his hand. My lord, please. Li Dong, with an impassive expression, stepped across the threshold, his gaze sweeping over the expansive Nine Gates Admiral's residence. His eyes narrowed suddenly, and with a sweeping gesture, he commanded, Search. Yes. Zhao Zihu and the 6 others pushed past the clerk and surged inside. Though uncertain of what they were searching for, no one hesitated. The order was clear. If the Lord wished to search, they would comply. Often, the act of searching was less about the outcome and more about the process itself. Zhao Zihu, astute as he was, understood Li Dong's intentions. He was there merely to stir up trouble. If matters escalated, the results would naturally follow. What is the meaning of this? The clerk, flustered by the unfolding chaos, exclaimed. What kind of place do you think this is? This is the Nine Gates Admiral's residence. Someone, come quickly. The Admiral, being a martial figure, had numerous guards and servants, and soon a throng of martial artists surrounded Zhao Zihu and the others. Bold, Zhao Zihu, undeterred, stamped his foot and glared. Do you dare obstruct the inspectorate's duty? Are you all not traitors to the Heavenly Sword sect? The weight of that accusation sent a tremor through the clerk, who quickly moved to ease the tension. Gentlemen, please remain calm. We are merely servants, tasked with safeguarding the premises. Without our master's orders, how could we allow such chaos? Zhao Zihu and the others turned their gazes toward Li Dong, who stepped forward, coldly regarding the clerk. Then go notify your master. Tell him that the inspectorate has received confidential information and is here to conduct a search. We hope he will cooperate, of course. The clerk nodded repeatedly. Please, gentlemen, wait a moment. Continue the search. Li Dong waved dismissively, ignoring the clerk's protests. As Zhao Zihu and his group forcefully pushed past the guards, the clerk, exasperated, asked, What are you doing? We cannot afford any delays in the search for traitors. If we allow even a moment for the traitors to escape, who will take responsibility? Li Dong shot a cold glance at the clerk, then declared, Proceed. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be treated as a traitor. Upon hearing this, the guards hesitated, unwilling to confront the inspectorate, whose notorious reputation had spread throughout the capital, with many having met their demise recently in this sensitive period. No one dared to provoke the inspectorate. With a resigned sigh, the clerk hurried back to the main hall. My lord. Inside the grand hall, the Nine Gates Admiral was in the midst of receiving guests when the clerk burst in. The Admiral's eyes narrowed with a glint of coldness. What is the commotion outside? He asked, his voice calm yet authoritative. My lord. The clerk stammered momentarily. The inspectorate has arrived, and I was unable to stop them. What? The Admiral's expression shifted to one of surprise as he turned to glance at his guest. I will go see. Very well. The guest nodded in agreement. In the courtyard, nearly everyone from the Nine Gates Admiral's residence had gathered. Watching as Zhao Zihu and his group searched each room, they wore expressions of astonishment, murmuring among themselves, yet no one dared to intervene. Outside, an unknown number of onlookers had gathered, pointing and discussing the situation within the Nine Gates Admiral's residence. The investigation of a first-rank official was indeed a significant event, rare enough to draw attention. Amidst the crowd, Chao Zixio and Li Yifan exchanged glances. Despite their respective backgrounds, they held a deep respect for the first-rank officials in the court. Recognizing that such figures were few in the entire Diyin kingdom, wielding immense power, Li, do you think this situation might escalate too far? Chao Zixio hesitated, glancing at Feng Yingying. If Li Dong truly had the authority to search, that would be one thing, but he doesn't. He is merely acting on his own whims, creating a pretext to cause trouble. This could lead to serious repercussions. This Feng Yingying also seemed uncertain. Indeed, it had escalated quite significantly. But for Li Dong, this might not be viewed as a major issue. Whether it is large or small depends on the perspective of those above. During this time, within the Admiral's residence, the crowd dispersed. Suddenly focused as a commanding voice rang out, Halt! A robust figure clad in a black robe emerged from the throng, his gaze sweeping over the scene with an expression as dark as the waters. Seeing their leader had arrived, Zhao Zihu and the others ceased their actions and looked to Li Dong. Li Dong glanced around, not spotting the person he wished to see, and frowned slightly before addressing the Admiral. I greet you, Admiral. I have come in response to confidential reports regarding traitors. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Humph. The Nine Gates Admiral replied in a low voice, while the inspectorate carries out its duties. I would not dare to obstruct you. However, I am still a first-rank official. Is it too much to request that we adhere to protocol? You cannot simply act without even showing your face. My lord, please understand. I am compelled by the circumstances and cannot afford to let the traitors escape, Li Dong replied, gesturing with a flourish of his hand. What are you waiting for? Continue the search. Wait, the Admiral's eyes flashed with menace. Now that I am present, let us follow the proper procedures. First, allow me to see your search warrant. Li Dong's gaze flickered slightly as he replied nonchalantly, I do not have one. What about the search documents? Those are also absent. What did you say? The admiral's voice rose sharply. According to court regulations, anyone above the third rank must possess both a search warrant and a specific search document to enter an official residence. You dare to come here without either. I received confidential reports. During this special period, special measures are required, Li Dong replied, as the Nine Gates commander, filled with fury yet amusement, exclaimed, Very well, then do show me this secret letter. That is not possible, Li Dong replied, shaking his head indifferently, for the secrets of the supervisory court cannot be unveiled to outsiders. The face of the Nine Gates commander twitched as he coldly stated, So you possess nothing, and yet you wish to recklessly search my Nine Gates commander's residence? Li Dong remained silent. Ha ha ha, the Nine Gates commander suddenly burst into laughter. What a curious affair. You, a mere sixth-rank official, dare to act so brazenly in my domain. Do you not realize that without a search warrant, I could have you thrown out with a mere flick of my hand? I am aware. Li Dong replied calmly with a nod. Then be gone at once. The Nine Gates commander bellowed in anger. Li Dong merely shook his head. I have received a secret letter and come here to search for traitors. I cannot leave without finding them. Chapter 54 Yi Yushue observed Li Dong's calm demeanor, yet resolute attitude, as the Nine Gates commander, agitated yet amused, questioned, You still insist on searching under such circumstances? Indeed, Li Dong affirmed. A glimmer of cold light flickered in the Nine Gates commander's eyes. Very well. I shall stand here and witness how you conduct your search. I apologize. Li Dong sighed deeply, stepping further into the depths of the residence. Sir, Zhao Zihu, with a grave expression, whispered, It has escalated to this point. It will be troublesome if it continues. Li Dong raised his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Sir, Zhao Zihu and the others hesitated. This matter no longer concerns you? Li Dong stated, casting a glance at him before ignoring them, his expression impassive as he proceeded deeper into the commander's residence. He neared the Nine Gates commander Sun Xie. A flicker of anger flashed in Sun Xie's eyes, and he immediately struck out with a palm. Buzz. A virtual realm expert surpasses a grandmaster, having attained the state of solidifying the golden body through the comprehension of Dharma appearances. When such a being strikes, the heavens and earth tremble. Even as the Nine Gates commander held back, this blow was still earth-shattering. One could see winds and clouds swirling chaotically, with strange phenomena manifesting, as if the might of mountains and rivers was being unleashed. After the palm descended, it felt as though the very air had been drained. Those surrounding could only feel a suffocating pressure, with Li Dong, at the forefront, facing a weight akin to a mountain. He attempted to evade using the concealed wind technique, yet found that in such vast disparity, even the ability to evade eluded him. He was not even granted the opportunity to draw his sword before the palm was upon him. Crack! In a moment of desperation, Li Dong hastily produced the jade pendant he had previously taken from a corpse. However, this mid-grade artifact, capable of withstanding a grandmaster's strike, shattered like paper in an instant. Subsequently, Li Dong was sent flying backward. Thud! He collided against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and upon attempting to rise, felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body. A virtual realm expert was far beyond what he could contend with. The gap was insurmountable. Sir, Zhao Zihu and the others were immediately alarmed. Ally brother, Li Dong. Chao Zixio and Feng Yingying were equally astonished, rushing over to assist Li Dong in getting back on his feet. You just die in the heavens. Prince Feng, equally anxious, spat out the seed husk he had been chewing, glancing at Li Dong and then towards the palace. Why has this old fellow not returned yet? What are we to do? He could intervene to halt the Nine Gates commander, yet that would be unjustifiable. The key was that the other party was also a high-ranking official. Without a suitable reason, his reckless involvement would lead to an awkward situation. If there were no way to resolve this, he could reveal himself, ensuring Li Dong's safety. But since there was a viable resolution, he hesitated to act, lest he complicate matters. Thus, this prince could only remain anxious. Down below, witnessing the bloodied Li Dong, Zhao Zihu was nearly frantic. Sir, you must see the absurdity of this situation. Regardless of your intentions, why must you persist? Let us withdraw. Feng Yingying looked skyward, seeing her father take no action, and thus urged, Indeed, what has possessed you today? The Nine Gates commander, a first-rank official. What reason do you have to clash with him? You cannot contend with him now, Li Fun. This woman also showed a hint of concern as she glanced at Chao Zixio, who merely shook his head, saying nothing. Men's affairs require no counsel. They have their own decisions, and any advice would be in vain, and I am fine. After a moment's recovery, Li Dong waved his hand, inhaling deeply as he parted from the crowd. You all should leave with that. He ignored them, taking a few more steps forward, glancing at the Nine Gates commander and then at the bustling courtyard devoid of the person he sought, and called out with a breath, Yi Yushue. His voice, somewhat hoarse yet still resonant, ensured that all nearby could hear. Upon hearing his call, everyone exchanged glances. Why Yi Yushue? Is she not the woman from the Yi family? Did they not say that the Yi family was harmed by the Heavenly Sword Sect? How could she now be a traitor of the Heavenly Sword Sect? It was recalled that the Yi family woman had been residing in a dilapidated temple with Li Daoyi recently. What was the situation? I see it now. There are no traitors. The search for traitors was merely a ruse. Li Daoyi came to the commander's residence seeking a woman. One by one, expressions shifted to shock. Meanwhile, Zhao Zihu and Chao Zixio, who had followed Li Dong, were equally bewildered and astonished. Only Feng Yingying, less informed of the circumstances, questioned, What is happening? Yushue has been at the Broken Temple. So why has she come to the commander's residence? Unclear. Chao Zixio shook his head. I only know they spoke at length last night, and then Li brother rushed here early to find someone. Feng Yingying gasped, My heavens, what could Yushue have said to transform this timid Li Dong into such a man? Are you courting death? Suddenly raising her voice, she observed as Li Dong, after calling out, waited a long while without seeing Yi Yushue appear, and once again, he moved toward the commander's residence in silence. Heading towards the seemingly insurmountable virtual realm expert, the Nine Gates commander. One could see that although Li Dong's steps were heavy from his injuries, they were remarkably resolute, with little hesitation. Are you still going to search? The Nine Gates commander's face darkened momentarily. Yes, Li Dong replied with a single word as he walked past the Nine Gates commander, heading towards the main hall, as though he were unimpeded by the presence of this virtual realm expert. Buzz! The Nine Gates commander's expression swiftly chilled as he struck again. Bang! In an instant, Li Dong was once again sent flying back, crashing into the same spot, collapsing and violently coughing blood. Sir! Zhao Zihu and the group hurriedly surrounded him, their expressions filled with concern. Li Dong lay with closed eyes, his complexion pale as paper, gravely injured and in dire need of medical attention. The sir is gravely injured. Find a physician, quickly, find a physician. No, first, let us help the sir to safety. The group began to panic. Suddenly, Li Dong opened his eyes, grasping Zhao Zihu's wrist with a weak breath. No need to help me up. With difficulty, Li Dong rose with their assistance, inhaling deeply as he unsteadily advanced once more into the depths of the commander's residence. Sir? Li Dong. The collective gasps of the group echoed in alarm. Even in this state, you still wish to search? Chao Zixio's expression changed slightly. Li brother, perhaps it would be best to let this go. Li Dong lacked the strength for further conversation, merely moving toward the Nine Gates commander. The Nine Gates commander spoke sternly. One more strike from me, and you may well perish. Do you wish to continue? Yi Yushue. Li Dong did not respond to his words, but rather strained to shout once more, only to find that his voice, previously strong, had now faltered, leaving him to mutter helplessly to himself. If you do not appear soon, I may truly be unable to persist. As he spoke, his steps did not falter, dragging his legs forward at a slow pace. Very well, the Nine Gates commander's expression turned icy. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Buzz. Strange phenomena arose again as he raised his hand. Halt! Suddenly, the light, ethereal voice Li Dong had long awaited finally reached his ears. Chapter 55. Boldness surged within Li Dong, as if no one could halt his advance. In an instant, he turned to see Yi Yushue gliding in from the entrance of the commander's residence, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the awaited person had finally arrived, a smile tugged at Li Dong's lips. I knew you would come. With that, he stumbled and began to fall. Yi Yushue's complexion changed in alarm as she rushed to support him, noting that he still retained his consciousness. Her beautiful eyes filled with softness and concern. Why are you so foolish? I was not here. Li Dong chuckled lightly. You left without a word. The only clue remaining was the Nine Gates commander's residence. Where else could I search for you? Yi Yuxue gazed deeply into Li Dong's eyes, slowly kneeling beside him, cradling his head in her arms while gently stroking his face. What if I had truly left? I would have found a way to locate you. Li Dong seemed to respond off-topic. Yi Yuxue chuckled softly, playfully tapping his forehead. I mean, what would happen if you were to die today? Do not worry. I will not die. Li Dong could not help but chuckle, only to follow it with a couple of coughs. He truly was not on the brink of death. After receiving the first strike from the commander of the Nine Gates, one would think that with his level of cultivation, he would have long lost the strength to stand. However, he remained upright because, at that moment, he sensed a warm current emanating from the violet coffin within his consciousness, swiftly mending his injuries. Tracing the source of this warmth led him to the character life inscribed in the center of the coffin lid, which was consuming the vitality he had acquired after taking lives. As long as the vitality here did not perish and the character of life did not extinguish, he would not face any mortal peril. Yi Yuxue was assisting Li Dong in regulating his breathing. Once his cough subsided, Li Dong seized her hand and abruptly inquired, "If you are not heading to the commander's mansion, where do you intend to go?" If she was not going to the commander's mansion, Li Dong could not fathom where else she might venture. To prevent losing track of her again, he deemed it imperative to clarify this matter. Yi Yuxue's gaze flickered. She averted her eyes and replied, "Rest assured, since I have chosen you, I will not seek out other men. However, I do not wish to entangle you in my grievances, as that would spell disaster for you. Thus, I intend to find a secluded place with my sister for seclusion and cultivation, and only after achieving some success will I consider seeking revenge." "Foolishness!" Li Dong exclaimed, irritation causing him to cough once more. He pressed his hand against Yi Yuxue, who was still aiding him, and spoke in a low tone. "Is your grievance not with that old curmudgeon, the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect?" "Yes." Yi Yuxue hesitantly nodded. Li Dong lowered his voice further. "Are you aware of who I was in the past?" Yi Yuxue shook her head. Li Dong continued to question, "Did you never wonder why there were several conflicts between Bai Linger from the Heavenly Sword sect and me?" Ever since Bai Linger revealed his true name as Li Dong, although Chao Zixio and the others had not inquired further, it evidently exposed many issues. Did this woman never contemplate it? Even if she did not know, could she not have asked him before making a decision? "I thought about it, but since you did not mention it, I refrained from asking, fearing you would overthink it," Yi Yuxue responded, gazing at him in confusion. Li Dong chuckled and shook his head. "I was once a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, but the leader of the sect and Bai Linger conspired against me. I narrowly escaped with my life." "Ah?" Yi Yuxue's eyes widened. "So your grievances and mine are one and the same." Li Dong shook his head. "There is no conflict. What is there to worry about?" "I?" Yi Yuxue felt her thoughts in disarray. Li Dong squeezed her hand firmly. "Now that you are aware, will you still leave?" Seeing the intensity in his gaze, Yi Yuxue could only shake her head. Li Dong smiled. Seeing him smile, Yi Yuxue felt a twinge of shame but quickly retorted, "You still have the leisure to smile. You've caused such a ruckus. How will this end?" "It matters not," Li Dong replied, his smile unwavering. "At worst, I shall relinquish my official standing. Since you wish to retreat into seclusion, I shall accompany you. We can return once we have achieved something." A vivid image surged in Yi Yuxue's mind, and she could not help but feel a sense of longing, quickly responding, "That would indeed be quite agreeable." The two embraced intimately, oblivious to their surroundings. Meanwhile, a crowd nearby was utterly dumbfounded. The expressions of those outside the commander's mansion were a mix of shock and disbelief, murmuring, "This lad came to the commander's mansion to stir trouble. And it was truly for a woman? Is this the commander's mansion or a marketplace? Perhaps this is what is meant by boldness, having both courage and passion. I might as well join in." A wave of commotion erupted, creating quite the uproar. Chao Zixio and the others exchanged glances. Li Xiong is indeed a man of passion. Li Yifan cast a sidelong glance at him. "You are quite similar." Feng Yingying, among them, rolled her eyes and, upon glancing back at Li Dong and Yi Yuxue, rolled her eyes again before turning to leave. Nearby, Zhao Zihu and the others exchanged worried looks and quickly said, "Your Highness, you cannot leave now. The master's wish has been fulfilled, but how will we deal with this mess?" Feng Yingying pouted in displeasure. "His wish is fulfilled. Why should I be burdened with this mess? This is his affair. What does it have to do with me?" "That seems to be the case." Zhao Zihu scratched his head. But your highness, your words sound a bit sour. A dog cannot spit out ivory. Feng Yingying scolded, glancing upward. Rest assured, someone will clean up his mess. Understood. Zhao Zihu immediately smiled, though it was unclear what exactly he understood. As he spoke, he approached Li Dong, cleared his throat, and said with a smile, "My lord, pardon the intrusion. You two may converse further at your leisure. For now, allow me to escort you back." While speaking, he called over Jiao Qi and the others. Come. Our lord is gravely injured. We must take him back to recuperate." The group sprang into action in front of the main hall. The expression of the grim-faced Nine Gates commander, Sun Xie, darkened as he coldly declared, "Hold on, I do not care what your purpose for coming here is." The Nine Gates commander said solemnly, "Without a search warrant or documentation, you cannot simply barge into my commander's mansion and cause such a disturbance, only to leave as you pleased. Though you think my commander's mansion is a marketplace?" As he spoke, with a mere glance, the guards surrounding them immediately encircled Li Dong and his party. What does the commander intend to do? Zhao Zihu swiftly drew his sword, on high alert, as the six of them shielded Li Dong and Yi Yuxue within their ranks. Blades facing outward. Although my lord's actions today may have lacked prudence, he is a legitimate leader of the supervisory court. Even if misunderstandings arise, it does not warrant your interference. Moreover, you have already inflicted grave injury upon our lord. Do you intend to take a life? The Nine Gates commander smiled coldly. Leader of the supervisory court? Even if Prince Feng from the supervisory court were here, he would not be allowed to act so recklessly in my domain. Since you have caused such a ruckus, there must be an explanation. Otherwise, while you may enter, leaving will not be so simple. Bring them to me and detain them. If I do not teach you a lesson, how will the dignity of my commander's mansion endure? Yes. A group of guards unsheathed their swords and advanced. The six of them turned pale, realizing that if the commander's mansion truly intended to detain them, they would not be able to leave easily. Just as the guards were about to draw their blades, a voice, booming like thunder, suddenly resonated above the commander's mansion. Chapter 56. The Emperor's Edict. The voice, akin to a thunderclap, seemed to carry lethal intent, causing the entire commander's mansion to tremble. Even the formidable Nine Gates commander's face paled for a moment, while the guards in the courtyard were thrown into disarray. Amidst the chaos, an elderly eunuch in palace attire slowly descended from the sky, landing beside Li Dong, Uncle Wu. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Nine Gates commander's expression changed dramatically, his pupils constricting. Uncle Wu was not only a revered figure at the level of the Dharma realm, but also the most trusted and intimate aide of the current emperor. His presence signified that the emperor had taken a personal interest in the matter. The Nine Gates commander's expression could not help but shift. How could he not be alarmed that such an event had caught the emperor's attention? Uncle Wu had personally arrived. There was hope. Zhao Zihu and the others let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, Prince Feng in the sky also relaxed. This old fellow has finally returned. Only Li Dong, the person at the center of the incident, stared blankly at this seemingly significant eunuch, wondering who he was and what his relation to him was. Meanwhile, the Nine Gates commander hurriedly stepped down from the platform to greet the eunuch. "Uncle Wu, what brings you here?" The elderly eunuch first cast a glance at Li Dong, noticing the bloodstains on him, which ignited a flicker of anger in his eyes. He then turned his icy gaze toward the Nine Gates commander. "If I had not arrived in time, you would have taken Li Duren's life. Is your presence here related to this young man?" The Nine Gates commander asked in astonishment, his heart sinking. This revered figure, inseparable from the emperor, had genuinely come for Li Dong. Who exactly was this young man? What a joke! Uncle Wu immediately barked a command, his tone grave. The investigation of the Heavenly Sword Sect traitors is currently fervent. This is the emperor's decree. As the Nine Gates commander, you openly obstruct the supervisory court's inspection and even grievously injure its leader. What do you mean by this? Are you blatantly defying the emperor's orders? Calm your anger, uncle, the Nine Gates commander exclaimed in surprise. This young man lacks a search warrant and documentation. He only possesses an unverified confidential letter and seeks to search my commander's mansion. This is against protocol, and I believe he is clearly acting in self-interest. Uncle, please see the truth. Against protocol? The elderly eunuch coldly laughed. Then listen well. The emperor's edict. With a loud proclamation, the eunuch surveyed everyone present. With a thud, Every individual in the courtyard, upon hearing the words, the emperor's edict, immediately fell to their knees. Even the Nine Gates commander was taken aback and hastily knelt. 9 Gates commander Sun Xia. The investigation of Li De into the commander's mansion is my will. If he wishes to investigate, you must not obstruct him and must cooperate fully. Do you understand? The eunuch recited the emperor's edict verbatim. The Nine Gates commander, kneeling on the ground, trembled in disbelief, raising his gaze toward Uncle Wu and Li Dong. The others also wore expressions of astonishment. What was happening? Just moments ago, it appeared that Li Dong had come seeking a woman. Now, the emperor's edict had materialized, and the investigation was indeed happening. As the parties involved, Li Dong and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. He was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding his family. The search was merely a fade, while the true objective was to locate someone. Yet, in this moment, what could the emperor's edict possibly signify? Could it be that the emperor was intentionally aiding him? The notion of the emperor of Diyin assisting him in fabricating a lie was utterly preposterous, unless... Of course, Li Dong's throat tightened with the realization that perhaps his previous speculations held some truth. Was his lineage genuinely intertwined with that of the reigning emperor? Otherwise, why would the emperor extend his support to this insignificant individual? Young master, Yi Yushue gazed at Li Dong in astonishment. Throughout their journey, she had sensed that Li Dong was of noble origin. Yet now it appeared that his background was even more illustrious than she had imagined. What are you dawdling for? Did you not comprehend the situation? At that moment, the eunuch Wu suddenly reprimanded. The pale-faced Juman Taidu knelt down, declaring, I, your humble servant, heed the command. The emperor's support, whether fabricated or genuine, would render any previous chaos irrelevant. The one facing calamity now was he. Having concluded this matter, Wu turned, his previously frosty demeanor melting into one of warmth as he addressed Li Dong. My lord, you have endured much hardship. However, at this juncture, he conveyed in hushed tones, you must cooperate with the emperor to see this performance through. A cursory search will suffice. We must not allow the emperor's countenance to be marred. Li Dong blinked in disbelief. Indeed, the emperor was assisting him in his deception. Heavens, what is my true identity? He pondered, yet did not allow himself to be sidetracked. Feeling that his injuries had been largely mended by the purple coffin, he rose with Yi Yushue's support. Nevertheless, mindful of others' perceptions, he feigned a voice of exhaustion. Zhao Zihu, your subordinate is present. Zhao Zihu promptly approached Li Dong, his expression one of unrestrained relief and joy as he looked upon him. Continue the search. Li Dong gestured dismissively, signaling for a cursory search, indicating that they should depart once the charade was complete. Zhao Zihu appeared to understand his unspoken intent, responding with a knowing glance. And thus, he and his companion strode past the Juman Taidu, heading directly toward the main hall. A flicker of malice crossed the Juman Taidu's eyes, but upon catching sight of Wu beside him, his expression quickly soured. Meanwhile, Li Dong cast a reassuring glance at Chao Zixio and the others, signaling that they need not worry. Their departure was imminent, just when everyone believed the situation had settled. As Zhao Zihu and his companions approached the main hall, boom! Suddenly, the rooftop was ripped away, and a figure shot skyward like an arrow, fleeing the Juman Taidu residence toward the city outskirts. There truly is someone. Wu's eyes turned icy, a murderous glint flickering as the air in the courtyard turned frigid. Ha ha ha! Simultaneously, the hidden Prince Feng observed the unfolding events with delight, stepping forth from his concealed vantage point to intercept the fleeing figure. What a catch! The second elder of the Tianjin sect, how do you fare? In an instant, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, including those of Li Dong and Yi Yushue, who stood frozen in disbelief. The Juman Taidu was indeed colluding with the Tianjin sect. And not just any collusion. He was in league with the second elder. This was disastrous. The Juman Taidu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, nearly collapsing to the ground. Prince Feng had been lurking in the shadows all along. Now, cornered by two esteemed figures, his fate was sealed. This turn of events was becoming increasingly surreal. Had the emperor genuinely uncovered something amiss, prompting Li Dong to investigate? Otherwise, how could two esteemed figures appear as though they had been preparing for this moment all along? But that shouldn't be the case. Today marked his first engagement with the Tianjin sect, and even he had been unaware until now. Li Dong and Yi Yushue exchanged incredulous glances once more. His commotion had inadvertently unearthed a significant scandal. The Juman Taidu, a high-ranking official, was colluding with the Tianjin sect, an alarming revelation indeed. What was the Juman Taidu? In essence, he was the commander of the Imperial City S-Guards, tasked with overseeing the security and access of the Nine Gates. At a time when the Tianjin sect was poised for action, the significance of guarding these gates was paramount. It was a matter of life and death for the Imperial City. Just imagine, should the Tianjin sect launch an offensive, and before a single blow was struck, the Juman Taidu granted them passage, what catastrophic consequences could ensue? The ramifications would be unfathomable. Feng Judai. After years apart, you have made no progress. At that moment, the second elder of the Tianjin sect, engaged with Prince Feng in the skies, spoke darkly. All eyes turned in their direction. Battles between esteemed figures were a rare spectacle indeed. Ha ha! Prince Feng chuckled heartily. You too. Your strength has evidently waned. The second elder of the Tianjin sect snorted coldly, launching another strike. Prince Feng met him head-on. The clash between these eminent figures was cataclysmic, their forms radiating with resplendent light, akin to two suns colliding, producing a tremendous uproar that reverberated throughout the imperial city. The shockwaves radiated like surging tides, threatening to incite chaos within the city itself. However, the elderly eunuch Wu emitted a cold snort, conjuring a golden light that swept away all residual turbulence. Old eunuch, cease your spectator's role and swiftly apprehend this scoundrel before the night grows long and dreams abound. Prince Feng called out lightly, clearly indicating his disinterest in settling matters with the second elder of the Tianjin sect. Understood. Without further pleasantries, the two engaged in a two-against-one maneuver, cornering the second elder in midair, rendering him unable to escape. The display of power and charisma between the three esteemed figures left onlookers in awe, captivated by the spectacle. Meanwhile, the collateral damage they caused was effortlessly erased by another concealed esteemed figure. My lord! At that moment, Zhao Zihu and his companions returned, sweat beading on their foreheads, not from exhaustion, but from fear. Despite their fright, Zhao Zihu did not forget to flatter Li Dong. Congratulations, my lord. You have accomplished a remarkable feat today. Had it not been for Li Dong's uproar, they might not have captured such a significant target. To call this a remarkable achievement would be no exaggeration. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Li Dong offered a wry smile. All credit is due to the emperor's wisdom. His words were half-hearted flattery, half a reflection of his astonishment. With this revelation, his prior suspicions began to crumble. It now appeared that the emperor's assistance stemmed from a premonition regarding the Juman Taidu's affairs, utilizing Li Dong's disruption to expose the truth. Thus, it was not merely a matter of aiding him. But perhaps he had overthought the situation. Just then, Li Dong's gaze shifted to the Juman Taidu, who was glaring back with palpable malice, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Li Dong furrowed his brow. With both esteemed figures preoccupied, there was a real possibility the Juman Taidu might resort to desperate measures against them. It was conceivable he could eliminate them and seize the opportunity to flee. Otherwise, remaining would spell doom for him. With this thought, Li Dong instinctively pulled Yi Yushue behind him. Simultaneously, he noticed Zhao Zihu's reaction was swifter than his own. Nearly the instant the Juman Taidu cast his glance, Zhao Zihu pivoted to face him. What struck Li Dong most was the fleeting coldness in Zhao Zihu's expression, not one of gravity, but of a chilling ferocity, as though he would not hesitate to draw his blade against the Juman Taidu should he dare to act. Li Dong was taken aback. It seemed Zhao Zihu was far more complex than he appeared, concealing depths yet to be revealed. As he pondered this, a figure suddenly emerged from outside the Taidu residence. Swiftly reaching Feng Yingying's side, the old servant pays his respects to the princess. This individual radiated an aura of ethereal presence, calmly regarding the Juman Taidu. Uncle Du, the princess, with a beaming smile, returned the greeting warmly. This man was the driver who had long served Prince Feng, and it was evident he had sensed the Juman Taidu's murderous intent from outside, prompting his rapid entry to safeguard Feng Yingying. The Juman Taidu's complexion turned ashen, his murderous intent dissipating as he hesitated to strike. With a sigh of relief, Li Dong felt a sense of stability. He turned his gaze back skyward, where the clash of the three esteemed figures raged on with unparalleled intensity. Prince Feng and the elderly eunuch unleashed their pent-up frustrations upon the second elder of the Tianjian sect, who, despite being a powerful figure, found himself subjected to an overwhelming assault, incensed yet powerless to retaliate. However, as a formidable esteemed figure, he withstood the onslaught, and it was clear that the longer the battle continued, the greater the risk of complications arising. Prince Feng, unconcerned with decorum, called out, "Divine General, how long will you remain idle? We serve in the same court, and today our aim is to swiftly apprehend the traitor, not engage in martial arts practice. Will you not lend a hand?" As soon as he spoke, the countenance of the second elder of the Tianjian sect changed drastically. He was already struggling against the assault of two powerful figures, and the thought of a third one joining the fray left him with no hope of escaping this dire situation. It seemed to affirm his fears. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth shifted in hue, and a sword aura that blotted out the sun surged into the sky above the divine general's mansion. This sword energy, dazzling with golden light and radiant brilliance, tore through the void with a might that appeared capable of splitting the heavens and rending the earth in an astonishingly swift instant. It swept towards the second elder of the Tianjian sect from behind. The terror of this strike sent shivers down the second elder's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He barely had time to disregard the palm strikes from the two powerful figures, turning to muster all his strength to defend against this impending sword. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the second elder of the Tianjian sect was struck. Blood sprang forth as his body plummeted towards the ground. A single sword strike had grievously wounded him. The power of this blow was a testament to the might of the blood-robed divine general. Seizing the opportunity, Prince Feng called out, and both he and the old eunuch swiftly approached the second elder, delivering a fierce palm strike, one after the other. Puff! The second elder of the Tianjian sect spat blood, his aura instantly fading as he lost all combat capability. "Ha ha!" Prince Feng exclaimed, grasping the second elder of the Tianjian sect, his formidable power sealing off the elder's vital points. "I thank you both for helping me capture this big fish." Humph! A cold snort echoed from the divine general's mansion, after which silence ensued. Prince Feng paid it no mind, holding the second elder with one hand while casting a lingering gaze upon the prefect of the 9 gates below. Chapter 58. Raiding the house. As the two powerful figures descended beside him, the prefect of the 9 gates appeared utterly pale, especially upon seeing the grievously wounded second elder of the Tianjian sect. His emotions growing even more complicated. With even the powerful figures subdued, his own fate as a mere virtual realm expert was sealed. Escape was out of the question. Amidst the prefect's trepidation, Prince Feng and Eunuch Wu ignored him, turning instead to Li Dong. "Today, you have accomplished a great deed," Prince Feng said with a smile, producing a tome and handing it to Li Dong. "Though the emperor will surely reward you handsomely for this great contribution, as a member of my supervisory institute, I cannot be stingy. I bestow upon you a sword technique." Li Dong accepted the tome and raised an eyebrow. The daylight sword technique, a top-tier sword art, and one that harmonized with his fire element martial spirit. This technique was even more suited to him than the Tianjian technique. Such a reward was indeed extravagant. "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Dong accepted the sword technique without hesitation. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. "There's no need for thanks. You have earned it," Prince Feng said, patting Li Dong's shoulder with an air of approachability. "Indeed, it is well-deserved," Eunuch Wu echoed, his smile equally warm. He then gestured towards the prefect's residence. "Now, we have urgent matters to attend to. There may still be traitors hiding here, so we shall leave the search to Lord." "Understood." Li Dong's eyes lit up. This was a lucrative opportunity. He quickly bowed and declared, "It is my duty." The two powerful figures nodded before turning their indifferent gazes upon the prefect of the 9 gates. "Tell me, prefect, will you accompany me to the supervisory institute? Or shall I take you there?" "I shall accompany your highness," the prefect of the 9 gates replied, swallowing hard, his expression grim. "Then let us proceed." Prince Feng sneered, leading the prefect away, with Eunuch Wu following closely behind. Once these high-ranking figures departed, the atmosphere lightened as if several mountains had been lifted. However, the servants of the prefect's residence exchanged heavy, fearful glances. With their master taken away, the prefect's residence was doomed. They were now all potential targets for retribution, and should they be accused of treason, their fates would be sealed. Outside, countless eyes were drawn to the prefect's residence, murmurs of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Then, an uncountable number of gazes converged upon Li Dong. Who was this individual, seemingly favored by the emperor? Regardless of his past, having captured the prefect of the Nine Gates, such a significant achievement would undoubtedly gain him royal favor in the future. This person must not be offended. Yet, today's events were too peculiar. Capturing the prefect was one thing, but Li Dong's prior actions seemed almost coincidental, as if he had inadvertently caught a big fish. Coughing, Li Dong suddenly declared, his eyes gleaming with intensity, "Bring me the others. Search thoroughly." He then signaled to Zhao Zihu. Regardless of what befalls the prefect of the Nine Gates, this was his domain now. And this was the residence of a first-rank official. Just imagining the treasures within made his mouth water. "I understand." Zhao Zihu shot Li Dong an assuring glance and immediately led 6 others to meticulously search each room. Focused solely on valuables rather than people, Li Dong waited eagerly, while Yi Yushue cautiously supported him. Seeing that he showed no intention of leaving, she frowned and said, "Let Zhao Zihu and the others search. Shouldn't we return to tend to your injuries?" "It's nothing." Li Dong shook his head. "Let us wait a moment," he chuckled. Having such a treasure trove before him, how could he leave? At that moment, Chao Zishou approached, rubbing his hands together and smiling at Li Dong. "Missy is right. You sustained serious injuries today, Li brother. You should return to heal. If things get out of hand here, I can keep watch." Li Dong fixed a sharp gaze on Chao Zishou. Allowing this money-obsessed individual to guard his treasure, that was akin to letting a wolf watch over sheep. "No need to rush. I'm perfectly fine." Li Dong reassured him, thumping his chest. "I'm not injured at all." Chao Zishou regarded Li Dong with contempt. Having received 2 powerful strikes, how could he possibly be unscathed? Li Dong was clearly putting on a brave front for the sake of wealth. To be so injured yet still coveting riches, how greedy could one be? Compared to him, Chao Zishou was nothing. Nevertheless, he smiled and suggested, "How about this? Zhao Zihu and his team are working hard. Let me assist them in their search." "Ah!" Li Dong quickly seized Chao Zishou's arm. "That's against the rules. This is a matter for the Supervisory Institute. You, as an outsider, cannot meddle. Please, don't overstep." Chao Zishou revealed a rare look of regret. The residence of a first-rank official held enough treasures to ensure his livelihood for a lifetime. Had he known there would be such benefits, he would have sought a position in the Supervisory Institute long ago. "What if I sought a position under you in the Supervisory Institute?" Chao Zishou suddenly proposed. "Your team consists of only 6. Adding me would make things more convenient." Li Dong looked at Chao Zishou with even greater disdain. What a carefree attitude. He was merely lacking the right price. With the right price, ideals and principles were nothing to discuss. Contemplating this, he rubbed his chin. Including Chao Zishou as a subordinate could be feasible, but the cost seemed steep. After deliberating, he chuckled lightly. "Chao brother, your aspirations are lofty, but my humble abode cannot accommodate someone of your stature. I wouldn't want to trouble you." Chao Zishou's expression soured at those words, and he turned away, shaking his hand dismissively. Behind him, Li Yifan rolled his eyes at the two, muttering under his breath, "What a character." After a lengthy wait, Zhao Zihu and the others finally returned from their search. "Reporting, my lord." Zhao Zihu, his face flushed, bowed to Li Dong. "After our thorough investigation, there are no other traders in the prefect's residence." "That's good to hear." Li Dong nodded. "Our business here is concluded. Let us return." "Yes, my lord." The group followed Li Dong out. As they exited the gates of the prefect's residence, Zhao Zihu and Li Dong leaned in closer, whispering and gesturing with their hands to indicate figures. "How did we fare, my lord?" "This time we struck it rich. Silver, magical artifacts, tomes, elixirs, everything you could wish for." "How much silver?" "This much." Zhao Zihu slyly indicated the number 8 with his fingers. Li Dong blinked. 80,000 taels. Given that the prefect was a military official, though of a higher rank than simple merchants, having less silver than the Wu family was to be expected. "Wrong, my lord," Zhao Zihu whispered. "It's 800,000 taels." 800? Li Dong's eyes widened, his voice rising in disbelief. 800,000 taels. More than 8 times what the Wu family would yield. This prefect of the Nine Gates was exceedingly greedy. Wait a moment. 800,000 plus over 100,000. Didn't that mean he now possessed nearly 1,000,000 taels of wealth? The notion of 10 million taels of silver is indeed staggering. If converted into the currency of the common folk, it amounts to a staggering 1 billion, a sum that could last a lifetime and beyond. Unbeknownst to him, he has unwittingly transformed into a figure of immense wealth and influence. Li Dong found his steps faltering slightly, recognizing that for ordinary individuals, life revolves around the pursuit of either wealth or power, these two being paramount. He had scarcely begun his journey, yet had already amassed a fortune beyond measure. Even in the eyes of martial practitioners, where wealth, companions, laws, and land are of utmost importance, riches are deemed the foremost priority. With wealth comes a significant alleviation of troubles. Li Dong endeavored to steady his emotions and inquired about any manuals or similar items. There are over 100 high-grade manuals, including 3 supreme martial arts techniques, one focused on fire-based swordsmanship, another on palm techniques, and a third on body techniques. Splendid! Li Dong's heart swelled with joy. Such a bounty was simply exhilarating. Additionally, there were numerous precious elixirs and over 1,000 spirit stones. Zhao Zihu continued, "Next, we have magical artifacts, 13 mid-grade artifacts, and possibly 2 high-grade ones that he carries with him." 2 high-grade artifacts? Li Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. High-grade artifacts are exceedingly rare, each valued at hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, often with no market available to purchase them. Acquiring 2 at once significantly enhanced his security. "Very good." Li Dong patted Zhao Zihu on the shoulder. "You have done exceptionally well. Speak up. What reward do you desire?" "Thank you, my lord," Zhao Zihu replied with a sycophantic grin, "but there's no need. In fact, the 6 of us also collected quite a bit of scrap during our search." "Haha." Li Dong laughed heartily. "That is different. What you earned is rightfully yours, and my reward is also yours to claim." "Speak. How about we save it for now?" Zhao Zihu suggested. Li Dong smiled and nodded. "Very well. Let us save it for the time being." Upon returning to the dilapidated temple, Li Dong's first task was to organize the spoils of this venture. Observing him immediately engrossed in a pile of manuals and artifacts, Yi Yushue couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Sitting alone on the bed, she waited in vain for Li Dong to glance her way, and she began to question whether his visit to the governor's mansion was truly to see her, or merely a quest for this treasure trove. "My lord, take a moment to rest and focus on your recovery." Yi Yushue finally spoke up, unable to contain herself. Without turning around, Li Dong waved his hand dismissively. "No need. My injury has already healed." What he said was the plain truth, for the vitality emanating from the purple coffin had mended his wounds without him even realizing it. Yet to Yi Yushue's ears, it sounded as if he was hopelessly lost in the allure of riches. Li Dowie. Yi Yushue could no longer restrain herself and stood up, emphasizing her words. "Let me examine your injury. Your recovery is of utmost importance." "Truly unnecessary," Li Dong replied almost reflexively, engrossed in the manuals he was flipping through, his tone exceedingly dismissive. Li Dong. Even Yi Yushue, known for her gentle disposition, felt her temper flare, her reprimand causing the atmosphere in the room to grow tense. At that moment, Li Dong finally recognized the gravity of the situation, turning to see her delicate brows furrowed in anger. Devoid of any gentleness, a visage reminiscent of the fierce roar of a lion, he swallowed hard. Silently, he closed the manuals, climbed carefully onto the bed, and obediently lay down, shutting his eyes. Humph. Yi Yushue let out a cold snort, her expression softening slightly as she approached Li Dong's side. "Take off your clothes." Li Dong's eyes flew open. "Isn't it inappropriate in broad daylight? What are you thinking?" Yi Yushue's face flushed slightly. "I need to see your injury. Hurry." Seeing her mood lighten, Li Dong chuckled. "If I'm in pain, you should help me undress." "Stop joking. Just a moment ago you were lively while counting money," Yi Yushue retorted. Yet her hands moved quickly, soon having Li Dong's upper garment removed. She was taken aback to find his skin unblemished, with no trace of injury where the governor had struck him. As she stood in astonishment, Li Dong pulled her onto the bed, laughing. "Didn't I tell you there was nothing wrong?" Feeling the intimate closeness once more, Yi Yushue's face turned crimson as she asked. "But this shouldn't be. You were so badly injured. How could you recover so swiftly? Do you possess some miraculous healing medicine?" "Something like that." Li Dong smiled, gazing down at Yi Yushue nestled in his arms. "Did you forget something from last night?" "Last night?" Yi Yushue was about to inquire what he meant when she suddenly recalled their experiences, her face burning with embarrassment as she buried her head in his chest. Silent. You forgot to utilize the furnace method. Do you wish to make up for it now? Li Dong teased, lifting her chin and locking eyes with her, his gaze penetrating and affectionate in that moment. A loud crash interrupted them. Sister, Yi Yushua Bing burst into the room, her eyes widening in shock upon seeing the two of them on the bed, utterly flustered and helpless. You may continue. Pretend I was never here. In an instant, she turned and fled, slamming the door behind her. What do you mean? Pretend you weren't here. Li Dong glanced at the startled Yi Yushua, his gaze lingering at the door. I'll go check on Binger. Yi Yushua stammered, hastily adjusting her clothing and casting a furtive glance at Li Dong before darting out. Watching her graceful figure retreat in a flurry, Li Dong chuckled and reclined back on the bed, resting his arms behind his head, feeling quite pleased. After lingering on the softness of Yi Yushua for a moment, he refocused his thoughts, pondering his expectations. Prince Feng mentioned that the emperor would reward me. I wonder what treasures await me. The next day, Eunuch Wu arrived at the dilapidated temple. Upon hearing the news, Li Dong promptly rose to greet him, as he spotted Eunuch Wu's warm smile from a distance. A smile spread across his own face. Eunuch Wu approached Li Dong, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my lord! The emperor has sent me with rewards for you." Li Dong grinned widely. "Thank you, eunuch. Your efforts are much appreciated. I eagerly awaited your arrival all night." Ha ha ha. Chapter 60. This reward is excessive. My lord is indeed sincere. I appreciate such candor, Eunuch Wu remarked, his eyes sparkling with mirth. For some inexplicable reason, Li Dong felt as though he could discern a hint of indulgence in those eyes. How could this be? Li Dong pondered. Having only met the man twice, it seemed illogical for him to hold such high regard for him. Could it be that this old eunuch harbored ulterior motives? Instinctively, he touched his face, a chill creeping down his spine, and his smile stiffened as he replied, "Eunuch, you jest." "How could I jest?" Eunuch Wu placed a hand on Li Dong's shoulder and winked. "I wish to befriend you." My lord. Li Dong's throat tightened, a pang of alarm shooting through him. "Please, do not," he thought. "You pervert, keep your distance. I would rather die than befriend you, ha ha." Noticing Li Dong's silence, Eunuch Wu chuckled. "I know you are anxious. I shall present the emperor's reward to you." As he spoke, Eunuch Wu produced a token from his sleeve, stating, "Although Prince Feng oversees the Supervisory Bureau, the authority to appoint officials rests with the Ministry of Personnel and the Emperor. He can only grant you a supervisory team token, nothing more. However, the Emperor has commanded me to present you with an Imperial Inspector's token, and now I ask you to heed the order." "Excellent." Li Dong took a step back, preparing to kneel in the presence of such a revered figure and the authority of the Emperor. He felt no inclination to act with arrogance. Compared to the value of his life, such formalities were trivial. "Do not kneel. Do not kneel." Eunuch Wu suddenly stopped him, his smile warm. "The Emperor has given special permission. Your contributions are substantial, and you need not kneel when receiving orders in the future." "Ah?" Li Dong was taken aback, astonished at such consideration. "Then please convey my gratitude to the Emperor." Of course, of course." Eunuch Wu chuckled, well aware that he would relay Li Dong's actions and words to the Emperor. However, this young man was rather blunt and naive, unaware of the intricacies of court politics. It is said that even ordinary officials would hesitate to relay messages to the Emperor, let alone a prince. If it were anyone else, they would have met their end long ago for such presumptuousness. "Shall I announce the order now?" Eunuch Wu inquired, a smile flickering across his face. "Yes." Li Dong bowed and clasped his fists. "Li Daoyi has accomplished remarkable feats. I am greatly pleased. Therefore, I appoint Li Daoyi as an imperial inspector to oversee officials and understand public sentiment, relieving my worries. Yet, you must also exercise caution and take care of your health. Thus, I decree." Eunuch Wu read the proclamation with utmost seriousness. Li Dong, however, wore a puzzled expression. "Remarkable feats? Aside from apprehending a governor, what other merits have I achieved? This seems rather absurd." While the initial part of the decree was standard formalities, the latter half was perplexing. Exercise caution and take care of your health. Is this something one would find in a royal decree? How peculiar it is indeed. Upon finishing the edict, Eunuch Wu shook his head in disbelief, reminding Li Dong to take care of his health even within the imperial decree. This clearly demonstrates how deeply the emperor was concerned for Li Dong's well-being after his recent injury. Your servant is grateful for your majesty's gracious favor, Li Dong expressed as he stood and turned towards Eunuch Wit. Was only then that Eunuch Wu regained his composure, presenting the edict and the imperial token to Li Dong with a smile. Exclaiming, "Congratulations, my lord, you have been promoted." Li Dong, with a mix of emotions, took the token and examined it. It was both exquisite and resilient, inscribed with the characters for imperial censor. However, he was not well versed in the intricacies of court hierarchy beyond the high-ranking officials like princes and prime ministers, rendering him uncertain about the significance of the title of imperial censor. "May I inquire, eunuch, what rank does the position of imperial censor hold?" He could not help but ask. Eunuch Wu laughed heartily, gesturing to indicate a number. "My lord, this is a fourth-rank official position. Within the supervisory court, aside from the princes and the two chief ministers, you are the highest-ranking official. Fourth-rank official." Li Dong was taken aback. The swiftness of his promotion was astonishing. He had suddenly ascended from an ordinary citizen to a fourth-rank official. How would this affect his future? The critical issue was that he was becoming increasingly conspicuous, which diverged from his initial intention of maintaining a low profile. He pondered whether this path was expanding or constricting for him. Moreover, Eunuch Wu waved his hand behind him, and a young eunuch hurried forward, presenting a sword with both hands. "What is this?" Li Dong, glancing at the sword, was inundated with various folk tales, hesitantly speculating, could it possibly be the imperial sword? Eunuch Wu erupted into another fit of laughter, while the young eunuch beside him struggled to contain his mirth. "I said not." Li Dong noted the mockery on their faces, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Of course not." Eunuch Wu shook his head with a smile. "The imperial sword is of utmost importance. Whenever it is conferred, all officials are required to be present for a grand ceremony. It would not simply be sent casually like this. That makes sense." Li Dong understood immediately. "Then what is this?" "This is a spiritual sword bestowed upon you by His Majesty," Eunuch Wu continued. "He also entrusted me to convey to you that the great Yin thrives on martial prowess, advocating for physical strength, longevity, and that martial arts are fundamental. One must not become overly engrossed in esoteric paths." Li Dong furrowed his brow, pondering what this meant. He hesitated before asking, "Eunuch, does the emperor not appreciate formations?" "Certainly not," Eunuch Wu quickly countered. "When the emperor learned that your formations had vanquished 3 grandmasters, he was overjoyed. How could he possibly dislike them?" Li Dong remained perplexed. "Then what does the emperor mean?" Suddenly, Eunuch Wu grasped the situation, chuckling. "His Majesty is urging you to diligently practice. While formations are beneficial, he is concerned that they may impede your martial foundation. After all, a person's focus is finite. An increase in one area may detract from another. Martial arts, being the orthodox path, are what will ensure longevity at last." Li Dong began to glean some insight. The emperor's repeated reminders to cherish his health and to diligently cultivate for longevity indicated a notable concern for him. Furthermore, Eunuch Wu signaled again, and 3 young eunuchs approached, each carrying a box. Upon opening the boxes, a plethora of martial arts manuals lay before Li Dong. Herein lies a total of 12 supreme martial arts manuals, all meticulously suited for your fire-based cultivation. "Please examine them, my lord." Eunuch Wu gazed at Li Dong with a beaming smile. Li Dong swallowed hard, lifting his gaze only to see Chao Zixio, Zhao Zihu, and Yi Yuxue, all wearing expressions of utter astonishment. "This reward is rather excessive," he mused, stunned. "Who bestows top-tier martial arts manuals in such abundance?" "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gifts," Li Dong managed to say, his movements stiff as he bid farewell to Eunuch Wu. Turning back to the heap of rewards, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Was it customary for the emperor to be so lavish? One top-tier manual was already incredibly rare, having once fetched 300,000 taels at auction. Now, he had been gifted 12 in one go. And this sword? Li Dong grasped the spiritual sword, drawing it forth, and a fiery light erupted, as if it contained the most intense flames. Its exceptional spirit undoubtedly marked it as a supreme spiritual weapon. Unlike ordinary artifacts, this was the mightiest weapon beneath celestial tools. Complementing martial artists, while also possessing formidable lethality, worth tens of thousands of gold, equivalent to several million taels of silver. The value of this bounty surpassed even the entire fortune of the Nine-Gate Admiral's residence. "Li brother, are you the Emperor's own son?" Chao Zixio exclaimed, amazed. As he began to touch and examine everything around him, Li Dong kicked at him playfully. "I mean no offense. I simply cannot comprehend this situation." Chao Zixio dodged with a laugh. "The current emperor is barely in his 20s, not much older than myself. How could that be possible?" "Then you must be his brother," Chao Zixio declared decisively. "Otherwise, the royal family would not be so extravagant." "Perhaps that is indeed the case." Li Yifan nodded in agreement, and the sisters Yi Yuxue and her sibling pondered. "It certainly raises suspicions. The favoritism is palpable." Previously at the Nine-Gate Admiral's residence, it was evident that they had gone to great lengths to support Li Dong's ruse. Who would dare to believe it? Who knows? Li Dong was disinclined to delve into these matters, as he himself was unsure and had no desire to explain. His thoughts were consumed by the treasures before him. Retreating to his room with an armful of gifts, he closed the door and began to immerse himself in reading. In total, he now possessed 18 supreme martial arts manuals, comprising 9 sword techniques, 5 saber techniques, 3 body techniques, and 1 palm technique. Although one cannot master too many at once, the nature of martial arts manuals, particularly top-tier ones, allows for mutual learning and adaptation. For Li Dong, this was hardly a challenge, as he attained comprehension during each practice session, enabling him to cultivate each manual to its zenith. In time, these would serve as his hidden trump cards. Time slipped away as he read late into the night, gaining profound insights. Although he had not experienced any immediate increases in strength, the knowledge he absorbed would undoubtedly prove invaluable in due course. He even had a premonition that the true Yang sword technique was not far from a breakthrough, and the heavenly sword technique was similarly close to reaching its pinnacle. Regrettably, he had no time for further enlightenment. Rubbing his temples, Li Dong glanced outside at the starry sky, feeling his mind begin to relax. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the Emperor's banquet, and time was too precious to waste on further cultivation. "What are you thinking about?" The door to his room creaked open, and Yi Yuxue entered, carrying a bowl of silver ear porridge. She caught sight of Li Dong appearing weary, and a hint of concern crossed her features. "Though your injury is not severe, you have only recently recovered. You must take care to rest." Li Dong smiled, gesturing towards the manuals on the table. "When you have a moment, do peruse these manuals as well. They hold great benefits." Yi Yuxue shook her head helplessly, placing the porridge down before moving behind Li Dong to gently massage his temples. "Will this help ease your discomfort?" "Much improved," Li Dong replied, longing to turn and see her gentle expression. However, Yi Yuxue kept him from turning by pressing his head down, cautioning him, "Do not move around." Reluctantly, he complied, focusing his gaze on the porridge before stiffly beginning to drink it. "These manuals are yours as well. There's no need to rush." Though Yi Yuxue complained, her tone was laced with concern. "It's fine to be tired, but these are top-tier manuals. While they can be referenced, they may be difficult to understand. Rushing can easily lead to mistakes. What if you were to fall into a state of confusion?" Indeed, Li Dong relished this warmth, especially as he sensed Yi Yuxue's deep affection. Unable to help himself, he grasped her hands, halting her movements. Yi Yuxue tried to pull her hands back but found herself unable to escape. Li Dong rose, gazing deeply into her eyes, causing her heart to race. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "The night is exquisite." Yi Yuxue's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze evasive. "I was discussing serious matters, and here you are, speaking nonsense." "I am being serious." Li Dong winked at her before lifting her effortlessly. And upon reaching the bed, he waved his hand to activate a barrier to prevent any intrusions. With a soft gasp from Yi Yuxue, the moonlight seemed to shy away, as the night deepened. The two found emotional stability before embarking on the exploration of the dual cultivation technique. After Yi Yuxue employed the furnace method, Li Dong could hardly describe the overwhelming sensations. He felt his true essence gradually depleting. Along with his vitality, Yi Yuxue's body felt like an insatiable abyss, endlessly demanding more. Fortunately, she maintained her composure, expertly regulating her cultivation method, ceasing her requests, and returning a portion of her feminine energy back to Li Dong. Li Dong sighed with relief, suddenly astonished as he lifted his gaze towards Yi Yuxue. Above him, Yi Yuxue had her eyes tightly shut, as if she were immersed in a peculiar breakthrough. Her flawless, fair skin radiated a crimson glow, and her long, glossy black hair billowed around her, exuding an overwhelming and compelling aura that steadily intensified. This did not resemble a mere realm breakthrough at all. Li Dong furrowed his brows. The intensity of this phenomenon was far more daunting than that of a typical realm advancement. The impact of this aura was entirely different. While the elevation of realms typically unfolds in a steady and meticulous manner, requiring one to savor the nuances, Yi Yushua's transformation was astonishingly visible, akin to an ordinary chick undergoing a rebirth and transforming into a phoenix. After a considerable duration, this surge of power finally stabilized. Yi Yushua slowly opened her eyes, and in them, Li Dong perceived the ethereal reflections of both the moon and the sun. Under her gaze, Li Dong felt as though his martial soul was trembling, as if it could shatter under the pressure. Li Dong gasped in astonishment. This was indeed not merely a realm enhancement. Rather, it was a breakthrough of the martial soul. My lord! As the divine light in her eyes dimmed, Yi Yushua, regaining her senses, disregarded her unclothed state and excitedly cradled Li Dong's face. My martial soul has ascended. The effects of this technique are truly astonishing. To what extent have you ascended? Li Dong gazed at the exhilarated Yi Yushua, a smile illuminating his face. Such a spirited Yi Yushua was a rare sight. It must be at the legendary divine level. Indeed, Li Dong nodded with a grin, only to suddenly widen his eyes. What? Divine level martial soul? Li Dong rose, astonished, as he regarded Yi Yushua. A divine level martial soul was almost akin to a fable, an exceedingly rare phenomenon across the world. Even someone as prodigious as Chao Zixio could only claim a top-tier martial soul. Has the true martial hall transformed into a hall of white jade? Li Dong inquired, placing his right hand over Yi Yushua's lower abdomen, where the true martial hall resided, as the manifestation of the true martial hall within a warrior's dantian varied according to the nature of their martial soul. It was said that a divine-level martial soul would materialize as a palace of white jade. Yes. Yi Yushua gently nodded, seemingly just realizing her state of undress, her expression shifting to one of bashfulness. Then it must be true, Li Dong affirmed, then smiled. You've become an unparalleled genius overnight. It's no wonder you were so eager to cultivate with me. You still tease me. Yi Yushua recalled the moment they first met when she insisted on dual cultivation with him. Feeling a wave of embarrassment as she buried her head in Li Dong's embrace and playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Li Dong inhaled sharply. That's wrong. Ouch, that hurts. Yi Yushua withdrew her hand with a huff. But then, turning her body, she climbed onto Li Dong's waist, playfully licking the spot she had just pinched, glancing up at his reaction. Is it better now? Li Dong grinned, cradling her face and planting a kiss on her lips. Why not pinch me a few more times? I can take it, you'll die from beauty. Yi Yushua seized the moment to wrap her arms around Li Dong's neck, reclining against him. Wasn't the furnace method particularly taxing on you? Not too bad. Li Dong shook his head. The consumption of true essence and energy was trivial. Even an average person could recover after a few days of rest. Moreover, with the purple coffin at his disposal, he had recuperated effortlessly, even faster than the consumption itself, should he so desire. You can unleash your abilities freely in the future, but don't expect me to provide feedback. Li Dong paused, chuckling. The primary issue of this dual cultivation did not lie with him, but rather with the potent energy Yi Yushua had returned. This energy was remarkably pure and harmonized the yin and yang, yet as it entered his body, it was instantly devoured by the purple coffin, leaving him with no benefit whatsoever. Why? Yi Yushua inquired, puzzled. The furnace method she employed was a family secret of the highest caliber, selected from among countless candidates to produce astonishing results through the balance of yin and yang. With the gathered energy being highly beneficial to the individual, Li Dong pondered briefly before shaking his head. He was reluctant to divulge anything concerning the purple coffin. After a moment, he replied, You can consider me as having an aversion to external energies. Yi Yushua nodded, seemingly understanding. That is indeed a possibility. Let us not dwell on that. There is still some time before dawn. Let us continue. The next day, after much commotion, the emperor's banquet finally commenced. On this day, the imperial palace opened its gates, creating a direct path leading deep into its core, flanked by stern sentinels. All warriors who had passed the assessments traversed this path, stepping into the secret realm concealed within the palace's depths. Once everyone had vanished, the once bustling imperial city was left in silence. Within the secret realm, Li Dong remained alongside Ye Yuxue, Feng Yingying, Chao Zixiu, and Zhao Zihu. The group curiously surveyed their surroundings, each bearing expressions of surprise to varying degrees. Secret realms were typically residences opened by ancient powers using their tremendous abilities or unique spaces formed naturally after the deaths of ancient deities. These places retained the influences of those great beings from antiquity, bestowing opportunities upon their successors. Generally speaking, secret realms formed by the deaths of ancient deities were minor realms, rich in opportunities yet not enduring, while those established by ancient powers were major realms, capable of lasting through time and serving future generations. The scale of a major realm depended on the strength of the ancient power that created it. Typically, a major realm would equate to a grand estate of a prestigious family. Yet the secret realm unveiled before them transcended such classifications. As they gazed around, they beheld mountains and lakes, with peaks rising beyond the visible horizon, and nestled amidst this picturesque scenery stood a city that rivaled the imperial palace in grandeur. The city was square in shape, with straight, intersecting roads, and two prominent characters were inscribed above its gates. Human Emperor. Human Emperor City? Li Dong and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Legends spoke of the primordial era when the world was newly formed, where the shaman and the demon reigned supreme, and the dragon and the phoenix soared. The human race, weak and beleaguered, suffered greatly until the emergence of the human emperor, who subdued the dragons and vanquished the demons, thus bringing peace to the realm. It was only after the human emperor established his dominion that the human race began to flourish in subsequent generations. This was merely a tale, akin to a mythical narrative, lacking veracity. Yet the appearance of this ancient city before them undeniably left a profound impact. Could it be that the legends were true and this secret realm was left behind by the human emperor? What other being could possibly create a realm of such astonishing magnitude? Princess. The collective gaze of Li Dong's group turned to Feng Yingying. She was a princess, the only one who might possess insights into royal matters. Don't look at me. I know nothing. Feng Yingying hastily shook her head. Despite my status as a princess, to my elder brother, I am ultimately an outsider. How could matters involving royal secrets be disclosed to me? Disappointment washed over the group as they turned away. Feng Yingying felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, sensing that she was being underestimated. She glared in frustration but was left with no recourse. Since we are already here, the emperor will surely enlighten us later. Let us proceed inside, Li Dong suggested, casting another glance at the breathtaking world before him as he stepped toward the grand city ahead. On their journey, Ye Yuxue observed the seemingly endless line of warriors and suddenly turned to Li Dong, inquiring, "Are you here to compete for the position of the Chicks of the Dragon?" Li Dong shook his head. To put it bluntly, I initially had no intention of attending the emperor's banquet. However, I am unsure who altered the registration, leading me to come here. So, my purpose is merely to broaden my horizons and not to vie for any dragon chick position. If he were to pinpoint a reason for his presence, it would likely be to seek out his lineage. Contemplating this, he countered, "What about you? I came to the imperial city in search of a fated individual. Now that I have found them, I have no further desires." Wai Yuxue paused before smiling. "I will follow your lead." The two exchanged knowing smiles. Sensing two unusual gazes upon them, Li Dong cleared his throat and turned to Chao Zixiu and Li Yifan, offering a grin. "What about you two?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chao Zixiu replied, "I have no interest in the dragon chick either. My previous intention was merely to see if I could eliminate Chen Tianzong." The group turned their attention to Li Yifan, who shyly remarked, "I just came to see Zixiu." Caught between the two, Feng Yingying and Ye Yuxue exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in unison. Chapter 63. Arrangements in the Outer Imperial City. After Li Dong ventured into the secret realm, that night, a group of individuals besieged a dilapidated temple. Li Dawi is absent. He neither reported to the guards nor is he here. Where could he be? Did he also go to the secret realm? What shall we do about the matters entrusted to us by the little divine general? Let us search elsewhere. After this group departed, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, glancing towards the secret realm before making his way back to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Heavenly Sword Sect by Linger, her expression grim, stood abruptly from her seat. Li Dong may have gone to the secret realm? What a joke. He isn't supposed to be joining some ridiculous forbidden army. How did he end up in the secret realm instead? What are we to do now? The plan has been completely shattered because of him, and he remains elusive. How am I to report this to the sect leader? Bai Linger's face was quivering with agitation. Beside her, Xiao Lu spoke up hesitantly, "Senior sister, surely he cannot have such a significant impact. The plan's failure is also due to the methods of the great emperor of Diyin. What does it have to do with an ordinary person like him? What do you understand?" Bai Linger exclaimed in exasperation. If it weren't for him dragging down the Nine Gates commander and the second elder at the last moment, disrupting the leader's final scheme, the sect leader would not be in such a rage. Furthermore, I have been exposed multiple times solely because of him. Had it not been for that, I would have surely entered the emperor's banquet. Do you have any idea how much effort the sect leader has invested in me? Now that things have gone awry, I cannot evade responsibility. Xiao Lu fell silent, not daring to speak further. Bai Linger fretted alone. The crux of the matter is that the sect leader is already aware he is alive and is quite interested in this affair. If we could capture him, we might still be able to absolve ourselves. But now that he remains uncaught, then senior sister, you can only hope the sect leader grants me another chance, she continued. Her gaze fixed on the direction of the royal city, her eyes glinting with resentment. You managed to escape this calamity, but do not rejoice too soon. Once the emperor's banquet concludes, the sect leader will surely not let you off the hook. This drama is far from over. Within the secret realm of the human emperor's city, all were assigned independent residences and courtyards. At the heart of the city stood a magnificent golden hall, with all the residences and courtyards sprawling outwards in all directions. Inside the golden hall stood an ancient tree that towered over the surroundings, enveloped in a verdant glow, its leaves shimmering with a pearly radiance. Even a single leaf plucked from this tree appeared as if carved from translucent white jade. All the martial artists who entered the city were momentarily awestruck by the majestic tree. The Enlightenment Tree, beneath which practitioners often trained, held the potential for profound realizations and extraordinary encounters. It could be said that this was a divine tree, a rarity in the world. Even a single leaf could incite a tempest of bloodshed. Valued at a fortune, as for the worth of this colossal Enlightenment Tree itself, no one could articulate its true value. Apart from the Enlightenment Tree, all who had entered the human emperor's city keenly sensed the richness of the spiritual energy within. At least tenfold, if not 100-fold, compared to the outside world, it was as though one were perpetually cultivating with spiritual stones in hand. This immense spiritual energy, combined with the Enlightenment Tree, rendered this place a veritable sanctuary for cultivation, vast enough to accommodate thousands of practitioners simultaneously. With such profound resources, it was no wonder this realm belonged to the royal family. Among the crowd, leaders of various factions were secretly moved, filled with myriad emotions. Once the bustling crowd settled down, many began to realize just how pivotal their assigned residences were. The closer one was to the Enlightenment Tree, the more favorable the cultivation effects and the greater the chances for sudden insights. Only 12 residences were positioned closest to the tree, with the rest arranged sequentially further away. Consequently, countless gazes inevitably gravitated towards these 12 residences, curious about the individuals who possessed the privilege to reside within. In one of these 12 residences, Li Dong and his companions gazed in awe at the seemingly nearby Enlightenment Tree. "We actually managed to secure a spot in the front row," Li Yifan exclaimed, astonished as he looked at the tree. "Just now, I noticed that all the other 11 residences in the front row are occupied by formidable figures of the revered realm." As he spoke, many eyes turned towards Li Dong. "Why are you looking at me?" Li Dong shrugged. "You are all the Armée de las Armées of the younger generation. Our presence here simply signifies that the emperor has high hopes for the youth." "That does make sense," Chao Zixio nodded. "But somehow, this feels inextricably linked to you." Li Dong chuckled lightly, not responding, as he himself was unsure of the situation. Dismissing the trivial matter, he turned his gaze back to the Enlightenment Tree. Despite its allure, he knew that even lying beneath the tree could not guarantee that every session of cultivation would yield sudden insights. In comparison to the purple coffin, this tree seemed rather inconsequential. Even the heightened concentration of spiritual energy here was of limited use to him, as the presence of the purple coffin would siphon off a substantial portion of it. With this in mind, Li Dong's anticipation of the secret realm waned significantly. He felt that aside from unraveling his lineage, there was little else of significance to be gained here. Li Dong had indeed arrived at the secret realm and had even taken residence in the front row? In the second row of residences within the human emperor's city, the little divine general accompanied the blood-clad divine general, who was currently wearing a grim expression as he stared at the reporting scout before him. He had laid numerous traps outside to deal with Li Dong. Yet now Li Dong had also arrived in the secret realm. How could this be? Wasn't he supposed to be joining the Forbidden Army? Had he been deceived? That aside, what he found most intolerable was that he and his father could only reside in the second row, while Li Dong had the audacity to occupy the first row. This was not to imply that the blood-clad divine general lacked the qualifications for the first row. Few could match his prowess among the revered figures in the realm, however, as a resident of the royal city and an enforcer of order. The first row positions were naturally reserved for guests. Even so, such guests should be the most distinguished among them, comparable to the blood-clad divine general. What was Li Dong in comparison to these eminent figures? He and his companions were akin to ants, lacking any qualification to stand on equal footing. Perhaps the emperor was merely extending an opportunity to the young talents, the scout cautiously suggested. Perhaps, bang! The little divine general smashed the table in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Are you implying that I am unworthy of being called a genius?" He, the son of a divine general, was clearly of equal standing to the heir of the sword god, Li Yifan. Now that Li Yifan could enter, how could he not? The scout, trembling, replied, "Little divine general, please calm down. Perhaps they only gained entry through Chao Zixio's influence." Chao Zixio. The little divine general's expression darkened, but his temper subsided somewhat. That is indeed a possibility. The world's greatest genius, after all, is the disciple of a terrestrial immortal. It is reasonable for the royal family to extend a courtesy. Enough of this. It matters little now. The little divine general coldly declared. Since Li Dong has arrived in the secret realm, we can employ our plans from the outside within. Go and summon individuals. That night, the little divine general disseminated an invitation under the pretext of martial arts exchanges, gathering the young talents in the second row of residences. This was undoubtedly good news for the other young talents. Almost no one declined the invitation. Ranked by strength and renown, most young individuals found themselves relegated to the 17th or 18th rows of residences, the farthest from the enlightenment tree, with the poorest cultivation effects. Now that they had the chance to attend the gathering in the second row, they could not afford to miss it. Moreover, given the little divine general's influence and strength, few dared to refuse. Thus, the little divine general's residence quickly became lively. At the same time, Li Dong received an invitation as well. Watching the person who extended the invitation depart, Li Dong exchanged knowing smiles with his companions. The little divine general is up to something again. Indeed, I wonder what his intentions are. Should we go? The group turned their gazes toward Li Dong. Li Dong observed the bustling residence of the little divine general nearby. Contemplating, the little divine general's invitation to the younger generation provided convenience to others. If they did not attend, it would create a rift between them and this generation of young talents. This was not particularly advantageous. Additionally, the little divine general's actions were undoubtedly calculated. Whether they win or not, they could not escape his schemes. In that case, there was no need to evade. It would be better to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. Li Dong looked to the others, primarily consulting with Chao Zixio. "I have no objections," Chao Zixio replied. "Perhaps we might have a chance to eliminate him." After all, they were in the secret realm, not the little divine general's stronghold. There was no need to worry about being trapped. Upon their arrival, the residence was already laid out with a lavish banquet, filled with the cream of the younger generation. The little divine general occupied the seat of honor. And upon seeing Li Dong and his companions enter, a sly smile crept across his face. He promptly stood and said, "Brother Li, Brother Chao, you have finally arrived. I apologize for my previous actions. Please do not take them to heart." All eyes turned towards the newcomers as they took their seats. Li Dong's group attracted attention wherever they went, primarily due to their illustrious lineup. A princess, the world's #1, the heir of the sword god. Two descendants of the Yi family, and Li Dong, the newly acclaimed prodigy who had vanquished 3 masters with formations. No one dared to underestimate them. In contrast, the little divine general, facing such formidable individuals, found himself in a precarious position. How hypocritical, Li Dong thought, while Chao Zixio had yet to speak, when Feng Yingying disdainfully muttered under her breath, her voice not hidden in the least. The gathered notables, all of whom were far from ordinary, heard her loud and clear. The little divine general's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly regained composure, pretending not to have heard. Please, everyone, take your seats. Once everyone, including Li Dong and his companions, was settled, the little divine general took his place at the head of the table and proclaimed, Today, I have invited you all here solely for the purpose of philosophical discussion and to strengthen our bonds of camaraderie. As we shall commence our competition tomorrow, I wish to prevent any feelings of animosity that may arise from our rivalry. Instead, I hope that you will remember the sentiments of today, treat each other with understanding, and maintain our harmonious spirit, for our ultimate goal in this competition is to join forces against the traitors. Beyond this, I have no ulterior motives, so I encourage everyone to speak freely without reservation. As he spoke, the little divine general raised his cup in a toast to the assembly, laughter ringing out. The guests reciprocated, clinking glasses and smiling, creating an atmosphere of mutual enjoyment. It seemed, just as the little divine general had suggested, that this gathering was a harmonious exchange of ideas until, after several rounds of drinks, a member of the divine general's residence suddenly burst in, rushing to whisper in the little divine general's ear. At this turn of events, all eyes turned to the little divine general, who gradually changed expressions. Upon hearing the whispers, he displayed a face of fury, abruptly slamming the scroll delivered by the scout onto the table, exclaiming, What nonsense is this? Brotherly has achieved remarkable feats. How could he possibly be a traitor of the Heavenly Sword sect? His voice boomed, instantly silencing the room. Astonished gazes turned toward the little divine general. The words traitor of the Heavenly Sword sect carried significant weight, capable of striking fear into the hearts of many. Mentioning them at this juncture was tantamount to condemning someone to an irreparable fate. Indeed, the scout suddenly knelt, stating, My subordinate has received news that Li Daoi's identity is false. His real name is Li Dong, and for the past decade, he has been the senior disciple in the Foundation establishment realm of the Heavenly Sword sect. All of this is clearly documented in this scroll. What? The little divine general, taken aback, picked up the scroll. Is this truly the case? I tell you, Brotherly is a man of great merit, a fourth-rank official. If you utter even a single word of falsehood, I shall not let you off lightly. After speaking, he scrutinized the scroll with a grave expression. Upon finishing, disbelief washed over him as he turned to Li Dong, exclaiming, Brotherly, is this actually true? As this scene unfolded, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, and everyone stared at Li Dong in shock. Such a claim was not something the little divine general would joke about. Once stated, it was likely to be taken as truth. Therefore, the recently notorious figure of Li Dong, known for his formidable array skills, was indeed a traitor of the Heavenly Sword sect. Li Dong furrowed his brow slightly. He never anticipated that the little divine general's scheme would hinge on this revelation, unearthing his past. Such determination was commendable. Beside him, Yi Yushua's expression shifted, while Chao Zixio and Li Yifan also appeared grave. This was no trifling matter. Should the little divine general solidify this accusation, Li Dong would find himself trapped within this secret realm, with no means of escape. Brotherly, at that moment, the little divine general suddenly rose. His gaze dark as he fixed it upon Li Dong. I expect an explanation from you. Otherwise, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Li Dong pondered. Denial? The little divine general seemed poised for confrontation, clearly well prepared, leaving no room for denial. Furthermore, his history could be pieced together by anyone with intent. I indeed do not go by Li Daoi. Li Dong finally spoke, his tone calm. My name is Li Dong, and I was indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Good. The little divine general stomped his foot, nearly bursting into laughter. So you admit to being a traitor? A traitor? Li Dong suddenly chuckled. What traitor are you speaking of? You've admitted it yourself. Do you wish to quibble further? With so many witnesses here, do you think they are all fools? The little divine general sneered, then pointed at the scout beneath him. Go and summon the deputy minister of the criminal department. No need to summon. I happen to be nearby. Suddenly, a voice rang out, revealing a middle-aged man accompanied by a contingent of guards, clearly having prepared for this moment. Deputy Minister! The little divine general clasped his fists in greeting. This man is a traitor of the Heavenly Sword sect. I implore you to apprehend him. I have heard everything, the deputy minister remarked coolly. directing a steely gaze at Li Dong. You have admitted to your identity. Thus, you have no one to blame but yourself. Men, seize him. Hold on. May I inquire, when did I admit to being a traitor? Li Dong narrowed his eyes at the approaching guards. You explicitly stated you were a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. The little divine general scoffed. There are numerous witnesses here. You cannot deny it. The deputy minister of the criminal department nodded indifferently. I too have heard that statement. Indeed, I did say that, Li Dong replied, looking toward the deputy minister. The man, in his 40s or 50s, exuded an aura of authority befitting his high position, appearing to embody a strict and meticulous demeanor. After appraising him, Li Dong continued, however, being a former disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect does not imply that I am currently a traitor. I trust you understand my meaning. Are you suggesting that you have turned from darkness to light? The deputy minister squinted. That is indeed the case, Li Dong affirmed. The deputy minister sneered coldly. I find that hard to believe. It seems to me that you are merely putting on a performance. Perhaps a part of your scheme with the Heavenly Sword sect. Is that so? Li Dong raised an eyebrow, a smile of incredulity gracing his face. How long have you been in your position? Sir, 30 years. 30 years in office, and you handle cases based on mere feelings? Li Dong retorted. Surely, you must know that handling cases requires evidence. I should not need to teach you this. This scroll serves as evidence. Your own admission of identity also serves as evidence. Is that not sufficient? The deputy minister's eyes glinted with icy fury as he gazed at Li Dong. These merely prove my past as a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. They bear no relation to treachery. You are after a traitor, not a former disciple, Li Dong countered coolly, presenting his case with conviction. The deputy minister scoffed. You are grasping at straws. If you demand evidence, then present proof that you are not a traitor. Before the deputy minister, even if I presented a multitude of evidence, you could simply dismiss it as a conspiracy. Why should I bother to show you anything? After all, you have feigned ignorance regarding the arrest of the Nine Gates commander and the second elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Li Dong mocked. His act of apprehending the Nine Gates commander spoke volumes. And it was clear that those insisting he was a traitor had their own motives to conceal. The deputy minister furrowed his brow slightly. The little divine general, observing the tension, immediately interjected, Deputy minister. Anyone associated with the Heavenly Sword sect must not be spared. Whether or not he is a traitor, I trust you will conduct a thorough investigation once he is imprisoned. Indeed. The deputy minister's eyes narrowed. No matter how you argue, you cannot change the fact that you were once a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Men, seize him. Li Dong's eyes narrowed into slits. It appeared that reason was of no consequence here. As the guards advanced, he slammed his inspector's token onto the table. Stop. The guards hesitated at the sight of his fourth-rank insignia. Pausing in their tracks, Li Dong rose, casting a cool gaze at the deputy minister. May I inquire, sir, what is your rank? I hold the third rank, the deputy minister replied, his brow furrowed. The third rank, Li Dong sneered. According to the court's laws, cases in the civilian sphere must first be presented in court. Only after a conviction can an arrest be made. When dealing with court officials, one must have irrefutable evidence before proceeding. You, merely a third-rank official, dare to arrest a fourth-rank official without due process? Deputy Minister, you seem to wield more authority than even a first-rank official. Anger flickered across the deputy minister's features. He had expected to easily deal with a mere youth, but Li Dong's confidence and composure rendered him increasingly uncomfortable. As Li Dong repeatedly exposed his vulnerabilities, damaging his reputation, thus, he felt compelled to press on with his actions. Consider this a special period requiring special measures. No matter how eloquently you speak, it will not alter my resolve. Seize him. The guards exchanged glances. This time without hesitation, they surged toward Li Dong. Stand down. Zhao Zihu and his entourage immediately sprang to their feet, drawing their weapons. Deputy Minister, what you say is correct. Cases must be based on evidence. To arrest a fourth-rank official without proof is not in accordance with protocol. What do you intend to do? Do you dare to oppose the criminal department's authority? The deputy minister bellowed, My lord. Your authority as a third-rank official does not represent the entirety of the criminal department, Zhao Zihu replied. His eyes narrowed. Precisely, Li Dong chuckled, fixing his gaze on the deputy minister. If you adhere to the rules, I would not dare to resist. However, if you choose to operate outside the law, then my position as an inspector is legitimate. This was a desperate measure. He could not allow himself to be captured. Once imprisoned, with the little divine general's influence, guilt or innocence mattered not, he would surely meet his end. The only option was to escalate the situation, drawing attention to it and ensuring a fair investigation, thus allowing him a chance to clear his name. After all, the exposure of his identity was indeed a grave issue. Well said. At that moment, Feng Yingying suddenly stood, casting a cold glare at the deputy minister. I see that your third-rank status gives you quite the audacity. Even in my presence, you dare to disregard the court's laws and directly apprehend a fourth-rank official. Do you treat the Ministry of Justice as your own home? Or do you believe the imperial decrees are dictated by you? The complexion of the Deputy Minister of Justice changed slightly as he cast a glance at the minor deity before responding. Your Highness, please do not be enraged. I am truly at a loss. During these extraordinary times, we must handle matters in an extraordinary manner. I trust that in time, you will come to understand. With that, he turned to the surrounding imperial guards, commanding, "Why are you not swiftly apprehending the traitor to ensure the safety of the princess?" The atmosphere grew tense once more. How amusing, Chao Zixio chuckled, rising from his seat and brushing off non-existent dust from his trousers. I had no intention of intervening in your bureaucratic affairs, but should you choose to disregard protocol in apprehending my friend, I cannot stand idly by as he stood. His companions Li Yifan and the Yi sisters also rose, each emanating a formidable presence that overshadowed the imperial guards before them. Do you truly believe that such obstinacy will deter us? The deputy minister's gaze turned icy as he moved, unleashing a wave of malevolence that swept through the hall. The aura of a void realm expert crashing down upon Li Dong and his companions. Li Dong's expression darkened. A void realm expert was beyond their capabilities. The opponent had forsaken all pretense and was coming down to exert force, making the situation decidedly precarious. Meanwhile, the minor deity smirked with satisfaction, casting a cold glance at Li Dong and Chao Zixio. If he could subdue Li Dong, regardless of his future innocence, he would never have to face him again. Rest assured, my lord, I will hold him off. You must escape first, Zhao Zihu said, positioning himself beside Li Dong. Li Dong frowned and shook his head. They were in a secret realm, and his residence was merely a street away from that of the minor deity. Where could they flee? With no means to escape, they had no choice but to cause a commotion. Exchanging glances with Chao Zixio, he acknowledged that they would inevitably confront a void realm expert today. Chapter 66. The Emperor's Edict determined, Li Dong rallied his companions, their spirits ignited with martial fervor. The young women were naturally fervent, but Chao Zixio was particularly exhilarated. Should conflict arise, amidst the chaos, he might find an opportunity to eliminate the minor deity. The other young talents present wore expressions of anticipation. Setting aside the pretext of capturing Li Dong, they were eager to witness the prowess of the unparalleled duo, Li Dong and Chao Zixio. In the midst of 100 thoughts, the Deputy Minister of Justice initiated the attack, charging directly at Li Dong. Zhao Zihu's face darkened as he drew his blade to intercept, and the battle was ignited. Impudent! A sudden, thunderous voice reverberated throughout the hall as the deputy minister was sent flying, crashing against the dais with a thud, blood spilling from his mouth as he gazed up in shock at the newcomer. All eyes turned towards the figure, astonishment etched on their faces. A single palm strike had vanquished a void realm expert, an astounding display of strength. When the crowd's attention fixed upon the newcomer, their expressions shifted dramatically. Master Wu! The deputy minister's fury morphed into sheer terror as he exclaimed. Others mirrored his astonishment. The identity and status of Master Wu were known to all in the Great Yin Kingdom. He was the emperor's avatar. But why had he come for such a trivial matter? The minor deity's countenance darkened, unable to fathom the arrival of this figure. Li Dong and Chao Zixio exchanged glances, both perplexed by Master Wu's sudden appearance. Deputy Minister, you have quite a lot of audacity. Master Wu's expression was grim, his malevolence palpable, the aura of a revered expert casting a heavy gloom over the assembly. The deputy minister's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions as he exchanged glances with the minor deity. Sensing their shared trepidation, finally, he spoke. I do not comprehend your intentions, Master. Do not comprehend. Master Wu's gaze hardened. Lordly has articulated quite clearly that even in civil matters, cases require formal proceedings. Without a verdict, one cannot be apprehended. as a fourth-rank official of the court, you dare to seize the commander of the Nine Gates and a high-ranking elder of the Tianjin sect without discernment. What do you intend to do? Rebel? Master, please calm your anger. The deputy minister trembled at these words, collapsing to his knees. I only acted out of concern for the emperor's safety, and this individual was indeed a former disciple of the Tianjin sect. Given that, I could not afford to let my guard down. Do you think only you are aware of his past? Do you believe the Supervisory Bureau is ignorant? Does the emperor not know? If he were truly a traitor, would the emperor have promoted him to a fourth-rank inspector? Master Wu's expression darkened further. Do you think the emperor has lost his senses? I do not dare. The deputy minister's eyelids fluttered, his heart racing as he gazed in horror at Master Wu. I would never presume such a thing. You may not dare, Master Wu sneered, but your actions speak otherwise. Listen carefully. The emperor's edict. As Master Wu's words echoed through the hall, every individual immediately dropped to their knees. Upon seeing Li Dong, Master Wu suddenly smiled. Young Master Li, there is no need for you to kneel. Did the emperor not decree that you are exempt from such formalities henceforth? Li Dong surveyed the crowd, noting that he alone remained standing, his expression slightly awkward as he managed to smile. The others were visibly taken aback, their minds racing at the stark contrast in treatment. At that moment, Master Wu declared, Li Dong's journey to the Tianjin sect was orchestrated by me. He has spent 10 years infiltrating the sect, and now is the time to restore his honor. You are not to question this, by decree. A collective gasp escaped the minor deity and the deputy minister, both struck with astonishment at the revelation. His slate has been wiped clean. The deputy minister's face fluctuated between hues of green and red, his heart heavy with frustration. The minor deity felt an even greater sense of discomfort, realizing that what he thought would be a decisive move had turned into an unforeseen outcome. The crowd erupted in murmurs as they regarded Li Dong, each one contemplating the implications of this development. It became clear why the emperor had previously praised Li Dong's remarkable achievements and rapid rise through the ranks. He was, after all, a trusted confidant of the emperor. Such a trusted confidant is no ordinary matter. Zhao Zixio and Zhao Zihu exchanged glances, turning to Li Dong, who wore an expression of utter bewilderment. This turn of events was the most troublesome for him. He had harbored concerns about the implications of this incident, yet he found himself unexpectedly exonerated. It was evident that the emperor was genuinely assisting him in weaving a tale. Master Wu addressed him with a smile. I apologize for the distress caused. He was well aware that tonight had indeed startled Li Dong, yet he was pleased with Li Dong's composed demeanor. Maintaining a position of advantage amidst the tumult. It's nothing, Li Dong replied, forcing a smile as he regarded Master Wu, pondering the true nature of his status. While he had been publicly exonerated, he remained uncertain of the emperor's sentiments regarding his previous identity. What if there were future complications? Would he be at risk of having his past dredged up and facing dire consequences? My lord need not worry. Should anyone attempt to use this matter to slander you in the future, they will not escape unscathed, Master Wu assured, casting a mild glance at the minor deity before turning to the deputy minister. Deputy Minister of Justice, the emperor wishes to see you. Come, let us proceed. The minor deity recoiled slightly, while the deputy minister's expression shifted dramatically. Now, the gravity of the situation filled him with dread. Following the incident, he was to meet the emperor, and Master Wu's earlier statement only heightened his anxiety. It seemed the emperor intended to hold him accountable indeed. Let us go. Master Wu replied with a sharp laugh as he led the deputy minister away. Once they departed, the hall fell into silence, each person exchanging glances between Li Dong and the minor deity, their thoughts swirling. Li Dong shared a knowing smile with the minor deity, relishing the victory of the evening. Your concern for the minor deity's well-being is commendable. It fills me with trepidation, Li Dong remarked lightly. The minor deity's expression turned cold as he replied darkly, I must admit, your fortune is remarkable. However, our great Yin is a nation forged by martial prowess. Attending the emperor's banquet is an opportunity for competition, and I hope you do not encounter me upon the stage. Chapter 67. Beware. Young Master the minor deity had resolved that underhanded tactics would not suffice against Li Dong. He would confront him head-on with overwhelming force. After all, he was a top-tier genius, and aside from Zhao Zixio, He had never feared a strength contest, especially against someone as seemingly inferior as Li Dong. Though Li Dong was a genius in formations, once on stage, devoid of any prearranged strategies, he could defeat Li Dong even with his eyes closed. Upon hearing these words, Li Dong felt a sense of relief. It indicated that the minor deity had exhausted his other means. Thus, he could remain at ease within this secret realm. With that thought, he lost interest in exchanging banter with the minor deity, chuckling softly before turning to leave. Observing his silent departure, the minor deity regained a modicum of dignity and coldly snorted, "Without the formation and your official status, you are merely an inferior talent." The crowd's expressions varied upon hearing this, yet some still flattered. What the minor deity says is indeed true. Apart from his fortunate contributions, this individual is fundamentally mediocre. Should they compete on the same stage, the minor deity would undoubtedly crush him. Some shook their heads, unable to bear it any longer, and remarked, "To speak frankly, while this individual may not match the minor deity in martial prowess, his advantage lies in formations. Even if he were to lose in martial arts, it wouldn't matter overly much, would it? Would it not matter?" The minor deity sneered, casting a glance at the speaker. "In the realm of blades and swords, what if he accidentally meets his demise?" At this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. They were aware of the long-standing enmity between the minor deity and Li Dong. Yet they hadn't anticipated such murderous intent from the minor deity. To kill someone at the emperor's banquet, especially when Li Dong held a fourth-rank official title, was an act of extraordinary audacity. Surely, this course of action was ill-advised. What if the emperor were to take offense? Someone murmured. The minor deity dismissively replied, "What is there to be ill-advised about? Regardless of the emperor's favor, should he perish, that would be the end of it. After all, living individuals will never sacrifice greatly for the dead, and furthermore, I did not claim he would die on the stage." Upon hearing this, a group of people was moved. Indeed, no matter how exceptional the deceased may have been, they remained dead, and the emperor would not jeopardize his standing for the sake of a corpse. There were countless methods to ensure a slow demise. As long as one did not die on stage, it would not provoke the emperor's wrath. Consequently, the matter seemed ripe for exploitation. Many cast their gaze toward Li Dong's departing figure, thinking, "This young man is in peril. What a pity!" Upon returning to his residence, Li Dong's companions were agitated. Feng Yingying fumed, "That minor deity is truly despicable. He orchestrated this affair yet remains unscathed. It is already fortunate for us to escape unscathed while dragging a third-rank deputy minister down with him." Li Dong glanced at her and shook his head, aware that dealing with someone from the deity's estate was no simple task. His ability to extricate himself completely was already a stroke of luck. He then contemplated, reflecting on the recklessness of it all. Creating such a ruckus in the imperial city, he should not have ventured into the secret realm seeking thrills or harboring any sense of luck. Had it not been for the emperor's final decree, this incident could have caused him considerable trouble. Such was the drawback of attracting trouble through a lack of discretion. Had he remained low-key, he would have avoided these complications. It was evident that he must act with greater caution in the future, prioritizing safety above all else. As he mulled over this, the sword god's heir, Li Yifan, suddenly spoke, "Young Master Li, I am quite sensitive to murderous intent." Chen Tianzong's last words were laced with it. "He may very well attempt to take your life on stage, so you must exercise caution." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Dong's companions shifted. Feng Yingying and Yi Yuxue were particularly worried, while Zhao Zihu displayed the strongest reaction, exclaiming, "Indeed, sir, the minor deity is treacherous and ruthless. With the deep-seated animosity between you, he will certainly not show mercy. If it comes to a confrontation, you would surely not be his match. In my opinion, since you have no aspirations for the Chulong title, it would be better to concede early." That is indeed a valid point. The women, including Yi Yuxue, nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with persuasion. Even Chao Zixio, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in concurrence. In terms of pure martial ability, he is indeed superior to you. The last time in the Broken Temple, our three top talents could not even defeat the minor deity, which fully illustrates his formidable strength. Even if he relied on magical artifacts at that time, his foundation is not to be underestimated. Li Dong's gaze flickered as he regarded Chao Zixio, numerous calculations flashing through his mind. The minor deity was undoubtedly a thorn in his side. competing on stage could indeed be a resolution. If he were to leave some hidden dangers within the minor deity and entrust the means to Chao Zixio, it could lead to the minor deity's demise without entangling himself in any trouble, effectively fulfilling Chao Zixio's wishes as well. With this thought, he smiled and said, I have my own plans for this matter. Let us disperse. The competition begins tomorrow, so everyone should rest early. Waving his hand, he retreated to his room. Although the emperor's banquet was merely a feast, its duration was extensive, tentatively set for 3 months. During this time, the emperor would not make an appearance, allowing all martial artists to compete for the Chulong titles. Only when the final quotas were determined would the emperor formally host a banquet for all in the room. Upon returning, Li Dong began concocting various poisons and researching quick formations. While his physical strength was superior to that of the minor deity, his martial prowess was his final trump card, one he preferred to keep concealed unless absolutely necessary. As for dealing with the minor deity, he did not aspire to win. Merely ensuring that poison reached the opponent would suffice, making it all the more unnecessary to reveal his martial strength. A few formations would be adequate. Once his preparations were nearing completion, Li Dong lay on his bed, letting out a sigh. Remaining in the capital was a perplexing dilemma. The crisis faced today lingered in his mind, especially the thought that the Emperor of Dian was now aware of his true identity. Although the Emperor had aided him this time, they had never met face to face. Who could fathom the Emperor's true intentions? Moreover, the heart of a sovereign is inscrutable, and accompanying a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. One could never tell when he might turn against you. Should the Emperor decide to turn hostile, he had no capacity to resist. These were all sources of his anxiety. How had it come to this? Li Dong pondered in bewilderment, fleeing from the Tianjin sect. He had initially intended only to sneak into the palace as a mere lowly guard, yet he had inadvertently become a fourth-rank official, even labeled as a confidant of the Emperor. This was a complete deviation from his intentions and a significant violation of his principles, rendering it impossible for him to find peace. No, it won't do. Suddenly sitting up, his expression turned serious, he declared. Once my background is clarified, I will leave the imperial capital. This place is not suitable for long-term residence. Chapter 68. The death of the Deputy Minister of Justice. The following day, Li Dong and his companions rose early to draw lots and queue up for the competition. The method of competing for the Chulong title involved securing a place in the top 10 through contests, which were divided into 3 stages. The first stage, due to the large number of participants and varying levels of skill, was conducted in a best-of-3 format, with each individual drawing 3 different opponents. Winning 2 matches would allow advancement to the next stage, preventing immediate elimination from a single loss. This was undoubtedly a fair approach for mid-tier cultivators. As the martial artists concluded their draws, it soon came to Li Dong's turn. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Yuxue and the others, he drew his first opponent, an expression of mild amusement crossing his face. Well? Yi Yuxue inquired. Li Dong revealed his draw, stating, the minor deity, Chun Tianzong. As expected. Yi Yuxue's expression shifted slightly, her eyes filled with concern as they turned to Li Dong. Feng Yingying, visibly irritated, exclaimed, that scoundrel. While it's one thing to plot behind the scenes, to target you in the very first match? Does he have a death wish? Now we don't even have a chance to concede early. Li Dong chuckled nonchalantly, turning back to continue drawing. Upon examining his next slip, his expression changed slightly. What is it? Yi Yuxue's heart skipped a beat. It's him again, Li Dong said with a wry smile. How desperately does Chen Tianzong wish for my demise? To arrange for 2 matches in a row. Surely he won't plan for a third? Ignoring his companion's murmurs, he drew his third slip and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, all 3 matches are against him. What? The group was taken aback. Even Chao Zixio furrowed his brow, remarking, to schedule them so closely, it's rather audacious. Li Dong nodded, acknowledging the minor deity's boldness in making such blatant moves under everyone's gaze. Yet, being the minor deity, the scion of the blood-robed deity's estate, he was undoubtedly among the most reckless of the younger generation. Possessing the audacity to act as he pleased, young master, he likely won't relent until he achieves his goal, Yi Yuxue observed, glancing at Li Dong with uncertainty, torn between urging him to concede and fearing for his dignity. I propose we simply concede, Feng Yingying stated bluntly, having caught Yi Yuxue's intent. After all, your strength lies in formations, while his is in martial talent. Even if you lose, It wouldn't be shameful. Defeat and conceding are two different matters. Li Dong corrected, then smiled, saying, however, I do not see any shame in conceding. Then you intend to concede? The group brightened at this prospect, believing it the most sensible choice. Li Dong shook his head. This is merely my perspective. I certainly cannot concede in the first match. The group fell silent. Seeing the solemnity of the moment, Chao Zixio chuckled. There's no need to be so grave. Even if Li Dong's strength may not match Chen Tianzong's. Your methods are extraordinary and not easily countered. Besides, since it's only one match, there shouldn't be any grave issues. Let us hope so, came the collective response. As the crowd nodded in agreement. They followed closely behind Li Dong to draw lots. Due to Li Dong's favorable placement in this match, which was scheduled for the morning, the group opted not to return to their residence, instead remaining near the arena to observe the contest. Just as everyone finished drawing lots and the competition was about to commence, a piece of news suddenly spread through the crowd with explosive speed. The Deputy Minister of Justice had fallen into a well and died the previous night. The Deputy Minister of Justice is dead? Fell into a well. What a farce! How could such a formidable figure in the Void Realm die in such a ridiculous manner? This was clearly a death sentence handed down by the Emperor. As for the reasons, countless gazes converged upon Li Dong, their expressions shifting dramatically. Those in the know understood everything that had transpired yesterday, yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. To be executed merely for dealing with Li Dong seemed an excessive display of favoritism from the Emperor. Who would dare to act against Li Dong so easily in the future? Hush, do not speak carelessly. This news was clearly spread deliberately by the Emperor, a warning to the God General's residents. If you do not understand, refrain from foolishly shouting, lest you endanger your own head. But this is rather ruthless. Though the Deputy Minister of Justice acted improperly, surely his crimes did not warrant death? How could it not warrant death? The laws of the court must maintain their authority. The Deputy Minister, having broken the law, openly scorned it and disrespected the Emperor. Should he not die for such transgressions? Moreover, the Deputy Minister had been too closely associated with the God General's residence. If you were the Emperor, would you regard him as a court official or as one of the God Generals? A third-rank official, drawing a salary from the court, is undoubtedly a court official. Yet he wielded the court's power for the God General's residence. This constitutes a form of betrayal. Do you not think he deserves death for that? It seems there are too many complications involved. This warning is not merely directed at one tiger, but rather at all the demons and monsters lurking within the mountain, with the primary aim of admonishing the God General's residence. In recent years, the God General's residence has indeed become rather overbearing due to the arrogance of the young God General. Whispers filled the crowd, various interpretations of the implications of this action circulating. Ultimately, the eyes of the gathered multitude fell once more on Li Dong. It was evident that the Emperor truly valued Li Dong. It seemed that this young man would soon become a favored individual by the Emperor. With a boundless future ahead, not someone an ordinary person could provoke. However, it was said that the young God General intended to confront him today, with the next 3 matches all pitted against the two of them. Only the young God General dared to openly oppose him at this moment. Yet, in terms of martial prowess, Li Dong was likely to suffer greatly. Surviving 3 matches against the young God General would be no small feat. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Li Dong was indeed greatly astonished, exchanging glances with those around him, struggling to believe that a Void Realm powerhouse, a third-rank official, had met such an end. The Emperor was truly merciless. It is indeed perilous to serve beside the Emperor. One must remain cautious and vigilant. I believe the death of the Deputy Minister of Justice is for the best. Feng Yingying spoke up. The Emperor is sending a message to the God General's residence. The young God General was involved yesterday. Now that the Deputy Minister is dead, I wonder if the young God General will dare to act so recklessly. The princess speaks wisely. Zhao Zihu quickly chimed in with a flattering remark. With this warning, the young God General will surely hesitate to act, not daring to truly endanger the life of the esteemed one. Thus, the esteemed one's life should be secure. On the other side, the young God General, about to take the stage, was shaken by the news, his expression shifting. The Deputy Minister of Justice is truly dead. Indeed, he is dead, replied a scout. The young God General inhaled deeply, frowning as he paced in place. The Emperor values this young man more than I had anticipated. This complicates matters. Indeed, young master, There are rumors circulating outside that the Emperor is sending you a message. The young god general's face darkened momentarily before he resolutely stated, "So what? I do not believe he would risk his standing for a mere commoner and tear apart relations with the god general's residence. No need to discuss this further. It is my turn to take the stage." Chapter 69. On stage, as Li Dong engaged in casual conversation with Chao Zixio, his turn to take the stage arrived swiftly. Observing the young god general, who immediately captured everyone's attention upon stepping onto the platform, Li Dong rose from his seat. "Young master," Yushua involuntarily stood and called out to Li Dong. He winked at her, assuring, "Nothing will happen. Be careful." Yushua nodded, and once Li Dong departed, she slowly sat back down, her expression still tense. "Rest assured." Feng Yingying, noticing, grasped Yushua's hand and remarked, "This fellow is quite cunning. Seeing him like this, I am rather unconcerned." "What do you mean?" Yushua asked, puzzled. Feng Yingying smiled. "I was wondering if he was reluctant to admit defeat due to pride, but now I believe his mysterious demeanor is likely a ruse to ensnare others. He has always been cautious, never engaging in battles without assurance. If he chooses to fight, he will adopt this very demeanor, except for that time he went to the Nine Gates Constabulary to find you." "Which was an exception." Yushua silently nodded, then looked up to say, "You seem to know him quite well." Feng Yingying paused. "I do not know why, but I find his thoughts particularly easy to decipher." "Often, I guess correctly. Oh dear, do not think too much of it. I have no other feelings for him." Yushua couldn't help but smile, glancing at Feng Yingying's beautiful face. "I have not thought too much. I simply think it is wonderful that he has someone who understands him so well. I also believe that his fortune lies in having such a beautiful wife like you. I truly wonder what merit he accumulated in his past life." Feng Yingying replied with a charming smile, yet as she spoke the final words, it seemed her heart was not as joyous as her words suggested. The two women exchanged a few more words before their attention returned to the stage. In fact, nearly all eyes in attendance were fixed upon the arena. Eye in the air, Prince Feng glanced at the old eunuch. "Will you allow Qian Tianzong to act so recklessly without intervention?" Arranging for Li Dong to be his opponent in 3 consecutive matches displeased Prince Feng greatly. This arrangement not only jeopardized Li Dong's safety, but also dashed any hopes of advancement, rendering it a blatant act of bullying. "There is no necessity for concern." The old eunuch shook his head. "After all, the young master is practicing formations. Such martial contests are not destined to last long. The sooner he is eliminated, the sooner we can find peace. There are too many matters at hand, and I am struggling to keep up. However, rest assured, Qian Tianzong will also face the consequences he deserves." "You claim you cannot keep up?" Prince Feng glared. "I manage the supervisory court and still have to monitor the movements of the Tiandao sword sect. I have yet to complain, and you are already playing the victim." The old eunuch chuckled, not bothering to argue. "Thus, I say it is better for the young master to be eliminated sooner. Nevertheless, with Zhao Zihu accompanying him, we have been somewhat relieved. This task is indeed exhausting." Prince Feng pursed his lips, then turned his gaze back to the arena. "The young master still conceals his identity and requires assistance. Let him endure a little longer. The match is about to begin. If that young god general dares to employ any underhanded tactics, I will teach him a severe lesson." The old eunuch shook his head. "It would be more appropriate for me to take action. You should focus on holding back the blood-clad god general." Fine. Prince Feng was somewhat reluctant, yet still steeled himself to pay close attention to the battle, ready to assist Li Dong at a moment's notice. On the stage, Li Dong stood facing the young god general. Li Dong's expression remained calm and amicable, exuding an air of refinement. In contrast, the young god general's demeanor was somewhat sullen. He despised the serene expression on Li Dong's face, as if he held all the cards in hand. The more composed Li Dong appeared, the more the young god general yearned to trample him underfoot. "I knew you would take the stage." The young god general narrowed his eyes and sneered. "In truth, you are just like any ordinary person, afraid of embarrassment and concerned about your dignity. This calm facade is merely a mask you wear. I detest hypocrites like you." Li Dong nodded, unperturbed by the young god general's misunderstandings. Instead, he found amusement in the situation. The young god general's words indicated he was in a fit of rage, with emotions guiding his thoughts. Thus, Li Dong felt confident in his own preparations. Raising an eyebrow, he retorted, "The young god general speaks candidly, But have you considered that your unchecked ferocity is merely a manifestation of the God General's influence? Without the blood-clad God General, would you, Chen Tianzong, dare to be so audacious? The young God General's expression darkened at once. Li Dong's words implied that without the God General's backing, he was nothing. This notion struck at the very core of Chen Tianzong's insecurities, as he struggled to escape the shadows cast by his predecessors. Being called out in front of everyone, Chen Tianzong's muscles twitched, a murderous aura filling the arena, and the atmosphere grew tense. Very well. Chen Tianzong spoke coldly. I was somewhat hesitant before, but it seems there is no longer any need for that. You are correct. I do rely on the God General's prestige, and thus I will do as I please. Clang! No one witnessed the precise moment when Chen Tianzong unsheathed his sword. They merely heard the resonant song of the blade in an instant, accompanied by a flash of swordlight. Chen Tianzong appeared before Li Dong. The strike was as swift as lightning, and only after the sword had been thrust did the sharp, piercing sound of the blade slicing through the air reach their ears. The power of this strike from the minor divine general seemed to arrive only after a brief pause. Akin to the thunderclap of a storm, with sword radiance flickering and an astonishing might that was beyond compare, Li Dong raised an eyebrow. This sword was not meant to be fatal, but aimed directly at his legs, intending to cripple the very foundation of his agility and then proceed to torment him slowly. Such a ruthless notion was indeed formidable. With a swift motion, Li Dong evaded the strike in the blink of an eye. When the pinnacle of the hidden wind technique was fully unleashed, it was not something a mere warrior at the true martial realm could hope to follow. The minor divine general, having missed his strike, was taken aback. How could one dodge such a blow? Yet, he was quick to react, thrusting directly behind him. A metallic sound rang out, and the minor divine general's expression brightened. Had he struck true? But upon looking up, he realized it was merely a copper coin, perfectly balanced upon the tip of his sword. What is this? In his moment of confusion, he heard Li Dong call out, "Be cautious, minor divine general." As the words fell, a hum resounded, and vines swiftly erupted around the minor divine general's feet, thick and sprawling, casting a shadow over the entire arena and obscuring everyone's view. However, the minor divine general was no pretender. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he instantaneously severed all the vines, restoring the audience's sight. "Is this all you've got?" he scoffed. Indeed, the minor divine general was exceptionally gifted. Li Dong, unfazed, instead wore a smile of amusement. In that fleeting moment, he had already ensnared the minor divine general with his hidden techniques concealed amidst the vines, and it had transpired almost invisibly, even to the onlookers. Despite one ambush being successful, Li Dong had no intention of holding back. He needed to prepare multiple contingencies and employ various tactics to ensure victory. Chapter 70. Surrender on the arena. Li Dong and the minor divine general were locked in a fierce battle, each pursuing the other relentlessly. To the spectators, it appeared that Li Dong's meticulously arranged formations were effortlessly swept away by the minor divine general's sword, seemingly causing no substantial harm. Yet, Li Dong's agility was nothing short of miraculous. Regardless of how fierce or swift the minor divine general's sword was, Li Dong always managed to evade it by the narrowest of margins, never allowing it to graze his attire. The two appeared as a force of unmatched ferocity against an agile and unpredictable opponent. Defying the anticipated one-sided outcome, observing Li Dong's seemingly effortless movements, the crowd was taken aback. His agility seemed to have surpassed even his previous performance. Not merely agile, his reactions were astonishing to the point of incredulity. Each time the minor divine general struck, Li Dong adjusted his position instantaneously, effortlessly evading the attacks. His reflexes appeared to exceed those of the minor divine general by at least double. Many exchanged glances, finally voicing their thoughts. Is this the pinnacle of the hidden wind technique? It seemed undeniable. Once this notion settled in, the crowd erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Mastering any martial art to such a degree was no simple feat. Swordsmanship had its challenges, and agility had its own. Generally, only through years of arduous training could one hope to refine a superior technique to its apex within the realm of mastery. Li Dong's ability to achieve such mastery at his age indicated that his martial talent rivaled that of the minor divine general, albeit with differing specializations. Thus, it appeared the minor divine general would struggle to contend with Li Dong, unable to lay a finger on him, let alone defeat him. The minor divine general's expression darkened. He likely never anticipated Li Dong's agility would reach such heights, rendering victory impossible. However, he would not voice such thoughts. Hailing from the divine general's residence, he possessed a wealth of resources and hidden cards. Should he seize the opportunity, his sword would become a force to be reckoned with. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, while the anxious Yi Yushue below felt a measure of relief. Feng Yingying remarked, "With agility at its pinnacle, didn't I tell you? This fellow is far from foolish. You'd never guess how many tricks he has up his sleeve." Indeed, Yi Yushue paused, casting a bemused glance at Feng Yingying. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Feng Yingying felt a bit shy under her gaze, her eyes darting away. Why Yi Yushue chuckled silently. Feng Yingying's earlier demeanor was more prideful than Li Dong himself. Given her various displays, Yi Yushue could confidently conclude that she had indeed taken a liking to Li Dong. It seems her judgment is astute. She is not the only one to recognize Li Dong's excellence. A sense of quiet pride swelled within Yi Yushue. Above, the old eunuch and Prince Feng exchanged glances. The pinnacle of agility, how unexpected. Our prince possesses such abilities. This is beyond my expectations, Prince Feng mused. The old eunuch nodded. Given his previous level of agility, this must have been his limit. To discover potential for further advancement is indeed rare. With this, his formations and agility can progress even further. Indeed. He has truly forged a path for himself. At this rate, the outcome of today's contest is anyone's guess. Prince Feng squinted at the arena below. They had long recognized Li Dong's prowess and formations. And now with his elevated agility, he had bought himself ample time to set traps. Thus, it was entirely possible that the minor divine general could be the one unable to withstand the pressure. Bang! On the arena, the minor divine general suddenly crushed one of Li Dong's formations underfoot, standing still with a sullen expression as he sheathed his sword. "Why have you stopped, minor divine general? Are you tired?" Li Dong queried, taken aback. He had only managed to find 3 opportunities to afflict the minor divine general with 3 of the least detectable poisons. His plans were far from complete, in his estimation. He needed to conceal dozens of poisons within the minor divine general before waiting for Cao Zixio to trigger one, causing a cascade of effects. That would be true insurance, Li Dong. The minor divine general glared fiercely at him. His teeth clenched in agitation. He could sense that Li Dong had yet to exert his full strength. Those formations were merely obstructions, lacking genuine lethality. In other words, he felt Li Dong had been toying with him. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against Li Dong, unable to even graze his attire. This feeling was unbearably humiliating, especially considering the brash declarations he had made before the match, vowing to eliminate Li Dong, only to be toyed with like a mere rat during the contest. This incited an impulse to bash his head against a wall in despair. Though he yearned to slay Li Dong, the reality was he simply could not reach him. "What is it?" Li Dong noticed the minor divine general had called his name yet had fallen silent. He inquired again. What was this fellow plotting? Would he finally unleash his fury? Yet, it shouldn't be. The minor divine general's skills were limited, and he had already exhausted his available tactics. Any further escalation would only parallel the monstrous Cao Zixio. And Li Dong doubted the minor divine general could match such a level. "You have won today." With a roar of frustration, the minor divine general abruptly turned and leapt down from the arena, striding away with determination. "What?" Li Dong's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing. "What is happening? The esteemed minor divine general has surrendered just like that? Is this some kind of jest?" He had prepared over 80 different poisons and had only deployed 3. How could he simply leave? With only 3 poisons in play, he could not be at ease. Boom. At that moment, the crowd erupted in disbelief, watching the minor divine general's departing figure with incredulity. Despite having anticipated a challenging battle after witnessing Li Dong's agility, they could hardly fathom that it had driven the minor divine general to voluntarily concede. Though this match concluded rather abruptly, one could glean from the minor divine general's exceedingly grim expression just how overwhelming his despair had been while facing Li Dong's agility. As if sensing the scrutiny and mockery from all directions, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. Li Dong. The minor divine general suddenly turned, unleashing a furious roar. "Listen well, this is only the first match. In the subsequent 2, I shall ensure you have no place to lay your remains." having vented his anger, the minor divine general did not linger, swiftly vanishing from sight, his retreating figure oddly reminiscent of someone forlorn and pitiful. Li Dong released a breath of relief. If there were more matches ahead, he would have another opportunity to continue his poison-laden strategies. Otherwise, with only 3 poisons at play, he truly feared that Cao Zixio might not be able to finish off this minor divine general. The crowd buzzed with excitement. As Li Dong diverted his gaze, the audience erupted into applause, their cheers resonating like thunder. Although there were skeptics among the crowd, a greater number were inspired by Li Dong, choosing to pursue the paths of formations and agility. Especially after today's event, these individuals could now be regarded as his fervent admirers. Chapter 71. The little divine general was poisoned. These admirers gazed at the possibilities that the path of formations now presented, their spirits soaring with excitement. Their eyes sparkled with admiration, resembling a flock of lambs looking up to their leader, openly expressing their yearnings and aspirations. While Li Dong's previous performances had been impressive, his combat prowess had yet to reach the level of a top-tier prodigy like the little divine general, leading some to believe he still lacked the necessary refinement. However, following today's battle, Li Dong had unmistakably ascended to the ranks of the elite. His talents and combat capabilities now comparable to those of the world's foremost prodigies. This achievement was precisely what his admirers craved, akin to a ceiling that had once seemed lower for this path compared to traditional martial arts. Yet today, Li Dong had elevated that ceiling, demonstrating to the world that the potential of formations was not significantly inferior to that of conventional martial arts. Thank you all for your support, Li Dong said, feeling somewhat disheartened as he waved to the enthusiastic crowd below and hurriedly exited the stage. Initially, he had intended to concede defeat after poisoning the little divine general, hoping to diminish the perception of his capabilities and reduce the attention on him. However, not only did he fail to administer the poison thoroughly, but he also inadvertently emerged victorious. Winning against a top-tier prodigy like the little divine general would undoubtedly lead his admirers to boast about him, adding to his reputation as an extraordinary genius following his previous acclaim as a formation prodigy. This would inevitably elevate the attention others paid to him, including potential adversaries, which would yield no benefits for Li Dong, who preferred to remain low-key. "Well done, Li Dong," exclaimed Feng Yingying, as she playfully smacked his shoulder upon his return to his small team, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "I knew you were cunning, hiding it so well and managing to defeat the little divine general. Brother Li, your mastery of agility is indeed beyond my expectations." Cao Zixio nodded in agreement. Cao Zixio felt a pang of nostalgia. His own mastery of swordsmanship had come at a great cost. Enduring immense hardship under the rigorous training of his master, It had taken him nearly losing his life before he achieved enlightenment through serendipity. In contrast, he never imagined that Li Dong could reach such heights through solitary cultivation. "Brother Cao, our paths differ," Li Dong replied with a smile. "Your swordsmanship is unparalleled, while my agility is merely of high quality. Though both are considered peak, the gap between us is not trivial." This distinction was precisely why Cao Zixio stood out among the younger generation. His top-tier swordsmanship at such a young age was truly unparalleled. Not only did Cao Zixio believe that few could surpass him, but Li Dong also felt that apart from Cao Zixio, no one else could achieve such a level, himself excluded. "Enough of your mutual flattery," interjected Li Yifan with a grin. "Though Zixio is formidable, he only excels in swordsmanship. You, on the other hand, master both formations and agility, achieving excellence in both realms, which is truly remarkable. Indeed, we all thought you were destined to lose, yet here you are, winning without a word, causing us needless worry." Yubing chimed in, surrounded by their banter. Li Dong glanced helplessly at Yu Xue, who merely smiled at him from the crowd, offering no assistance in his defense. "I differ from you all. I recognized your exceptional talent from the very beginning." Xiaodihu, along with the others, finally approached him with a smirk. "As I predicted, you are indeed formidable, toying with top-tier prodigies like a cat plays with a mouse. My admiration for you is as vast as the skies and the earth." "Please, spare me," Li Dong retorted, giving Xiaodihu a playful kick. "You are the truly remarkable one," repeating the same flattery each time without variation. The group laughed and chatted as they returned to their residence. Once everyone had dispersed, Li Dong found himself alone in his room, letting out a deep sigh. "It was rather hasty," he lamented. Little did he expect the little divine general's psychological fortitude to be so feeble, conceding defeat so readily and catching him off guard. Thankfully, the little divine general would have another opportunity. He speculated that the general's quick surrender was not only due to his inability to cope, but also because he had likely devised a strategy against him. Therefore, the little divine general would undoubtedly return for the second match. Thus, Li Dong had no choice but to adjust his plan for the second round. However, he needed to learn from this lesson and be the first to concede in the next encounter. Moreover, he must consider the little divine general's mindset, ensuring he did not experience a complete breakdown. Therefore, the second battle had to be staged to seem arduous, preventing the general from feeling overly humiliated, thereby prolonging the time to execute his entire plan. Despite the minor hiccup, he believed the outcome would ultimately be favorable. Under his machinations, the little divine general would inevitably fall to Cao Zixio, fulfilling the latter's aspirations while allowing Li Dong to evade conflict with the divine general's residence and live a low-key life, concealing his achievements and reputation. Another advantage was that once the little divine general was eliminated, Cao Zixio would no longer be able to remain in the dilapidated temple. He would have to return to his origins to evade the divine general's pursuit, and with Cao Zixio gone, Li Yifan, the sword goddess heir, would likely depart as well. If he could entrust Yi Yubing to Feng Yingying for safekeeping at the royal residence, he would be left with only Yi Yuxue, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful world of intimacy. His plan was flawless. That afternoon, Li Dong was interrupted by a chorus of cheers, followed by shocking news. Fantastic news, Li Dong! Feng Yingying burst through the door, exclaiming, "The divine general's residence has reported that Chen Tianzong has been poisoned." Moreover, he was afflicted by a terrifying combination of 3 types of poison, and his life hangs in the balance. And then, she spoke hurriedly, struggling to catch her breath before excitedly continuing. Then the old divine general unilaterally announced his withdrawal from the imperial banquet competition, leaving the secret realm to seek treatment. What? Li Dong sprang to his feet, only to slump back into his seat, his expression one of utter disbelief. How could this happen? My plan hasn't even begun yet, and the little divine general is already poisoned. This shouldn't be happening. What on earth did he eat or do to cause this? This sudden poisoning is problematic. While the 3 poisons are fierce, they can be cured with 6 months of treatment. But what about me? My entire plan has collapsed. The illusion he had constructed shattered in an instant. Li Dong, what's wrong? And there's more good news. Because he announced his withdrawal, you won't have to compete anymore. You advance directly. Li Dong clutched his chest, feeling suffocated. Chapter 72. A divine prodigy, and there's more. Feng Yingying continued. The divine general's residence stated that after multiple investigations, they concluded that the poison was administered by you during the event, claiming you are heartless and vicious. However, many outside applauded your tactics, stating that you eliminated him decisively in just 1 match. You're now regarded as an unparalleled genius who is the most formidable to provoke. Li Dong gazed at the heavens in silence. What a splendid plan, yet it ended before it even began. He had inadvertently become the ultimate victor, completely ousting the little divine general while exposing his ruthless methods, deepening the wariness others held toward him. Why was it so challenging to remain low-key? Enough, I understand, he said, dismissing Feng Yingying, who was brimming with excitement and eager to share more. He simply couldn't bear to hear more of this distressing topic. Hee. Feng Yingying contained her enthusiasm, as if she could see through him. It seems your plan was not merely this. There are still subsequent developments to unfold? Li Dong cast a sidelong glance at Feng Yingying. This woman was too formidable, able to discern his thoughts so easily. You're overthinking it, he denied vehemently. Feng Yingying merely smiled and added, someone wishes to see you. Li Dong paused. Who could it be that would prompt Feng Yingying, a princess, to personally relay the message? Perhaps it was someone connected to his mysterious past. He regarded her with a complex expression, waiting for her to elaborate. Feng Yingying chuckled. Look at you, all anxious. It's not what you're thinking. After the news broke today, many people are gathered outside, hoping to get close to you. Li Dong's demeanor returned to calm, though he felt an indescribable mix of emotions. He nodded and then flopped onto the bed, declaring, I'm tired, not in the mood. All right, Feng Yingying replied, her expression indicating she had anticipated this. I'll go and send them away. Outside the residence, a multitude of people had gathered, including numerous renowned geniuses eager to formally introduce themselves to Li Dong. They sent representatives to invite him to a banquet. Additionally, there were factions opposed to the Divine General's mansion also seeking to befriend Li Dong, extending similar invitations. What remained were Li Dong's admirers. Hoping to receive his guidance, as an enigmatic top prodigy and a confidant of the emperor, he held immense value for potential alliances. Following Li Dong's decisive victory over the minor Divine General, these individuals swiftly cast aside their hesitations, as if sensing the opportune moment had arrived, and they became increasingly fervent in their pursuits. Li Dong, however, had little inclination to engage in such social intricacies. The best course of action was to avoid them altogether. Otherwise, entangling himself would only lead to endless troubles. The crux of the matter was that these individuals were akin to fair-weather friends, solely interested in reaping benefits, and none could be relied upon in critical moments. There was fundamentally no need to meet them. After dismissing Feng Yingying, Li Dong chose to remain alone in his room, reluctant to venture outside. Any appearance would inevitably attract attention, especially after he had just turned down a group of suitors. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of what to do next. The minor Divine General had not only survived but had also stirred up considerable commotion, intensifying the existing conflicts. If his only adversary were the Divine General's mansion, it might have been manageable, but the presence of the more troublesome Heavenly Sword sect complicated matters significantly. The challenges of adulthood were indeed formidable. The only recourse was to focus on cultivation. With his mind gathered, Li Dong cast aside these distracting thoughts and began his training. Ultimately, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Only with sufficient power can one crush all troubles. Cultivation must never cease. When lost, immersing oneself in training is the wisest choice. Meanwhile, outside the 12th residence, crowds continued to ebb and flow daily without interruption. Simultaneously, the competitions in the arena proceeded as scheduled. Due to his elimination of the minor Divine General, Li Dong had advanced directly to the next phase without needing to compete, granting him over 10 days for introspective cultivation. However, the other contestants showed no signs of halting their matches. As a succession of prodigies emerged, discussions surrounding Li Dong gradually subsided. Among the notable figures were the sword goddess Air, Li Yifan, a white-clad monk from the south, and Tashin from the west, all of whom delivered astonishing performances that reinforced their reputations as extraordinary talents. Yet, it was Yi Yuxue who truly eclipsed Li Dong's prominence. On the final day of the first phase, her opponent was Tashin, resulting in a clash between two peak geniuses that captivated the audience's attention. Most favored Tashin, a martial artist of formidable physique and unparalleled strength, believed to be among the top 3 in the realm. In contrast, although Yi Yuxue hailed from the esteemed Yi family, her reputation had waned following the family's downfall, resurfacing only recently after having notably deflected a strike from the minor Divine General. In comparison, she appeared somewhat underestimated. However, as the battle commenced, Yi Yuxue unveiled her divine martial spirit, transforming the contest into a breathtaking exhibition as she decisively overwhelmed her opponent with a single strike. The emergence of her divine martial spirit effectively relegated Li Dong to the background, igniting fervent discussions about Yi Yuxue throughout the imperial city. Consequently, Yi Yuxue ascended to a status comparable to that of Chao Zixio in the former Li Dong during his time at the Ruined Temple, with all three being collectively referred to as the 3 divine prodigies of the younger generation, far surpassing other exceptional talents. Given that all 3 had previously congregated at the Ruined Temple, they were humorously dubbed the 3 Ruined Temple prodigies, bestowing significant weight to that term. However, among these 3 prodigies, only the specially arranged formations devised by Li Dong could rival true prodigies, while in actual combat, he merely matched the caliber of top-tier talents. Hence, Li Dong's moniker as a divine prodigy was somewhat inflated, laden with caveats. The true acclaim belonged to Chao Zixio, the swordsmanship prodigy, and Yi Yuxue, the divine martial prodigy. Under the radiance of their achievements, particularly Yi Yuxue's divine martial spirit, Li Dong's visibility significantly diminished. As the fervor escalated, Li Dong's moment of enlightenment drew to a close, awakening him from his reverie. After a hearty meal, he learned about recent developments, which naturally lifted his spirits. Playfully, he took a bite from Yi Yuxue. Could you both perhaps tone it down a bit? At the same table, Feng Yingying cast a somewhat resentful glance at Li Dong. Yi Yuxue's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze fixed upon Li Dong, who smiled nonchalantly. Nearby, Chao Zixio, having devoured a chicken leg, tossed the bone aside and inquired, "Brotherly, what are your plans moving forward?" Though they had all successfully advanced past the first phase. With the minor divine general's departure, the significance of remaining had diminished for them all. For Chao Zixio, continuing in subsequent contests would be a sheer waste of time. He had no desire to play the role of a fledgling dragon, especially with the impending task of dealing with the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yi Yushue and several others shared similar sentiments, their goals lying elsewhere. Li Dong, too, had no desire to continue winning and attract undue attention. He wished to keep a low profile. Understanding this unspoken agreement, Chao Zixio posed his question. For him, as long as the minor divine general lived, he would not leave the imperial city. Yet, he found himself powerless and had observed Li Dong's ingenuity. Having nearly dispatched the minor divine general on several occasions, thus unconsciously placing Li Dong in a position of reliance. Without lifting his gaze, Li Dong replied, "I intend to concede the next match. Continuing to compete holds little value compared to dedicating myself to solid cultivation." The allure of further rewards no longer enticed him. The title of fledgling dragon was merely that, a low-ranking official status. Offering scant benefits, as for the ultimate prize, the top-tier martial techniques held even less significance for him. The gains from a single moment of enlightenment far outweighed those rewards. For instance, during this cultivation session, he had progressed through several top-tier martial techniques, reaching a level of profound understanding that greatly benefited him. The concentrated spiritual energy present here had yielded results beyond his expectations, and the accumulation of spiritual energy within him was exponentially greater than that from past sessions, significantly surpassing his efforts in the outside world. An opportunity too rare to overlook. Furthermore, he had amassed enough spiritual energy to potentially break through to the Nirvana realm at any moment, leaving him disinterested in vying for a fledgling dragon slot. "In this case, are you planning to remain here?" Chao Zixio inquired. Li Dong met his gaze and nodded. "I intend to stay here for the time being. The outside world is unsafe." "That makes sense." Chao Zixio glanced at the nearby enlightenment tree. "It is indeed wise to cultivate here in peace." "Hey," Feng Yingying interjected, unable to contain herself. "Are you all not planning to participate in the competitions?" The group nodded in agreement. Their initial aspirations had never rested on the banquet for the Emperor's son or the fledgling dragon slots, so their decision to withdraw seemed entirely natural. "But I heard that becoming a fledgling dragon comes with a secret reward, possibly including divine martial techniques and other benefits," Feng Yingying stated. Looking at the group, a collective shift in expression ensued. "Divine martial techniques?" Li Dong and Chao Zixio exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Divine martial techniques? Akin to divine martial spirits are exceedingly rare treasures. Even an earthly immortal cannot create them, only acquiring them from ancient legacies. No known faction possesses divine martial techniques, yet it seems the royal family might, if this holds true. Exchanging glances, Li Dong and Chao Zixio's eyes sparkled with excitement. The rumors surrounding divine martial techniques are incredibly potent. To possess one would elevate them to a status akin to having divine talent or a divine martial spirit, rendering them unparalleled in combat strength. Such treasures, if acquired by outsiders, would create formidable rivals. However, if they were to obtain them, it would significantly bolster their power, placing them above all others. This opportunity must not be missed. Feng Yingying hesitated. "What I heard was merely a possibility. It's not guaranteed. Even the slightest chance of acquiring divine martial techniques warrants a try," Chao Zixio responded, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. "Brotherly, what do you think? What about you?" "I share your thoughts." Li Dong and Chao Zixio exchanged knowing smiles. The allure of tranquil cultivation paled in comparison to the significance of divine martial techniques. The fledgling dragon slot was a necessity to secure. Feng Yingying pouted before addressing Yi Yushue. "Sister Yi, Sister Li, you both should participate as well. I've learned that all 10 fledgling dragons can seize this opportunity. But ultimately, only one may acquire the divine martial techniques. Or perhaps none at all. If you four go together, your chances would be greater." "Very well. Let us keep this under wraps. It's insider information." Agreed. That afternoon, the news regarding the existence of divine-level cultivation techniques for the Chulong had already spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge across the realm. This was not a leak from Li Dong and his companions, but rather a public announcement made by the royal family. In an instant, the mere mention of divine-level techniques overshadowed even the topic of Yi Yuxue and her divine martial spirit, as everyone eagerly anticipated the divine-level techniques, sharpening their metaphorical knives and brimming with enthusiasm. Those 4 words signified the status of a prodigious genius, and every one of the 10 Chulong had the opportunity to attain this honor, which was undeniably exhilarating. The royal family displayed remarkable generosity, indeed, by offering such a precious divine-level technique as a gift. Moreover, this opportunity was exclusively reserved for the younger generation. The Qianlong and Longjiang had no chance of obtaining the divine-level techniques, leaving only the Chulong with this prospect. Truly a benevolent act was certainly a fortuitous event, but acquiring these divine-level techniques might not be as simple as it seems, and obtaining the royal family's sacred knowledge would likely come at a considerable cost. I would be willing to pay any price for the chance to acquire such divine-level techniques. Unfortunately, one must first secure a place among the Chulong. There are only 10 slots available, and 3 of them are already claimed by the 3 great prodigies, leaving us to contend for the remaining 7, which is exceedingly difficult. Additionally, there are numerous extraordinary talents vying for this opportunity. In light of this, it would be wise for us to retreat and rest. As it seems to be beyond our reach, it remains uncertain who will ultimately claim this divine-level technique. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and even the elder generation of powerful warriors rushed to inquire about the situation. Divine-level techniques are exceedingly rare, and the opportunity for transmission is often a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, typically tied to a single technique that accompanies an individual throughout their life. Thus, many elder warriors were left unaware, as those who possess such techniques have already made their names legendary. When the elder warriors learned that this opportunity was solely for the Chulong, dissatisfaction arose among these martial artists, leading to an uproar as they demanded the chance be granted to the elder generation. Their reasoning was that the older generation possessed greater strength and deeper realms of understanding. If they were to acquire the divine-level techniques, their impact would be far more significant. Some even boasted that should they obtain the divine-level techniques, they could withstand the might of terrestrial immortals. Due to the considerable unrest, many esteemed figures emerged to voice their grievances, leaving the emperor with no choice but to alter the conditions. The opportunity was adjusted to prioritize the Chulong, while still allowing for other candidates to have their chance. In essence, the first 10 Chulong would be given the initial opportunity, and if none of them succeeded, then the Qianlong and Longjiang would be allowed to compete. This amendment quelled the dissatisfaction among the martial artists, yet it imbued the emperor's banquet with a palpable tension, with every contestant elevating their fervor and intensity. In the estate, Li Dong and his companions reflected on the situation, recognizing it as a tactic employed by the royal family to motivate the cultivators. The previous conditions were likely a deliberate ploy to instill a sense of value regarding the divine-level techniques, prompting the elder warriors to take the matter seriously. This strategy was likely well understood by the elder generation, yet the allure of divine-level techniques was potent enough to incite fierce competition among these formidable warriors. Consequently, the question of who would ultimately grasp this coveted power, or even if it could be obtained at all, remained uncertain. Li Dong maintained a skeptical perspective on this matter, feeling that it was likely a trap, with the difficulty of acquiring divine-level techniques potentially exceeding all expectations, a sentiment that was entirely reasonable. Chao Zishou turned to Li Dong and remarked, "Divine-level techniques can only be acquired through transmission, and the vessel for this transmission requires one's own enlightenment. Only when the opportunity arises can one attain them. If the opportunity is lacking, even if one holds it close for a lifetime, it remains unattainable. It is fundamentally a matter of chance." Li Dong nodded, still eager to pursue the chance, unwilling to let it slip away. After concluding this discussion, he embraced Yi Yuxue in their chamber for a while, before returning to his cultivation. Observing Li Dong, who resumed his diligent sitting in meditation, Yi Yuxue felt a pang of sympathy. Li Dong was exceedingly devoted to his training, spending every spare moment in solitary practice, making it difficult for her to see him even a few times during this period. While the world thrived on martial prowess, there existed myriad beauties in life, and the process of cultivation was inherently tedious. Many warriors, unable to withstand the monotony of training, would often fluctuate between diligence and leisure. Few could exhibit the level of perseverance that Li Dong did. Even many talented individuals struggled to maintain such unwavering commitment. While she too often found herself succumbing to moments of relaxation, needing to clear her mind and adjust her emotions. Since meeting Li Dong, however, she rarely witnessed him squander time. At times, she found it baffling that he worked so diligently, even more so than herself, who bore a deep-seated vendetta. When Li Dong had previously made a stir, outsiders praised his remarkable talent, yet she believed that, aside from his innate capabilities, it was his diligence that truly set him apart. Anyone with Li Dong's work ethic would undoubtedly achieve great success. After all, how else could he have risen to the status of a divine-level prodigy with an ordinary martial spirit? This was the essence of Li Dong's allure. Compared to others, even the most talented seemed mundane and lackluster, while he radiated a brilliance that captivated her. Casting another deep glance at Li Dong, a faint smile graced Yi Yushua's lips, times. She truly wished to express her gratitude to fate for allowing Li Dong to enter her life during her most challenging moments, and so swiftly at that it was precisely because of this unexpected guest that the shadows and pressures that had enveloped her began to part, allowing sunlight to pierce through, transforming her world entirely. The most pronounced change was a burgeoning inner strength. The burdens that once felt suffocating now seemed lighter, and the days of despair were imbued with hope. This newfound joy and ease stemmed from the memory of Li Dong's unsteady approach toward the Nine Gates commander, a sight that remained etched in her mind, profound and towering. However, this image quickly faded, morphing into a scene of their entangled dual cultivation. How vexing! Yi Yushua's cheeks flushed, realizing that her own fantasies had tarnished her cherished memories. Yet, at that moment, she shot Li Dong an indignant glare. "You bad egg." With her moment of immersion coming to an end, she rose to gently close the door behind her. Li Dong was diligent, and she could not afford to lag behind. Not only that, but she also felt compelled to contribute in some way. 3 days later, upon returning to his room after a competition, Li Dong discovered Yi Yushua stealthily following him inside, glancing over her shoulder as she closed the door. "What is it?" Li Dong inquired. Noticing her cautious demeanor, "Young master," Yi Yushua replied with a soft smile, retrieving 3 translucent leaves resembling carved white jade from her storage ring. "Leaves from the enlightenment tree? Take them." Pressing the leaves into Li Dong's hand, she added, "You might find them useful during your cultivation." Li Dong accepted the leaves, noting Yi Yushua's serious expression, and smiled as he tucked them away. Though he had no immediate use for them, he could not disregard Yi Yushua's thoughtful gesture. After securing the leaves, he grinned and asked, "Did you steal these?" Yi Yushua nodded. "The royal family keeps a close watch on these. I made quite a fuss while acquiring them." "So be careful." Li Dong couldn't help but chuckle, taking a moment to scrutinize Yi Yushua, who usually appeared graceful and dignified, now engaged in such covert antics. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Yushua said with a hint of displeasure. "Please refrain from such actions in the future," Li Dong advised. Yi Yushua felt a twinge of grievance, casting a wistful glance at him. "Isn't it because I see how hard you work at your cultivation?" "Ah, so it was for my sake." Li Dong's heart softened, and he gently ruffled Yi Yushua's hair. "What I mean is, don't undertake such risks alone. It's dangerous. If you wish to go, let me accompany you." A smile graced Yi Yushua's lips, and she nodded. "You continue your training. I won't disturb you." Li Dong seized her hand, chuckling. "You won't leave tonight, will you?" "Ah, no." Yi Yushua hurriedly refused, her expression turning slightly flustered as she stood up. "I am not available today. Something feels off." Li Dong frowned. Even if Yi Yushua had genuine reasons for being unavailable, her reaction was unusually intense, making the situation feel peculiar. "All right," he replied, nodding with a smile. "We can talk when you're free. For now, I'll let you go." Yi Yushua's demeanor softened a bit before she quickly exited the room. Li Dong glanced at the sky, noting that night had fallen. With a swift motion, he quietly followed her outside, employing a technique to obscure his presence and sound. He lifted a tile from the rooftop, peering into Yi Yushua's room, where he saw Yi Yuxubing applying medicine to Yi Yushua's back. Revealing a vivid red handprint, Li Dong's brow furrowed, annoyance flashing in his eyes as he cast a disapproving glance toward the direction of the enlightenment tree. Clearly, Yi Yushua had sustained an injury while attempting to steal the leaves. While this was indeed her fault, seeing his beloved hurt left him feeling unsettled. That captain of the Imperial Guard was too excessive. How could he be so brutal? Summoning Li Dong and Chao Zixio. They would teach him a lesson, that moment, Yi Yubing said, and Yi Yushua shook her head. Don't act recklessly. It was my fault to begin with. There is no reason to go back seeking revenge. I received a blow from him, but in return, I obtained 3 leaves of enlightenment. It's a fair exchange. Let's just let this matter rest. How is it fair? If this injury affects your chance of obtaining the Chulong quota, wouldn't that be a loss? None of this is important. Chapter 75. Breakthrough is losing the opportunity to comprehend a divine level technique not significant? I truly do not understand your perspective. Why would you suddenly resort to stealing leaves from the enlightenment tree? You never allowed me to do such things before. As Yi Yubing spoke, Yi Yushue suddenly turned and attacked the ticklish spot of Yi Yubing. Why are you so talkative today? The 2 girls immediately began to frolic. On the roof, Li Dong secured the tiles, furrowing his brow. He then moved swiftly, donning a mask as he made his way to the golden hall of the enlightenment tree. That night, after subduing a captain of the forbidden troops with a headlock, he said, "Brother, I know you did nothing wrong, but I am a small-minded person. Even if I am in the wrong, I must take action since you injured my wife. I apologize." After a beating, Li Dong floated away. Who are you? The captain of the forbidden troops hurriedly donned his hood, his face bruised as he scanned the surroundings, but upon finding no one, he could not help but erupt in anger. On the first day, your wife stole the leaves of enlightenment. That could be overlooked on the second day. You dare to come seeking revenge? How audacious! Someone, search for them. Search house by house. A group of forbidden troops quickly gathered. As they were about to exit the main gate, the old eunuch suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Golden Hall. "Where are you all headed?" "Elder Wu." The captain of the forbidden troops quickly bowed. "Some little thieves stole the leaves of the enlightenment tree, and even more despicable, someone just came seeking revenge. These thieves are simply too arrogant." Elder Wu nodded. "So you are looking for them?" The captain hesitated. "What do you mean, Your Excellency? Your duty is to guard the enlightenment tree. If you leave your post without permission, what if this is an enemy's strategy to draw you away?" Elder Wu stated. The captain was startled and quickly responded. "You are right, Your Excellency. I will leave part of my men to guard." "That will not suffice," Elder Wu said calmly. "If you create a commotion like this, and everyone begins to imitate your actions, what then?" "This?" The captain pointed to his injured face. "Then, does that mean I was beaten for nothing? Do not worry." Elder Wu waved his hand, plucking a leaf from the enlightenment tree and handing it to the captain. "Take this as compensation." The captain raised his eyebrows in delight. "Thank you, Your Excellency. Return and guard well. If any more issues arise next time, it will not be so simple," Elder Wu said, casting a faint glance at the captain. Although the captain's methods were not wrong, he had still lost 3 leaves, which amounted to negligence. If it were not for the involvement of Li Dong and Yi Yushue, the captain would undoubtedly face punishment. Yes, I will do my utmost to ensure no further mistakes occur." The group of forbidden troops obediently returned. After Elder Wu departed, the captain touched the leaves of the enlightenment tree, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. His heart filled with complexity. In truth, this was merely a trivial matter. Losing 3 leaves was simply a reason to seek someone. Normally, such situations could be handled without issue. Yet today, it had attracted the attention of Elder Wu. What did that signify? It indicated that the person involved had considerable influence. If he truly captured that person, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, who exactly were the thieves that stole the leaves? Days passed, and after more than 20 days, the competition among the younger generation gradually came to a close. Each battle Li Dong fought was effortless, as he relied on formations and agility to advance to the final stages. With his current mastery of formations, even top-tier talents found it challenging to gain the upper hand against him. The Chulong quota was firmly within his grasp. The top 10 Chulong quotas were revealed. Chao Zixio ranked first, Yi Yushue second, Ta Shan third, Li Yifan fourth, the white-clad monk fifth, and Li Dong sixth, followed by 4 others who were also top-tier talents comparable to minor divine generals, none of whom were weak. As for Li Dong's ranking, it was not that he could not climb higher, but it would require revealing certain hidden cards, so he chose to relinquish the effort. For him, securing the Chulong quota was paramount. The specific rank held little importance. However, for those outside, with the determination of these quotas, a Chulong leaderboard was promptly established, and those named therein gained considerable notoriety. The outside world buzzed with excitement. Within the secret realm, as the Chulong quotas concluded, the potential Long of the Master Realm began their trials in succession. The battles among masters grew increasingly intense. Unlike the ordinary masters encountered in daily life, those gathered here were top-tier talents who had once rivaled minor divine generals, each displaying formidable strength. Many of the previous generation's prodigies re-emerged, showcasing astonishing prowess. Amidst this fervent competition, Li Dong remained deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Time and again, moments of enlightenment propelled his various techniques to new heights. And he felt that the true Yang sword technique, already at its peak, was on the verge of breaking through to an unparalleled realm. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably, yet, concurrently, Li Dong discovered a troubling issue. He had amassed an immense amount of spiritual energy within him, causing his true martial hall to become several times heavier. However, the persistent old problem reared its head. At the critical moment of breakthrough, his realm remained stunted, stuck once more. Why was it that he encountered a blockade at the brink of a breakthrough? Within the inner vision of the sea of consciousness, the purple coffin seemed to hold no answers, leaving Li Dong utterly at a loss. How could he break through? Did he truly need to face death again, as he had previously? His coffin allowed him to resurrect, a fact he had verified. Yet who could know if there were necessary conditions for such a resurrection? What if he could not return to life this time? Therefore, it was impossible for him to seek his own demise. But if he did not pursue death, how could he achieve this breakthrough? As he probed the purple coffin, his thoughts seemed to brush against something. He noticed a flickering glimmer of dark light emanating from the center of the coffin lid. Li Dong's attention was captured, and he quickly looked closer. He saw that within the lid of the coffin, corresponding to the character inscribed on the bottom, there was a blood-red character for death. Death? Li Dong frowned. Had this character been there before? How could he have overlooked it? Regardless of its prior existence, what purpose did this character serve? Life and death. He understood life to some extent. The abundant vitality had numerous miraculous uses, perhaps even being the key to his resurrection. But the meaning of this character for death left him perplexed. He did not comprehend what utility this character might hold. As he pondered, the dark light above the character for death flickered, and a surge of immense spiritual energy and death energy rapidly emanated, flooding Li Dong's entire being. As this death energy manifested, a jolt of agonizing pain akin to being struck by blades coursed through Li Dong, causing his complexion to change dramatically. His entire body convulsed uncontrollably, racked with spasms. The intense pain felt as though every inch of his skin, every bone, and even his consciousness martial soul were being torn to shreds. Simultaneously, the character for life at the bottom of the coffin began to glow brightly, continuously replenishing vitality to prevent Li Dong from suffering a tragic death. Yet the stretching of time between life and death elongated the suffering. Chapter 76. Chen Yushan. What on earth is happening? Amid the relentless torment, Li Dong lost consciousness. It was only when the power of the character for death was exhausted, and the entire character faded into darkness, that his thrashing body finally regained tranquility. After a while, Li Dong slowly awoke, glancing at the coffin. The characters for life and death had both completely dimmed, devoid of any lingering light. Finally, it has come to an end. Letting out a sigh of relief, Li Dong's brow quickly furrowed again as he turned his gaze inward toward his dantian. He saw that all the spiritual energy within him had boiled into a sea of flames. With 3 layers of the true martial hall currently undergoing refinement within this fiery spiritual energy, he had broken through to the Nirvana realm. The Nirvana realm signifies the refinement of one's foundation, a stage where spiritual energy transforms into true essence. Upon reaching Nirvana, one's spiritual energy begins to boil, burning through the true martial hall, flowing forth as an even purer and more formidable power known as true essence. With each minor elevation in realm, the flames of spiritual energy would rise, burning through another layer of the true martial hall. Once the flames engulfed all 9 layers of the true martial hall, he would reach the 9th layer of Nirvana, marking the critical moment for breaking through to the transformation realm. Currently, Li Dong's flames of spiritual energy had risen to the height of the 3rd layer of the true martial hall, indicating that he had not only broken through to Nirvana, but had also surged directly to the 3rd layer of the Nirvana realm. In the midst of his contemplation, Li Dong discovered that his martial soul had transformed into a resplendent golden sun, exuding an aura so remarkably pure that it rendered his true essence significantly more refined than usual, several times over. This was indeed a peerless, extraordinary martial soul. His countenance shifted, his heart filled with astonishment. After its previous enhancement, his martial soul had ascended once more, leaping from a mid-grade extraordinary martial soul directly to the pinnacle of a top-tier extraordinary martial soul. The top-tier extraordinary was already the zenith of excellence among the world's prodigies, second only to Yi Yushua's divine martial soul, standing as a paragon of supremacy. Even the likes of Chao Zixio and Ta Shan, renowned prodigies themselves, were merely top-tier extraordinary. This meant that he could now rival minor divine generals without relying on formations or sword techniques. His innate prowess alone could propel him into the top 10 of the fledgling dragon rankings. Truly a martial arts genius in the eyes of the world, without a hint of exaggeration. Such a substantial enhancement was nothing short of remarkable, Li Dong reflected, his spirits buoyed. This fundamental elevation in his abilities would undoubtedly yield significant advancements in all his techniques, amplifying the power of his swordplay immensely. However, the crux of the matter was not this. The pivotal point was that this breakthrough in true martial coincided with a transformation not only in his vitality but also in his martial soul. Now, as he approached the rebirth of nirvana, although it did not equate to a literal resurrection, his martial soul had once again grown stronger. If this were the case, might his next significant breakthrough lead to an even greater enhancement of his martial soul, potentially elevating it to the divine level akin to Yi Yushua's? The mere thought of such a possibility stirred a tempest of emotion within him. Thus, did this notion of death serve as a catalyst for his transformation? Aiding his breakthrough, Li Dong's thoughts returned to the purple coffin, and upon further examination, he found it increasingly enigmatic. The concept of life signified an extraordinary rebirth, while death concealed the means to alter destiny. The coffin's mystery deepened with every contemplation. After several moments of focused study, he concluded that the power of life required him to slay others and usurp their vitality, while the power of death stemmed from the spiritual essence that the coffin had previously siphoned from him. Utility was all that mattered. Li Dong smiled contentedly, feeling a sense of relief regarding the spiritual essence once taken by the coffin, albeit with a twinge of pain. With a slight apprehension, he resumed his cultivation. Nearly a month had elapsed since he entered the secret realm, leaving him with another 2 months of tranquil time for further training. Harnessing the 100-fold concentration of spiritual essence within the secret realm, this duration was ample enough for him to make substantial progress, potentially propelling him to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of nirvana. As for the fervent competitions for the fledgling dragon and dragon general titles outside, they held little interest for him. Neither did they concern Yi Yushua, Chao Zixio, and others in the estate, who, apart from occasionally observing the battles of the powerful, primarily devoted themselves to their own training. Unwilling to squander such a monumental opportunity, time slipped away, and another month passed. Li Dong emerged from his epiphany, having made considerable advancements in his cultivation, mastering various techniques, formations, and bodily movements. Simultaneously, the final day of the fledgling dragon competition arrived. Where the top 10 masters contended for ranking on this day, Li Dong and his companions paused their training. They were not alone, as nearly all the young martial artists flocked to the arena, eager to witness the climactic battles of the masters. Below the arena, 10 masters sat in a row, each with closed eyes, meditating in anticipation of the forthcoming contest. Countless gazes from the crowd were cast upon them, filled with aspirations and hushed whispers. These 10 individuals represented the pinnacle of martial prowess, embodying the strongest standards of the current era. Among them were those who had remained in the shadows until this day, while many others were already renowned figures who had been celebrated as prodigies since their youth.